Is this the end of my life? I sue you, clad in a tattered golden robe stained with blood. Grip the purple bone jade staff tightly with both hands. At this moment, I am completely spent. I saved countless compatriots Tarim after Tarinand was hailed as the youngest archmage. Yet now I have been falsely accused of being a traitor. A group of elite warriors has me completely surrounded, and I would be shattered to pieces. Facing the combined assault of the top 10 fighters of Huaxia, I have slain 3 of them in retaliation. That group of enemies around me may shout fiercely. No one truly dared to be the first to charge forward. Archmage, you no longer have any chance. Hand over your equipment, and maybe you'll get a whole corpse to bury. Sue you. Smart people in this world all know how to battle reality. Drop your weapon and surrender now. I knew I couldn't hold on much longer. I pulled out a mocking yet self-deprecating smile and glanced at the woman beside me. My smile froze on my face, a sharp pain shot through my abdomen. Looking down, I saw a deep purple dagger had already pierced through my body from behind. This dagger was the custom-made protective weapon I had spent a fortune on for Lin Rufai not long ago. I had thought it would ensure her safety for a lifetime. Unexpectedly, it became the weapon to kill me. Only to see disdain and scorn in her eyes, she gave a radiant smile, turned around and threw herself into another man's arms. The intimacy between the two was something I had never experienced. Burning with rage, my eyes turned bloodshot. I felt powerless. I called me help but let out a bitter laugh, ha ha ha. I grovelled like a dog before Lin Rufai, giving her everything. Her heart is like ice no matter how hard I tried. I could never warm it. For 10 years I carried Lin Rufai, like dragging a burden, exhausting all resources, barely managing to make her stronger. Yet, in the end, she cast me aside. I was stabbed in the back. In the apocalypse, only strength holds any authority, and all emotions are mere tools to be exploited. I knew I was nearing the end. No, I refuse to accept this. Wait. I still have the super artifact ring. I can't die like this. Summoning the last ounce of strength, I tried to activate the ring. But in the next moment, countless weapons and abilities pierced through my body. Blood flowed down my body, gradually blurring my vision. The faces of my ecstatic, jubilant enemies were forever etched into my memory. Just then, the deep crimson ring on my hand suddenly began to glow faintly. White, everything rewound back to 10 years ago. When I opened my eyes, I found myself back on Blue Star. Star City, Huaxia, everything here had no connection to the real world. This was another world. I'm still alive. My face was pale, cold sweat streaming down as if I had just woken from a terrifying nightmare. The heart of the Phoenix super artifact ring on my hand disintegrated into powder in an instant. The ring's rebirth effect was triggered upon death. I had come back to life. I looked around the room from 10 years ago, felt both familiar and strange. Memories from the past surged into my mind. I hadn't touched one of these things in an entire decade. Clearly written Blue Star calendar, October 6, 2050, 11 o'clock. I am as expected. Everything starts anew. Right on the day the apocalypse arrives. In just 1 hour, the world will be turned upside down, and new rules will emerge. The weak are destined to be trampled underfoot. In this world, no one can survive without strength. Thinking of this, my mind is filled with Lin Ruf's pretentious face. I immediately dialed her number, a cold smile curling at the corner of my mouth. In the previous life, she was known as the most beautiful campus belle in 5,000 years. The previous disappearances, the destruction of countless equipment and resources, even dual cultivation with another man to fight monsters, I naively believe it was fate playing tricks on me. Thinking about all this, I felt a choking heaviness in my chest. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. On the other end, Lin Rui's voice carried a slight tremble, as if she hadn't fully regained her composure. Hello, so you calling so early in the morning, what do you want? My face flushed red, but I forced myself to suppress the anger welling up inside me, clearly hearing the guilty undertone in Lin Rui's voice. Fife, come to my house right now. I have something to give you, I spoke directly. A bag, a watch, or jewelry. Is it that urgent, you damn? Ghost. I'm still working out. Lin Rufai's voice sounded like she was acting coy. It was clearly perfunctory, but carried a hint of charm. From her tone to the way she spoke, it was completely different from before. Fife, haven't you always wanted that old house of mine? I got straight to the point. That house was the only inheritance my parents left me. Developers had approached me about it before, but I refused. Not long after, Lin Rufai, the campus belle, actively entered my life. Looking back now, everything seemed like a carefully orchestrated conspiracy. She would often say to me, "The house gives me more of a sense of security than you ever could." Even when the world was in chaos, she always had an air of superiority, making me feel like I could never make her feel secure. Come to my place. I'll take you to transfer the house ownership. This house is yours now. My tone was icy. Really? Li Rufai's entire demeanor changed as soon as she heard that, becoming unusually excited. Her voice rising a few pitches. Don't lie to me, wait, I'll be there right away. If you're lying to me, I'll expose all your secrets online. She gave one final warning before hanging up the phone. After hanging up, Li Rufai finally dropped her facade. She turned to the man beside her with a cheeky grin and said, Master, that fool finally agreed to give me that house. All right, she beamed with joy, her voice coquettious. The man lit a cigarette, took a deep drag and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. See? That guy obediently handed over the house, didn't he? This is what we call getting something for nothing. Got it now? Lin Ruavi coquettious life laddered. Once I get the house, I'll kick that fool to the curb. Master, what do you think? Don't rush, let's take our time. Dumping him now would be too boring. Watching him fall into despair and collapse, that's where the fun is. Got it, Master? I'll be quick, see you tonight. Lin Ruavi tittied up the room for the man before leaving the hotel. The man let out a low, cold laugh, his gaze lacy and fierce. Meanwhile, the TV was broadcasting the news at a high volume. A few so-called experts were seriously analyzing the recent phenomenon of the red sty. The host reassured the audience, saying it was all a natural occurrence and not to take it seriously. I lit a cigarette in silence, quietly waiting for Lin Rufai to arrive. As the door opened, Lin Rufai walked in with a look of impatience. You ray smoking again. The moment she entered, I instinctively sized her up delicate features. Fair skin, neatly styled hair, dressed in a simple, fresh dress and leather shoes. She had rushed over to quickly, and her chest was still faintly heaving. Honestly, in that moment, she at first, anyone who saw her would be moved. She used to say she hated the smell of smoke and strictly forbade me from smoking at home. Although she kept herself very tidy, I still caught a whiff of smoke on her. She clearly doesn't smoke herself, so where did the smell come from? Even with minimal thought, it's easy to figure out, turning myself into nothing more than a tool to please her. Thinking back now, I really feel like such a fool. I looked at her calmly and set down my cigarette. You Ray here? Hearing me say this, her expression grew darker and her tone even colder. Normally, she would have thrown a tantrum, and now it seemed like she just wanted to finish it asking. The house matters were settled. Where's the property deed? She got straight to the point. I've already made an appointment online. Let's go now and get it done. Hurry up. I'm in a rush. She didn't care about my feelings at all. She couldn't even be bothered to look at me again and even kicked me with her foot. At that moment, I finally woke up completely. Over the past 10 years. She had always been like this, suppressing me, treating me like a submissive slave. I used to accept it willingly. I just find it utterly ridiculous. If it weren't for that vicious stab in the back, I would probably still be like a useless fool at her beck and call. Thinking about it makes me laugh. I slowly stood up, coldly staring at Lin Rufai, my gaze. It was like looking at thin air in my eyes. She was no different from a dead person. The scorching heat of noon in Xinjiang was suffocating, yet Lin Rufai was chilled to the bone under my gaze. She was about to kick me, but her foot stopped mid-air before she could. What are you trying to do? Lin Rufai's voice trembled, realizing that the once honest and kind, she seemed to have turned into a completely different person, so unfamiliar that it terrified her. I didn't respond to her question, but instead gave her a direct answer with my actions. Smack, a loud slap landed on her face. Lin Rufai was stunned, completely bewildered by the blow. Suyu, are you crazy? How dare you hit me? I'm calling the police, she screamed, only to realize the TV in the room had already been turned up to the maximum volume by me, ensuring no one would hear her cries for help. Clutching her swollen, slapped face, she tried to run outside, but the door had long been locked by me. Now she finally understood that everything today had been meticulously planned by me. I slowly walked toward her, grabbed her hair, and yanked her to the ground without mercy. She finally began to feel fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. I bent down to look at her, my tone as cold as ice. How ironic. While scheming to get my house, you're also messing around with other men. You're quite the expert at living, aren't you? I pulled out a sharp dagger, pointing under her chin. Lin Ruf's face turned pale, her eyes wide, frantically spinning lies. You misunderstood. There's nothing I can do if you think this way. I just made the kind of mistake any woman might make. Last night, my best friend forced me to go. I don't even know that man, and he took all the necessary precautions. What more do you want? Actually, I'm the victim here. Can't you understand me this once? I swear I won't do it again. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, interrupting her sobbing. I bent down to pick up the phone and forcibly used her face to unlock it. Little darling, did you miss me? You're so annoying, my body has even taken your shape now. I can't even focus on driving. I've already arranged everything at the housing bureau, just take you with you. Okay, master. Wait for my good news. Call out a couple of times for me. I'm still driving. After that, Lin Rufai sent several voice messages on her own, with explicit content, even deliberately sending videos. I threw the phone at her face. What else can you say? Lin Rufai finally broke down, screaming, "Don't just look at the surface. Do you think you're completely blameless, like me?" This campus belle of Star City University said, "There are tons of people chasing after me. Why would I choose someone like you who has no parents? I wouldn't even bother with you. Let me tell you now, I have connections. But I'm also BA's high-house woman. Dare to touch me and see what happens." Her eyes were sharp and mean, and after saying this, she looked at me with a face full of ridicule. The Lin family could be considered a well-established family in Star City, and she was their treasured daughter. As for the BA's high family, they were one of the biggest powers in the neighboring Sakura Nation, and now their influence had reached Star City. BA's Hai Hao, a young master over there, was specifically in charge of acquiring land and properties in China. They had their sights set on, took over my family's homestead. After multiple failed negotiations, they sent Lin Yuo Fei to deceive me, and she even took the chance to humiliate me. Allowing by, she had to profit immensely. How ironic. But after she said all this, I felt nothing. After everything I've been through, I no longer care. A cold smile appeared on my lips as I swung the dagger repeatedly. Lin Yuo Fei had no chance to resist me. She didn't even have the ability to fight back. I deliberately avoided fatal areas. Just two strikes were enough to sever the tendons behind her knees. She immediately, having lost the ability to move, she could only watch helplessly as blood slowly flowed from her wound. Fear was written all over her face, and at that moment, she finally understood what it meant to pay the price. I raised the knife again and slashed fiercely at Lin Rufai's wrist. The sharp blade directly severed her artery. Blood gushed out, quickly staining her clothes red, and the ground was soon covered in blood. Lin Rufai began to grow weak. Though the pain was gradually fading, I could see her vitality diminishing bit by bit. She gasped for breath, struggling even to speak. She finally realized that this time I was joking. Fear crept onto her face as she dragged her last. With her last breath, she begged me to let her go. "See, don't kill me. You can do whatever you want, just don't kill me. Sir, you... please let me go. I'll agree to anything you say." She kept crying and shouting, her voice growing weaker and weaker. I've seen many people plead in desperation, their helpless eyes exposing everything. At this moment, she displayed it all vividly. Unfortunately, such feeble pleas had no effect on me. The knife in my hand seemed devoid of emotion as it made the final slash across her neck. Blood gushed out, her head nearly severed, held on by just a thin strip of flesh. At last, I unleashed the anger that had been bottled up for 10 years. Clearly and decisively, I was in T1 too. Killed before, but this time it felt surprisingly exhilarating. Perhaps only through experiencing life and death can one understand such despair and release. In fact, I had another purpose. I knew that to gain an edge at the very start of the apocalypse, I had to secure the first kill the moment the global awakening system activated. As Lin Rufai fell, the clock struck exactly 12. Zeroth, the air seemed to freeze, and then a familiar system voice echoed in my mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for personally killing your enemy, returning from rebirth, achieving the world's first kill, and awakening the talent Plunderer's Hand SSS grade. Start time 12 o'clock sharp." The entire world seemed to have hit the pause button. Suddenly, a mischievous system announcement echoed in the minds of all survivors. "Good afternoon, everyone. I am the ruler of this new world. You can call me Lord God. Welcome to the new game I've prepared for you." Everyone across the globe will receive their own ability panel. As for the remaining 7 billion people, I've turned them all into zombies. You'll need to avoid them or simply kill them. Don't worry, there's no need to fear death. After all, everyone gets one chance at resurrection. Attention, the food and water on Blue Star have all been destroyed by me. Trying to get by and survive here is absolutely impossible. What comes next is crucial, remember it well first. Everyone will receive a wristband. This is your most important survival tool. Second, whoever completes the first kill earliest will awaken a stronger talent. Third, killing zombies will grant you experience, coins, equipment, and supplies, which can be used to grow stronger and survive. Fourth, the newbie protection period lasts only 7 days. After 7 days, all zombies will become more vicious and smarter, significantly increasing the difficulty of survival. Anything is possible. Minutes later, the dame officially began "Please strive to survive." The childlike system announcement made everything sound like a joke. But I knew this was neither a fantasy nor a dream. I glanced at the wristband, and the system automatically popped up a new interface. "Survivor Suyu, welcome to the apocalypse. Detected that there are currently 209 individuals named Suyu. Would you like to change your name, or should the system automatically assign Suyu47? Looking at the screen, I chuckled. Numbered names? That's just too ridiculous. Apologies, AK-47 has already been taken. How about a K-47B? I shook my head and entered a new name, Lone Wolf. Changing name to Lone Wolf, confirm. I was born a social creature, but I prefer to reign alone. I used to fight alongside others. But over the years, what truly taught me fear wasn't the zombies, it was the darkness in human nature. I've witnessed brothers turning on each other with swords, couples becoming enemies. I've seen it all. Even I couldn't escape betrayal, ending up with nothing in the end. After that, I made up my mind to walk this path alone. To seek revenge on my own and become the lone wolf of this apocalypse. I will no longer trust anyone so easily. This is my road. I can only rely on myself. Stepping over the corpses of my enemies, growing stronger step by step. I open my rebuke panel. Lone Wolf. Class None. Level 1. Experience 0/10. 10 determines my power and melee damage. Spirit 10 affects my psychic attack power. Constitution 10 enhances my defense and resistance. Agility 10 determines movement and attack speed. 0 affects the chances of obtaining equipment and encountering opportunities. Storage space 0.1 cubic meters. Equipment slots none. Primary talent. Plunder arrest hand SSS level. Secondary talent none. Skill. Take what you need doctrine 1. Strength, spirit, constitution, agility, these for the most basic attributes. In the early stages, the minimum attribute point is 1. And the maximum is 10th for an average adult. It's generally 5th. I was originally just an ordinary person, with all my attributes at 5th, but after surviving a decade in the apocalypse, my skills and reflexes were tempered through hellish trials. Now that I've been reborn, all my attributes are maxed out. I looked at the talent section I cared about most, and my heart was about to leap out of my chest, awakening an SSS level talent right at the start. World S number 1. In this world, the growth limit of every individual zombie, and even mutated beast, depends on talent. Rankings range from the lowest F rank to the highest SSS ranked. E-rank talent. A 1 in 10 chance 1 out of every 10 people. D-rank talent, a 1 in 100 chance 1 out of every 100 people. C-rank talent. A 1 in 1,000 chance 1 out of every 1,000 people. S-rank talent, a 1 in a million chance, virtually a mythical existence. SS rank talent, a 1 in 10 million chance. SSS rank talent, a 1 in 100 million chance. To this day, among the billion survivors worldwide, having even 10 people with SSS rank talents would already be considered an extraordinary stroke of luck. My talent isn't just an ordinary SSS rank, but the one and only Hand of Plunder. Hand of Plunder SSS level unique. Each time the level increases by 1, you can plunder the talent of another creature. A plundered target will directly lose their talent. The more desperate and weakened the target is, the higher my chances of plundering. Special talents cannot be plundered. Current available uses 1. I confirm my talent once again, feeling overwhelming joy in my heart. I possess the A-level Hand of the Mage. Through relentless hard work, I eventually ascended to the throne of the Archmage, becoming the protagonist of motivational stories. There are no useless talents. Only people who don't work hard, but that was all just surface-level appearances. Light true masters are almost all S-level or above powerhouses. Some people are born winners. No matter how hard you work for 10 years, you can't surpass their natural talent. After being reborn, I start with the strongest talent, turning their strengths into my trump cards. This ability is simply defying the heavens. Just thinking about it is thrilling. This time, I will not lose. Other survivors, apart from obtaining their first talent upon their first zombie kill, must wait until level 60 to awaken a second talent. Most people can only possess 2 talents by the midpoint of the apocalypse, but not me. Same. The highest level on Blue Star is level 100. And as long as I level up, I can continuously gain new talents. This means that with enough effort, I can possess 100 different talents. Every time I see someone with a powerful talent, I can simply seize it because I have the ability to do so. Moreover, there are no restrictions on my targets. It's not limited to survivors. Those monsters and creatures can also become my prey. Even if there are no desirable abilities among the survivors, I can still hunt down those powerful BOSS level zombies whose talents are for ordinary people. A 1-minute countdown, it's not too long, nor too short. I take a deep breath, close the panel, facing the impending apocalypse. I felt a mix of nervousness, but even more so, excitement and anticipation. I, the first survivor to awaken an SSS level talent, reaped an enormous reward. Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for becoming the first person in the world to awaken an SSS level talent and earning the unique achievement. Chosen 1. World announcement is about to be initiated. Do you wish to hide your name? Without hesitation, I chose no. I was ready to embrace this brand new world with a fresh identity. At that moment, all survivors received the world's announcement from the system. Woo! World announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has become the first person to awaken an SSS level talent. Earning the unique achievement Chosen One, he has also received countless rewards. Everyone else, take him as an example. The announcement was broadcast 3 turns in succession. The next second, chaos erupted worldwide. Some were furious, some envious, and some utterly incredulous. Apocalypse? Lone Wolf? What kind of joke is this? Darlings, stop messing around. The rich second generation in the hotel stared dumbfounded at the girl busy underneath him. I've read hundreds of apocalypse novels. I'm not afraid. Wait, I'm surrounded by zombies. The office intern just woke up, only to be confronted by 6 female zombies. Lone Wolf, you're so strong. Come save me. There are monsters everywhere here. In her rental apartment, an influencer girl pouted and cried. FK. Lone Wolf is Chinese. Wasn't he the first one I killed? In the U.S.? A burly man holding a crossbow casually dealt with his female companion. The once peaceful sky turned blood red in an instant. All modes of transportation came to a halt, followed by alarms, car crashes erupting into the sky. This was only the beginning of a disaster. Panic spread in The madness spread uncontrollably between individuals. Everyone watched helplessly as their friends turned into monsters within seconds. Those zombies with vacant eyes, twitching limbs, and unnaturally swift movements opened their mouths to let out heart-wrenching screams as if they were intent on devouring the entire world. They charged into crowds like lunatics, filling the air with the screams of both zombies and humans. In no time, the entire city was engulfed in terror. Within mere minutes, the streets and alleys were littered with severed limbs, bloodstains, and debris. Blue Star turned into hell in an instant. Some people died on the spot, while many more were infected and quickly transformed into zombies. And as the protagonist of the world announcement, I was not only standing before everyone. Show your face, but more importantly, reap the generous rewards. The moment the apocalypse arrived, I was already ahead of everyone else. Now, I am undoubtedly winning right from the starting line. Chosen One achievement reward. Reputation 1,000 points. Gold coins 1,000 pieces. Storage bracelet space expanded to 1 cubic meter. Exclusive title Chosen One. Reputation is extremely useful. Not only can it be used to buy discounted or special items, but it also grants entry qualifications for certain instances. As for gold coins, there's no need to say more after the 7-day beginner period. Gold coins can directly be used as currency in the system stores of major city safe zones. The storage space has also doubled, so I no longer have to exhaust myself carrying everything around. Carrying a heavy backpack. Don't even mention it under normal circumstances. Expanding space would cost a lot of gold coins or require completing high difficulty tasks. Now, with 1 cubic meter, it's entirely sufficient for the short term. And what I care about the most, titles like this are not easy to obtain. The ordinary person wouldn't even dream of touching one in their lifetime. Back when I leveled up to Archmage, I nearly gave half my life just to get the temporary title of China's first Archmage. Just thinking about it shows how rare it is. But now, the title in my hands is different. It is permanent. The Chosen One, the only one in the world, an identity that belongs to me forever. The first person to awaken an SSS level talent. The living one, the true child of destiny. Permanently increases all stats by 5 points, boosts damage by 10% when equipped, and reduces damage taken by 10%. Simply put, as long as I wear this title, my stats can completely crush someone for levels higher than me. In the late game, when everyone turns into stat monsters, this current advantage is absolutely invincible. The only regret is that each person can only wear one title. Missing out on a benefit of this level would be foolish. Who knows when the next chance like this will come around? Why overthink it? Just equip it immediately. Outside, it's chaos. People are running around everywhere in the neighborhood fighting. Racks and screams. A figure going out now would be courting death. Better to wait until it quiets down downstairs. If I opened the door and got hit by a stray bullet, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? I took out the tools I had prepared earlier and stored them in my wristband. I also grabbed the cleaver from the kitchen. Besides the dagger I used to deal with Lin Rufai last time, it was the only practical weapon at hand. This would suffice. Walking past Lin Rufai's corpse, I felt unusually calm. Yi Rufai was nothing more than a pawn. The real score to settle was with her family, the Lin family, and BA is high. How along with his BA is high family. The person I hated most in my past life in this one. But I understand that rushing over to take revenge now is equivalent to suicide. They have wealth and power while I am just been reborn. Acting out of sheer rage will lead to nothing. What I need to do is make good use of my future memories and go all out to become stronger during these initial days. Once my strength grows, I will crush the Lin family and the BA as high family underfoot, completely eradicating them. Those who have hurt me in the past, whether good or bad, intentional or unintentional, none of them will escape. I want them all to pay for what they've done. With this clarity, I now have a definite goal in my heart. Perfect, There are suitable prey in the building where I live. The hallway is now deathly silent. I look through the peephole to ensure safety, then silently unlock and open the door, turning the 8th floor into my private territory. This narrow corridor has only for households, typical of a commercial residential building, only to remain occupied mine and the elderly couple in 804th. The door to 804 is tightly shut. The elderly pair moved in last year and turned their home into a garbage dump, with a stench constantly seeping out from the cracks in their door and windows. At first, it wasn't too bad, but later the hallway became piled with bottles, jars, and cardboard boxes. By 6 in the morning, deafening noises would begin. Sometimes they stomp on bottles, sometimes they crush cans. Complaints and police reports are useless, they pretend to be deaf and mute. Stop for at most 2 days and then escalate even further. The property management is so annoyed they are even trying to persuade me not to take it to heart. Every time I see them acting so self-righteously, as if this place is their own, I feel a surge of anger. After they turned into zombies, taking them out only felt somewhat satisfying, but it still didn't seem enough. The old lady suddenly rushed out of the house, shouting as she ran, "Old ma'am, fess about being a little confused. Don't sweat the small stuff. Don't worry, the kid is definitely yours, as long as they look like you. I just did what any normal woman might do. Wrong. Stop chasing me." Before finishing her sentence, she kicked her old partner back into the house and slammed the door shut with a bang. Immediately after, there was a fierce banging on the door from inside, producing sounds that didn't match what an ordinary elderly person could make. Her face pale, clearly terrified. Oh my God, those 2 sentences almost fried my brain. This old lady is no ordinary person, and the words coming out of her mouth are more thrilling than a horror movie. This entrance is even more outrageous than Linru of EI's. I noticed the bite marks on the old lady's arm. Clearly, she had just bitten by an old man who had already turned into a zombie. In her current state, she could at most hold on for another minute before turning into a zombie herself. But out of habit, I still used the detection skill to check her basic information. This is a standard skill after the apocalypse outbreak, allowing everyone to view the attributes of targets below level 3rd. Moreover, when facing zombies, I could also see more detailed attributes, talents, and skill information. What surprised me was that this old lady had actually accomplished the first kill after the apocalypse and even awakened a talent. Unfortunately, the zombie bite doomed her to not live much longer. Lady Awap by undergoing zombie transformation LV2. No profession, S-level talent full. SSS level luck. I had long known that the old lady's surname was Lee, but I never imagined her name would be Awapai. It's quite a unique name, feeling as distinctive as the rambling stories she was just telling. This time, through my own SSS level talent, I unexpectedly saw her talent details something that had never happened in my previous life. Max, level luck, my heart skipped a beat. This is something that only 1 in a million can awaken. I never thought it would appear on someone who was about to turn into a zombie. You have to understand, while max level luck doesn't directly enhance combat power, its importance in the apocalypse is on par with any top-tier combat ability. What not only directly affects the probability of equipment and resource drops, but is also tied to luck-related events such as hidden quests, special dungeons, and rare professions. Some people would even trade a well-trained squad of soldiers for a bit of luck value. I remember in my previous life, even after becoming an archmage, my luck value was a pitiful 2, showing how precious this attribute is. Before she turned into a zombie, I decisively unleashed Hand of Plunder. Dang, you use Hand of Plunder on Li Xiaopai. Li Xiaopai's current breakdown rate 10%, weakness rate 10%. Talent Plunder failed. I felt the energy within my body suddenly. Took away 1/3. Fortunately, the plundering skill has no cooldown and can be used repeatedly. She shouldn't last long. Yet her collapse and weakness levels are only at 10%. That's incredibly resilient. However, after my first attempt, new items appeared on my data panel: collapse level and weakness level, which could be interesting for dealing with enemies in the future, watching them collapse bit by bit. To ensure a 100% plundering success rate, I'll need to make her even more collapsed and weaker. Not in a hurry, it's just right to practice with her. At this moment, the old lady Lee's body had already started showing signs of infection and changes, her appearance gradually becoming uglier and more rigid. However, she was completely unaware of her situation and instead shouted at me, even with a smug smile on her face. "Xiao Su, why can help me up? Hurry up and help me up. Didn't your mother teach you to respect the elderly and care for the young?" The old lady grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth as she struggled to get up. I couldn't be bothered with her. Using just a bit of skill, I sent her crashing back against the wall. The gold tooth she had just put on fell out immediately, and her mouth was suddenly full of blood. Collapse to greet Wenny. Percent, weakness 20%. Current Plunder success rate 40%. Interesting. I spread my hands, wearing a helpless and mocking expression. Oh no, I accidentally knocked out your tooth, really sorry about that. At least I feel a little apologetic. In reality, I did it on purpose. Collapse level 30%, weakness 20%, current Plunder success rate. Old Lady Lee lay on the ground, raising her hands and slapping the floor with all her strength, shouting dramatically. Help! A college student is hitting people. Someone come quickly, take a look. She wanted to attract the attention of others in the building with her shouting, but not a single person appeared. Did you know? He's from the police station. Once they check the surveillance footage, you'll be in so much trouble you won't even be able to keep your pants. Old Lady Lee pointed at my nose, her face full of malice. In my opinion, this old woman was simply courting death. Without wasting words, I swung my blade directly, chopping off the hand she had extended at the wrist. Blood spurted out instantly. Ah, murder, help, without stopping. I struck a few more times, chopping off all her limbs. Facing someone who was about to fully turn into a zombie, rendering her incapable of movement seemed entirely reasonable. But what puzzled me was that Old Lady Lee, infected by the zombie virus, seemed to feel nothing at all. She collapsed in a pool of blood like a heap of flesh, truly terrified now. Overwhelmed with fear, she lost control and wet herself. The urine mixing with blood. She couldn't move at all. I beg you, don't kill me. I promise to change, isn't that enough? Be a good person in your next life. I let out a cold laugh, cutting her off actually. I think that villainous look suits you quite well. Now, return to your true self. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Collapse level 50%, weakness level 90%. Current Plunder success rate 140%. TSK even after severing all her limbs. The collapse level is only halfway, though the weakness level has increased significantly. The plunder is guaranteed. The success rate makes it quite a cost-effective system. Such an operation free-spirited. Ding! You used Hand of Plunder on the survivor Li Xiaopai. And the talent Plunder was successful. Remaining use is 0. You have obtained an S-level talent max level luck. Let's take a look at the explanation from the system. Max level luck S level. System description: with this talent, your luck value will always be at the maximum of 9 points. Your luck will not decrease. This means that even if there are items that reduce luck in the future, or you're in an unlucky dungeon, you have nothing to worry about. Starting off with max level luck right away, I can only say that I'm completely ahead of everyone else. Mrs. Lee, whose talent I had plundered, clearly felt something being drained from her body, but she cowed and to pinpoint what it was. Her body stiffened. Her mind went blank, and the world before her eyes spun several times. Even if her head fell off, she wouldn't have reacted. Eng successfully killed zombie LV2, gained 20 experience points into gold coins. Your level has risen to level 2, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent Plunder hand. Remaining uses 1. I noticed a faint green glow beneath Mrs. Lee's corpse. Walking over, I kicked the body aside, revealing a ring emanating a vibrant emerald light. This glow was unmistakably from Doomsday equipment. Equipment in the Apocalypse is divided into 5 levels: excellent, fine, legendary, mythical, and super divine. The most basic whiteboard equipment doesn't even have attributes and is not worth mentioning. Getting equipment to drop is inherently difficult. And most of the loot consists of food and medicine. The equipment drop rate is so low it's almost absurd. Considering the difficulty level during the beginner phase of the Apocalypse, anyone who manages to get even one piece of excellent great equipment could brag about it for a whole year. This was my first attempt, and I already got something, no doubt thanks to maxed out luck. Damn, this drop rate is amazing. I couldn't help but exclaim, max level luck really isn't just for show, this feels incredible. In my previous life, I lived in constant frustration. Tightly controlled by Lin Roof, as long as there was even a shred. If it doesn't suit her, she either gives me the cold shoulder or directly scolds me. To avoid making her angry, I got used to staying silent. Now, after dealing with the 2 living nightmares, the campus bell killer girlfriend and Old Lady Lee, all the pent-up frustration in my heart has been released, and I feel completely at ease. All I want now is to be my true self. Who cares what I was like in the past? The current me says whatever I want, does whatever makes me happy. This is freedom. I picked up the ring on the ground and checked its attributes. Ring of Vitality, excellent, great equipment. A ring forged from special materials that restores vitality to its wearer. Constitution 5. Passive skill gradually restores health and energy after exiting combat. Power, set effect not activated. Both the Ring of Vitality and the Ring of Energy are extremely practical equipment from the early days of the Apocalypse. It's inevitable to get minor injuries during combat, but as long as it's not a severe injury like torn muscles, broken bones, or amputations, you'll basically recover almost completely overnight. After all, this is just an ordinary excellent grade piece of equipment. And compared to the mythic grade and super mythic grade equipment I had before, the difference in attributes is obvious. But hey, who can complain about free stuff? No matter how you look at it, there's no loss. Besides, I'm already well versed in unlocking the methods for those past pieces of equipment. Hidden quests and dungeons. I'm confident that as long as my own strength keeps up, I can. Getting these pieces of equipment was just a matter of convenience. I put the Ring of Vitality on my finger. Ding, Ring of Vitality equipped. Tip survivors can wear the rings simultaneously. I then allocated all 5 free attribute points into strength. Base attributes. Strength 20. Spear 15. Constitution 20. 15 before reaching level 10, skills don't play much of a role. The other attributes are sufficient for now. No rush to increase them. At this moment, the security door of Unit 804 was shaking under the assault of the old zombie outside the building. It looked like it wouldn't hold much longer. However, these ordinary beginner-level zombies, the corpse could only rely on sound and smell to find its prey. As soon as the noise at the door stopped, the old man zombie immediately quieted down. As soon as a small gap appeared in the door, the old man zombie heard the movement and let out a low growl. Without hesitation, I yanked the security door wide open. Taking the initiative, the zombie in front of me had a thin body, still wearing a basketball jersey with wounds all over. Who knows what Mrs. Lee had done to it earlier? It wobbled its broken arm and lunged at my face. I quickly sidestepped, stretched out my foot, and tripped it. The old man zombie fell hard, almost sprawling forward. In the process, it stepped on, knocked his own wife on the head, instantly lost his balance, and fell face first into the pile of trash in the hallway, with a loud crash, cans, plastic bottles, and cardboard scattered everywhere. I took the opportunity to check the zombie stats. Weak zombie. Level 1. Strength 6, Spirit 15, Constitution 6, Agility 3. The attribute values were clear at a glance. This old man was lively before turning into a zombie, and even now his stats were decent. It was destined to move slowly and have weak attacks. These stats in my eyes were nothing more than a piece of cake. The old man zombie struggled to get up from the trash pile and shuffled over to a patch of green paint. The bucket landed squarely on its head. I wouldn't let this chance slip by. I raised the bone-cleaving knife and swung it towards its neck. Though the force was slightly weaker than expected, I still managed to chop off its jaw as well. The old zombie was left with just an upper jaw and no hands. Yet it still attempted to bite me. I remained unfazed, and its head was instantly severed, flying straight into the paint bucket on its head. Looking at it now, I suppose the paint bucket was its final resting place. Ding, successfully killed zombie Elving 1. Gained 10 experience points and 1 gold coin. I took a deep breath, quickly recalling the battle process in my mind. There's still room for improvement. Normally, I should have been able to finish it off with 1 strike, but today it managed to last for an extra blow. After all, in my previous life, I specialized in being a mage, so close combat isn't my forte. However, this kind of experience can be quickly made up for. I casually kicked the corpse aside, and that kick brought about a new discovery. This time, the zombie actually dropped a universal capsule. The universal capsule is a survival treasure for survivors. You can store it all inside. It's also simple to use, just press the button on top, and the item comes out. The capsule is disposable and cannot be reused. Any leftover food that isn't finished can only be preserved using the wristband. After the apocalypse descended, all food on Blue Star instantly. Only gold coins could be used to purchase fresh supplies from the system store. Moreover, the safety zones in each city would only open after the 7-day novice period ended, allowing survivors to buy goods at that point. Therefore, to survive, one could only rely on themselves to kill zombies. I looked at the label on the capsule. To liter cola, experiments have shown that a person can survive up to 7 days without food, but only up to 3 days without water. Clean water is rarer than anything else. Besides hydration, the sugar content is absolutely packed. For someone like me right now, it's practically a life-saving treasure. I pressed the button, and inside the capsule I opened a bottle of ice-cold Coke, took a few gulps, and instantly felt much more awake. Scanning the room, I noticed a zombie baby on the ground. It looked like the old lady had killed it, which must have awakened her abilities. Not particularly interested, I headed straight for the 9th floor. I still remembered in my mind that this floor only had 2 apartments. Sure enough, as soon as I stepped into the 9th floor hallway, I could hear the sound of pacing back and forth, accompanied by the characteristic low growls of zombies. I knew there wasn't just one. Sure enough, right in front of me were 2 of them. Zombies. One was just a wee brat, hanging upside down from the ceiling, looking like a rabid monkey. The other was older, pushing a baby stroller, probably a grandma babysitting her grandchild, only for both to end up infected. The brat had an agility score of 12, but overall it was NT much different from a regular zombie. It was still far from being a match for me. As soon as the two zombies saw a living person, they got excited like they were on a sugar rush, roaring as they charged at me. One from above and one from below. They seemed pretty intimidating, but their movements were completely uncoordinated, driven purely by instinct. The biggest problem with regular zombies is that they don't have a shred of brain power. Apart from pouncing on people, they have no other skills. I didn't retreat. Instead, I quickened my pace, swinging the bone-cleaving knife. The agile zombie brat had just landed when it was instantly sliced into by me. Blood sprayed everywhere, conveniently obscuring another zombie's vision. As it charged through the blood mist, it was met with the edge of my blade, which I had already prepared. This time, the move was swift and ruthless, the knife striking right at its neck. I have to admit, I'm getting more and more adept at using this bone-cleaving knife. The system notification sounded immediately. Ding. Successfully killed zombie LV1, gained EXP 10, coins 1. Leaving me 60 points short of reaching level 3rd, these two zombies' deaths. Afterward, a tool dropped beside me. Thinking back to my previous life during the Nandas period, I went hungry for 3 days, and the scraps I got from killing zombies couldn't even fill my stomach. Once, I found an apple, but halfway through eating it, I discovered a worm inside. It almost made me sick to death. Now, with better luck, even the drops have become more generous. I picked up the 2 items and took a look. Silverbird Claw Common Consumable, consumes a bit of stamina. Increases observation ability by 1 point for 5 minutes after use. Lure Pot Common Consumable, consumes a bit of stamina. Can be thrown to attract the attention of zombies within a 10-meter radius, lasts for 1 minute. Disappears upon being attacked. It's just ordinary equipment, but if used well, it can save lives. I smiled faintly. These 2 items will be used sooner or later, so I casually stored them in my wristband. The commotion on the floor grew louder and louder. Soon, the door to room 903 was abruptly opened by someone. A young lady wearing a face mask and pajamas stormed down and started scolding in that typical tone of Chinese. "What's wrong with you? Making such a ruckus in the middle of the day?" While scolding, she began ailing the police. In my 10 years of surviving the apocalypse, I've long understood one Ruth reasoning with strangers is pointless. Fists are far more convincing. However, I instantly saw through her stats. Level 1, no awakened abilities, totally clueless. Understand what the world has become now. I ignored her, holding the knife and walking straight into the room behind her, where an old zombie staggered out. Became even more enraged and grabbed a broom to prepare for a fight. Unfortunately, when I got closer, she finally saw that I was covered in blood, exuding a presence more terrifying than a movie assassin. Fumbling to pull out her glasses, once she put them on, she finally saw the bloody scene in the hallway. She was completely paralyzed with fear, her face turning pale. The old zombie beside her slowly shuffled over, stiffly grabbed her hand, and brought it toward its mouth, probably. All the teeth were gone, chewing for half a day while drooling all over the hand. Turning a comedy into a horror movie. The young lady covered her numb hand and finally felt the sting as the zombie, after much effort, managed to break her skin. When she got infected, the zombie's level actually rose to level 2, staggering away unsteadily, even skillfully changing its attack angles. Watching its stance, I had only one thought in mind: another opportunity have come. When dealing with these zombies charging at my door, I didn't hesitate at all. With a few swift slashes, they were down on the ground. 30 experience points earned, and it felt extremely satisfying. After defeating this group, I picked up. Arrived at a sup-like absolute steaming heart Mala Xiango. On the first day of the apocalypse, being able to drink cola and eat Mala Xiango at night was, to be honest, already quite a luxury. After dealing with the 9th floor, I headed straight to the final 10th floor. This floor used to be rented out to a live streaming guild. I heard that the people living here were all those who turned to streaming after losing their jobs, as seen in local news, both men and women, at least 20 or so including the management. They did some old trades, cleaning windows, driving trains, performing live shows, clearly priced to attract fans to send gifts in exchange for videos. At night they would switch to adult platforms, live streaming to quickly make money, as long as the top-ranking patrons on the leaderboard gave. If you earn enough, the streamers can even private chat about deeper content. As I reached the 10th floor, I was greeted by giant billboards featuring beautiful streamers. 38-year-old divorced mom with 2 kids, check out room 9527 now. The new princess of streaming, waiting for you in room 2825. Live in room 11037. They all look young and glamorous on the billboards, but I know very well in my head that most of them look quite different in real life. It's all thanks to beauty-enhancing technology. Want to see what they really look like? Better not. This floor did once produce someone remarkable. He once awakened an S-level talent and almost became the king of the entire building, and ended up dying miserably during the novice period. That's why I still remember his story. At this moment, I quietly stood at the door forcing my way and was definitely not a good idea. Fortunately, I had been cautious earlier and took out the silver bird claw I had just picked up. Consumable silver bird claw used. Your observation skill has increased by 1 point. In the blink of an eye, I felt my senses become much sharper, and the outside world seemed clearer and more vivid, although the heavy security door had blocked my view before. I can tell the situation inside just by listening to the sounds. The doors of several rooms on the 10th floor are tightly shut. Rooms 1001 and 1002 on the left are closed. But there are 2 zombies moving around in each. Room 1003 is already empty, completely abandoned. The door is only half open. Standing outside, I can smell the heavy stench of blood inside. Evidence of a fierce battle. From deeper inside the room, I can hear a zombie chewing on something, along with the labored breathing of 2 humans. On the entire 10th floor, this is the only room with any living people left, and the apocalypse hesitation is not an option. The moment can slip away in an instant. I kick the door open and shout, "FBI, open up for inspection. Nobody move." The scene inside the door was utterly shocking. Severed limbs on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, covering the floors, walls, even the ceiling. In the center of the room squatted a towering, completely naked male zombie. Its back was turned to me, holding an organ it had just stripped out of its own body, about to shove it into its mouth. The bloody carnage in the room was entirely the handiwork of this zombie. Ordinary zombies stop attacking once you've been bitten and become one of them. But this one was different. It directly ate human flesh and even gnawed on itself. Zombies like this were rare even in past cases. Only those who were extremely antisocial and utterly vicious during their human lives could evolve into these elite zombies after turning. His entire body covered in striking large tannings, a flaming Q-Elan on his left arm, a 3-legged divine bird on his right hand, 9 dragons dragging a coffin on his back, and a fierce, menacing Guan Yu head on his chest. I couldn't help but shake my head. Every piece of these tattoos seemed designed to defy fate. To put it bluntly, for an ordinary person to bear tattoos like these, they need to have a life so tough that they were afraid of death. Reality proves that people like this ultimately end up in such a monstrous state. I knew in my heart that this elite zombie was far stronger than an ordinary one. Time to check its attributes. Robust zombie. Base attributes: Strength 25, Spirit 8, Constitution 22, Agility 15. With such attributes, an ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance against it, not even for a few moves. But now, my attributes are not inferior to its. Keep in mind, zombies can also level up through hunting. To have reached level 3 in such a short time indicates this guy must have been extremely ruthless and fierce in the past. However, its spirit attribute, even the old man downstairs could rival it. It's clear this zombie is the type that's physically strong but not very bright. Though it's still not comparable to a true big BOSS, but compared to those silly little zombies by the roadside, this elite type seems to have a bit more brains. Elite zombies also have a higher chance of dropping gear, so it's definitely worth a shot. Before I even had time to say duo, the elite zombie came charging at me stark naked, fast as the wind. Besmirked ugged at the corner of my mouth as I couldn't help but tease, "Bro, turns out you're just an underdeveloped low-level account." These details, honestly, I'd already heard about. Before turning into a zombie, this guy was a talent agent for a live streaming company, all and muscular. Now, he shrunk into a mindless biting monster. No amount of medicine back then could ever save his little buddy, something even birds would. Take a detour. After being repressed for so long, the mind also becomes twisted. When he was human, he could barely suppress his emotions, but after turning into a zombie, the remnants of his memories only made him more insane. He would recklessly pounce on anything alive, completely disregarding the consequences. He even naively thought that consuming some strange things would make him stronger, but it only made him more grotesque. This zombie looks quite tall and muscular with robust build. Regular weapons are hard to deal a decisive blow. Considering this bone-cleaving blade, it's still quite challenging to aim for his head or heart. The elite zombie let out a strange scream and charged at me, its sharp claws glowing green, aiming to grab me directly. At the moment of death, he suddenly stopped and stared intently at the jar in my hand, an enemy-learned jar with special engravings, which has a strong allure for zombies. I casually threw the jar behind him, and his entire body seemed bewitched, freezing momentarily before twisting his head and turning around in a strange posture. It might not work on a BOSS, but it's very effective against these ordinary zombies. I crouched low and swung my blade straight at him. The blade slashed across the zombie's thigh, emitting a piercing sound as it cut through the air. Using his momentum, I forcefully carved a deep gash into his left leg. The impact left my hands numb. In fact, the blade already had a notch, and to my surprise, this strike made the edge even worse. Fortunately, I had allocated all my skill points to strength. Anyone else would have struggled to cut through that tough hide. This strike would be fatal, but for a zombie, it merely slowed him down a bit. The elite zombie's movements suddenly became clumsy, much slower than before he even struggled to turn around. Ignoring his wound, he lunged toward the bait jar on the ground. Elite-level zombies don't feel pain, have no concept of life or death, and only fixate on the target that draws them in. I gripped the knife diagonally and struck straight at his right knee. This time, the strike hit the joint directly, sparks flying, shattering the kneecap and breaking the entire right leg into a right angle. Desperately trying to grab the decoy jar, I sneered, how could I let it succeed so easily? As it crawled, I slashed 3 times in quick succession, severing its neck into 2 segments. A familiar system notification sounded in my mind. Killed elite zombie LV3, gain 60 experience points, 6 gold coins. Level up to LV3, gain 5 free at rebuke points. Talent Hand of Plunder. Remaining uses 2. 60 experience points. Just enough to level up. Leveled up 30 more points to reach level 3. Not bad. Seeing the experience increase, I finally let out a sigh of relief. 2 others. This set of moves seemed fast and fierce, like special effects in a movie. But to me, this was just routine. After surviving in the apocalypse for 10 years, I had already figured out the weaknesses of various zombies thoroughly. However, after continuous slashing, the bone-cutting knife was severely damaged, almost broken. It seems that using ordinary weapons produced on Blue Star against these creatures is still too inadequate. I sighed and tossed the knife aside. Kicking away the corpse of the elite zombie, I discovered that a supply capsule and a weapon had dropped beneath it. Lucky, I bent down to pick up the capsule, ready to take a look. What treasures are hidden inside? On the table was a sumptuous barbecue feast, enough for 4 people. My gaze quickly fell on that longbow. I smiled and thought to myself, a bow and arrow? Casually, I picked up the longbow, opened a can of cola and took a few sips, then began studying the weapon carefully. This was a war bow in the Huaxia style with great draw strength and powerful arrows. Its attributes were quite decent, allowing me to become stronger and more agile. Equipping this bow could also ignore 10% of the enemy's defense. Along with it, I found 30 arrows. The system prompted me that only 1 ranged weapon could be equipped at a time. However, when using a crossbow to kill enemies, there's a chance arrows will drop again. Even at long distances, you can directly engage. Before my last rebirth, my talent was the mage's heart, so I naturally chose the magic route. Actually, I've always wanted to play as an archer. I've done quite a bit of research on archery. I tried shooting a few arrows at the wall and felt pretty good about it, so I stopped. I noticed a man and a woman staring intently at the cola on my hand through the crack of the door of the second bedroom. I could hear the sound of swallowing coming from their throats. The man was holding a 70-centimeter machete, with fresh blood stains still on the blade. Lying there was a dead male zombie, naked, around 40 years old, as fat as a ball with a slightly bald head. This dead fat guy was none other than the top supporter in their live stream channel. The situation in the room had already been clearly sensed by my silver bird. The 2 young people in the room looked just over 20. On the surface, they seemed ordinary, but I could tell at a glance they were no pushovers. The yellow-haired guy was of average height, and his body was covered in knife scars and cigarette burns. With long brown hair, petite yet curvy, exuding an air of streetwise toughness. They were a newly minted internet celebrity couple, starting out by making bold live streaming content attracts fans. Last night, the top-ranking supporter showed up just as the apocalypse struck, turning directly into a zombie. At that moment, he was interacting with the rebellious girl, and the blonde-haired guy seized the opportunity to act. The 2 barely managed to join forces and kill the zombie supporter. Luckily, the top supporter dropped a supply capsule, which contained only a serving of pickled vegetables and cornbread. Both of them were starving, so they devoured the food completely, even managing to choke it down without water. After eating the pickled cornbread, they felt increasingly thirsty. Just as they were preparing to head out in search of water, the blonde-haired guy suddenly heard a noise. Peeking through the crack in the door, he caught sight of a bloody scene outside. People. Later, they watched me effortlessly harvest alone, observing the entire process. Finally, they saw me pull out a large bottle of Coke, taking big gulps, and a loud burp echoed throughout the room. At moments like this, when people are desperate, they'll do anything. This is what is known as an instinctive reaction. The 2 of them started whispering to each other. Bro, it's him, the college student from the 8th floor. He's incredible. Someone like him actually managed to take down Genji. The Genji they mentioned was the fat elite zombie that had just been killed. Then used the method they had just learned it to check my basic information. Name Lone Wolf. Title chosen 1. 3 class none. Lone Wolf? Isn't that the badass from the global announcement just now? No wonder he's so strong. Really? No wonder he could take down Brother Jin so quickly. The young Dread eagerly chimed in. Since he's so powerful, Should we go out and try to team up with him? She nervously suggested. The blonde-haired guy quickly held her back and calmly said, Have all those apocalypse novels you've read been for nothing? Even if you wave a white flag and rush out, he might still shoot you on the spot. You're so smart, bro. The young girl finally realized and nodded repeatedly. The blonde-haired guy swallowed nervously and continued to lower his voice as he analyzed. Do you still remember when that novel we read last time? The villain ambushed and killed the chosen one, then the protagonist instantly leveled up. This room is so small his bow and arrow can't even be used properly. Just wait a moment. The apocalypse has arrived. Taking a gamble might just change my fate. Who wouldn't want to be the protagonist? I was mulling it over in my mind. If I take down this guy in front of me, I can get his S-class ability. Then I'll become the chosen one. The delinquent girl next to me hesitated a bit. Brother, isn't this a bit too much? I recalled the little bit of legal knowledge I picked up in prison and casually replied, he broke in to kill. By the rules, that's the death penalty. Execute immediately. My sister's eyes lit up, looking at me with an expression of admiration. Brother, you're amazing. You even know the law. I smiled mysteriously. Your brother knows a lot. Once we pull this off, we'll live the good life, eating and drinking whatever we want. I was already starting to imagine carefree and happy days in the future. The little rebel nodded. I'll listen to you, brother. After everything was arranged, I made a gesture. Princess. The little rebel had awakened a special talent. She could transform into others. Now, not only did her appearance change, but even her voice was different. She shouted at the top of her lungs, Help, help. I held a watermelon knife tightly in my hand, hiding behind the door. As soon as that guy comes in, I'll take him out with one slash. Then neither of us expected that every word we said was being heard crystal clear by Suyu through his special ability, saving him the trouble of doing it himself. Just from observing for a while, he could tell these to work particularly sharp. Suyu walked over with steady steps, and his footsteps suddenly stopped at the doorway. In the corner of the room, the former leader was already covered with a blanket, dressed as. The young delinquent girl had disheveled hair, her clothes half off and her body curled up in the corner, deliberately putting on a weak and pitiful appearance. But the trace of streetwise cunning in her demeanor was impossible to hide. Suyu didn't enter the room, only stood at the doorway, instantly discerning the delinquent girl's talent in formation. Doll sister, LV1, no profession, C-rank talent. Masked disguise. Though it was only C-rank, this talent could be life-saving at critical moments. Coldly watching the scene inside the room, the delinquent girl's gaze darted between him and me, secretly signaling to me with her eyes. Unable to do anything but keep my eyes fixed on the doorway, waiting for her signal, time seemed to freeze the air. The air was filled with a dangerous tension. I hinted for her to act pitiful again, and she changed her posture. The strap of her pajamas slid off her shoulder, her legs drawn tightly together, her stance suggestive. Under the dim yellow light, the scene was so provocative that I almost couldn't hold myself together. Big brother, you're amazing. You actually killed the monsters outside. Kokoth's voice. I was just a student before, working part-time here, and I never thought the apocalypse would happen. Sniff sniff, big brother, my leg is injured. Can you carry me out of here? She looked so helpless and pitiful that it was hard to doubt her true intentions. Behind the door, I was itching with desire, but I was already thinking to myself about making her change her act tomorrow. Also had a good time. Unexpectedly, Suyu suddenly blurted out odd changes. Even doesn't. The little delinquent girl looked utterly confused. Chicken? Lotus root? Can you eat that? If you have ingredients, I'll make you some noodles. She hadn't even graduated from elementary school, yet she spoke so confidently. Nothing like a university student. Hearing this, Suyu sneered inwardly. The reputation of university students was ruined by people like her. He didn't waste any more words and directly drew his bow and fired an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow whistled through the air. The blonde-haired guy only heard a sharp sound slicing through the wind. And in the next second, the little delinquent girl let out a miserable scream. Suyu's plan was precise. He pinned her directly to the wall, striking all her limbs with arrows, not missing a single one. Almost losing consciousness, her breathing had weakened to the point of being nearly inaudible. Without hesitation, I activated the plundering hand on the little girl. A notification sounded in my ears. You have used plundering hand on the survivor Doll Missy. Doll Missy's current mental breakdown is at 50%. She's extremely weak. Talent plundering successful. I obtained a C-level talent disguise mask. This talent allows me to conceal my information, and only those 3 levels or more above me can see through it. It also lets me take on someone else's appearance once a day, lasting for 1 hour. After I took her talent, the little girl's doll figure visibly shrank back to its original form, and her face. The makeup changed from sweet and lovely to an unappetizing heavy look, appearing particularly glaring. Following the direction of the flying arrow, the blonde guy stood there with his mouth wide open in shock. And scared. The guy stiff. He must be wondering if he encountered one of those decisive, ruthless characters from an apocalyptic novel who never shows mercy. Whether he lives or dies is entirely up to me, and he is about to see just how strong my legendary SSS level talent really is. Finally, he calmed old back any longer. Wielding a watermelon knife, he charged at me furiously. I remained calm, swiftly sidestepping to avoid him, while quickly scanning his attribute interface. Killing him would be incredibly easy for me, but I was more interested in his talent. The interface displayed Veteran Explorer, LV1, O class. S-rank talent Double Strike. As expected, it was the S-rank talent I wanted. Both he and the little girl were at level 1 now. Seemingly having cooperated to kill a monster and each gained 5 experience points, his barely awakening their abilities. The yellow-haired guy kept swinging his knife at me, all the while running his mouth. A woman got hurt and sought help by hiding in a room. How is that wrong? If it's not wrong, then why do you want to? Kill her? Aren't you being a bit too cold-blooded? Who cares? No matter how talented you are, I'm not afraid of you. As I fought while retreating, the blonde seemed to think he had a chance to take my life. I noticed that every time he swung his blade, a residual shadow of the blade appeared in midair. Double strike, an attack that deals damage twice. A pretty decent ability. I pretended to show a flaw, letting him slash at the corpse of a nearby elite zombie. His blade hit the zombie's hardened bones, causing his hands to go numb, almost losing grip. I had already drawn my bowstring tight, aiming the arrowhead at his forehead. He immediately dropped the west. The cleaver-wielding man immediately switched to a fawning expression, much like when he begged for tips in a live stream, and promptly knelt down to plead for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please spare me. Boss, I really misjudged you. I don't want to die. Please give me a chance. I smiled and said, not killing you isn't out of the question. He froze instantly, thinking he was surely doomed this time. In his world, begging for mercy in such situations was usually futile. The main character would have sent him packing in minutes. Yet he expected me to deviate from the script and even suggest sparing his life. You Ray not lying to me. Are you, boss? His voice trembled. Of course not. I've always been someone who keeps my word. Yes, I keep my word. Killing you means nothing to me, I said with a particularly sincere and confident smile. He immediately followed my words, nodding and bowing. Yes, boss, I have S-level talent. And I'll be absolutely loyal to you. He was still feeling at ease when I suddenly drew my bow and shot an arrow through his thigh. The massive blood loss rendered him immobile instantly. He screamed in agony. I followed up with a few more arrows, completely crippling him until his voice turned weak. Through gritted teeth, he pleaded helplessly, boss, didn't you say you Ray the most trustworthy and wouldn't he kill me? I shrugged. Yeah, I said I wouldn't kill you, but I never said I wouldn't take your talent. I immediately launched the plundering hand. A notification sounded. You have used the plundering hand on the survivor Laos Eg Tanhua. Current mental breakdown 70%, weakness 50%. Talent plundering successful, remaining uses for today 0. Double striking, his mind was still buzzing. I turned and walked out the door, leaving behind the yellow-haired guy, still clinging to his last breath, trying to hold on. What are you, crippling me and leaving me to die? Don't think that just because I'm down now, I can't make a comeback. When the time comes, I'll definitely settle this with you. I have an S-grade talent after all. There's always a chance to turn the tables. Where did my talent go? Zombies are coming. I stepped outside, hiding in the shadows, and swiftly shot out the locks on the doors of rooms 1001 and 1002 with my bow and arrow. The zombies locked inside immediately became agitated and quickly noticed the 2 half-dead individuals in room 1004, treating them as the freshest prey. If I really wanted to kill those 2 people, it wouldn't be difficult for me at all, but I had no intention of taking action personally. If I waited until they fully turned into zombies before dealing with them, the benefits would be even greater. That's what maximizing profit truly means. While those 2 were being infected and mutating, I had time to check just now. Talent double strike S level. Talent grade S level. Effect: each of your attacks will deal damage twice. This is the first true combat type talent I have plundered. S-level talents are straightforward, simple and brutally effective, no nonsense at all. Fire 1 arrow with a bow, it's equivalent to shooting the arrows, swing a blade once. It's like striking twice. Even a skill can double its effect when activated. And there are no usage restrictions at all. It's absolutely exhilarating. No wonder the legendary first warrior god of old laid a name for himself with this talent. I held my longbow, standing silently in front of room 1004's door. The delinquent girl had already been infected and turned into a zombie. Their attributes were mediocre, but they had long been injured by my arrows and were unable to move. Now, I could take this opportunity to test out my new skill and see how much my combat power had improved. In the room, the group was completely naked, utterly unguarded, still indulging in their usual social activities when the apocalypse struck. They truly knew how to enjoy themselves. There was a pair of twin female zombies who, before the apocalypse, had been playing some bizarre PK game. They were wearing masks and had various props hanging on their bodies: small clips, little bells, tiny sticks, a chaotic assortment of items. There was also a pair consisting of a man and a woman who were clearly more. It's a test of stamina. When they turned into zombies, the two of them were still clinging to each other and haven't separated even now. The scene is a bit chaotic, but with these zombies gathered together, the atmosphere is rather lively. Their eyes roll back, drool dripping from their mouths, and when they see me come in, they all get agitated. Two of the zombies are even acquaintances I had met before. I step forward, deliberately making my footsteps rhythmic to catch their attention, while another pair of female zombies rushes forward ahead of them. As they approach, the small bells hanging on them jingle, creating an interesting rhythm. These people used to be competitors, and now even after turning into zombies, all scrambled to eat meat first. It slightly affected my aim. But fortunately, I had no such morbid curiosity. My movements were smooth as I drew the bow, aimed, and fired, each action practiced to perfection like an assembly line. The first arrow was aimed at the head of the nearest female zombie and shot out with a whoosh. The arrow pierced her head with precision, and she immediately crumpled to the ground, scattering various items everywhere. The shot was clean and efficient, taking her out instantly. With a longbow and rank talent, dealing with zombies from a distance was effortless as long as I hit the head. It was almost always a one-shot kill. With the talent enhancement, my arrow no king speed had also improved significantly, reducing from 2 seconds to just 1/2 second. I almost reached the human limit. Immediately, another female zombie lunged at me. I hardly paused and shot another arrow straight into her heart. The arrow pierced through the small bell on her chest and stuck right on the front of her chest. But the blood-spraying scene I pictured didn't happen. In fact, I couldn't see anything at all. Did her heart grow somewhere else? I griped inwardly and got ready to loose another arrow. A thought flickered in my mind. I realized the zombie might have mutated, but my movements didn't slow in the slightest. The next arrow flew and the result was the same. The tip had only just pierced a little into her body before it him stuck. The zombie caught at the arrow in her chest with both hands over and over, yet not a single drop of blood came out. I could clearly one-shot these things before. How come I couldn't even punch through her now? Did this zombie really evolve? Or did she get an extra layer of armor on her chest? How could it be harder than stone? So I simply stopped wasting time and raised my hand. Exactly. I'd study it properly later. Finally made it through the obstacles and charged at me. The man used to be a skinny streamer, and the female zombie beside him was his top-paying sugar mama. The two of them were quite a pair to look at together. One as scrawny as a chick, the other with a rich lady body type, probably more than double his weight. I almost suspected this female zombie had turned into a tank that could crush the man flat just by stepping on him. Even after becoming zombies, the act between these two was still ongoing, really unlucky. Seeing them charge at me like lunatics, I had to first help the skinny male streamer find release. One arrow onto the head, and the male zombie dropped with a thud, heading straight to the other world. Only this tank-rich lady was left. With her partner gone, the big one stood there dumbly, at a loss for what to do. I casually sent an arrow to see her off too, which more or less fulfilled this ill-fated couple's wish to stay together forever. They'd even be able to catch up to each other. The blonde punk and the little delinquent girl were also taken care of by my arrows. I casually stored all the gear dropped by the zombies into my wristband. I'd taken out for level 1 zombies into level 2 zombies, netting me a total of 80 experience points and 8 gold coins. I needed 300 experience to level up, and I already had 110. In this apocalypse, it made me a relatively strong newcomer. I finally had time to go check out that troublesome female zombie from earlier. What exactly was going on? As I walked up and took a closer look, it instantly became clear. From a distance, these twin sisters had extremely attractive looks. But up close, I could see their faces were caked with makeup and covered in traces of cosmetic procedures. Their expressions were so stiff they looked lifeless, nothing but soulless shells. The most speechless part was that both of my arrows had lodged in her breast implants. The arrowheads were struck fast, and instead some yellowish liquid was seeping out from the edges of the implants. It was probably some shady plastic surgery clinic-esque product, tougher than rock even in zombie form. I gave a self-mocking laugh. I really didn't shot at a stone. The sky was gradually darkening. There was less than an hour left until 6 p.m. I'd cleared out all the floors above, but the situation below the 8th floor was still hard to predict. As I was thinking, the system's voice suddenly sounded in my ear. Evening already. Survivors, did you all have fun today? Let me give you a little preview. Daytime is your time, but from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. It's the zombies' home field. At that time, all zombies will get just a tiny bit stronger. You can try your luck. I let out a cold snort, inwardly scoffing at that so-called tiny bit stronger. Zombie stats, attacks, and alertness would all go up. They were even more troublesome than same-level adult zombies, and there were more of them on top of that. The risk was so high, yet the gains didn't increase unless you had absolute confidence in your strength. You'd better forget about going out hunting at night. Even in my previous life, nobody dared wander around after dark. Watching the sky go completely black, I decided to stay here and dress for the night. And wait until dawn to move again. I closed the door tightly, drag a few zombie corpses to block the entrance, and let the blood stench in the room cover my scent so I'll be safer. After finishing all that, I walk into the master bedroom, which is still relatively clean. This used to be the studio of the Guild Desktop female streamer when the apocalypse broke out. She was killed by an elite zombie that burst through the door. I look around. The room is entirely pink, the walls plastered with all kinds of posters and photos. The closet stuffed with uniforms and cosplay outfits, plus a bunch of strange little crops. I can't help sighing she really was something else. Who knows how many fierce battles she fought on this bed, and how many opponents she took down. I strip off my blood-stained clothes and change into the few clean outfits I have stored in my wristband, then quickly tally up the spoil from the recent fight. The 6 zombies I killed this time dropped a total of 4 pieces of beer and some coins at anyhow. In my previous life, I could grind forever and never get anything good. The drop rate now is downright ridiculous. It feels like picking up gold nuggets in a river of gold. My luck is off the charts. To item capsules. I opened the first one, steamed Yang Chang Lake Hairy Crab, guaranteed authentic, absolutely not a fake. This isn't something just anyone can eat under normal circumstances. I never expected to enjoy top-grade hairy crab in the apocalypse. That's luxury to the extreme. The second one is 5 liters bottle of Wahafa purified water. Amazing. This basically solves my drinking water problem for 2 days. In my previous life, people would be fought to the death over it. Next is a ring glowing faint green. Looking closely, the patterns on it resemble the ring of vitality I am wearing now. The system prompts ring of stamina, excellent grade equipment, 5 constitution, and slowly restores stamina after combat. I put it on without hesitation. My stamina is almost depleted. My plunder skill is very stamina consuming. First day of the apocalypse and I've already completed this ring set. This luck is insane, ding. New equipment, ring of stamina equipped, ding. Set effect activated, rejuvenation. Rejuvenation instantly restores a portion of vitality and stamina, 1 hour cooldown. It's literally a lifesaver. I am only level 3, but my current stats are already close to what I had at level 10 in my previous life. Strength 27. Spirit 15, Constitution 25, Agility 18, finally. My gaze falls on an old book that looks ordinary at first glance. A skill book. I was just worrying about not having a suitable skill, and here it is. In the apocalypse, there are generally 2 ways to learn new skills. First, reach level 10. Complete the class change quest and learn class-exclusive skills. Second, rely on skill books. The most valuable ones are general skills that add various support effects. The worst are life skills like construction, crafting, alchemy, and so on. Useful but not ideal for current survival needs. Give me a powerful combat skill. Please don't be some life skill for hammering iron or fixing pots. Arrow of reprimand, excellent grade general skill. Requires a bow or crossbow. Greatly increasing range and damage up to 4 seconds of charge. The attack can pierce multiple enemies with damage decreasing slightly after each penetration. At full charge deals 150% damage. One look at it's clearly an archery type skill for most people. The restriction is too big. Once you pick it, you're locked into the archer path. Mages can't really use this sort of thing, but for me it's perfect. I lack large area attack skills, and a bow or crossbow is just the solution. Besides, I have the S-grade talent double strike at full charge that S 300% damage. Ding, congratulations to Lone Wolf for learning the skill arrow of reprimand. I can't resist testing it. And a phantom arrow of purplish red light appears in my hand. I pull to full charge and fire. No physical bolt is used, and I can move and turn freely while shooting. It can fire backwards too. I tried turning around and shot an arrow backward from the balcony, and the power was astonishing. A normal Doomsday crossbow's range drops at 30 meters and 1 T exceed 40. My fully charged phantom arrow flew a full 50 meters. The only drawback was that the skill consumed too much stamina. Calculated out with my current stamina, I could fire at most 6 shots. If it weren't so draining, I'd work to squat on the 10th floor balcony every day like a sharpshooter and pop the zombies' heads downstairs one by one. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, so he secretly made up his mind to thoroughly test his new ability tomorrow. Today's gains already left him very satisfied. Right now his level was about to reach 3, and this was only the beginning. Yan not only obtained a pair of rings and a war bow, but the quality of this gear was quite good, something he wouldn't even dare dream of in his previous life. More importantly, he had snatched S-grade talents. Max level luck and double strike. An opening like this was something he could never have imagined in his last life. Thinking of this, Shiyu took out the remaining half bottle of Coke and opened the capsules for spicy hot pot and hairy crab. Ever since his rebirth, he had been so busy that he hadn't had a proper meal. Now he was truly hungry. It had to be said, although the organization orderers was extremely unreliable, the food produced by their doomsday supply capsules was practically a miracle. As soon as the capsules were opened, the fragrance of gourmet food instantly filled the room. Aroma and flavor, and kept the best possible texture, so you quickly swept away all the food in front of him, washed down the last bite with Coke, and felt completely relaxed. After eating and drinking his fill, Shiyu began searching the room and finally found paper and pen. After awakening the SSS grade talent hand of Plunder, his future now had infinite possibilities. And at this point, he needed to carefully plan his own class progression. In the Apocalypse, classes are divided into 3 major types: Warrior, Mage, and Taoist. Once the 7-day novice protection period ends and the city save zones gradually open up, as long as a survivor reaches level 10, they can officially change class by completing a quest. Each time you level up, you gain 5 free attribute points. What path a player takes depends entirely on how they distribute points and what gear and skills they choose. If you want to be a tank, you put everything into Constitution. If you pursue high damage, you put everything into Strength. For rogues or archers, you need to invest in both Strength and Agility. Mages and Taoists mainly add Spirit. There are also people who like strange builds, like a warrior who dumps all points into Spirit and just spams skills at zombies, but the damage is abysmal, and they definitely want to live long later on. But a very small number pursue hidden classes. Only 1 in 1,000 people can obtain these classes. Their acquisition rate is about the same as that of some rare talents, so they are not completely out of reach. To become a true expert, you must seize a top-tier hidden class that is Suyu's goal. Take Necromancer, for example, which can summon countless skeleton armies with a wave of the hand. This was Suyu's hidden class in his previous life, part of the Mage line, which he obtained because he once had the talent Heart of the Mage. He knew very well how to obtain a hidden class, but the final strength of a Necromancer's summons is only tied to the Masteress it rebutes, and doesn't he relate much to many top-tier talents. That being the case, the potential of Hand of Plunder would never be fully realized. To get this class again, he'd have to plunder it from a player who possesses Heart of the Mage, which simply was worth the cost, such as Flood Dragon Knight, Shadow Assassin, Diamond Walker, Yin Yang Warlock, Witchcraft Taoist, Corpse Driving Taoist, and so on. These classes originally belonged only to the top war gods. Spell gods and Tao gods in Huaxia's history. Each had its own strengths and weaknesses. Unfortunately, those who could firmly sit at the peak for more than a year were extremely rare. In the Apocalypse, no one can stay at the top forever. No matter how shrewd you are, you can't dart against challenges coming from all directions. Those newly advanced gods were always put under a microscope by everyone, whether it was their talents or their gear. Sooner or later, everything would be thoroughly studied. One by one on paper, all the powerful talents of grade A or above that he could remember. After all, these talents were destined to be plundered by him sooner or later. This kind of defensive talent was unusable. It was just far too rare. Besides, standing there getting beaten while pretending to be dumb and meek, this style doesn't suit me, say. Slow bleed, silence, imprison, weaken, disarm, cripple, foreign, split, error, guaranteed, crit, true damage. After going through all the high-level talents in my mind, I finally decided on my own class advancement route. Archer, loose an arrow and instantly one-shot the target. Even if I couldn't finish them in a single hit, just spraying away the debuffs would trap the opponent. Just thinking about it made me chuckle out loud. I suddenly recalled an acquaintance from the past. Back then I had not yet awakened and was a necromancer. He'd, however, already had the hidden archer class and was known as the god of Zongbiyu. The god of Zongbiyu, he was the only hidden archer class in all of Huaxia, several tiers above my necromancer. But once he advanced, there was nothing in his eyes but gear and profit. He betrayed me without hesitation. I barely eked out a victory in that battle, but his final arrow before death pierced my shoulder, leaving a scar that is yet to heal. In my eyes, the strongest hidden class in Huaxia died just like that, in a dark corner of the museum. God of Zongbiyu at LLBU. I mulled it over again and again. They unhesitatingly drew a big circle around that name. It was very late. Outside, zombies were wandering back and forth in the stairwell, as if standing guard for me. At first there were still faint sounds of fighting, but gradually everything quieted down. I fell into a deep sleep. For the first time in so many years, I had a good dream, no one holding me back, no one hunting me, and no fear or confusion about the future. This kind of ease was actually such a luxury. Whoosh, crouching in the stairwell, I aimed through the crack of the fire door and drew my bow toward my prey. The arrow precisely pierced the zombie's throat and went straight through its brain. The zombie dropped to its knees without a sound, blood flowing everywhere. Even in death, it never understood who had dealt it the fatal blow. Ding. Kill Delvey to zombie. Gain 20 experience points to gold coins. Ding. Leveled up to 4. Gain 5 free at rebuke points. Ding. Talent plundering hand, 1 use remaining. After shooting down a zombie in the first floor common area, my level finally rose to 4th after a night. Most of the zombie nearby had already leveled up to 2. These zombies were completely different from when the outbreak had just begun. Their intelligence was much higher than before. The zombies on the first floor discovered their companion nest death and gathered around. In the narrow stairwell, 5 zombies charged at me in a line. Bow fully drawn, a purple-red phantom arrow whistled out. Arrow of reprimand. 1 arrow skewered all 5 zombies in a row, like stringing candied hawthorns with each body it pierced. Its power weakened slightly, but with my dual strike talent boosting it, the first for what instantly killed the last one barely held on, and I had to finish it with another arrow. Looks like this move can take out at most for at a time anymore, and it starts to struggle. According to the rules of this apocalyptic world, as long as a survivor's level is 3 levels higher than a zombie's, killing them further 1t grant any more experience. There was nothing worth lingering for in this neighborhood. After casually picking up the loot, I left. But compared to yesterday's luck, today felt much more ordinary. Besides provisions, I also got a few special consumables, like explosive bottles and monster lure in jars. I had no use for them for the time being, so I tossed them all into my bracelet space, now that food and drink were no longer a problem. I didn't have to worry about survival. My next target was only one place, Star City Hospital, not far from home. There were 2 reasons. First, I remembered someone in my previous life saying that on the second day of the apocalypse, a hidden dungeon that lasts 24 hours would open at Star City Hospital. As long as you cleared it, the rewards would be absolutely astonishing. Second, the future head of the Lin family would also be going there. He had long been one of my enemies in my previous life. I was going to completely uproot that hidden manger before he had a chance to grow. Choosing to make a move at this moment, who would ever suspect it, as thinking about it was thrilling. Every time I passed these people, I would discreetly scan their abilities. But most people as talents were average at best, hardly any of them even reached D rank, so they didn't interest me at all. When I passed by Star City Hospital, I casually took out a wandering zombie in the parking lot and dug a supply capsule out of the pile of corpses. In a place like this, according to the rules of the apocalypse, there are a lot of people who were physically weak even before everything collapsed. To balance things out, elite-level zombies tend to appear more easily in such areas. For me, this was the perfect opportunity to increase my strength. As long as I killed 1 or 2 elite monsters, my power would skyrocket. They were both well-known rich girls from Star City University, barely escaping disaster. They had dared to close their eyes for a whole day and night. Anxiety and hunger made their expressions dazed, even though there were hardly any zombies outside now. They still didn't dare get out of the car easily. Meow Juan, did you see that? One of the girls whispered, pointing at me. Juan Xin Ran, the guy is your dorm mate Lin Rufus' boyfriend. Sue, right? Meow Juan reminded her softly. All right. Juan Xin Ran squinted toward me, a confident smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Do you think he is reliable? Should we go throw ourselves in with him and have him protect us? Does that even need to be asked? Juan Xin Ran picked up the mirror in the car and started touching up her makeup, clearly full of confidence. Me and Roof usually treated Suyu with a very cold attitude, and Juan Xin Ran felt that as long as she wanted, Suyu would definitely fall head over heels for her. You're way better than her. Meow Juan from the flames at the side. That guy Suyu will definitely hang on my every word. Juan Xin Ran said, not bothering to hide her ambition. Xin Ran, you should keep it low-key, Meow Juan muttered, but she also began titting up her hair. The two of them were about the same in terms of looks. The Juan Xin Ran was born with a sultry charm, and coupled with her bold personality, she'd changed boyfriends more times in college than the number of zombies I've seen. She didn't care in the slightest what other people thought and lived freely and on her own terms. As for Lin Roof, a pure appearance had nothing to do with her true nature. KD already become some rich second-generation-esque plaything. None of them were in any position to look down on the others. They finally got out of the car and hurried over to me, smiling as they extended the olive branch. Suyu, wait for us, I am Lin Rufus' roommate, Juan Xin Ran. You must be heard of me, right? It's full of zombies out here and survivors can be terrifying too. We raised just 2 weak girls with no one to rely on. Could you take us with you? They were so direct that I wasn't surprised at all. They had seen too much violence and horror from inside the car. This morning, a homeless man broke into the parking lot and brutally assaulted a pregnant refugee. The scene completely shattered them. For sheltered girls like them, it was a nightmare. They cowled and T-shake. As they talked, they deliberately showed off their sexy figures, trying to seduce me. Unfortunately, I was interested in that kind of trick. The last thing you should trust is people. To me, they were no different in essence from zombies, rather than take the risk of accepting them. I'd rather find a chance to avoid them altogether. I glanced over their status and saw they had awakened any abilities yet totally not worth my time. YLL definitely get back what you owe me. One XINRN's resentful shout came from behind. I just gave a faint smile and kept walking. I put my hand on one XINRN's shoulder and, while everyone was watching, slid my hand directly down to her sexy lower back. Li Mao Rong? What are you trying to do now? One XINRN glared at me with obvious disgust on her face, but she didn't push me away right away. Her expression immediately changed. How come nothing has happened to you yet? The look on her face turned fawning in an instant, and the smile at the corner of her mouth grew even deeper. To her, I might be a bit younger, but I was easier to manipulate, and I was far more capable than Suyu. My strength left that guy 10 streets behind. How could anything happen to me? The brothers said they saw your car over here, so I came to rescue you. I said casually, pretending it was no big deal. In reality, I'd come here because my family had assigned me this task. You're awful, you're still so good at seen all of One XINRN's little tricks before. Just a few looks and gestures were enough to light a fire in me. Before I could react, she grabbed my hand and pulled it right behind her. And especially juicy, she pouted, her voice full of teasing. Baby, I can't hold back anymore. Where's your car? I scooped One XIN, up in a princess carry and rushed into the car. Baby, I'll definitely satisfy you this time. A little over 2 minutes later, we got out of the car again. With my arm around her, I called NT help, smugly asking, well, was NT that really great? One XIN was smiling on the surface, but she was probably roasting me in her heart. All these years, she'd never pointed out anything wrong with me, but I knew very well was I really that strong. At a time like this, talking big is useless. You were great, really great. One XIN reached up and poked my chest. She was soft and fragrant in my arms. By the way, who was bullying me just now? Who dares mess with my woman? She put on a pitiful expression, even sounding like she was about to cry. He was putting his hands all over me just now. That loser, didn't he really do anything to you, did you? I frowned. I wasn't really interested in my cousin, but I sure wasn't happy about my woman getting pushed around. Luckily, Huan came and scared him off. The moment she mentioned her best friend Miao Huan, my eyes lit up. The figure of hers was seriously explosive. One look and you'd never forget it. In times like these, who need to faced. Men are greedy, they will what's in their bowl while lying what's in the pot. Staying alive is what matters most, everything else is trivial. I'll go talk to Huan. As she finished, One XIN shouted a couple of lines in a half-pouting way. I looked at her and called NT help, laughing. Just lucky, I guess. Tonight we can do some things together. And I'll definitely make sure you eat better than everyone else. I took a steamed bun and half a bottle of water out of my storage bracelet and handed them to her. Eat something first to pad your stomach. One XIN took them, a hint of desolation on her face. Even this bit of food wasn't easy to come by, and the following me meant sharing rations with others. But she didn't know this was all the food I had for the day. We came here to carry out a family mission to begin with, and to see if we could pick up some loot dropped by zombies along the way. Suddenly, ding dong, regional announcement. An interesting newcomer has appeared in Star City Hospital. A big gift package for everyone today. A large number of treasure chests have been placed inside the hospital. First come, first served. Let's party? I had just come in through the back door of the hospital and taken out a few patrolling zombies when I heard the System's voice. Wasn't this exactly the hidden instance I'd been thinking about all night? As long as I could clear this challenge and become the final victor, my path forward would be smoother. Especially in the apocalypse, anything with the word hidden on it was never something simple. Getting it meant a massive profit. Everyone still alive in Star City Hospital heard the system notification in their ears saying, Hidden Battleground activated Star City Hospital. A series of cold system prompts sounded at my ear. Eliminate zombies or open treasure chest to gain points. When the battle ends, the system will settle rewards based on points. Either kill the final boss zombie or end automatically after 24 hours. The system recommends that everyone form parties. Before I could even digest this information, the outer wall of the hospital suddenly looked like it had been overlaid with a special effect from a game, instantly turning into a translucent blue mosaic wall that completely sealed the hospital off from the outside world. Young master, the system says we can leave the hospital now. All our escape routes are sealed. One of Lin Mao Rong's underlings tried to get out in a panic. Only 2 receive a mechanical prompt from the system. Li Mao Rong, however, laughed instead. Didn't you hear? The system just said a tough newcomer showed up. He NT at me. Let's go grab the top ranking. His men immediately straightened up and answered respectfully. The group rapidly formed a party and began sweeping zombies along the perimeter with neat coordination. But inside the hospital, it was territory the survivors were firmly suppressed, constantly shifting hiding spots, with the occasional shrill scream echoing out of the darkness. Most people didn't dare resist at all. Their only thought was to hide well and cling to life. I pushed the back door lightly, took a deep breath, and slammed it shut with all my strength. The sound might as well have been a deliberate invitation to every zombie around. I had no time to waste. I sprinted straight into a small room dozens of meters away and climbed in through the window. With no trace of zombies, I specifically checked before coming in. No one had entered or left this room, and there were no signs of fighting, so the safety factor was relatively high. Just as I steadied my footing, I suddenly stepped on something abnormally soft underneath my foot. I looked down. A zombie was actually lying in ambush right under the windowsill, its pair of ashen eyes glaring viciously at me, drool dripping from its mouth as its jaws opened and closed. This thing had actually learned to camp in ambush. Darted to the side and raised my hand to draw the bow. An arrow shot through the top of the zombie's head, the shaft driving straight into its throat. Fresh blood gushed from the zombie's throat. It tried by instinct to roar, but not a sound came out, and it quickly collapsed to the floor. If it had managed to scream, that would have been trouble. With so many zombies swarming over, I'd be done for two. Ding, zombie killed. LV1.1. The system calmly announced again. You can check points in the leaderboard at any time on your bracelet. Rankings are anonymous. By default, you can also choose to display your name. The board refreshes every 10 minutes. I glanced at the rankings. In less than a few minutes, once Quad S points had already risen to 10th. The Lin family S Young Master S squad had indeed arrived. Last night, I stayed up late and wrote all my enemies' names into a little notebook, including Lin Maorong. In my previous life, he took first place in this dungeon. When the apocalypse first descended, the Lin family suffered heavy losses. But with BA as High Hao backing him, Lin Maorong eventually became the new head of the Lin family, and also BA is High Hao's most obedient subordinate. Back then, when they slandered me for betrayal, those two were the fiercest ones charging at me. Running into them is only a matter of time. This time, I want Lin Maorong to get a good taste of despair. I decisively activated the C-Rent Talent Disguise mask. This talent lets me change my appearance once a day for an hour, and I can alter my personal info at will. I changed my name to Utterly Average Passerby. In this kind of crowded, loose-lipped environment, it is not suitable to expose my identity. If others found out the lone wolf was here, it would do nothing to help my upcoming revenge plans. I looked around the room. This was the hospital's security department. It was empty big, but it was a pleasant surprise. The corpse on the floor was the head of security himself. I unceremoniously yanked the access card from his neck and tied it to my forearm. Now this entire hospital was practically my back garden. Drew the curtains, then opened the drawers and found the hospital's fire escape plan inside. I majored in civil engineering. Studying maps is no challenge for me. Very soon I had every secret passage and hiding spot completely mapped out in my head. I had just finished when the snarling and pounding of zombies sounded from outside the door that had clearly found another poor soul. Pressing my eye to the crack, I observed for quite a while. I suddenly pushed open the security room door. Everything was ready, only the show had yet to begin. Come on, let us have ourselves a good fight. The world changed right at noon. In the hospital, doctors and nurses were switching shifts, the time when there were the most people. Whether medical staff or patients, everyone was gathered together at that moment. The corridor was dim. The ceiling had collapsed, leaving only exposed steel beams. Broken bulbs flickered as if seeing off the unfortunate dead, choking people until they could barely breathe. Blood and shredded flesh were everywhere. The entire hospital had become a hellish slaughterhouse. I'd already survived 10 years, and the apocalypse scenes like this no longer surprised me. Although zombies were densely packed, here at least 1,000 of them, my silver bird claws enhanced my perception considerably. Every step I took was calculated precisely to slip past the patrol zombies' line of sight. Beep. Access granted. I quickly made my way to the imaging department on the first floor. This was a high radiation area in the hospital, so the doors and walls were especially sturdy, far better than the busted doors and windows in the security room. I spent some time familiarizing myself with the layout and underground the imaging hall. A few zombies were wandering about inside the hall, and several terrified survivors were hiding near the toilets. With almost no sight of living people, what really caught my attention was the powerful presence emanating from deep inside. I only needed to clear the zombies in the hall in order to push deeper into the imaging center. The zombies varied in strength, but their rhythm was basically unified. For an ordinary person, even a one-on-one would require fighting with everything they had. Even for me, if I relied solely on close combat without using any skills, it would be hard to hold out. I had a ranged weapon in hand. 10 zombies was exactly my limit. I quietly circled them 3 times and completely figured out their patrol pattern. holding my breath. I waited until they were farthest from me, then took aim at the leading level 3 zombie and loosed an arrow, striking its vital point with perfect accuracy. Before the other zombies could react, I kept firing in quick succession. Double kill! Triple kill! By the time I was killing like a madman, the zombie pack had already rushed up close to me, but my positioning was deliberate. I'd chosen the corner of the last corridor in the lobby waiting area. It was already narrow there, and with the floor piled with corpses, the space was even tighter. The zombies moved stiffly and weren't smart enough to think of a workaround. They all obediently squeezed into a single file line and became my leaden targets. I drew my bow, and a violently phantom arrow flashed forth, a row of retribution, after hitting level 4. I had pulled my coins into strength. Now, I had 32 points in strength. Stringing the 5 zombies together and knocking them down like dominoes right in front of me, the last 2 zombies clambered over the bodies of their companions, mouths wide open as they lunged. But I was steady as a rock. I'd already prepared my final arrow. I drew, released the arrow, passed through the mouth of the first zombie, then continued on through the one behind it. The 2 of them were taken out by a single shot. Before they could even let out a scream, they were already on the ground, throats flooded with blood. Heavy footsteps and shrill howls echoed from behind me. I knew I couldn't stay any longer. There was no time to inspect things carefully. I quickly stowed all the spoils I had just obtained into my wristband. Swipe the card, enter the imaging center's interior. The whole process took less than 30 seconds, clean and efficient. The survivors hiding in the restroom had seen everything that just happened in the lobby. They'd even betting on whether I could last 30 seconds. Yet the zombies that had been rampaging around the lobby were like paper in my hands, casually taken care of. Oh my god, it hasn't even been 30 seconds and he has already dealt with all the zombies. One of them exclaimed, but that guy's info is all question marks. He has definitely got some secret we don't know about. Who do you think is stronger, him or that lone wolf? Lone wolf SSS grade talent sounds insane. But I still think this guy is stronger. He took on 10 at once without even moving from his spot. Just then they spotted a new target. Look, he noticed the treasure chest. He just walked right past it. They could no longer contain themselves and rushed toward the treasure chest glowing blue in the corner of the lobby. Bro, this should be the chest that the orderer mentioned, right? Yeah, this was NT here before. There's definitely good stuff inside. I bet it's a weapon. I think it has survival supplies. But when they opened it, there was nothing inside. Lord Orderer, couldn't he be lying? The younger one refused to believe it. He stuck half his body into the chest to keep searching. The lid of the chest suddenly slammed shut, cutting him cleanly in two. His severed arm even bounced onto his companion, splattering him with blood. Help! The chest is killing people. The survivor who was still alive was scared out of his wits. He fell to the ground and scrambled backward, shouting for help at the top of his lungs. His cries quickly drew the zombies from outside. Standing inside the imaging center, I watched everything that happened in the lobby with perfect clarity and only commented blandly. This setup is way too simple. I denoticed the chest long ago. With the bonus from the silver bird claw, this sort of low-level disguise meant nothing at all. Ordinary treasure chests usually only drop after you kill a boss-level zombie, and the rewards inside are generally pretty good. But there are also a lot of wild treasure chests like this, and 99% of them are actually monsters disguised as chests. They ray thick skinned and tough, and you did nothing for killing them. They ray not a bonus at all, they feel more like a malicious trap designed purely to screw people over. These mimic chests may look pretty convincing at first glance, but if you look closely there are still differences. Over time, a field treasure chest identification guide started circulating among the survivors. And from then on, the enforcers and us players began a battle of wits. They kept upgrading the quality of their forgeries, but it's only the second day of the apocalypse right now, so the disguises are still terrible fake at a glance. I couldn't be bothered to give them another look and continued weaving through the ruined imaging center. This place had clearly just gone through several brutal battles. I went into the nearest office first and took a blue potion out of my wristband. ID just fired off several arrows of retribution in a row, and over half my stamina was gone. Instantly restores 10% stamina for the next 10 minutes, restores an additional 2% per minute. Only one potion of this type can be in effect at a time. But it's always limited stock in the shop, expensive and in high demand, and it can even sell for double on the black market. I downed it in one gulp. A good chunk of my stamina had returned. While my stamina was recovering, I finally had time to tally up my recent gains. 1 level 3 zombie, 6 level 2 zombies, and 3 level 1 zombies. I gained 150 experience, 15 gold coins, and 10 points. That brought my total points to 11, which let me level up and put me on the leaderboard at rank 4th, but rankings like that don't interest me in the slightest. So you rummage through the hall from the recent dungeon run inside the wristband's store to it actually drop for capsules, 1 little raid bottle, 1 luring jar, and that's it. This is the drop rate for a hidden dungeon. Way to stingy enforcers. Most people know that hidden dungeons have slightly better drop rates. And for an ordinary person, getting this much in one run would probably move them to their knees in gratitude to the enforcers for their favor. Indifferent. With max level luck basically halved to the ceiling, I be seen so much loot that it barely excites me anymore. Just on the way to the hospital, ID already picked up 7 or 8 supply capsules, Chinese food, Western food, drinks, snacks, fruit. You name it. ID also picked up quite a few consumable items. Finally, in one corner of the wristband space, I spotted a necklace surrounded by a blue glow, extremely eye-catching. Eye necklace, and it has excellent quality. I almost burst out laughing with excitement. This drop rate was even more thrilling than drawing a rare prize from a lottery. Necklaces are the hardest to get. Not only do they increase stats, they also come with an active offensive skill. Chain of Sacred Arrows, excellent quality equipment. Her ranger has infused ancient power into this necklace to cleanse all darkness. Stats Strength 3, Spirit 2, Constitution 2, Agility 3rd. Attached skill Sacred Arrow Slaughter allows you to move while shooting. Firing 20 storm arrows straight ahead over 3 seconds with 25% crit chance, each arrow dealing 30% damage. Equipment requirement must use a bow or crossbow. Cooldown 12 hours. An extremely powerful damage skill truly worthy of excellent quality gear. That has 600% total damage. Add in my double strike bonus and it jumps straight to 1200%. It might not be that easy to land everything, but against zombies that only know how to charge straight ahead, I could turn them into porcupines in minutes. I put the necklace on immediately. I didn't expect that on just the second day of the apocalypse, I'd already completed my accessory set, 1 necklace into rings. Can the rest of the gear be far behind? Just as I was thinking that, a violent banging on a door came from the CD room at the deepest part of the imaging center. I remembered clearly that was where I'd previously sensed a powerful zombie. It was finally running out of patience and had begun a fierce assault on the CD room. Plaster from the hallway ceiling kept falling and the entire room shook under its violent impacts. But the door to radiology was going to be destroyed that easily. Hey, door bite me? Come in if you've got the guts, filthy zombie. Still remember how you bit off half my ear last time? This is a solid lead door, thick and heavy. I'll never break through it. The man's tone was sharp, taunting the zombie that was frenzied like slamming into the door. The beginning of this sin was half an hour ago in the CT room. At that time, a schoolgirl and a doctor were hiding in the CD room. The girl was a high school student, petite, compassionate, and dreamed of becoming a pediatrician. Her family background was ordinary, but she'd earned admission to medical school through her own efforts. Newly an adult, her future was boundless. The doctor, on the other hand, had previously been caught by the hospital for taking under-the-table read envelopes and inflating maintenance bills, and was severely punished. Not only did he lose his gray income, even the little nurse who had been flirting with him took the chance to cut things off. His life was shrouded in gloom. And everything changed. The man and woman had been trapped in the CD room for a full day and night, tired, hungry, barely holding on. They had just escaped death yesterday and thought they were finally safe. But unexpectedly, the orderers turned this place into a dungeon and zombies around them kept increasing. Through the observation window, the girl watched the horde of zombies outside ceaselessly pouncing and gnawing, and panic surged in her heart. But what she didn't realize was that in the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing had never been the zombies but people. Dr. Uncle, are we going to die in here? NP, they say some powerful person came. Will he save us? It is really great that I could meet you. I don't even know how to thank you. Thank me. Heh, using your body to thank me is enough. The doctor stared out the window, his eyes growing more and more deranged, hiding in the dark. Watching them tear each other apart, I felt an indescribable exhilaration. Who told them to run their mouths and betray me? Now they were getting what they deserved. And that girl who seemed completely ignorant of this world and had been pretending to be harmless, ultimately revealed her weakness. Even if I killed her right now, no one could hold me responsible. No one would care whether she lived or died. I became even more unrestrained. The girl trembled under the crushing weight of fear. It is inconvenient for me these few days, I sneered, my eyes turning utterly crazed. Inconvenient? I've never tried that before. At that moment, humanity had already completely collapsed. After her body was toyed with, the girl curled up in a corner like an empty shell with its soul sucked dry. Suddenly, she darted toward the CT room switch like a madwoman, and after pressing it, threw herself straight into the zombie horde outside the door. I reacted quickly and slammed the door shut at once. Even so, a zombie still rushed in through the gap, nearly paying with my life. What I didn't know was that after she was bitten, she actually evolved directly into an elite zombie and wiped out every living thing in the imaging center. A bone-chilling killing intent spread out. So terrifying that even the zombies outside didn't dare approach. I took a short rest, then walked out of the office, just in time to see a petite female zombie, drenched in blood, moving as fast as a leopard, darting and leaping through the corridor. She repeatedly slammed her body brutally into the CD room door. The door was already deformed and the frame around it had even started to smoke. I figured it wouldn't be long before the door was smashed open. The man's shouting from inside gradually stopped. He had vaguely sensed the danger. Corrupted zombie elite, level 4, strength 30, spirit 0, constitution 25, agility 30. Innate talent, spirit of vengeance. The obsession of the soul remains unextinguished after death, dealing double damage to its enemies. Compared to me, her strength was 7 points lower, but her agility was 9 points higher. Spirit at 0, she must have endured immense torment before turning into a zombie. I drew my war bow, and just as the door was about to be knocked open, a purple-red energy arrow pierced her head. Although it worked very well on ordinary zombies, its effect on elite zombies was mediocre. But I had already prepared a second arrow, which struck her left shoulder dead on. She finally stopped paying attention to the trembling man inside the room and turned toward me, her eyes filled with madness and hatred as a chilling scream tore from her throat. Her body started convulsing as if completely out of her own control, and her speed exploded, accurately predicting her movement. But just as the arrow was about to hit, she twisted her body. The arrow brushed past her shoulder. A chill shot through my heart as I muttered under my breath, "Force you into the air, let us see how you dodge that." I fired another arrow at the zombie's lower abdomen. She let out a despairing scream and suddenly leapt up hard, diving straight into the ceiling as suspended space and vanishing without a trace. From above the ceiling came the sound of her cries, running. Hitting her now was almost impossible. This elite zombie-esque target was Ntimi. Her greatest enemy had to be the person hiding in the CT room. Evolving into an elite zombies like this were rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. I killed thousands of elite zombies, so I understood at a glance a vengeful wraith. The man inside the room, who'd been yelling earlier, changed his tune the moment he saw what I could do. He slunk over, tail between his legs. "Bro, I am a doctor. I know this place better than anyone. Can you take me out with you?" I gave him a flat look. "Oh, doctor? This is your doing?" There was nothing remarkable about this guy, and he'd even given himself a thoroughly disgusting name by Yun Tao. I couldn't tell whether he was truly stupid or just pretending. He sidled closer with a lewd grin. "Men all understand, right? With your skills, the little nurses in the hospital should be a problem, yeah? Especially that pretty girl in pediatrics. Let me broaden your horizons a bit." I cut him off just as the words reached his lips, grabbed him by the neck, dragged him out like a chick, and slammed him heavily onto the floor. I raised my war bow and pointed it straight at him. "Don't kill me?" The doctor begged frantically, scared out of his wits. There was a thunderous crash as a hole was smashed open in the ceiling. Mouth gaping, it let out a shrill howl, its sharp claws lunging straight for the shivering doctor. The doctor wet himself in terror, face twisted in a pleading grimace. "Bro, spare me, I am begging you." Just as the zombie-esque claws were about to fall, I finally made my move. Holy arrow massacre! I had only one thought in my heart: sweep away all darkness. The elite zombie had just launched itself into the air when it became my living target. Within 3 seconds, 20 crystal arrows glowing blue fired in a volley. Its cries growing weaker and weaker, but its eyes remained locked firmly on the doctor not far away, who was still laughing. I held back from loosing the final arrow. Its body, bristling with arrows, crashed to the floor and didn't move again. The doctor let out a long breath of relief and crawled over to the zombie, face shifting between fear and viciousness. "You trying to scare me to death? You did that on purpose, didn't you?" He even tried to taunt the zombie-esque corpse and give it a kick. But the moment he touched it, the zombie-esque eyes suddenly snapped open. Her claws slashed viciously across the doctor-esque groin. Man and machine separated in an instant. His legs were chopped clean off, blood spraying like a fountain. The doctor collapsed in a pool of blood, sobbing and gasping for breath, only then did the elite zombie finally let go of her hatred. With a look of release on her face, she glanced at me, then closed her eyes. "You have slain elite zombie LV4. EXP 80 gold 8. Killed elite zombie LV4 points 50. Death is the only release. 10 years into the apocalypse, I've always had my own way of doing things. I helped the zombie complete its revenge and took the chance to clean up this monster, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The doctor dragged his mangled body toward me, his face full of despair, begging me over to save him. I set an arrow to the bowstring and aimed at his head. "Save you? What benefit can you give me?" He would turn into a zombie with 3 legs broken. Shivering, the doctor said, "There's a shocking secret in the hospital." On the 4th floor, before he finished, his eyes rolled back and he started turning into a zombie. I loosed the arrow and ended him with a single shot. The monsters in this territory all seemed to lose their suppression. Voices and footsteps came from the image hall. At least several dozen in number. Right now I was completely drained. No match for them at all. I had to retreat. I quickly stored the loot back into my wristband and rushed to the previous office, slamming the door shut. But my movements had already drawn the zombies' attention. In an instant, over 30 zombies surged to the door like a tidal wave, slamming into it one after another. The flimsy office door cowled and hold for long and was soon smashed open. The zombies swarmed in, packing the room to the brim. The strange thing was, someone had clearly just ducked into the room. How did he suddenly vanish? They froze where they were, searching all around for any trace of me, low growls in their throats as they exchanged information. But they cowed me find a single trace ID left behind. With a thud 300 years ago, an apple hit Newton on the head and he discovered gravity. Today, a piece of gypsum board happened to fall on a zombie-ass head, and it discovered nothing at all. No one would have thought that the elite zombie from just now had actually inspired me. I had already slipped away from the office through the space above the suspended ceiling. It was the apocalypse. Most of the ceiling panels were already badly damaged and could collapse at any moment. What I didn't know was that right after the battle ended, my points had already risen to 62. That put me a full 35 points ahead of second place, far in the lead on the rankings. Outside the emergency hall, Lin Maoran's group had finally managed to pick up a material capsule stick of not very sweet sugarcane. A dozen or so people sat in a row on the steps at the entrance, each gnawing on a section of sugarcane. Even the spent pulp, they called in bare to spit out. They forced it down, swallowing it whole. Their faces turned betrayed one by one. Almost choking themselves unconscious, someone shouted, "The points ranking just updated." Li Maorong looked absolutely confident. "Do we even need to ask?" "Of course we race still first," his lackey said in a trembling voice. "Young master." Someone has passed us. He was so shocked he almost spat his dentures out. The expression on Maythan's face froze and the sugarcane in his hand instantly lost its taste. He looked at the ranking and saw that the top spot was a completely unfamiliar name he'd never heard of, 62 points all by himself. Someone beside him muttered under his breath, "Young master, remember what the orderer said about a newly risen powerhouse." Li Maorong flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Nonsense, the only powerhouse is me. Hurry up and finish eating. Then we get back to work." As for me, I found a relatively sturdy concrete platform. I took out a box of Gobauer OU and started wolfing it down, then drank a few mouthfuls of KVS, letting out several satisfied burps. The zombies in the office would look around in confusion, but they just calmly find me. Before eating, I had downed the last small blue bottle. You have to understand, in my previous life I had to wait until after my class changed to get these skills, but this time I had maxed them out during the newbie phase. Just those 2 skills had drained all my energy. I calmly helped, thinking back to the doctor's dying advice. People's words do sound nicer when they about to die. Can that really be trusted? The 4th floor is already the apocalypse. Who still cares about that? But the more people try to hide something, the more curious I get. I have to go that way anyway, so fighting my way up won't be a loss. After eating and drinking my fill, I took out all the spoils I'd just obtained. One capsule I didn't look closely and stuffed it straight into my backpack. Then came an antique-looking key, universal key, nice. Universal key, excellent grade consumable. Can open locks or mechanisms of the same grade or below, regardless of type. Use it wherever you can get something open. I took out the new piece of equipment. One look at the stats and I was delighted. A fine grade pair of shoes. But the moment I saw that signature gaudy red, my smile froze. How could it be this thing? Red leather surface, glowing with the unique blue sheen of fine equipment, and to cylindrical tubes on the sides that looked like miniature rocket launchers. That's right, these were the infamous super rocket boots, nicknamed Death Gamble shoes by players. Fine grade equipment that must have artifact for escaping and chasing. Agility 5th can consume stamina to activate rocket boost, causing your speed to surge for 3 seconds, can only be used again after 10 minutes. There's a 1 in 6 chance the boots will malfunction. At worst you can't break. At worst of the worst, they explode outright. Some people had even been kicked flying and smashed into paste, though I disliked them in my heart. I honestly took off my original sneakers and gritted my teeth as I put on the rocket boots. If the skill is unreliable, I simply won't use it. The bonus stats alone are more than worth it. Once I put them on, my whole body felt lighter. That said, a grown man wearing a pair of gaudy red leather shoes looks eye-catching no matter how you see it. In the apocalypse, aside from small accessories like necklaces and rings, the only wearable gear is basic and special equipment. Basic equipment comes in just 2 types. Weapons and armor. No need to explain weapons, everyone understands those. Armor is divided into 6 slots: helmet, chest plate, leg guards, shoulder guards, gloves, and boots. The benefits of equipment are straightforward. It not only strengthens my attributes, but the higher the quality, the more extra offense it grants. Besides that, there are some special types of equipment, like glasses, cloaks, and fishing rods. These things don't increase basic attributes but often have special uses, for example, letting me see in the dark or lowering the chance of being detected by enemies. Right after I changed into the new gear, I immediately opened my personal status panel. Name Lone Wolf, Calden TB, more ordinary level for strength 35, spirit 17, constitution 32, agility 26, luck 9, storage space 1 cubic meter, equipment Huaxia War Bow, vitality ring, energy ring, holy arrow necklace, super rocket boots, main talent plundering hand, SSS grade, sub talents maxed out, luck S grade, mask of disguise C grade, double strike S grade, skills doctrine of appropriation 1/4, rejuvenation, arrow of punishment, little flying rod. Come! Seeing these stats, even I could hardly believe it. To be honest, this is way stronger than I was back when I changed class at level 10. 5 divine items, 5 skills. This gear setup of mine. No one could reach this level on just the second day of the apocalypse. The most broken of all are the talents I've acquired. You have to understand, the probability of awakening an S-grade talent is only 1 in a million. I closed the panel and glanced at the office packed densely with zombies. I didn't expect that after so long, this horde of monsters still refused to leave. A brilliant idea suddenly popped into my head. I fixed my eyes on one particular item in the bracelet, the luring pod. Ordinary grade consumable. Consumes 1 point of stamina. Throw it to attract the attention of zombies within a 10-meter radius. Effect lasts 1 minute and disappears if the pod is shattered during that time. For zombies, this thing is simply a lethal temptation. Sometimes a group of zombies will even start fighting over it. You can pick them off individually. Do it then. I vaulted forward and landed in the corridor without a sound, both feet stepping on corpses without making the slightest noise. Then I placed the luring pod exactly 10 meters from the office door. The zombie that had been standing there like a wooden statue suddenly had its eyes light up and charged straight at the pot like a lunatic, its eyes full of greed. Just as it was about to touch the luring pot, an arrow pierced its skull, taking it out on the spot. Ding, killed zombie LV2. Gained 20 EXP to gold coins. Ding, killed zombie LV2. Gained 1 point. I nudged the luring pot forward half an inch with my foot. I knew zombie rushed out and the process kept repeating. The system prompts for kills and points almost never stopped. The luring pot's effect lasted exactly 1 minute. In that short minute, I easily racked up dozens of system messages and earned 27 points. The floor was already piled with corpses and the war bow in my hand was almost smoking from being drawn so much. Then move on. I avoided the crowds on the first and second floors and moved around the hospital as the situation demanded, hidden run style. ENT department 32 points gained, stairwell 23 points gained. 4th floor neurosurgery 19 points gained, while killing zombies. I didn't even forget to look for the secret that doctor mentioned before he died. But after searching the entire 4th floor, I didn't find anything unusual. Given some time, my level finally rose to 5th. Now my level was 3 higher than all the zombies around me. Killing them further would only build up points, all other rewards were gone. I glanced at the time, almost 6p. I was in first place with a commanding lead at 168 points, but with less than an hour left. I decided to call it a day. This method was indeed efficient, just a bit exhausting, after walking around till now. My arms barely felt like they were mine anymore. My stamina and energy were both bottomed out, and my storage bracelet was almost stuffed full of loot. The most urgent thing now was to find a safe place to lay low and continue tomorrow. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor in the obstetrics and gynecology department, Lee Mao Rong's team had finally found a place to settle down and decided to hide there for the night. Check the rankings, who rests in first place now, and how many points do they have? I stared at my bracelet and rubbed my eyes, hardly daring to believe the numbers I was seeing. Young Master, the one in first place now, is perfectly ordinary passerby. With 168 points, Labier's voice was a bit small, he didn't quite dare to say it. And us, our points and rank? We been desperately killing zombies these days, how could someone else end up stepping on our heads, young master? We have 68 points, rank 3rd, this can't be real. There is definitely something wrong. Enforcer, I want to report someone for cheating. I glared at the bracelet. So angry I was about to start smoking. Young master, what is the plan for tonight? Sensing the mood was off, Leo B. anxiously asked. You take turns keeping watch. Tomorrow we charge straight to the 4th floor. Don't ye forget. We ray here on young master Ba's highest mission. I shot him a glare and waved him off irritably. Got it. Labier hurried out. Afraid of making me any angrier, I was still full of unwillingness, pacing back and forth in the room, a lump of anger stuck in my chest that refused to go away. Just then, 2 women's arguing voices suddenly came from the next room. As soon as I walked over, Ron Xin ran immediately grabbed my arm and cooed. Honey, help us judge who is prettier. Whoever wins will keep you company tonight, I froze. Dressed like this, Juan Xin ran really made my eyes light up. The doctoress uniform was half unbuttoned, revealing bright red lace underwear underneath. Below, her short skirt reached only to the tops of her thighs, and her black stockings had been deliberately ripped in several places. She wore glasses, pretending to be serious as she held a stethoscope, her eyes seductively captivating. "Or I'll give you an injection." Miao Huan was not to be outdone. Dressed in a pink nurse outfit, she was even bolder than 1xin ran. The hem of her skirt had been cut even higher, her curves completely exposed, full of teasing suggestion. One was a goddess with an elegant aura, exuding mature dominance. The other was a soft, cute goddess with a scorching hot body. "I wanted them both, so who are you choosing?" the two women asked me in unison. I answered without hesitation, a wicked grin on my face. Adults don't do multiple choice questions, just as things were getting heated. Old 8 suddenly interrupted from outside the door. "Young master, two survivors have come to defect to us. Can't you see I am busy? Deal with it yourself." I was a bit annoyed and waved him away. Old 8 tactfully backed out, and I took the chance to really go all out. A few minutes passed before I finally stopped. The whole performance far exceeding my usual. "Husband, you re amazing. This time was twice as long as usual." 1xin Ran looked at me in amazement. Miao Huan chimed in with praise as well, calling me master over and over, making me feel extremely pleased. They had seen mine and my subordinate's strength and understood that in an apocalypse like this, following the right person mattered more than anything. They had completely made up their minds to stick with me. We were just about to rest when suddenly a woman-ass scream and a man-ass mad laughter came from the room next door. After getting dressed, I headed out with the two women. "Old 8, what is going on?" I frowned, staring at Old 8 standing guard at the door. Old 8 rubbed his nose and tried to explain. "Young master, those two survivors who just came over look pretty decent, so the brothers just sigh." Suddenly an angry roar came from inside the room. "Are you guys insane? She was the last woman we had, and you actually played her to death." Another voice chuckled darkly. "Called me help it. She bit me, and I lost control of my strength." One move and she stopped breathing. There was the slightest hint of shame in his tone, only viciousness that made their blood boil. This was their first time doing something like this. They'd already been driven crazy by the women brought back during the day, and now they had completely lost control. I understood the scene at a glance. Those two newly arrived women simply cowed and withstand their torment in barely half an hour. They had been literally clayed to death. A player has been eliminated because of this accidental killing. I instantly received all the points belonging to the dermatology mutual aid team. I was secretly delighted. If I get rid of those so-called completely ordinary passersby, will I gain even more? Clean up the bodies later, Don T blocked the way they re an eyesore. When Xin ran and Miao Huan didn't show a trace of fear or pity. There was a hint of relief on their faces. Those two girls who had just died might not have been stunning beauties, but they were far from unattractive. If I hadn't just forced myself to stay rational, who knows what I might have done. Just then Old 8 suddenly shouted from the doorway, "Don T, move, someone's coming." It's the Ma family from Hexi. A cold smile curled at the corner of my lips. I nodded at him and made a throat-slitting gesture, signaling that he could make a move. At this moment, Suyu was quietly sneaking into the storage room in the corner of the third floor. This was a place I had discovered by accident, a kind of safe haven. The storage room was on the top floor of the annex building, with only a single corridor over 10 meters long leading to it. It was extremely hidden and completely isolated from the rest of the hospital. After clearing out the zombies that had followed me, I walked to the end of the passage and swiped my card to open the door. This access card was really useful. All this way, I had encountered a single door at Callan T open. But inside the storage room it was eerily quiet. With every step, I could hear my footsteps echoing, relying on the Silverbird Qua's power. The entire situation in the storage room was laid bare before me. By now, they probably already hidden themselves. Clearly, they didn't welcome me. I took out the black mask I just obtained from my wristband. It was a special piece of equipment, ghoul mask when equipped. It completely conceals a human-esque presence at night, making me undetectable to zombies. However, the moment I attack or move, I'll be exposed. Pretty practical. Sure enough, when I took my third step, they made their move. Two men suddenly rushed out, each clutching a scalpel in his hand. The cold gleam aimed straight at my throat and abdomen. "Who are you? How do you have a storage room access card?" One of them asked warily. "No need for nonsense. Just kill him already." The other snarled, murderous intent overflowing. I let out a cold laugh. There are two kinds of people I hate most: those who point a blade at me, and those who want to let me point a blade at them. I didn't bother saying much more. They probably seen the massacre I caused in the passage earlier to still have the guts to make a move on me. Did they really think I was some soft persimmon? The two of them were fast, thrusting toward my neck and abdomen from different angles. But compared to me, their movements were still lacking. My hands clamped down like iron tongs, seizing their wrists in a single grab. They froze instantly. The difference in strength was too great. They cowled and teeth break free at all. I exerted just a bit more force and sweat broke out on their foreheads. Their faces went pale. They tried to cry out, but I increased the pressure, directly snapping both their arms. Then I gave a fierce yank, slamming their foreheads together. With a loud bang, the two of them passed out on the spot, blood instantly pooling across the floor. As usual, I scanned their information. Wear small size underwear. LV3, no class, E-rank talent, enhanced attack, enjoys big dick life. LV3, no class, E-rank talent, enhanced defense. Aside from those ridiculous names, there was really nothing worth mentioning. E-rank talents only added a bit of attack, and defense no threat at all. With this level of strength, they dared to ambush me? They were asking for death. I was just about to finish them off when I heard Russ' heavy breathing from the corridor. I saw two women thrown to the side, bound hand and foot. Judging from their clothes, one was a doctor and the other a nurse. It was obvious they'd been kidnapped. The way they'd been tied up was practiced and efficient. This was the work of repeat offenders at a glance. I clearly interrupted the fun those two men had been planning. I swept a cold gaze over the two women, weighing my next move in my mind. Yin Yu Bing, level 2 or no awakened class, yet her talent was an S-rank healer. Less compassion. She was the ghost doctor in my previous life. In that life, she awakened a hidden class from the Taoist line with the ability to save people on the brink of death. As long as there was one last breath left, she could drag someone back from the gates of hell. Originally, Yin Yu Bing was a genius doctor devoted to saving lives. But after the apocalypse arrived, no one knew what she'd been through. Her personality became extremely bizarre. To get her to treat someone, you had to meet conditions completely different from other doctors. Everyone she treated would be added to her list. If you wanted her help, you had to pay an extremely high price and sign a very bizarre contract within 1 year. You had to personally kill any one survivor on that list, or backed by a great family dared to hire her. Otherwise, you risked being marked at any time. And no one wanted a debt like that hanging over their head. At that time, I happened to encounter Yin Yu Bing and she saved my life. She took all the supplies I had accumulated and made me sign that strange contract. Later, after I fulfilled the contract and wanted to see her again, I was never able to find her. It was only when the contract expired that I learned Yin Yu Bing had already had an accident. Later, someone revealed that her talent and medical skills had caught the eye of a powerful family. They only saw her as a high-level healing tool after several failed attempts to recruit her. They simply made her disappear completely. This world is really that small. Fate comes when it wants. The Yin Yu Bing in front of me still looked very young and green, completely different from the aloof and indifferent woman she would later become. She was a cold beauty, a totally different type from the ragged light dress yet voluptuous little nurse beside her. Maybe because of that, the two men had set their sights on her. They had even touched her clothes. But with my sudden appearance, would I end up disrupting the trajectory of her life? Yin Yu Bing's SS rank talent was very strong, but it belonged to the healing type. For most ordinary people who only wanted to survive, it was actually that useful. Trying to snatch her ability, limited value. Unlike the little nurse next to her, whose talent was just the most ordinary F rank. Star City Little Fairy level 2. No class, F rank auxiliary healing talent. The two of them had both awakened healing type talents, yet one was in the heavens and the other in the mud, an absurd gap. At this moment, the little nurse saw me and was clearly a bit frightened. My red pupils made her hair stand on end, seeing me easily subdue the two men. She finally mustered her courage and asked me for help. "Big brother, could you save me?" Yin Yu Bing still had a wad of cloth stuffed in her mouth and could only make muffled sounds. She just gave me a casual glance. Her eyes, however, were locked onto the little nurse. The tension between the two was obvious. There was clearly quite a bit of bad blood in private. Killing those two men was nothing to me. I was some sake. It was just that Yin Yu Bing had saved my life in the past. Being able to help her now was a way of returning that favor. Once she grew stronger in the future, she might be of great use. For me, this bit of time and effort meant nothing. I ignored the little nurse and walked straight toward Yin Yu Bing, crouched down, and said, "I'll take the cloth out of your mouth. But don't shout or you'll draw the zombies over." She looked at me, tears still clinging to her lashes, and nodded, "Thank you, Passerby big brother." Once the cloth was removed, she could finally speak. She immediately started muttering in a low voice with the little nurse beside her, the two of them sniping at each other nonstop. I took out a large portion of barbecue from my wristband and set the food on the table, apparently never having seen anyone pull out a full feast from thin air. But they were arguing so fiercely they had no time to bother with me. I ate barbecue while watching the show. The more I listened, the more outrageous it sounded. It turned out that Yin Yu Bing, the little nurse, and Yin Yu Bing's fiancé were all colleagues in dermatology. When the apocalypse broke out, Yin Yu Bing had been eating in the cafeteria when she came back to the third-floor department. She happened to walk in on her own fiancé betraying me. and the scene was scorching hot. When the little nurse saw me come in, she had even deliberately twisted the fiancé's head away, all while lighting him on to keep going. All the complaints my fiancé had nursed for so many years had actually been a long-term scheme he'd been cooking up with the little nurse behind my back. Only then did I realize I had been betrayed by these two for a full 2 years. No wonder my temper had gotten so bad later on. Sitting at the table, elegantly biting into the roast meat, I pretty much pieced everything together in my head. Compared to the petty scrabbling for survival in my previous life, the shameless antics of these two were downright jaw-dropping. Suddenly, both my stomach and Yin Yubing growled. It had been a day and a half since the apocalypse began, and we hadn't eaten a single bite. We were starving. We glanced at each other and almost couldn't stop ourselves from swallowing. Just then, I noticed their expressions go stiff as they stared behind me. I turned around to see a man with a face full of blood stains and a ferocious expression silently approaching. The one with a reinforced defensibility and the nickname Great Eagle Life was already awake. One of his hands hung limply, his wrist clearly broken. In the other he held a long knife, quietly closing in on me. Yan Yubing's face changed color. She recognized him as the guy who had stabbed her fiancé earlier and had also kidnapped us. She shouted, but it was already too late. The knife was about to plunge into my back. Both women squeezed their eyes shut in terror. Not daring to look, the man even shouted arrogantly, "Kid, you Ray Ed. I am gonna butcher you." He swung the knife only to realize the next second that there was no sensation at all. There was a clear, crisp patter of metal hitting the floor. I only felt the world spin and dropped to his knees, like a piece of trash tossed aside. My hand," he screamed. So you moved with ruthless efficiency. He turned, drew an arrow from his quiver, and with sheer brute force drove it straight through I's arm, pinning him to the floor in one motion. I had just managed to scream when his throat was instantly pierced by another arrow. The arrow had burst out the back of his skull, killing him on the spot. He fell, lying there as still as if he were asleep. I wiped the blood off my hand and coldly tossed out a line, "You've got some nerve." Even daring to disrupt my show, my gaze shifted to the other thug behind him, Little Code Underwear. He'd woken up a step later than I and was now standing dumbly at the door, clutching a baseball bat. The bat in his hand really was top-tier gear, great for dealing with either zombies or people. But after watching me kill I with his own eyes, his hand froze in midair. He was a trained fighter, yet I had taken him out with a casual arrow, a one-shot kill. Who would believe that if he told them? He knew full well that no matter how long his bat was, he couldn't withstand even a single move from me. He remembered how his hands had been shaking after he'd just killed someone, whereas I could replunge with ease. And even the killing intent in my eyes was enough to make his scalp tingle. Amplified by the ghoul mask, my eyes glowed blood red. And he reacted like he'd seen the king of hell himself, his whole body petrifying into a statue. I checked CUS information, ordinary passerby, LV5, no class. You Ray, the ordinary person at the top of the rankings. Little Code Underwear's voice tremble, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. In fact, Little Code Underwear and I had originally been scavengers living near the hospital, making a living collecting scrap. Their kidnapping skills came from years of doing that kind of work. After the apocalypse began, they barely managed to survive thanks to the physiques they had built up since childhood. A real treasure chest suddenly spawned right in front of them. They not only got a lot of supplies, but also obtained very powerful weapons. They swelled with arrogance, feeling like they could do anything now. So they slipped into dermatology and happened to walk in onto women and the man having a heated argument. As soon as they crossed paths, the conflict exploded and in the end the man lost his life. The two women fought back desperately, but their strength was simply no match. So you showed up and completely wrecked their plans? You can imagine how unwilling these two were to accept that. The tension reached a breaking point. Little Code Underwear finally couldn't take it anymore and fell to his knees, begging nonstop. "Bro, this is all my fault. I was the one who didn't know my place. You guys just carry on. I really shouldn't have shown up here." Then he did something that stunned everyone. He suddenly swung the baseball bat and, without the slightest hesitation, smashed it down hard on his own head. The bat slammed into his skull. His body convulsed a few times, then lay still. It was impossible to tell if he was dead or alive. So you glanced over and said coldly, "You two go on, Dante, stop now." Such a wonderful show, Dante suddenly ended. And fear completely took over her heart. Although Yin Yubing's face was also full of tension in her eyes, apart from fear, there was also a sense of release and regret. The two of them stopped talking, each lost in her own thoughts. In fact, after Yin Yubing finished arguing with the little nurse, she had already given up completely and seen through the true nature of her fiancé. Her eyes were full of despair and she no longer wanted to argue about anything. She was so frightened she simply couldn't speak. It was already dark, and the hospital where there were already many zombies was even more restless now. That roar just now from Big Dial Life had drawn all the nearby zombies over. Continuous banging on the door came from the corridor, scaring the little nurse so badly that her face turned pale. It felt as if the door could be knocked open at any moment. She was terrified. She had basically resigned herself to fate and was planning to just tip with these two for as long as she could live. A day at a time. But Suyu's appearance completely disrupted her thoughts. In her heart, she had always liked capable men. The moment she learned that the man ranked #1 on the leaderboard was the one standing right in front of her, she became excited. In the half of his face that was exposed, all made her feel that he was the one who could really lead them to survive. Compared with those thugs, Suyu gave her hope. The little nurse immediately changed her mindset and now only wanted to rely on this man, called ordinary person, standing before her. She felt that no matter how crazy the zombies got, Suyu would definitely find a way to escape. But Suyu's gaze remained fixed on Yin Yubing even glance at her, which made the little nurse feel a bit unwilling. Just as she was about to step forward on her own, Suyu got up and walked over, and both women looked at him instinctively. They watched as he, like performing a magic trick, took a mask out of his wristband and calmly walked up to them. During this, the little nurse, unwilling to give up just like that, deliberately puffed out her chest and let out a small, intentional moan, trying to attract Suyu's attention. Suyu said coldly, "There's only one life-saving mask. Which of you can tell me? Why should I give it to you?" The little nurse stood up first, full of confidence. She had always believed no man would reject her. She had just put on a little act and this man hadn't pushed her away either. What was she worth? She felt she was much more interesting than Yin Yubing. She even thought Suyu was trying to humiliate Yin Yubing. So she stuck her chest out even more confidently through the nurse uniform. You could vaguely see the lace underneath. "Little brother, come chase me," she twisted her voice, laughing wildly. Because I am bold enough, I rolled my eyes hard, utterly speechless inside. I hadn't expected that kind of internet joke to be played so enthusiastically by someone in real life. I turned to look at Yin Yubing. Her expression was even worse than mine. "Are you sure she was properly hired by your hospital?" Yin Yubing just spread her hands, looking completely helpless. The little nurse had been trying to seduce me, though when she saw I wasn't taking the bait and we were even joking about her together, the smile on her face could no longer be maintained. She began to doubt whether I simply didn't like this type. The storeroom was unnaturally quiet, with only the constant banging on the door outside echoing through. My mood growing heavy, she suddenly said to me in a low voice, "Lind, I've already lost everything. I don't even know what the point of living is anymore." The little nurse burst out laughing at that, not giving her any face at all. Hearing something like that would make anyone lose interest in rescuing you. Inside, I cursed silently. It seemed that my arrival had really disrupted the path her life was supposed to take. The last thing you can afford is despair. If she had truly given up, keeping her around might become a hidden danger. Her eyes full of disgust, she felt that this woman had not only stolen her man, but also wanted to take away the last bit of space she had left to survive. Is it only selfish people who deserve to live? Her eyes turned cold, just like in my previous life. "Even if I have to die, I am taking you with me." She glared viciously at the little nurse. The little nurse didn't care at all. Instead, she taunted. "Compete with me? I know everything. I know all the tricks men like the back of my hand. Not like Yin Yubing. Acting all pure and aloof, she's actually boring as hell. She looks innocent on the surface, but she's not a good person at all. I heard back in school she only climbed up the ranks through connections. After coming to the hospital, has she been tangled up with who knows how many people? She won't even let her fiancé touch her, probably has something wrong with her body. After and half made up, enough to really make someone's blood boil. In fact, most of what the little nurse said was nonsense. She knew her own dirty affairs inside out. Yin Yubing cowled and T-win verbally. Her cheeks flushed bright red with anger, and she could only stammer out, "You ray shameless." But against the other woman's barrage of trash talk, that bit of a retort was far too weak. Suddenly, she lost control and rushed forward, tackling the little nurse to the ground. The two of them quickly got into a tangled brawl. Yin Yubing had always been a good girl who never fought, although her physical ability was bad. She had no real combat experience and was soon pinned beneath the nurse. The little nurse was domineering to begin with. Once she got riled up, she only grew more ruthless. She grabbed a baseball bat from the floor and swung it down. Someone would definitely end up in the hospital. I was just about to move when I saw that, at some point, a dagger glowing faintly blue had appeared in Yin Yubing's hand. It was even more advanced than the weapon I had now. This woman really did have a few tricks up her sleeve. The baseball bat came crashing down, and Yin Yubing instinctively raised the dagger to block. With a loud clang, the bat snapped cleanly in two. Before the little nurse could react, Yin Yubing had already driven the blade into her lower abdomen. Blood gushed out in a sudden spray. Yin Yubing's expression gradually smoothed out. That suppressed rage seemingly vented all at once. The little nurse rolled on the floor in agony. But Yin Yubing held her leg in a death grip and stabbed her several more times. The nurse's screams grew weaker and weaker, and finally, they stopped altogether. She never would have imagined that in the end she would die at the hands of this weak woman. Yin Yubing sat on the ground, covered in blood and breathing hard. I pointed at the unconscious thug lying not far away. "There's still one over there. Auntie forget him. I'd already found out that this was the man who'd gotten her fiancé killed." Yin Yubing stared at me blankly, her voice trembling slightly. "I just killed someone, I'll get used to it." She kept denying it with her mouth, but her body was being very honest. In the apocalypse, there are no bottom lines. You have to learn to survive on your own. My hands didn't stop moving. Being a doctor, my understanding of the human body was just talk. After a few well-placed cuts, the unconscious thug quickly bled out into a large pool and went completely still. This feeling was exhilarating. The system actually says I got the points from these thugs. Just accept them. They ray my gift to you. This was the grand gift Tai Suyu was giving to Yin Yubing. With the points she had from before, she now had 26 in total, and had suddenly squeezed into the top 10, which meant she was about to receive a pretty good reward. We raged as strangers. "Why are you helping me?" "You saved me once," I answered calmly. "Saved you? I don't believe it. I am just an ordinary dermatologist. What, did you have some kind of skin disease? Want me to take a look for you?" They say that after killing in the apocalypse, people's personalities change easily. Yin Yubing was exactly like that now. I was a bit speechless, but this wasn't the time to argue. The storeroom door was about to give way, and the zombies were on the verge of breaking in. Yin Yubing was obviously displeased. Being grabbed mid-sentence, she thought I was about to do something to her. Seriously, still throwing a tantrum at a time like this? The instant the door was smashed open, I leaned to her ear and whispered, "Remember, whatever happens, don't move, don't attack." Dozens of mutant zombies swarmed in, every one of them level 3rd. Even at full strength, I couldn't take on that many. Besides, the drops from these mutants were no different from regular zombies, high risk, low reward, so why would I gamble my life to fight them head-on? Glancing left and right, and only saw a few fresh corpses. Yet they completely ignored the two of us standing right in the middle. I was long used to the stench of corpses. What surprised me was that Yin Yubing's courage seemed to have grown a lot to after killing someone. Her ability to hold out had clearly improved. But being this close to zombies, she was still ruled by fear. She clenched her jaw so hard it looked painful, eyes screwed shut, forcing herself not to make a single sound. After more than 10 minutes, the zombies finally started to leave one after another. I had expected that trouble would still find us, because there was still a bit of the smell of roasted meat lingering in the room. Yin Yubing's nose suddenly twitched uncontrollably, and her stomach started to growl. All the nearby zombies turned their heads toward us. They quickly surrounded Yin Yubing, each of them staring at her with dull, vacant eyes. They were obviously confused. She clearly looked like one of them. So how could she make a sound only humans make? One zombie's head was less than an inch from Yin Yubing's face. Yin Yubing went completely rigid, even forgetting to resist. All of a sudden, footsteps sounded from the corridor outside, followed by human screams. As soon as the zombies heard it, they whipped around and charged out. Living humans are a delicacy. If you can't grab a bite, you don't even get the soup. She was half a head shorter than me. Her baby-faced features suddenly had a bit more spirit to them. Her lips were pressed tight, eyes still closed, and she quietly let out a breath before carefully cracking one eye open, only to find me staring straight at her. If I remembered right, the first time I met her, it had been just like this. "Haven't you stared enough?" she finally snapped, full of pent-up anger, though her voice was as faint as a mosquito's. I ignored her question and asked directly, "Is there anywhere nearby that's still safe? Turn left when you go out." "Not sure if it's usable," she answered. "The door was destroyed. Staying here was definitely a terrible idea. Not everyone can stand perfectly still for over 10 hours like I can." I took a silver bird claw out of my wristband and prepared to decoy jars. Then I turned to Yin Yubing and asked, "Have you ever played 1 to 3 Wooden Man?" "Yeah, I've played it." He nodded, looking a little sick. "Watch my hand signals in a bit. When I raise my hand, we stop for a bit." Right, but could you wait for me a moment?" And she lowered her voice. "What is it? Something wrong?" I was a little confused. My legs are numb when she'd been surrounded by that group of zombies just now. She'd been so tense she'd gone completely stiff and couldn't move at all. I urged her. Yin Yubing tried to move her feet, but her gaze fell to the trampled food scraps on the floor. The pack of mutant zombies had almost cleaned everything out. She stared so hard her eyes practically lit up. She suddenly seemed to think of something, regretting how careless she'd been, wasting all that food for nothing. "How about eating something first to hold you over?" I said, pulling a few nutrient capsules out of my wristband like a magic trick and casually peeking out to hand her. "Banana flavor? Did you pick those on purpose?" Yin Yubing was a little annoyed, almost suffocated with frustration. This guy looked easygoing, but he clearly had a lot on his mind. Was he trying to imply something with bees? Why had he gone for that little nurse in the first place? She knew very well in her heart that surviving until now was all thanks to me constantly breaking the rules to take care of her. Yet every time something happened, I always did things that left people baffled. In fact, I hadn't thought much about it at all. I chose those two flavors simply because they could drive away hunger and quickly restore strength. I had no interest in explaining this, so I just shoved the remaining capsules into her hand. Pick what you want and eat. Yen Yubing's face flushed even redder with anger. She had intended to use this to show me just how mad she was. But to me, it only looked like she was truly starving. Eat slower, I've still got plenty of banana flavor in my hand. The more it sounded like it had some other meaning. With the help of the silver bird claw in the luring pot, Yin Yubing and I finally made it safely to the office she had mentioned. Clearly the aftermath of a brutal fight. The first thing I did was close the door and pull the curtains tightly shut. At last, I could relax a little today. What I didn't expect was that the first thing Yin Yubing did upon entering the office was help tidy up a place for me to rest. His cowl didn't help but remind me of how I used to act when I was trying to please Lin Rufai. As soon as Li entered a safe zone, I'd always rush to take care of everything for Lin Rufai. Wake some lackey summon at will. Thank you. Yin Yubing finally faced reality now, and her voice softened. This mask must be pretty expensive. I'll give it back to you. I don't have anything valuable. How about I give you this too? As she spoke, she handed me the high-quality dagger she'd gotten from the treasure chest. She understood that without me, she would have been dead long ago. Really want to thank me? I pushed the mask and the weapon back to her and said, you have a lot of potential. You're bound to become the best doctor around. If I ever need something from you in the future, just help me out then. She asked, you this strong, and there'll still be times when you need me. You really are a good person, she whispered. I couldn't hold back a sneeze and I had no idea whether she said that on purpose or not. I had expected that after saving her, I'd end up being the recipient of a good person card. Dozing while keeping watch, it seemed safe here on the surface, but it never hurt to be careful. Zombies could charge in at any time. Yen Yubing stayed beside me, but later when she really couldn't hold on any longer, she simply passed out asleep. She had barely closed her eyes the night before, her nerves stretched far too tight. With her intelligence, they'd come in handy sooner or later. To kill her would only take an instant. I wasn't sure myself if all this effort was worth it. Half snores came from the sofa, meaning Yin Yubing had finally fallen asleep. Only now did I have a bit of free time, and I started sorting through today's gains after leveling up to 5. I put all 5 free attribute points into spirit. After all, I already had 35 strength, 30 constitution, and 26 agility, while my spirit was only 17, which was definitely lagging behind, especially now that I'd unlocked 2 offensive skills. My energy consumption was extremely high. I'd also gotten plenty of supply capsules. Eating casually would be enough to last several days. It was just that this time, aside from the ghoul masks, no other gear had dropped. Everyone's phone chimed with that utterly mocking notification. So I'll give you a bit more of an advantage. Friends, hurry and seize the opportunity. The loose completely. The main quest had turned into a survival game. Everything was out of control. The most terrifying thing about humans isn't the monsters, it's the human heart. This enforcer had been digging out the darkest parts of everyone's hearts, tearing every bit of kindness to shreds. In-dungeon rules upgraded. New rule: online killing survivors also grants points. Killing one survivor allows you to obtain double their points. Everyone, temporary skill and locked hunting intuition. You can sense the locations of other survivors. At settlement, anyone with 0 points will be directly eliminated. The system announced it 3 times in a row, and the atmosphere in the entire hospital changed instantly. Several people huddling together were hiding in the restroom, speaking in very low voices. What does eliminated mean? Does it mean we can finally leave? Eliminated means death. The man beside him was so calm he sounded emotional as forcing us to kill each other. ISNTE, obviously. The man spoke as he coldly disbanded the team. What are you doing? Why are you holding a knife? Wait, don't you Ray so badly injured that keeping you around is just giving you to someone else? Better to let me do it. Only the sounds of struggling were left in the restroom. And soon even those faded into silence. Scenes like this were playing out all over the hospital. 1 second people were talking about cooperation, and the next they turned on each other. Those with 0 points only wanted to survive. Those with points wanted to live better. People who normally didn't need dare to show themselves were now restless and agitated, rather than sit and wait for death. Better to strike first. I'd barely slept that entire night. Not only me and Yin Yubing, but the 2 major teams of the Lin family and the Ma family also did not rest at all. Their relationship had always been delicate, both partners and rivals. The Ma family controlled the west side of the river, while the Lin family was on the east side. This time the Lin family came to the West Bank to seize territory. In the small world of the hospital, neither side could suppress the other, and their scores on the leaderboard were always neck and neck, until I appeared out of nowhere and suddenly took first place. The turning point came when Ma Xiui, the Ma family's vice head, met with Lin Maorong to discuss an alliance. The two of them started off talking quite well. But unexpectedly, Li Maorong suddenly turned hostile. The Ma family was unprepared and was caught completely off guard. But he was seriously wounded. He hid in the shadows all night, covered in blood, almost unable to hold on. When the system message sounded, he immediately tried the newly unlocked hunting intuition skill. A structural map of the 4th floor appeared in his mind. He was shocked to see more than 30 red dots. Next to each red dot was a number indicating points, and the red dot that had just disappeared meant someone had died. Ma Xiui understood they could also see him. The worst part was that his room was about to be surrounded by zombies, and once they saw the 72 points above his head, someone would definitely fight their way over to kill him. Even the mad dogs of the Lin family would never let such a big prize go. That man had appeared the only person to break past the 100-point mark. Thinking of this, his nerves already stretched to the breaking point, unexpectedly ignited with a spark of hope again. On the other side of the 3rd floor, Lin Maorong was ordering a mass manhunt. Double points. That S-like meat delivered straight to our mouths. That old guy is definitely still on the 3rd floor. I'll reward heavily. Everyone, use your skills in turns. If anyone S points go over 20, kill them on the spot. After a night of resupply, everyone in the Lin family was in excellent condition, their fighting spirit high. I stepped into the 4th floor corridor, pacing back and forth. I saw a middle-aged man on the verge of collapse. He staggered as he walked, barely hanging on by a single breath. Ma Xiui level 4, no class, talent S rank. Max level agility, yes, this was one of the powerful talents I had specially highlighted in my notebook as a must-have. The man was almost dead, clearly down to his last breath. There was no way I would let such a talent fall into my lap for nothing and just walk away. You used hand to plunder on survivor Ma Xiui. Matthew Wei current mental status collapse 30%, weakness 99%. Talent plunder successful. Remaining uses 1. You have obtained S grade talent max, level agility. Brother, I am Matthew Wei from Hexai, how about we make a deal? He was probably too weak, he didn't even realize his talent had already been taken by me. Matthew Wei from Hexai, never heard of you. I looked at him with a cold expression. I hadn't planned on talking nonsense with him, I just wanted to finish and leave. But this guy still wouldn't give up and open his mouth again, help me get revenge. 72 points, all yours. He was struggling so hard because he wanted revenge too badly. But I had no interest in bargaining with him. Not interested? At most you've got another minute to live. He had actually been secretly watching me, noticing that I was searching back and forth on the 4th floor. Right, are you looking for some secret on the hospital's 4th floor? My heart stirred, I was a bit curious. You know something? Yes, he writ. This was the second time today I'd heard this line from someone. You killed the Lin family's young master, I'll tell you everything I know Lin Maorong. My brows lifted and a surge of killing intent rose in my chest. I came to Star City Hospital specifically to deal with Lin Maorong. Yes, that's him. Matthew Wei relaxed when he saw my expression. Seeing he was about to die, I made a quick decision and agreed. He drew his last breath and said haltingly, I also just heard it from those Lin brats, the secret is in the director's office. As his words fell, Matthew Wei exhaled his final breath and his eyes slowly closed. The director's office? Interesting. I took Matthew Wei's points and turned my gaze toward the deepest office on the 4th floor, the one whose door had always been locked. It was the only room that couldn't be opened with an access card. A few guys were still talking. Haven't you found that old geezer of a director yet? There is still no sign of him, but there is someone in that office. They've got more than 30 points, just him alone. But there are too many zombies out, at least 20 people, there's no way to break in. The room they were talking about was the one Yin Yubing was hiding in. I had long anticipated that the orderers would go crazy, so last night I specifically warned Yin Yubing that she must wait until the dungeon ended before leaving. ID also lured a large wave of zombies there early this morning to block the way. Now everyone who was still alive was busy protecting themselves, no one could organize an assault. Boss and druthers say they found Matthew Wei on the 4th floor. That guy still wants to run. Old 8, what are you standing there for? Boss, don't be hasty, Old 8 said with a bitter face. Li Maorong was completely confused, not understanding what was going on. By the time they reached Matthew Wei, they found he was already dead, with a mocking smile still hanging at the corner of his mouth. With his last strength, he had written a few bloody words on the ground. Lin Maorong is an idiot. The words weren't that harsh, but the insult level was maxed out. Li Maorong was so angry his face turned green. But there was no one around, only zombies swaying in the distance. Who on earth did this? He was just about to curse when old Eight and the underlings clamped a hand over his mouth, forcing him to swallow it back down. Hubby, the points ranking is about to update 1x. Ian Ran reminded him softly. She and Miao Huan had no combat power, so they'd taken the initiative to hold pen and paper, dedicated to recording changes in the points. Right, as long as there's an anomaly in the points, we can guess who did it, hubby. First place is still that perfectly ordinary passerby, 326 points. We race second, damn it. I lost 3 people yesterday, was that all his doing? Li Mao Rong instantly understood that something was wrong. Boss, what do we do now? Do we go straight to the director's office and complete what young Master BA is high ordered? Screw the director's office, come kill with me. I don't believe he can solo all of us, although the Ling family squad is second in points right now. Li Mao Rong only wants to twist my head off. 10 minutes ago Matthew was still alive, which means they only just made a move. We'd even stuck on the 3rd floor this whole time, he is definitely still on the 4th. Spread out and search, activate hunting instinct, drag him out from me. Do as the boss says. Old Eight immediately gave the order. After sending Matthew off, I didn't think too much about it. I went straight through the ceiling and headed toward the Dean's office in the corridor. To be honest, Matthew's gear and supplies really were NT much. Even a bit worse than what I handed out to Yin Yubing yesterday. Fortunately, his talent was decent. He drew the S-rank talent most suited for an archer. Maxed agility. This was a talent only the previous generation S-Bao God possessed. S-ranked, the effect is very straightforward. Every level up permanently grants 5 agility. I felt my body instantly become lighter as if I could sprint at any time. Credited on the spot, the agility stat mainly affects movement speed and attack speed, and like strength increasing damage, spirit empowering spells, and constitution boosting defense. Agility is something most classes only need in enough amounts. Only speed dependent roles like assassins and markers stack agility like crazy. But with the S-rank maxed agility talent, every level's and just give me 5 agility for free, which means I feel no pressure at all about how to allocate my points. With maxed agility in hand, I even started fantasizing if I can get max strength, maxed spirit and maxed constitution someday. Life would be really sweet thinking of this. I passed through the lobby and the side corridors and arrived at the door of the Dean's office. I'd already tried the keycard, it was useless. I couldn't be bothered to fumble around, so I directly activated Silverbird Claws and Hunting Instinct to scout within 50 meters, making sure there were no surviving enemies in ambush. But the instant my perception touched that door, it was blocked by the barrier inside. I couldn't probing to it at all. Looks like this is the instance hidden room that explains why I couldn't crack it. I pulled an antique-looking key out of my equipment space, the universal key I'd gotten yesterday from an elite zombie. The item description was pretty arrogant, claiming that any lock below excellent grade was nothing to it. I slid the key and the lock emitted a burst of green light flashing in sync with the key. I gave it a casual twist and the door creaked open, accompanied by the system prompt, "You have opened a hidden room." As my vision cleared, an apocalyptic sense of oppression instantly wrapped around me. Aside from the load-bearing pillars and supporting walls, there was a single intact surface left. Bricks and ceiling were all demolished into rubble. The air reeked of blood, rot, and burning, the stench so sharp it made my eyes sting. Moving in for a closer look, I saw severed limbs everywhere. Human corpses and zombie corpses piled together in tangled heaps. In this 200 square meter rill, every corner was covered, not a single whole body remained, as if they had still been struggling at the moment of death. Hospital management and many outsiders, at least 100 people. The carpet had long since been soaked into a filthy black by blood-brain matter. Organs and eyeballs were splattered everywhere. Stepping on it, the floor felt sticky underfoot. Most people would probably vomit after one look at a scene like this. But I had survived 10 years in the apocalypse, long since used to eating and sleeping amid mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The carnage here was clearly not caused by ordinary mutant zombies. Relying on Silverbird Claws, I finally found something unusual in the cracks of a collapsed wall. I immediately understood that anything capable of speaking definitely was an ordinary zombie. Normal, elite leader, lord, an emperor, anything leader and above, humans just call SSS. Starting from this tier, zombies gain their own talents and skills, and their combat power undergoes a qualitative leap. A normal zombie is roughly equivalent to an ordinary human. The higher the rank, the more their combat strength skyrockets. The higher the rank of the zombie, the higher its intelligence as well, if you can even directly speak human language. I knew the opponent I'd run into this time was extremely troublesome. The door behind me was shut tight. I was very clear that if I wanted to get out of here, the only way was to kill this boss and clear this trial. Just as I was surveying my surroundings, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared from behind a broken wall. He wore glasses and a blood-stained white coat, tall and thin. His fingernails had turned into claws a foot long, gleaming with a dark green light. Because his claws were too long, he could only push his glasses up with his paw, and his fingers were basically useless. Unlike ordinary zombies, this guy radiated a King-S aura that pressed down so hard it made breathing difficult. But I'd seen plenty. I calmly checked his stats at once. If the enemy's level is more than 3 higher than mine, I can only see their name. This time I was level 5 and he was exactly level 8, so I could still see the detailed panel. Cold-blooded silver crate zombie leader, level 8 leader base, attribute strength 35. Spirit 35, Constitution 40. Agility 35, talent deadly poison. The claws are highly toxic. Deals damage equal to 1% of max HP per second for 60 seconds. Stackable, cannot be plundered. Absolute enslavement can make zombies obey his commands and submit completely. Silent step is mastered assassination techniques. Movements are especially agile and as silent as a cat. Instant kill is strongest move, combining high-speed movement and claw attacks to carry out a wide range and indiscriminate massacre. It is so fast that even he can't fully react to it himself. But the bite is instantly fatal. Upon reaching leader rank, zombies all gain a unique title. A name, Cold-Blooded Silver Crate, meant his poison really was terrifyingly strong. Judging from the stats alone, this boss was extremely powerful even among leaders. His strength and constitution were about the same as mine. His spirit was 13 points higher, and his agility was 11 points slower than mine. For the boss, this fight came with a lot of room for trial and error for me. There was only one chance. Once I was tagged with deadly poison, it was basically a death sentence. The chunks of corpses on the ground had been cut as neatly as if by a scalpel. His claws work, every last piece. Judging from his skills, this guy was more like an agility-type assassin. With power like his, even if the survivors in the hospital all banded together, they'd probably have to pay him lives just to bring him down. After analyzing the boss's skills, I could only feel that this guy was more annoying than a pool of filthy water. If only I could take that deadly poison for myself. Too bad the system wouldn't let me. All I could get was absolute enslavement, which honestly didn't interest me much. But ever since the 3rd day after the apocalypse descended, I hadn't run into a truly tough battle. On the contrary, my fighting spirit was burning higher and higher, as if this boss had been prepared just for me. As long as our stats were too far apart, I could win this fight. Hidden quest triggered the secret of Star City Hospital. The quest details were as follows. Cold-Blooded Silver Crate was originally the hospital director. His medical skills were top-notch and his public image glamorous, but he was actually twisted inside and made his living doing dirty work. After the apocalypse, he turned into a zombie on the spot and immediately slaughtered all the colleagues in the meeting with him. Quest requirement: kill Cold-Blooded Silver Crate zombie leader and discover the secret hidden in the director's office. The quest reward is 500 gold coins, 500 reputation, 1000 experience, plus 1 legendary chest. The time limit is 2 hours. If you fail or give up halfway, you'll all be teleported out of the room and immediately lose 1 level. Ding, accept this quest. Your opponent is too strong. Giving up is strongly recommended. Seeing the system trying to scare me into backing down just makes me laugh. A legendary chest. This run is absolutely worth it. The boss opposite me is right in front of my eyes, his face full of disdain. And instead a lone young man shows up. No matter how he looks at it, it must seem ridiculous, right? He doesn't take me seriously at all. In his eyes, my stats are about the same as his, but no matter how strong a human is, compared to a zombie the physique gap is enormous. Zombies don't feel pain and know no fear, while humans, once negative emotions kick in, are prone to making mistakes in battle. Right now, I am facing off against this zombie boss, and the atmosphere instantly grows tense. I take the first step forward. In that moment, the battle officially begins. The Dean boss shrieks, "We have a guest." His voice is eerie and piercing. How could I possibly give this kind of boss even the slightest chance to get close? The moment the Dean finishes speaking, my arrow is already loosed. I need to test his limits first. But he doesn't dodge at all, looking utterly confident. Just then, a massive zombie bursts out of the building and forcibly blocks my arrow. Blocking for the boss, that is new. In fact, I'd already noticed there were quite a few zombies hidden around here. And this one is clearly one of the elites he has been raising. Spirit 25, Constitution 25. Agility 25th. It is obvious the Dean has no intention of fighting personally. He just wants to stand there and watch how I die. You ray that confident? This elite zombie assets are decent, but compared to me, it is not even in the same league. It yanks the arrow out of its chest, then fixes its gaze on me, eyes empty and lifeless, completely under the Dean's control. The next second, it bares its fangs, swings its claws, and pounces at me. That momentum would have scared an ordinary person stiff. But I've spent 10 years honing myself in the apocalypse. I've killed more elite zombies than I can count. With my current 46 agility, this thing is nothing more than an oversized target. I raise my bow and knock an arrow. One shot, its right eye is easily pierced. The instant it hit, my second arrow is already on its way. I accurately predict its head will snap backward from the impact, and the second arrow goes straight into its left eye. When the zombie realizes it has lost both eyes, it instinctively reaches up to pull the arrows out, and ends up tearing its own eyeballs out altogether. But it doesn't panic and run or try desperately to escape. It moves like a marionette on strings, forcibly controlled, still charging straight at me. With this kind of control, the DNS absolute enslavement ability really is vicious. I don't slow down. Fourth arrow, each one pierces a knee, crippling both its legs. Fifth arrow, sixth arrow, perfect shots through both wrists, completely disabling its hands. Every arrow flies as if guided by an auto-lock system. Point shoot. Hit. After taking 4 arrows in a row, the elite zombie can no longer hold itself upright, swaying like a kite with its string cut. Just as it is about to regain its balance, I draw to full power and let loose the final critical shot, punishing arrow. A purplish-red arrow tears through the air, directly piercing its heart, but my real target is actually the Dean standing behind it. When the Dean realizes what is happening, he hurriedly manipulates the other zombies in the room to block the shot. 10 agile zombies leap forward, but my punishing arrow keeps drilling through, taking out 6 of them in a row before finally stopping. Boom! The elite zombie at the front crashes to the ground, making the entire floor tremble. Now my strength has already reached 35 points. Together with the S-rank talent double strike, this damage is enough to scrap a zombie outright. 6 arrows spread over key parts, an ordinary archer would need at least 12 to pull that off. And that final arrow of retribution became the fatal blow that crushed the boss. From the moment I made my move to the moment the zombie hit the ground, including changing arrows, no king. Aiming and drawing, the whole process took less than 10 seconds. As for the 4 remaining zombies in the room, I didn't give them any chance either for consecutive arrows, all taken care of. From beginning to end, my feet never moved from where I stood. At a distance of 20 meters, the elite zombie couldn't even get close under my firepower. It didn't even manage to force me to take half a step back. With my agility upgraded, my hand speed was even faster. Suddenly, I loosed an arrow straight at the DNS face. He instinctively raised both hands, blades in hand, to form a defensive line, but still failed to block it. The arrow shot right through the gap, shattered his glasses, and stopped just 1 millimeter in front of his eye. That finally drove the Dean completely mad. The claws on both his hands began to scrape against each other, the metallic screech making one's head go numb. Ordinary people hearing that sound would feel their scalp explode, even what was on it. I ignored it completely, not giving him a chance to breathe, firing wave after wave of arrows. Every shot was viciously precise, aimed straight at his vital points. I couldn't pierce his skin, but I still turned his white coat into tattered rags. I knew this kind of leader-class zombie was on a completely different level from normal ones. You had to hit his weak points or softer spots to really hurt him. Anywhere else, they could only cause some superficial damage. As expected, the Dean was forced to keep shield in his face, as long as I kept him suppressed and slowly wore him down. I did have a chance to exhaust him to death, and there were fewer and fewer zombies behind him left to block my arrows. Seeing the pile of corpses on the ground, the Dean's expression finally changed. It twisted grotesquely, and the patience vanished from his eyes. He shook the arrows off his body and cursed in a low voice. "You stupid insect, fine. You've really pissed me off. Collapse 10%, weakness 1%, current plunder success rate 11%. I knew very well that while this guy looked like he had a bit of a brain, compared to Lord Class or Emperor Class zombies, his IQ was about that of a 3-year-old. He was exactly the type weak yet belligerent. Or you can die at any moment, but him? If he had gone all out from the start and charged with all his zombies, I couldn't have held out even if there were 2 of me. Too bad he chose to slowly expend his underlings, and only now decided to step onto the field himself. It was already too late. He grabbed a zombie to use as a shield and rushed forward in a few strides, summoning fresh zombies to charge at me. Then he suddenly accelerated, threw away the shield, and his body blurred. He had already closed to within 5 meters. This was his skill at this distance. He was confident he could kill me with 2 strikes. He advanced on me while dodging, and just as he was about to break into the 5-meter zone, I suddenly loosed another arrow. The angle extremely tricky. If he wanted to keep charging, he'd have to take that arrow to the face. He finally panicked half a meter more and he'd have been right in front of me. Seeing the arrow about to hit, he tried to call a zombie minion over to take the shot for him, only to find that all the underlings who had charged with him just now had already been killed by me. There was a single one left to block it. He instantly realized that my last few shots had been aimed at him at all, but at his lackeys. But even without anyone at his side, he didn't care. He still thought my attacks couldn't do anything to him. The next second, my arrow pierced right through a zombie's brow. The Dean's body jerked, but he quickly steadied himself and was taken out. Collapse 22%, weakness 3%. Current plunder success rate 25%. I finally pulled him into 5 meters. A green light flashed along his blades. He was about to unleash his ultimate move. And at that moment I moved, before I stood still. But now I actively adjusted my positioning. As a thief-type player, I couldn't be more familiar with my main skill, Silent Step. In my previous life, I'd crossed blades with countless top experts. As long as I controlled the distance, they could never probe my limits. The only troublesome thing now was that this DNS office was really too small, and every step had to be calculated with precision. I put away my smile and quietly widened the gap between the Dean and me, keeping more than 5 meters between us. The DNS spell was forcibly interrupted by me. It froze on the spot, unable to advance or retreat, awkward to the extreme. Between true experts, it's all about the details. I didn't give it the slightest chance to catch its breath, taking advantage of its stiff pause. I went all out, pouring on the damage and slamming my attacks straight into the DNS face. Compared to the zombie leader, my agility was a bit higher, and my movement speed was faster. I kept kiting the Dean at a distance of 5 to 10 meters, as if I knew in advance exactly where it would move. Every step was predicted with pinpoint accuracy. I always stayed just out of reach. You let it feel like it could almost touch me. It was like dangling meat in front of a dog it chased with everything it had, but could never quite bite down. After that whole sequence, the Dean was practically out of breath, its vitality shaved off by nearly half. It finally realized this wasn't something a normal person could pull off. If this went on, I'd toy it to death sooner or later. Disappearing from my sight. One look and I could tell this SSS was already to mentally collapse. Collapse level 33%. Weakness level 23%. Current plunder success rate 56%. I knew perfectly well there was still a nest of zombies hidden in that room, so I didn't stupidly charge him. I only loosed a few arrows from afar, not giving it any chance to counterattack. The Dean had been a zombie for 3 days now. It had killed plenty of people and plenty of its own kind, but it had never suffered a loss like today. Instead, it hid in the dark, staring at me through cracks in the wall without blinking. The Dean was indeed driven mad by my provocation. There was a burst of noise from inside, and then dozens of mutant zombies swarmed out. It had gone all in and laid all its cards on the table. I hadn't expected all these mutant zombies to be young women. Before mutating, each of them had been pretty and well-built. Now they'd become crazed zombies, some with something clenched in their mouths, some wearing blindfolds, some even with tails, collars, chains. Whip marks, everything about their past was laid bare. When they saw the Dean, it was like seeing a mortal enemy. Each one looked more deranged than the last. A light flashed in the Dean's eyes, and these female zombies suddenly fell quiet, then dazes turning empty, turning these zombie women into its slaves. A few of them crawled to the Dean's feet and started licking its shoes, twisting their bodies wildly while letting out muffled, whimpering sounds. In this already shattered world, that scene sent a deep chill straight into the heart. Before the apocalypse, these women had already been raised as pen slaves, their spirits completely crushed. These zombies would never be able to resist. Watching this scene, my expression darkened again and again. But I had no time for sympathy. If anything, my strikes became even more ruthless. The Dean drove the zombie women forward as meat shields, advancing step by step. Whenever I attacked, there was always a zombie ready to take the hit for it. This BOSS was truly vicious. With my current strength, wiping out this whole wave of zombies was nearly impossible. The plunder chance was 56%. Going by normal probability, do it twice in a row and the effective odds basically double. Don't they? Staring at the system panel in my hand, I called me help, feeling my heartbeat speed up. Ding! You have used hand to plunder on zombie leader, cold-blooded silver ring. Collapse degree 33%, weakness degree 23%. Current plunder success rate 56%. Talent plunder failed, talent plunder successful. Since deadly poison belongs to a special talent, it cannot be plundered. Second talent plundered. Remaining attempts 0. Ding! You have obtained S-level talent absolute enslavement. The moment I felt power surge into my body, the Dean opposite me looked as if his soul had been sucked out. The light in his eyes completely vanished, and the faint smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared without a trace. Talent absolute enslavement, talent gray. Core effect can control one ordinary level zombie or mutant beast whose strength cannot exceed my own. The controlled target will obey my commands absolutely. He only control one at a time. Controlling a new zombie will cause the previous one to die instantly. If the host dies, the controlled zombie will die together. I'd seen talents that tame mutant beasts, but one that can enslave zombies, this was the first time. But how is it an S-level talent if it can only control one ordinary zombie? I couldn't figure it out. I'd originally thought that once I plundered it, I'd be able to do what the Dean did before, control all the zombies nearby, and become a king who commands with a single word. The result left me very disappointed. This precious plunder opportunity had only given me a very restricted ability. But thinking about it calmly, this was probably normal, if I really could, like the Dean, casually command zombie armies that would basically be an invincible cheat. After the talent was plundered by me, the system automatically imposed limits and adjustments. Before I could continue to regret it, the scene suddenly spun completely out of control. The instant the Dean lost his talent, all the enslaved zombie women regained their own consciousness. The red glow in their eyes flared back to life, even more crazed than before, and all their rage focused on the Dean. With a single glance, I could tell their hatred for the Dean had already sunk into their bones. Countless zombie women lunged at the Dean in a frenzy, using all their strength to bite and tear, never letting go once they sank their teeth in. The scene was utter chaos. The Dean was quickly overwhelmed and pushed to the floor, his figure completely buried. The zombie women were like they'd fallen into a frenzy of vengeance, piling on one after another, drowning him in blood. While taking whatever chances I had to draw my bow and shoot, I also started playing temporary coach Little Fairy. Aim for his armpit, put some strength into it. The lady with the gag, use your claws and stab his eyes. You with the big floral sleeve tattoo, be more ruthless, bite down hard. The zombie women's fangs and claws were even more lethal than my weapons. Screams and the sounds of bones and flesh being torn apart rose and fell non-stop. Their attacks were faster and fiercer than mine and extremely effective. A bone-chilling killing intent exploded out from within the pile of zombies. The Dean finally found his chance and forcibly unleashed his trump card, shredding all the zombie women on top of him. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Every corner of the room was splattered with body parts. The Dean himself was also deformed, his whole body a white bone exposed. One eye was blind, one hand useless, and even his lower body had been chewed beyond recognition. There was nothing left of a zombie leaderess imposing auras. He was completely half-crippled. I let out a soft sneer. So I got bitten off with just one snap from Big Sis. Turns out it really was just a little toothpick. The Dean trembled all over with rage, forcing himself to retort. How was it small? His movements were sluggish now, and even his attacks had become pathetically weak. After a few brief clashes, he didn't need dare linger and dove straight into the secret room where the women had been imprisoned. Using the silver bird claw ability to scout, I quickly discovered he was hiding on the ceiling right above the doorway of the secret room. I knew he hadn't given up yet. What us the rush? Dante panicked. The corner of my mouth curled up as I deliberately hopped back and forth in front of Badine, like I was toying with a trapped beast. My footwork nimble and movements light. A glint of confidence flashed in the Dean's eyes. It looked like he thought he'd finally caught a chance. His ghostly green claws lashed out, shredding the doorframe to pieces as he lunged at me like a maddened beast. But all of that had been nothing but a feint I'd deliberately put on. Holy arrow massacre. In 3 seconds, 20 crystal arrows shot toward him in perfect unison, their pale blue light mounting into a storm of death. If we were on level ground, the Dean might have been able to dodge half of them. His body practically frozen, he twisted desperately, trying to change the situation, but only managed to present himself as the perfect stationary target. 20 arrows, 8 critical hits, all slammed into him. The impact drove him back again until he was finally pinned to the wall. Nailed in place and unable to move, I raised my warbow and aimed the arrowhead between his eyebrows. You filthy bug. You still lost to me. Despair filled the Dean's eyes. Outside the door, the members of the Lin family squad were still waiting. Young master, the system sent a message. We have to wait for the dungeon timer to end or find the key before we can leave, Old 8 said, smashing at the door with a fireaxe, but the big door didn't react at all. No hurry. The living ones nearby should be almost cleaned up by us. Right? Li Mao Rong asked coldly. All cleared, but Old 6 got ambushed. He can't hold on any longer. Take him out of the team, then kill him. This will be his last service to the Lin family. Old 8's face was expressionless as he agreed without hesitation. Two women beside him reminded him softly, honey, number 1 on the leaderboard is still that inconspicuous guy. 345 points. His score hasn't changed at all. We race second now, 340 points. Just 5 points behind. There's not much time left. And their hearts clenched. They had just watched Li Mao Rong kill without blinking, showing no mercy to old people or children. His score had soared in a short time precisely because of that ruthlessness. At this point, all the easy 2-kill zombies were already wiped out, and it was almost impossible to find surviving humans who could give points, so they hadn't gained any score for quite a while. The woman clung to Lin Mao Rong's arm, secretly hating him to the core. She thought that if they ended up 1 or 2 points short, he might really lay hands on her. Li Mao Rong waved his hand and said coldly, go. Keep killing. Time was about to run out. His ugly life as both a human and a zombie leader came to a complete end. You have slain cold-blooded Silver Ring zombie leader LV8, gaining 800 EXP and 80 gold. Congratulations, player Lone Wolf, for becoming the first survivor in the apocalypse to single-handedly kill a leader-class zombie, and detaining the unique achievement. Lone hero, preparing to issue global announcement all over the world. New prompts popped up on every Survivor-S panel. The deathly silent world boiled over again. Attention, global announcement Survivor Lone Wolf has become the first person to solo kill a leader-class zombie, obtaining the unique achievement. Lone hero, along with massive rewards, it's Lone Wolf again, everyone. Keep pushing. The world announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row. The name Lone Wolf was once again hammered into everyone's mind. The name Lone Wolf resounded across the globe. Over these few days, many powerful Survivor teams on Blue Star had launched desperate assaults on boss leaders, but without exception, all had failed. Yet I, Suyu, had not only done it. I had done it alone. All those self-proclaimed top experts fell silent. No explanation was needed. This achievement alone was enough to prove everything. Impossible. It's another lone wolf. Go find out where exactly he is from. Damn it. Still a lone wolf? Use every possible means to pull him over to our side. The little fairy sent to BN lone wolf brother, hurry up and save me. If he don't come soon, I really want to be able to hold on. With so much fat stored up, even though I haven't eaten these past few days, I am still full of energy. So you got there first again. You ray all useless trash. After hearing the world announcement, BA is high how his face turned as dark as it could get. His voice was as cold as ice. What about the thing I told you to do with the Lin family? The subordinate beside him was so scared his voice trembled. We just got word the Star City Hospital can't be entered now. It should have triggered some kind of special dungeon. Ging successfully killed the final BOSS of Star City Hospital. Gain points 1000 ding. In dungeon Star City Hospital dungeon is ended. All survivors' points and rankings have been locked and will now be settled. Who had still been guarding against each other a moment ago relaxed in an instant. Those who hadn't gotten any points were killed on the spot by the enforcers. The ones who survived didn't cared all about the news that the lone wolf had killed the leader BOSS. The first thing they did was look down at their own points and rankings. In the lobby, Lin Maorong rolled his neck and showed a sinister smile. At his feet, Miao Huan Huan lay in a pool of blood. Eyes wide open in death, Wan Hexien Ran was filled with terror as she realized the scene she feared still happened. Just to surpass me by 1 point, Lin Maorong had actually struck with such cruelty. If it weren't for the fact that she and Lin Maorong were exes, the one dead might very well have been her. Xin Ran, did I scare you? That useless best IE of yours just ate too much. She might as well have saved us some food instead, Li Maorong said coldly. I kept telling her to eat less, but she just wouldn't listen. Staring at the blood-stained knife in his hand, one Xin Ran didn't dare show the slightest hint of regret and could only bob her head like a pecking chick. Xin Ran, quick, look how many points do we have now? Li Maorong can very well check his own points. But he just enjoyed the feeling of people crowding around to flatter him. Hubby, we ray at 346 points now. A mysterious lone wolf has NP made a move in 2 hours. He must be hiding somewhere, injured and secretly recovering. Beside him, one Xin Ran suddenly froze, staring at our panel, eyes going blank. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 1345 points. Hubby. Am I seeing things 1345 points? Are you kidding me? Even counting all the zombies in this hospital, you probably cowed me scrape together that many points. Let alone have a single person clear them all out in 10 minutes. All of the Lin family's people gathered around to check the rankings, each of their faces dark as iron. And the score was absurdly high. In the lobby, no one felt the slightest pity for Miao Huan has death anymore. If you see a completely average passer be killed on sight, young master got what young master BA high told us. Over at the Dean's office, one of his men reminded him. Li Maorong's face sank and he kicked the man over. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Dang, hidden quest the secret of Star City Hospital. Quest requirements have been updated. Quest requirement skill, the cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader completed. Investigate the secret in the Dean's office. Quest rewards. Gold 500, reputation 500, EXP 1000, legendary chest 1. Quest time limit 5 minutes. Quest penalty if the quest fails or is abandoned. You will be forcibly teleported out of the hidden room, and your level will drop by first. There were only 5 minutes left. I rushed into the inner room. That intense battle just now hadn't dropped anything at all. If I couldn't complete the quest, all of it would been for nothing. Pushing the door open, I discovered the place was like a small base, far larger than the director's office from before. Right in front of me was a sterile operating room. It seemed someone had been in the middle of surgery when the apocalypse broke out. Inside, severed limbs were piled up, the room empty of everything but deathly silence. On the whiteboard outside the door, someone had filled the space with organ sellers' information and marker. Organs were neatly arranged and categorized. Farther in was a room for keeping and torturing slaves. Iron cages stood one after another, and all kinds of tools for abuse hung on the walls. On the floor, shattered clothes lay scattered everywhere, with various implements casually thrown into the corners. The ceiling, the walls, the shelves everywhere were mutilated female corpses. Calling this scene a bloody hell was no exaggeration. On the blackboard, tally marks in the shape of had been scrawled at random, as if each stroke marked the end of a life. I cursed under my breath. That's right, this was the secret place the director used for human trafficking and organ dealing. I searched for a long time before finally arriving at a small room in the deepest corner of the building. Unlike the chaos outside, this was a clean office, like a patch of pure land untouched by dust at the end of the world. And I knew it hid the darkest secret of this hospital. The moment I opened the file, the system notification sounded in my head. Ding. In quest, the secret of Star City Hospital completed. Ding, quest rewards obtained. 500 gold, 500 reputation, 1000 experience, 1 legendary chest. My gaze was drawn to the title on the fileless cover. BLECKBATH. It was them. The Black Death organization had resurfaced. The file recorded every dark transaction conducted in the hospital's secret chamber since it was established. Drugs, weapons, human trafficking, organ trade. They had even organized live hunts. They lured ordinary people onto uninhabited islands, and then let rich people hunt these innocents for sport. These crimes were, beyond anyone's imagination, even more brutal than anything I'd ever heard of. The more the anger in my chest burned, what shocked me even more was that the director was from Sakura country. A descendant of war criminals, the Lin family helped them with their operations, and the puppet master behind the scenes was the BA's High family. Suddenly, a sheet of paper slipped out from the file. I picked it up without a glance, closed the document, and murderous intent surged violently inside me. Lin family, BA's High family now. I had even more reason to send you all to hell. My killing intent erupted, pouring out like a tidal wave. It was as if countless souls I had slaughtered were roaring inside me, making the entire room turn icy and terrifying. This was the first time since my rebirth that I had unleashed all-boy killing intent. In the apocalypse, whenever I released it before, any zombies weaker than me would be scared into unconsciousness. Very few could withstand it. This ability was the ultimate deterrent in that world. But unleashing killing intent consumed a lot of energy. I was almost drained in an instant. Fortunately, I used my ring as skill to recover a bit, otherwise I'd have collapsed on the floor to rest. Looks like I'll have to save going all out with my killing intent for midday in the future. Or it'll get me into trouble too easily. I muttered at myself sarcastically, planning to leave. I didn't notice that a small, slender zombie had quietly set its sights on me. This zombie had been human just moments before. Her codename was Louis. Ironically, the name that should have represented fairy tale gentleness and beauty had become the label for the darkest of experiments. Louis was elaborate, created by the Black Death organization. From childhood, she had been injected with drugs and used as a test subject day after day. While the companions around her turned into corpses one by one. She escaped from the organization and was taken in by several different families in turn, but because her appearance didn't match her apparent age, she constantly provoked twisted thoughts. Every guardian she had entertained perverse intentions without exception. She chose to fight back. Before the apocalypse, she had even twisted off the hand of one abuser. They couldn't do anything about her in the end, so they sent her to this hospital, hoping the director would discipline her. Lu Wei had turned into a zombie. She suddenly appeared behind me, pounced on my shoulder, her mouth gaping wide. I only felt a chill at my neck. Damn, I underestimated how dangerous this place is. I didn't expect that on the third day. I never imagined that this seemingly harmless little thing hiding a murderous intent had been waiting for this chance all along. At the moment when I had to fight for my life, I could only use the one skill available to me. The system prompt had just sounded when I was almost scared into jumping up. I hurriedly tore the zombie hanging from my neck off me. My fingers ran over my neck several times. Not a single wound. Could it be that she didn't bite me? My hands were covered in saliva, but there was no pain at all at the back of my neck. After confirming I was fine, I opened my personal panel, the questions in my heart piling up. This thing still looked like a child. Under the lights, her gray hair was tied into twin ponytails, and her hands and feet were shackled. Her face had a few traces of delicate beauty, but she looked only 13 or 14 at most. She was probably just brought here when the world turned into one it is now. Her head was tilted, face blank and dazed. If not for that strange mark at the corner of her mouth, just from her appearance alone. Who would guess she was actually a zombie at that moment? Another sheet of paper slipped out of the file in my hand. Name Lu Wei, age 18. At the bottom, VIP Corient was handwritten. I lifted her bang, she instinctively frowned. The zombie in front of me was clearly the Lu Wei described in the file. But how did he look anything like an 18-year-old? I cowed and he helped, grumbling internally. The discrepancy was way too big, following my gaze downward. I realized this girl was anything but simple. Bloodstains mottled the corners of her mouth and her clothes, and her pair of thighs, frozen to a bluish white, were exposed to the air. Even the oversized hoodie cowled and hid her figure. She might look young, but she really was a natural beauty. That figure was definitely not the result of some enhancement tools. I said to the system seriously, "Let us call her Lu Wei." The system responded immediately. "The zombie has been named Lu Wei. Lu Wei will unconditionally obey your commands. The system is generating a dedicated panel for Lu Wei." As soon as the panel appeared, a new feature popped up on my wristband. Turns out I could store Lu Wei in an exclusive space, use it to stash her items, and let her cultivate on her own and gradually recover, just like playing a summoner class in my previous life. Raising a personal pet. Thinking of that, I felt a sudden inexplicable excitement. It really did feel a bit like being a hunter opening up new territory. Lu Wei level for normal strength 40, spirit 3, constitution 3, agility 3, equipment slots none, talents and 8, my test rank. Brighten S grip S rank, skills charge, bloodthirst. Seeing these stats, I drew in a sharp breath. Her strength was ridiculously high, while all her other basic attributes were dragging her down. Low magic damage, low defense. And she cowled NT run fast. The key point was, in my understanding, ordinary zombies should NT have any talents or skills at all. Yet Lu Wei not only had them, she had overpowered talents. I called me help, complaining there really are subject bias students even among zombies. Talents and skills maxed out, but her stats were a total mess. My head would probably be gone already, but her constitution and agility were way too low. But I quickly realized there was clearly an equipment slot on the panel. As long as I piled gear on her later, wouldn't that make up for her shortcomings? Just then the cold settlement chime would be instant shattered by daydreams. Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf, a completely ordinary passerby, for owning 1345 points in the hidden battleground Star City Hospital. Ranking first, ranking reward obtained, gold 1345, experience 1345. Choose one of the following rewards first: Apocalypse Supplies Universal Capsule 100 second, Random Skill Book 1-3. Exquisite Chest 1. Most survivors choose the supplies capsules at the last moment, but that's exactly what I need the least right now. The Random Skill Book is tempting, but I still prefer the thrill of opening a chest. I chose without hesitation. I want the Exquisite Chest. There were only a few minutes left on the dungeon closing countdown. I knew this place was absolutely safe, so I sat down and first claimed the rewards from the battle just now. First were the World Announcement Rewards: Lone Hero Achievement Reward, Reputation 1000. Bracelet storage space expanded to 2 cubic meters. Title obtained, Pioneer. Unique world title, permanently owned. Granted for becoming the first survivor in the apocalypse to solo Pili boss level zombie. All attributes prominently fifth. When equipped, damage dealt to zombies below boss level is increased by 20%. A rush of satisfaction went through me. Permanent 5 to all attributes, just getting one is pure profit. Although this title doesn't have the double effect of both damage boost and damage reduction like Chosen One, I am an archer right now. Defense isn't important to me. Who's afraid of being caught in melee? Next came the points ranking reward. The Exquisite Chest landed in my hands. In theory, an Exquisite Chest is guaranteed to give at least one fine quality piece of equipment. And if you ray lucky, you might even pull a legendary. That's why I chose the Exquisite Chest. Take a gamble, maybe luck will flip my fate upside down. Rubbing my hands together, I opened the chest. No big surprise, but no disappointment either. 2 identical hammers. NT yet a legendary, but pulling to fine quality weapons at once still counts as decent luck. Black Iron Hammer, fine quality weapon. Two-handed. Weighs about 40 kg, over 1 meter in length, made of black iron. Suitable for personal defense and surprise attacks. Attribute Strength 7, Constitution 3, passes. 10% chance on hit to inflict a 1.5 second stun. This boosts strength and constitution just right for Lu Wei to use. You've got 40 points in strength now. You think these shackles can still hold you? I handed her a hammer and noticed her hands and feet were still cuffed. Crack! Lu Wei exerted a little force and snapped the shackles clean in two. How many do you want? I was a bit stunned as I watched her stretch out her other small hand. This hammer is over a meter long and more than 40 kilos. It's supposed to be a two-handed weapon. Yet those thin arms and legs can lift it easily. One in each hand, and she's not even straightened. But I quickly glanced at her stats and found she had an S-ranked Allant Titan S grip. Can equip and use two-handed weapons with one hand. Expressionless, Lu Wei swung the great hammers. Her power solid. I was dumbfounded. The contrast was insane. Who would have thought this little girl could wield twin great hammers, pounding the ground with heavy thuds? And honestly, a lowly with giant hammers, it weirdly works. Looks like she just walked away with 2 great pieces of gear for free this round. You Ray absolutely obedient to my orders now, right? Work with me for a bit. With a wicked grin, a new idea popped into my head. She immediately stopped, tossed the hammers at my seat, and smashed 2 big craters into the ground. There used to be this saying you have to do a dance before opening the chest if you want good luck. I put on a serious act, ready to set the mood. Gesturing through the moves, I got Lu Wei to jump along with me. The motions flowed smoothly between us. This little girl picked it up pretty fast. Lowly looks, savage execution, no wonder people misunderstand her. She yes, wait, a professional. This time the system has to give us something good or it'd be unreasonable, right? I opened the legendary chest from the hidden quest. This time to find quality pieces drop straight out Hunter-S coat and Hunter-S greaves. Hunter-S coat, fine quality equipment. Only true top-tier archers can wear it. Attack power and agility are increased. Stats: Constitution 5, Agility 5, damage taken reduced by 5%. Hunter-S greaves, fine quality equipment. Only true top-tier archers can wear it. Attack power and agility are increased. Stats: Constitution 5, Agility 5, damage taken reduced by 5%. I smiled in satisfaction. This gear was a perfect fit for me, tailor-made for an archer. Every time we open a chest, you have to dance with me, got it? My face full of smugness. This round of opening chests was a huge haul, totally worth it. Sets are extremely rare among the crit that ordinary people almost never encounter them. A single piece isn't anything special, sometimes even worse than regular standalone items. But once you collect multiple pieces and activate the set bonus, the effect instantly multiplies. With each additional piece of the set you gather, your power becomes even stronger. If you were lucky enough to collect all 6, the stat changes are downright astonishing. I could hardly wait as I put the new set on. Ding, you have equipped Hunter-S coat. Ding, you have equipped Hunter-S greaves. Ding. Congratulations, you have activated the 2-piece effect of the Hunter set. The piece set all stats too, and your chance of obtaining Hunter set equipment in the future is increased. The stat boost put me in a great mood, but the surprises weren't over yet. I discovered there was even a skill book in the chest and it was golden. The punishing arrow I got before was only excellent tier. While golden means mythic tier, even with all the grand scenes I'd witnessed in my previous life, seeing this mythic skill book still made my heart race. Can mark an enemy for 10 minutes with no cooldown. At only one target can be marked at a time. The marked target will constantly display a special mark that only I can see. They will take 30% additional damage from ranged weapons, if the marked target is within 50 meters of me. I also gain movement speed and attack speed bonuses. This skill is downright broken, absolutely king tier among support abilities. Once I lock onto you, even if you go invisible or hide, you'll still be within my sight. After learning the Death Mark skill book, I realized I had already reached level 6 in a short time. I'd taken down a boss, completed a hidden quest, ranked first in points. My experience bar was filled from all directions. I gained another chance at exclusive talent Plunder. Without hesitation, I dumped all 5 of my available stat points into Spirit. Lone Wolf, utterly ordinary passerby, level 6 base stat, strength 42. Spirit 34, Constitution 49, Agility 68 is for Lu Wei. After I found 3 pieces of excellent gear for her. Her stats had undergone a qualitative change as well. Her spirit and agility still needed work, but her constitution had caught up. Name Lu Wei, level for normal tier, strength 56. Spirit 6, Constitution 18, Agility 3, Equipment Black Iron Hammer. Black Iron Hammer, boots of strength, gauntlets of spirit, breastplate of constitution. This haul felt better than what a founding emperor must have felt conquering a nation. I casually glanced at Lin Mao Rong's rank 2nd place. Looking toward the door now, I laughed. Lin Mao Rong, getting impatient, aren't you? I put the special mask on Lu Wei's face. Her pupils still had a slight abnormality, but as long as her teeth were covered, she looked no different from a normal person. More strength and a better figure. Come on, walk a few steps for me to see. I carefully watched her movements. Not bad. Aside from a bit of stiffness, nothing looks off on the surface. Let us go together. I lit a fire and burned the dean's office to a crisp, every trace of the past devoured by the flames. Pushing the door open, I didn't put Lu Wei into the storage space. Instead, I wanted to test her current strength. From a distance, we could easily be mistaken for brother and sister. The moment the dungeon run ended, all the people hiding in the dark started to show themselves. I saw a survivor called Sky-Piercing Monkey being chased by an elite zombie. They'd just been beaten half to death by that elite zombie. US zombie level 5, elite base attributes. Strength 40, Spirit 10, Constitution 20, Agility, and their talents were all E and F rank. Against an elite zombie like this, they had no power to fight back at all. Most people don't have any advantages to speak of. Normally, the sum of their for basic attributes would struggle to exceed 40th at S-wide. Once they encounter zombies, they can't storm apart with ease. Yesterday, I would be still thought this elite zombie assets were pretty strong. But today is different. The current me is already in a position to completely disregard this guy. Still, elite zombies give a lot of experience and good drops. They ray worth going after. Sky-piercing monkey spotted me and Lu Wei, and a calculating glint flashed through his eyes. And when he saw our gear, his eyes lit up. Other than those lunatics from the Lin family, he'd never seen anyone so fully equipped from head to toe. This is my chance. He turned and ran straight toward us, his intentions obvious. He wanted to drag the elite zombie over and use us as his knives. It was NT's first time doing something like this. With agility even higher than the elite zombies, he repeatedly kitted monsters onto other people, then picked up the spoils in the chaos. He understood the rules of survival. Only the ruthless can live comfortably in the apocalypse. The timid have long since become rations in zombie mouths. He knew very well that as long as he avoided my arrows, the gear our siblings would all end up in his pocket. Unfortunately for him, he picked the wrong target this time. "Sorry, buddy," he called out, grinning. I couldn't be bothered responding. I raised my warbow and aimed at him. "This time you really done for," I reminded him, half joking. The arrow had already left the string, screaming through the air like a shell. Sky-piercing monkey's movements suddenly slowed by half a beat. He didn't even have time to dodge before he crashed straight to the ground. He lowered his head and saw a big hole in his chest, blood gushing out in torrents. "Told you this is what you call right through the heart." "Impossible, I clearly have third eye for points and agility." How could I still used up the last of his strength to shout, his gaze quickly going dull. He never even saw clearly how I'd attacked just now. The few surviving witnesses nearby all stared, eyes wide. They immediately grew excited. They had obviously hated Sky-piercing monkey for a long time. That was so satisfying. The bastard had it coming, so he really did have third eye for points and agility. No wonder nobody could ever catch him. But now that Sky-piercing monkey is dead, who is going to deal with that elite zombie? Can those two youngsters handle it? Let the leader fall back first. We'll just dump this mess on that brother-sister pair. They all looked at each other, then shoved a big fat guy forward and slowly started inching their way downstairs. Sky-piercing monkey had just died, and the elite zombie hadn't reacted yet. It spun around in place twice, then suddenly fixed its gaze on me. Its furious roar shook the air itself. Lu Wei, standing beside me with a mask on, tilted her head, looking a bit dazed and cute, but I knew she was already itching to fight. "Lu Wei, get ready to move." I nodded at her, drawing my bell fully, ready to support at any moment. Lu Wei smiled and pulled the hammers from her back. Her steps were steady. She didn't move that fast, but every step made the floor tremble. When the zombie rushed into her attack range, a phantom image suddenly appeared behind her. That was the warrioress' unique skill. Charge. As long as it locked onto a target, no one could hope to escape. The elite zombie showed no fear. Claws raised high, bloody maw gaping wide. Anyone else would have been scared lint at the sight. The what it faced was our Wei's warhammer. When 56 points of strength clashed with the zombie's 40, there was a deafening boom. Everyone was stunned. Her Wei raised and dropped the hammer one swing after another, smashing into the elite zombie. It didn't die immediately. Blood poured from its 7 orifices as it still tried to struggle and crawl out. The 80-gen hammer came crashing down mercilessly. That monster was completely unrecognizable, every bone shattered, its remains almost impossible to piece together, leaving only a few bare steel rebars standing alone in the wind. And as blew past, and a Wei's gray long hair, snow-white face, and once clean clothes and dress were all splattered with zombie blood and gore. She barely looked human. It was terrifying to the extreme thing. Our Wei have killed elite zombie LV5 and gained coins 10. Hint, our Wei levels up in the same way as ordinary zombies. She cannot gain EXP from quests or killing zombies. But like the host, she can rob coins, equipment, and items. I frowned. If our Wei killed zombies, no one got any XP? Didn't that mean I'd still have to do the killing myself later on? And if we fought a boss in the future and she stole the last hit, I'd be taking a huge loss. On second thought, it was reasonable. Having such a powerful helper was already an incredible bargain. Besides, her strength was ridiculously monstrous. Very soon, I noticed something even more important. If our Wei leveled up the same way as regular zombies, then every night she could evolve and level up on her own. She might even grow stronger by killing people, and perhaps become even more terrifying. Thinking of this, I stepped forward. Several leaders who were on their last legs still hadn't recovered from the shock. They just stared blankly at our Wei. The universal supply capsule. These leaders spent all day enjoying their cushy lives. When had they ever suffered like this? They'd hidden on the hospital rooftop for a whole day, and when it was all tally up, the 5 of them shared a single can of herring. Tell me, who could stomach that stuff? Starving for 3 days, finally getting a bit of canned food, they immediately vomited and had diarrhea so bad they could barely walk straight. Then the moment they came down, they ran into Sky-piercing monkey. Before they could even finish a sentence, they were taken down in an instant. Now, seeing the universal supply capsule in my hand, their eyes went wide. On the outside of the capsule were 3 big characters: Rose Suckling Pig. I didn't even look too closely, I just casually tossed it into my wristband space. At this point, the leaders swallowed hard, glancing at one another, clearly thinking I must still have a lot of supplies on me. The leader at the front lowered his voice and said to the person beside him, I must get that capsule, no matter what it takes. I'll have Secretary Guan sleep with him tonight. I only care about the result, understand? He gave Secretary Guan a vicious pinch. Secretary Guan had followed him for 2 years, he'd long since gotten bored of her. Now, supplies were worth more than women in the apocalypse. That was normal. While he talked, his gaze stayed glued to her Yue Wei, filled with greedy hunger, as if he were already imagining how delicious she would be. Secretary Guan's eyes turned red, and her voice trembled with a sob. District Chief. Why? Guan Xiao, you be obedient, otherwise there'll be no one to take care of your little brother. All right, I understand. She lowered her head, biting her lip in silence. At this moment, these men, who had just thought they were about to die, all had their eyes light up at the mention of a woman as a reward. Some of them stared openly at Secretary Guan. That woman sure puts on a proper act. We've seen full well what she has been like these past few days. In the apocalypse, how is she any different from those women who sell their bodies for food? After that, the group slowly started walking toward us. When it came to dealing with Sky-piercing monkey, they were helpless. But to them, we just looked like a pair of students, much easier to bully. They figured that by using both threats and persuasion, they could definitely get their hands on our supplies. I had heard everything they said long ago. I was idle anyway, so I might as well see just how shameless they could act. They crowded up till woe-I, putting on fake smiles. Little girl, you two are really impressive. Could you share some universal capsules with us? Everyone else having such a hard time right now. We all need to help each other to survive, right? When the world goes back to normal, we can arrange for reporters to interview you and let you appear on EVUL about that. I just tilted her head, staring at them blankly. I watched this group act completely heartless, not listening to a word anyone else said. So they immediately turned their aim on me. We raid the leading cadres here. You must hand on your supplies over to us for unified storage and distribution. Someone even hypocritically added. Think about it, there are still so many elderly people and children waiting for rescue. Only by doing this can you help more people. You raid the older brother. Shouldn't you set a good example for your little sister? I almost laughed out loud. That internal document in the hospital office had already laid bare every dirty scandal of the officials in Hexai District. Every one of these people in front of me was a notoriously corrupt figure. And now they wanted to morally blackmail me. Where did they get the nerve? I kept my face expressionless and silently stared at them, seeing I was any talking. They finally lost their patience. It's already the end of the world, and there are still people like you who only think of themselves. If you don't cooperate, I'll report you when I get back, and you'll regret it. So many cadres came to talk to you personally. You should feel honored instead of being so ungrateful. Just as I was about to open my mouth and give a woe-I an order, the district chief suddenly stepped forward, glared at his subordinates, and forced himself to smooth things over. It was clear he cowed and he count on them, and would have to personally step in. Don't scare the churl. Those few immediately stood straight and put on a respectful act. I am the person in charge here, you can rest assured, we will definitely take full responsibility. Think carefully about your decision. The country and the people will not forget the contribution you make. A sly old fox indeed. Right away, he dragged things up to the level of the nation, trying to pressure me. He crouched down, pretending to be kindly as he opened his arms. Though he had already decided to make a move on us, he fixed his eyes on the girl. Little girl, you ray so cute. Come to uncle, don't be afraid. Have your brother hand over the supplies and this ring will be your present. He probably thought that, relying on his status as district chief, he could easily buy us off. He assumed that since Lo Wian looked pretty and fragile, she'd obey the moment she got scared. Even pulling a ring out of his wristband, still pretending to be some kind of nice guy. Even with the apocalypse at the doorstep, he had to pull this disgusting routine. I said coldly, do it. The district chief still had a smile on his face, and the next second it froze. His expression shifted abruptly. He only had time to look up before the giant hammers came crashing down out of nowhere. In an instant, his whole body was smashed flat like a sheet of paper. Not even a scrap left. How come no one falls for your type of act anymore these days? Little brother, I am begging you, spare me please. Unfortunately, they were even worse than mutant zombies. The iron hammers pounded down on them again and again, flesh and blood flying. In less than 3 seconds, all that remained on the ground was a pool of blood. Even their bones were smashed to nothing. Ding! I is killed. Survivor LV3 gained evolution points 30. The system notification popped up again. I felt a rush of satisfaction. She can gain evolution points. I casually picked up the ancient pattern ring lying by the district chief's corpse. This was the first time I'd killed someone and a gear dropped from them, under the laws of the apocalypse. Only what a person carries on them is left behind, everything else is wiped by the system. And 5% of damage dealt is converted into HP. Even though I already had a better ring, I handed it straight to Lu Wei. A woman's sharp scream cut through the air beside me, followed by the heavy thud of something hitting the ground. Suddenly jumped from the building, committing suicide and smashing into the hospital lobby floor. She lay there collapsed, her body twitching a few times. Blood quickly pooling out beneath her. The zombies all around were drawn in by the smell of blood, hurling themselves at her like mad. Only a puddle of blood and torn clothes remained. I'd seen scenes this tragic many times. When a person is driven completely insane by despair, there is nothing they want to do. The atmosphere grew tense, my mind was in chaos, yet I could still keenly catch every tiny movement around me. Back when the lobby was still in turmoil, I'd already caught sight of a familiar figure from afar, Lin Mao Rong. Along with his lackeys. With the blood-sucking ring on my finger, confidence swelled up in me. Lu Wei was even more unstoppable. Working together, we followed Lin Mao Rong's trail all the way to the rear exit of the hospital. There was still a horde of zombies blocking the main entrance. If they wanted to leave, the back door was their only way out. Not far ahead, a man was wrapping his arm around a woman, slipping into a white SUV. The woman said, "Master, you've had such a hard day. Let me help ease your fatigue." "This is my duty." The man chuckled teasingly, clearly in a very good mood. After killing Miao Huan Wan Xin Ran had been so terrified she threw herself at him. And Lin Mao Rong grew even more arrogant. "To others I am beyond miss, but to you I am your only master." "Don't you think that's especially exciting?" she cooed. Lin Mao Rong let out a soft laugh, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Why did I keep you? Miao Huan is pretty slutty, but you're even better at playing along." Before long, the car was filled with the woman's moans, and the man loudly singing Sumba's our song "Watch Me," stepping in with Eve. Eyes sharp as blades, enemies crumble in a single blow, my techniques are endless, my offense like the wind. Crushing straight through without a trace, his singing mixed with waves of panting, and soon this warp battle was over. "You're amazing. Let me be your pet for the rest of my life, okay?" Wan Xin Ran lay beside him cleaning up the mess. Her face full of fawning flattery. The group of men outside the car made Wan Xin Ran tremble. They hadn't even spared the dead Miao Huan, and Lin Mao Rong had stood by cheering them on. Completely devoid of humanity, she called into help, wondering if she would be next. In order to survive, she desperately tried to curry favor with Lin Mao Rong. Even if it meant throwing away her dignity, as long as she could live one more day, she was willing to do anything. "Look, that seems to be Su Yu." She suddenly spotted movement at the hospital's rear exit and called out excitedly. Lu Wei and I cut our way through the zombies as we slowly approached the white SUV. Lao Bie heard the noise and yanked the car door open. Wan Xin Ran hurriedly grabbed a piece of clothing to cover herself and shouted, "Lao Bie, what are you doing?" Everyone inside the car burst into loud laughter. Lin Mao Rong pulled up his pants and stepped out of the car, looking at me with a playful glint in his eyes. As soon as we showed ourselves, Lin Mao Rong's men warily used their abilities to scan me, but aside from my name, the display showed nothing but question marks. "We can't read this guy's information. The girl with him is called Lu Wei, level 4th, can't read it. He must have some special item. The name Lu Wei, does it ring a bell for any of you?" Lin Mao Rong turned to ask. Embarrassed, only dared to answer softly, "I remember the top 10, but the ones after that were written down by Miao Huan. And she is dead." Lin Mao Rong's expression instantly darkened. He let out a cold snort. "Useless. I'll deal with you later." Wan Xin Ran shook like a leaf. That one sentence felt like a death sentence hanging over her head. Lin Mao Rong had clearly underestimated us. He figured that since Wu Wei and I hadn't been partners for long, we wouldn't even make it into the top 10 of the rankings, so he didn't take us seriously at all. I'd always been that pushover who obediently listened to my cousin. When they waited for a long time without finding any other targets, they simply decided to amuse themselves with me, leading their underlings to completely cut off our escape route. I smiled and stepped forward without the slightest hesitation, even though there was a whole crowd blocking the way. And two of his men immediately came over, faces full of arrogance. "Bro, we saw that zombie first. Hand over your supply capsule, and maybe we'll spare your life." Lin Mao Rong strolled casually out of the crowd, joking as he spoke. "Yo, isn't the Su Yu? My cousin's boyfriend, what are you doing here? You've really got some guts." "Huh." Facing Lin Mao Rong's provocation, I only gave a cold smile and remained unmoved. Anger spreading across his face. He was ranked second on the hospital dungeon leaderboard. How could he possibly be suppressed by Su Yu's presence? Just as he was about to lose his temper, he viciously kicked Lao Bie beside him. Liu Bie immediately understood and walked forward with a mocking, sing-song tone. "So it's the future son-in-law, huh? Didn't he expect you to see a day like this? How about this crawl between my legs, then bark twice like a dog? And I'll reluctantly let you pass. How's that sound? The people around all started hooting and jeering, laughing so hard they almost doubled over. Li Mao Rong's gaze shifted to the girl beside me, his eyes full of greed. He had set his sights on Lo Wei after giving her a once-over. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became, fair-skinned and icy. Aloof fair and that stunning figure, he really had played with this type before. In his mind, he was already plotting that if he got his hands on her, she might be even more fun. The one Xin ran at his side. Liu Bei immediately bowed and nodded, indicating he understood. At this moment, Li Mao Rong called out loudly, "Hey, you, the girl, you've got decent skills, right? We raid the Lin family of Star City, backed by the BA's High family. We re-ranked top 2. You coming or not? Want to team up with us?" Lo Wei didn't speak. She only tilted her head slightly and walked toward them, one step at a time, very slowly. Everyone thought she was going to defect to the Lin family and started pointing at Suyu, mocking him. "The young master loves girls like you. Follow the Lin family and you'll be living the good life. This little girl has got better judgment than you." Son-in-law, looking at the scum in front of him, Suyu suddenly remembered that lowly island scandal overseas. Are rich people really all like this? A light breeze swept past, and killing intent surfaced in Suyu's eyes. He spoke slowly, "Kill." In an instant, the air turned icy. All the laughter cut off abruptly, and everyone's expressions changed. "Kill? Is your brain broken? There's a bunch of us. What are you gonna use to fight us?" Lao Bie spat on the ground with disdain and added, "I've changed my mind now. In the apocalypse, it's survival of the fittest. You get that much, right?" Liu Bei looked at him like he was a clown putting on a show and even waved the shield in his hand. Family enforcers next to him, holding a spear and an iron rod, closed in on Suyu from left and right. Behind them, 2 archers quietly drew their bowstrings. Bloodied corpses still lay on the ground. There had never been much of a moral bottom line here. They'd done this kind of thing, robbing and killing survivors more than a few terlims. In the blink of an eye, Lo Wei had already rushed up to one of the enforcers. Her black iron hammer swung straight into his chest with a vicious smash. With a loud crack, the lackey's body flew out like a rag doll, crashing back into the crowd. All he felt was searing pain in his chest as his ribs snapped one after another. A few even pierced clean through the skin of his back. The agony on his face in his final moments was hard to look at. Wei Wei's sudden strike stunned everyone from the Lin family. 15 meters of distance, and she crossed it in the blink of an eye. That had to be some kind of monstrous skill. Li Mao Rong's expression was extremely ugly as he ordered coldly, "Keep the girl. Do whatever you want with the guy." He himself quietly retreated to the rear, clearly not planning to confront Sim head-on. He reached for Xin Ran, groping her recklessly as if no one else was there. He had never treated Xin Ran as a woman, but as his own plaything. "You dare kill my brother?" These Lin family definitely be considered vicious characters among ordinary survivors. Every one of them had level for combat strength. Any single one could easily arm wrestle to zombies. The entire squad had even taken down an elite zombie that very day. So their arrogance had swelled to the limit. When their companion was just killed in a second, they thought he'd only been careless, completely unaware that real danger was looming. Unfortunately for them, this time they were facing an ordinary person, but Suyu, who had survived 10 years of the apocalypse and been reborn. After Old Eight gave the order, to archers immediately drew their bows. The bows in their hands were just ordinary goods. Expressionless, Suyu pulled out his own Huaxia warbow. His movements were crisp and efficient as he dodged the 2 arrows from the other side and, at the same time, raised his hand and loosed 2 of his own. The arrows tore through the air and struck Xing and Ag in the shoulders. The arrowheads blasted bullseye coals straight through their shoulders, blood gushing madly. They had just drawn their bows and fired, but I disrupted them in time. The arrow only grazed Old Eight's scalp as it flew past. "Are you blind or what?" Old Eight roared angrily as he looked back, his face ashen with fright. And the atmosphere on the scene instantly turned oppressive and terrifying. Killing those 2 would have been as easy as lifting a finger for me. But I deliberately spared them to let Lu Wei farm some evolution points. Lu Wei walked straight up to the 2 of them. She swung her hammer and finished them off cleanly, earning 80 evolution points with ease. In just a few minutes, 3 thugs had already died under Lu Wei's heavy hammer. Only then did the remaining ones notice that the red marks on Lu Wei's skirt were all bloodstains. No one dared try to count how many people she'd already killed. Old Eight actually had his rage suppress his fear at this moment. "What are you all standing around for? I'll handle this woman." "Okay?" The remaining 3 nodded, their eyes turning vicious. They split into 3 directions and moved in to surround me. Old Eight, on the other hand, locked onto Lu Wei. He wasn't afraid of Lu Wei at all. He even felt confident he could take her on. "I've got 40 for points in Constitution. You think I can't handle a little girl like you?" Old Eight had dumped all his attribute points into Constitution, with the iron shield in his hand. His Constitution was currently at 44th for level 4. That was NT bad at all. He could take several hits even from a mutant zombie. The rest of his brothers were all elites taking care of me. Wouldn't he be any trouble at all? However, after just 2 swings of the hammer, the shield in old Ada's hand cracked. The webbing between his thumb and index finger split open and his arm went numb. System prompt: iron shield damaged. Durability below 50%. Please repair promptly. Old Ada's mentality collapsed. His face was full of shock. A few more blows and it would definitely be scrap. He hurriedly turned sideways to dodge Lu Wei's third hammer strike, nearly losing his life right then and there. He might really have died. After taking 2 of Lu Wei's hammer blows head-on, old Ada felt his chest churn like a stormy sea and spat out a mouthful of black blood. I stood where I was, not worried about Lu Wei at all. She could already rival elite zombies of the same level. If she couldn't even handle these small fry, would she really be worthy of the heavy investment I was putting into her? What is still dawdling for? Hurry up and kill the guy and come help me. Old Ada panted heavily, his voice trembling a bit. The sledgehammer swung toward him. He reacted quickly, immediately throwing his shield away and bolting, barely avoiding having his head smashed in. But his insanely strong shield was done for too, shattered into pieces after blocking just 3 hits. Lu Wei pursued relentlessly, every strike enough to crush one's hope. I just stood there calmly loosing arrows, dealing with these Lin family deaths sworn. It looked like perfect teamwork, but in truth it was full of holes. After a few arrows, they dropped to their knees one after another, arrows in their bodies, screams rising and falling nonstop. So noisy it even grated on my nerves. Very soon, Lu Wei's warhammer finished off everyone, not even giving them a chance to cry out in pain. Old Ada turned his head toward Lin Maorong in despair. Lin Maorong's face was ashen, his hand viciously twisting the woman beside him, so furious he was shaking. A light breeze blew and the air was thick with the smell of blood. In less than a minute, Lin Maorong's subordinates were completely wiped out. I looked at Lin Maorong calmly. Any last words? I'll give you 2 moves. The rage on Lin Maorong's face was almost uncontrollable. He suddenly rushed forward, spinning twice in quick succession, shaking off Lu Wei. Gale step. In an instant, he vanished from sight. I only chuckled. Gale step? Interesting. In the apocalypse, that skill really was powerful, but I wasn't anxious at all. Because before Lin Maorong activated Gale step, I was already prepared. Data crid triangular death mark silently appeared above Lin Maorong's head. A cursor panel surfaced in my eyes. Eldest young master of the Lin family. LV5, no class, B ranked talent, wind of injury blade. Current collapse 30%, weakness 0%. Just to be ranked talent, I didn't care. But this time, ID decided to use Lin Maorong's body to properly test the limits of collapse and weakness. I wanted to see just how far a human could be pushed. Lin Maorong thought he was invisible, not knowing that his every move was clearly laid bare before me. I knew exactly what he was thinking. I had to admit. Even though I was completely suppressing him now, I wouldn't let my guard down. In the apocalypse, no one who survived 10 years was ordinary. In my previous life, I stupidly obeyed Lin Rufi and everything thinking bad. Mao only made me feel sick. Lin Maorong was anything but simple. He'd even told he was merely a marginal young master of the Lin family. His mother had him practice 1,000 blade cuts a day that became his shackle, leaving him no room for extraneous thoughts, up until just before the apocalypse. He'd been training at that intensity, yet in front of others he always acted like a frivolous, dandy young master. Behind their backs, he pushed himself desperately, just for the chance to truly rise one day. But he understood the strong man-ass creed only effort leads to a future. The family reshuffled from the inside, and among the younger generation, only he and another young master were left. Bai Xiao ordered that the newbie phase would last only 7 days, and performance in that period would determine the heir. Lin Maorong didn't want to miss his only opportunity. So he broke into Star City Hospital to take on the challenge. But things didn't go well. The task arranged by the Bai Shi family dragged on indefinitely, and his most trusted men were almost all dead or crippled, leaving only a useless woman. He clearly held the protagonist's script, yet at every critical moment, his old flaws returned. When he first grasped authority, he got carried away and cocky, and once he made mistakes, he habitually shifted the blame. Now, he deepened all the fury of his failure on me. He felt that as long as he killed me, took my gear, and delivered it to young Master Bai Shi's, his position would be more secure. Knowing he couldn't beat me head-on, Lin Maorong chose another path. He dumped all his attribute points into agility, 40 points in agility, plus a 40% speed boost. The moment he re-entered my field of view, he heard me say calmly and confidently, first move. With my attribute bonuses, my attack was unbelievably fast. Suddenly, Lin Maorong began to suspect that I really could see his position, aiming straight for his vital point. Though he was well trained, his body reacting faster than his brain, he was still half a beat too late. The arrow had slit through his pants and underwear, tearing a chunk of flesh from his body. The arrow flew past and landed right at Juan Xin Ran's feet. Juan Xin Ran glanced at the flesh on the ground and Calden helped letting out a soft, mocking laugh, forcing himself to endure the intense pain without making a sound. He followed the direction the arrow had come from and saw a stray dog dart out from the roadside, snatch up the piece of flesh, and run off with it. His jaw clenched, his eyes bloodshot and veined, killing intent almost exploding out of him. At that moment, he didn't care about anything else. His mind was filled with only one thought: tear me to pieces. I saw Lin Mao Rong's collapse level jump to 50%. His weakness level rise to 10%. He desperately used Gale Step to close the distance until only 10 meters remained between us. But the effective Gale Step was about to end. Just then, I shouted again, second move. The arrow was already no-ked, the target within our mess reach. Lin Mao Rong had no time to react, driving him back more than a dozen steps before he finally stopped. By now, my teammate Liu Wei had already cleared out all of Lin Mao Rong's underlings and was walking over with her warhammer in hand, gasping heavily, staring at me in disbelief as I approached, step by step. His eyes were full of unease, while I moved toward him with a calm indifference as if I were looking at a dead man. His collapse level was now 80%, his weakness level 70%. Brother Suyu, I am begging you. Don't kill me. Lin Mao Rong frantically pulled everything out of his pockets. Gear, supplies, items that is all yours, just spare me. He even began tossing his equipment onto the ground, his face filled with terror and despair. At this point, Lin Mao Rong had only one thought left: stay alive. He hadn't yet taken the position of head of the Lin family. He didn't want to die like this. Watching coldly from the side, I found it a bit ridiculous and told him, you talk too much. I am starting to regret having given you a chance just now. My patience was exhausted, and I was about to have Liu Wei finish him. Lin Mao Rong completely lost it, still struggling desperately to save himself. And this woman, I'll give her to you too. He yanked Juan Xin Ran in front of me and shouted frantically, she is beautiful and very good at pleasing people. ULL like her. Xin Ran, hurry up and put on a show for your brother-in-law. Current collapse level 90%, weakness level 70%. A person was already near their limit. Unexpectedly, before we could make a move, Juan Xin Ran snapped on her own. Lin Mao Rong, are you insane? You're hurting me, normally gentle and obedient. She suddenly broke down and screamed hysterically. Having reached her breaking point, she pulled out a dagger, squeezed her eyes shut, and stabbed Lin Mao Rong wildly more than 10 times. Before she could even react, she suddenly clutched her lower abdomen, her face turning deathly pale. Looking down, she saw a blade buried deep in her stomach. Gritting her teeth, Juan Xin Ran used the last of her strength to bite down hard on Lin Mao Rong's arm, refusing to let go. Ah, that hurts like hell. Are you crazy? Let go. Lin Mao Rong flailed in panic, hacking wildly at her neck. Juan Xin Ran stared fixedly at him, dying with her eyes wide open. I watched quietly as Lin Mao Rong's collapse level and weakness level spiked to 99%. In the apocalypse, anyone driven to the end of their rope will fight back with everything they have. Forced into a corner can be deadly. At this point, Lin Mao Rong stared at me, trembling. So you Ray breaking the rules, how can you see me? Tell me, or I want to die in peace. His eyes were full of fear and confusion as he spoke. I actually found it amusing. I casually brought the hammer down. Lin Mao Rong's body was smashed into a pulp, his head left only half intact, eyes wide open. At last, his wish was fulfilled. Ding, Liu Wei has killed Survivor LV4. Gained evolution points 40. Ding, Rui's level has risen to 5, gaining 5 strength points. Due to the talent Innate Divine Power, the strength gained is doubled. Innate Divine Power strength gained upon leveling up is doubled, damage dealt on melee weapons is increased by 50%. With Lin Mao Rong's death, Rui actually leveled up. His zombie's talents are downright broken, far stronger than those of ordinary people. With a single A rebuke, their power can reach A rank. This talent is practically designed for a berserker. I am getting more and more curious whether I will have the chance to evolve other skills. I quickly finished looting the spoils of war. I casually patted Rui on the head. The chill of her skin stunned me for a moment. To my surprise, the zombie girl, who had never shown any emotional fluctuation, actually closed her eyes, as if enjoying my touch. Before the dungeon ended, Lin Mao Rong had exchanged for the skill Gale Step, and he'd been smart enough to send most of the stolen goods out with his subordinates in advance. Now, aside from a ghoul mask, nothing else on him was worth any money. I glanced at the time. From the moment I killed him to the end, it had taken exactly 2.5 minutes. Grabbing the gear, I strode out of the hospital with Rui. Now that I was wearing the stolen ghoul mask, even acquaintances would have a hard time recognizing me. I also used the mask disguise skill to conceal all critical information. No one has the ability to see through my identity. Even a powerhouse above level 3 wouldn't be able to tell that I am the lone wolf. It was already 2 in the afternoon. We set off again. The apocalypse had only just begun. My movement speed actually isn't that fast, and my reaction time still needs work. Or we simply don't have time to waste. The road is full of obstacles and we could run into a fight at any moment. We have to leave now. Only if we reach our destination before dark do we stand a sliver of a chance. Rui, traveling with me, had already grown rapidly. She could now handle trouble on her own without needing my help. Wherever we went, we were like a raging storm sweeping through everything. The Lin building was a 6-story, old-style office block. Its exterior was stern and old-fashioned, a symbol of Lin Construction's former glory and dark history. Don't be fooled by how impressive they seem now. Back then, the Lin family was just a small, obscure company in Star City. But things changed starting to generations ago, when the Lin family's leadership took a different path. On the surface, they did legitimate business. Behind the scenes, they resorted to every dirty trick in the book, falsifying project quantities and engaging in vicious competition at every turn if the law forbade it. They dared to do it. Even the collapse of the Star City Tower last time was inseparable from them. Do enough bad things and someone is bound to start watching you. Their methods eventually drew the attention of the BA's high family, and Lin Construction became the most powerful company in Star City. But fortunes turn. Now the Lin family's remaining forces amounted to only about 60 people. Only a few core Lin family members had any real say. Yet occupying the head seat at the conference table was an outsider, the BA's high clam's special envoy, a woman. Her name was Hiroshi Majenko. From Sakura country, Hiroshi Majenko always carried an air of lofty arrogance, but everyone in the Lin family understood very well if they wanted to preserve the family's future. They had no choice but to swallow their pride right now. Hiroshi Majenko's arrival was a huge test for the Lin family. On the surface, she was here to relay the BA's high family's orders, but in reality she was constantly scrutinizing the Lin family's performance. After the apocalypse arrived, the connections between people fell apart into a complete mess. Hiroshi Majenko ran back and forth between the Lin family and the BA's high family frequently, ostensibly passing on missions, but in fact recording every step the Lins took. In the previous life after the apocalypse, she and Lin Maorong had once colluded shamelessly, each using the other to climb higher. But fate is fickle. In this life, the two of them would have no chance to cooperate again. Though Hiroshi Majenko's looks were plain, she carried a particularly distinctive aura, never caring about the occasion. At the moment, a tall, brawny man was giving her a massage. His name was Dodge Wang, an electrician plumber on the Lin construction site known as the illusory-fingered Demon King. Though Dodge Wang looked rough on the outside, he was an honest, straight-laced strongman. Fortunately, he had a pair of skillful hands even if he was handsome. Once the lights were off, he was first-rate where it mattered. On Dao Yuan's EHR seemed to be thoroughly enjoying herself. The sounds she was making forced the other workers present to lower their heads in embarrassment. Not daring to take another glance, suddenly her expression changed. She shoved Dodge Wang away, the afterglow still lingering on her face, then turned to sweep her gaze around the room, her tone turning cold. Li Maorong had shown up for 2 days, clearly not taking her seriously. What time is it already? Why has the meeting started? The conference room fell silent. An elder of the Lin family, hair completely white, forced himself to step forward and spoke in a low, placating voice. Envoy, please calm your anger. This time they brought back 10 supply capsules and 2 good pieces of gear for your inspection. With that, he shot Dodge Wang a look. Dodge Wang quickly trotted over, acting both diligent and eager to please. At this moment, Lin Maoying also stood up. A textbook muscle man, good at brute force, useless at thinking. They had set out with 30 people today. Bringing back even half was already not bad. This little bit of supplies had essentially been pieced together with human lives. Lin Maoying had no charm whatsoever. Guang Dao Yuan's I couldn't work up the slightest interest in him. I didn't take him seriously at all. Li Maorong with that pampered look and delicate skin, if he were locked in a dark room and disciplined properly, it wouldn't take long for him to become obedient and interesting. Unfortunately, ever since Lin Maorong was admitted to the hospital yesterday, it was as if he'd vanished into thin air. There had been no news whatsoever. To this moment, nobody knew whether he was dead or alive. Just this stuff almost blinded me with how pathetic it is. Dante used these cheap tricks to test my intelligence. What I want is Lin Maorong. Wang Daoyuan's EHIS face was full of disdain. Her voice as cold as ice. She didn't care about these items at all. After speaking, she deliberately tapped the table in a steady rhythm to put pressure on everyone, who had been full of enthusiasm, now felt his heart pounding under her oppressive aura and could only work even harder. Was drenched in cold sweat. There was a single piece of news about Lin Maorong and he was beaten up with regret. If he had known Maorong was so unreliable, He should have blocked him no matter what and never let him accept this assignment. You lot had better either show some standards or get out of my sight. Let me tell you, Zhang Master BA is high I think he running a charity. Want pity, you'd be better off begging on the street. Guang Dao Yuan Ziyoj I continued in a cutting, sarcastic tone. Just then, a sudden noise of the door being pushed open interrupted everyone. Guang Dao Yuan Zh had been holding herself back, ready to drop a rap verse. But this completely threw off her rhythm, and Da Zhuang's hands froze mid-air. The scene was exactly like when the leader is reaching over your plate for food just as you spin the lazy Susan, when someone is toasting you and you refuse to drink, or when someone is singing at KTV and you cut their song instant, suffocating awkwardness for the whole room. Guang Dao Yuan Ziya's face turned as dark as it could get. Who is that? Do the Lin family people not understand rules anymore? He finally exploded. Outside, the wind howled as if it wanted to tear the whole building away. Lu Wei and I were already standing at the foot of the Lin Group building. Before long, this night of apocalyptic storm would officially begin. The one who entered was Lin Maorong's lackey. He had brought back 12 high-grade pieces of equipment, one excellent quality piece of equipment. These spoils of war made Guang Gao Yuan Ziyoj I overjoyed once she depacked them away. She grabbed Da Zhuang and dragged Ting into the room next door. Within just a few minutes, a man's miserable screams and a woman's laughter came from next door. The two sounds mixing together into a vividly suggestive scene. Everyone's curiosity went through the roof. They crowded up against the door, imagining what on earth was happening inside. All the zombies had turned into mutated monsters, their strength soaring. They roamed about like hunters, searching for targets. Lu Wei and I, on the other hand, slipped through the darkness in secret and quietly set our plan in motion. This large construction company quickly restored order and even showed astonishing response capabilities. In just a few days, we turned the place into a fortress. All major entrances and exits were sealed tight with steel pipes and wire mesh, leaving only a single staircase as the access point. Flexible checkpoints were installed along this passage, allowing people to go in and out at will while still blocking zombies. Neither humans nor zombies would be able to cross that line. I casually loosed an arrow, its head tied to a lowen jar. It traced a graceful arc, slipped through the gap between the steel pipes and smashed heavily into the ground. And dozens of zombies reacted like someone had lit a fuse, hurling themselves madly against the steel pipe gate. The steel pipes creaked and groaned under the impact, then finally gave way. A zombie even smaller than a child forced its way through that opening. Manager Ma rushed over with his subordinates to check things out. Thanks to the lure jar, the zombies outside the door gradually dispersed and quieted down. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and simply collapsed to the floor, snacking on the energy capsules that had just been handed out while playing poker. The baby zombie, however, did not charge into the crowd. Instead, it crawled along the ceiling, climbing higher and higher, its posture nerve-wrangling merry. What's going on, Manager Ma? Why are the zombies acting like they've been shot full of stimulants today? Something does feel a bit off. But don't worry, no one asked getting through this defensive line. Of course there's no problem. All these materials were carefully selected by our materials manager. The scaffolding crew is our top-ace team that we hired at a high price, and the entire construction is under the strict control of our safety director. Absolutely safe. Oh, I see, but I still feel something is wrong. Things might not be that simple. As the project manager, I knew perfectly well what was really going on. The materials manager had been up to tricks behind everyone's back for a long time, taking kickbacks from suppliers and palming off shoddy goods on us. As for that so-called DACE scaffolding crew, it was obvious they'd only earned their title thanks to the company's gift-giving. The safety director was even more than joke-drunk almost every day. As NT set foot on a construction site in over a decade, putting him in charge of safety was practically a farce. With these three headaches all piled together, who could truly feel at ease? But the people around me kept pushing me to say something, so I could only bite the bullet and start talking, out of the calm as I tried to reassure them. I talked big and casually spun a few trending scandals. The general manager's romantic escapades with successive secretaries, the financial director's ambiguous relationship with a university intern, even some story about a clan elder secretly sending his daughter to the BA's high family head, making everyone around me laugh out loud. At that moment, Suyu and Lu Wei made their move, then slipped into the building while the coast was clear. The two of them squeezed through a gap and, right after entering, heard the sound of my subordinates and me playing cards. Why is it so noisy upstairs? Aren't they afraid they'll attract zombies? Forget it, we just need to hold the door. Manager Ma is right. You lot never listen when it matters. Pair of sevens, pair of eights. Pair of jacks, I am bombing. Pass, Joker bomb. I kept playing cards, completely oblivious to the danger looming behind me. Suddenly, a voice cut in out of nowhere. Manager Ma, that's not right. Ivy got the big joker over here, yeah. And Ivy got the little joker too, instinctively. We all lowered our heads to check our cards. and our faces instantly turned pale. At some point, more people had appeared behind us. One was wearing a black mask, eyes blood red, looking just like a zombie in the night. The other was a young girl, also masked, carrying two enormous iron hammers in her hands. Enemy. Before I could even react, the hammer came crashing down, and our lives were snuffed out in an instant. My life was abruptly hit with the stop button without even a sliver of a chance to struggle. But the commotion from Su Yu and Lu Wei didn't alarm the people upstairs. In fact, before the two of us had even made a move, the whole building was already utter chaos. Cut to another scene. The baby zombie had quietly slipped into a room upstairs. At the time, a group of men were huddled outside Hiroshima at a mess door, gossiping at eavesdropped on what was happening inside. Special envoy, you tied me up and blindfolded me. I am a little scared. Don't be afraid, baby. Just scream as loud as you want. Big sis likes you like this. Special envoy, it's already the third time I really can't do what you keep saying you can. But your body is being very honest. None of them realized that right then. The baby zombie had already climbed in through the window crack. It moved at the astonishing speed, left a bite mark on Hiroshima and a mess ankle. End of under the bed and vanished. There are still mosquitoes this time of year. Dajwan still clueless. Hadn't yet sensed the danger. Special envoy, are you biting me? Cut it out. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from inside. To miserable, it made all of them shiver inside. Very soon they realized the room had gone abruptly silent, completely silent. Not a sound at all. Did the special envoy cripple Dajwang? Someone muttered under his breath, a chill running through him. Even if he got crippled, there should still be some kind of noise, right? Or hurry up and report to the elder? They looked at one another and decided to knock and probe a little. Dong dong, honored special envoy, do you need any help? They had barely knocked twice when a heavy thudding crash suddenly came from inside. Dajwang had already turned into a zombie. He broke free in an instant, and together with the special envoy they hurled themselves against the door. The moment the door flew open, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a dominatrix-style queen in full black leather and a muscle-bound Dajwan. Roaring monsters. Their deep growls reverberated in the air when these creatures saw us. It was like starving wolves spotting a piece of fat meat. The crowd completely panicked. No one had the mind to admire the moves of me and Lu Wei anymore. Everyone bolted for the exits like mad, and the building instantly boiled over into total chaos, as if it might explode at any moment. Great Elder, one of the underlings suddenly burst into the conference room on the 6th floor, so agitated he could barely form words. Looking at his flustered, disheveled state, I couldn't help frowning. The Lin family's people were getting less and less disciplined. The Great Elder spoke slowly and calmly. What are you panicking for? As Lin Maorong returned, that's not it, Great Elder. You need to run. The special envoy, the whole building is in chaos. There are zombies everywhere. The underling had actually been scared so badly his stutter was cured. What? And you only say so now? The Great Elder almost spat out the tea in his mouth and hurriedly shouted. Quick, everyone to the rooftop now. But when he looked up, the guy who had come to report was already gone without a trace. Lu Wei and I began clearing the way as we went. We fought our way from downstairs up to the 3rd floor and found the stairwell packed solid with a dark mass of zombies. At least half the building's zombies were jammed there. We had just stepped forward when we saw a female zombie in leather, covered in blood, leading the charge, looking exactly like Hiroshima Atom. Backing straight down to the 2nd floor corridor, there was a restroom there with a narrow doorway perfect for blocking monsters. The female zombie was especially tough to deal with. Her hide was thick, her flesh tough, even several arrows in a row had slowed her pace. Seizing my moment, I leapt into the restroom and shot an arrow straight through her knee. She collapsed at the doorway with a thud. Lu Wei, at my command, Lu Wei charged forward, swinging her hammer. One smashed down, and the zombie was jammed tight in place. The bathroom door was that small, and the zombies all rushed in at once, ending up stuck in the doorway. The corridor was utter chaos, filled with screams, impacts, and even cries for help, all tangled together. The zombies frantically tried to squeeze, and the female zombie at the bottom was nearly crushed out of shape. But no matter how hard they pushed, it was useless. She was just pressed tighter and tighter until she died. Seeing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Luck, terrain, manpower, I had them all. But I still couldn't relax. I raised a war bow and began finishing off the dark mass of zombies with arrows. In this kind of environment, any casual aim meant another head taken. Finally dealt with you. Bang. I stepped on Hiroshima at a mess corpse and a giant rat. Even being flattened like that, she still put up quite a fight. Once I cleared the zombies at the door, I no longer had any worries. The remaining zombies scattered throughout the floors of the building were nothing to me. As long as I got a bit closer, I know exactly where they were. And with the boost from the silver bird claws, I was basically invincible. I handled killing the zombie. Dealing with the still living obstacles was entirely left to Lu Wei, relying on my agility and accuracy. We barely had to waste any effort. The only pity was that although these night zombies were numerous, their Brox and experience were worse than those in the daytime. Totally boring. The sky was already starting to brighten. We went up to the 6th floor. Heavy rain was pouring down, washing the zombies' corpses completely clean. Only 13 people were left on the rooftop, each one with an ashen face. These are all the ones who survived. Earlier, someone had been too slow, and the zombies broke through the defenses, just to kill 2 mutant zombies. 7 people were sacrificed. Still, the Grand Elder reacted quickly. He simply took action first and dealt with them in advance. If you want to live, you have to be ruthless enough. Corpses were everywhere, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. I leaned against the doorframe, casually wiping the blood off my hands, when Mao Ying was still shouting excitedly, saying that dawn was coming and we only had 1 hour left before we could fight our way out. How naive. We have left long ago. Outside suddenly went quiet enough that even the Grand Elder sensed something was wrong. A note of scorn in his voice. Fight our way out? I am afraid it won't be that easy. Seems like someone started fighting out there. It hasn't been this quiet in a long time. We all held our breath and looked toward the door. Suddenly, the heavy fire door was shoved open. The force was so great that it smashed into the person beside it and flung him out, sending him crashing into the crowd. Lin Mao Ying's eyes widened, his face now full of wariness. 2 sets of footsteps came up from the stairwell, one steady and forceful, the other light and springy. Every step landed like a hammer on everyone's hearts, one after another, making it hard to breathe. And the air felt even colder. I stepped forward, my voice calm. I'm here to see you off. Lin Mao Ying still wanted to talk big and charged up with 2 of his men. But before he could even finish his sentence, a flash of white swept past the stairwell entrance. A girl with braided pigtails swung a huge hammer, slamming it straight down on the necks of his 2 subordinates. The 2 who'd been so fierce a second ago had their heads fly off in an instant. Their bodies collapsed like rag dolls, and their heads were sent flying dozens of meters away, landing right in the zombie horde below. The whole place fell silent. No one dared say a word. Only then did everyone see clearly that the one who had attacked was just a little girl. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Lu Wei's white clothes were splattered red, like a blooming flower of blood. Expression calm, not even bothering to furrow my brows. Lin Mao Ying was frightened, but he still tried to sound tough. What the hell are you things? He cursed, still wanting to charge forward, though was forcibly held back by the Great Elder. The Great Elder's expression was complicated. He understood that anyone capable of causing trouble here couldn't be an ordinary person. He too, how exactly has the Lin family offended you? The Great Elder forced himself to stay calm. His tone low. I looked around and said lazily, so this is the mighty Lin family, and there are only this few people left. How pitiful. The people around all retreated in panic. No one dared say a word more. I really couldn't bring myself to feel any interest in these people, whether in strength or courage. They fell far too short. They weren't even qualified for me to make a move. The Lin family people rushed over like a flock of lambs to the slaughter. Lu Wei raised her hammer to meet them. The iron hammer smashed onto Lin Mao Ying's shield, sending sparks flying. He was shot back 5 full steps before he barely managed to steady himself. But at the same time, black mist coiled around Lu Wei's body. Clearly, she had been poisoned. Today, I would let the Lin family see what price they would pay for provoking the wrong person. No class, B-rank talent, corrosive exterior. No wonder Lin Mao Ying was so arrogant. This talent counted as top tier among B-rank defensive talents. It allowed his whole body to secrete poisonous mucus. Anyone who dared hit him would be poisoned in return. Attack speed and movement speed would both be reduced by 3%, and the toxin could stack, lasting for seconds each time. As long as the enemy dared to make contact, they would be counter-damaged. This kind of talent was most cost-effective for brute-forcing physical stats. No wonder he was desperately piling points into Constitution. He'd gone even further today, wearing several pieces of Constitution-boosting equipment, making him even more confident. This kind of defensive talent was worth stealing. I cared more about Lu Wei. She had the vampiric ring in her hand. She could recover her own HP with every attack. She still had the bloodthirst skill to save her life. All in all, I wasn't worried about her safety in the slightest. You're not even as good as those mutated zombies. I can tank you with ease. Lin Mao Ying thumped his chest, full of swagger. The people on his team were drawn in by his momentum and all surged forward to attack Lu Wei. This was the first time I'd seriously watched Lu Wei take on a large group alone. It was hard to see that while she was slightly on the back foot at the beginning, she was actually improving at an astonishing pace. That last strike should be held back a bit of strength, that way you can link it smoothly. That hammer swing looked good, bring it a bit higher and it'll be even better. There's someone trying to seek attack from behind. Use charge to dodge the damage and counterattacked in one go. I watched while giving commentary. She could immediately draw inferences from it. Our combat instincts were practically inborn. It didn't take long for the situation to completely reverse. Lu Wei, looking casual, suddenly swung a hammer straight at Lin Maoying's head. Lin Maoying didn't react at all. Cold sweat broke out instantly. The necklace on his neck suddenly flashed green, and a pale yellow shield appeared out of thin air, blocking that fatal blow for him. He was knocked back several steps. The Great Elder hurried up to support him so he could catch his breath. Uncle, this can't go on like this. Lin Maoying panted heavily, glaring at me viciously. I'll go pin that woman down. You take people and kill Suyu. The Great Elder flexed his limbs a bit, his gaze turning icy cold. Looks like I'll have to take the field myself. As soon as he spoke, the remaining people around him seemed to be revitalized once more. No way, the Great Elder is going to fight personally. I heard his boxing in his youth was unmatched in Star City. This is rare. His last time making a move was so long ago, I almost forgot at this moment. Lu Wei tilted her head, looking innocently at the crown. The Great Elder's aura was oppressive as he walked toward me, step by steady step. I don't care who you are or why you targeting the Lin family, I said, but since you've already gone in for the kill, I'll make sure you never walk away from this. The words had barely left my mouth when, before he could even make a move, an arrow shot out at terrifying speed, piercing straight through his shoulder and nailing him firmly to the roof's ventilation shaft. I reminded him in a flat tone, weren't you the one who taught me that if you get the chance, you strike first and skip the nonsense? The Grand Elder was Lin Rufai's biological father. He knew all about his daughter's sordid affair with Ba's Hai-Hao, including the scheme to swindle me out of my homestead. It had all been his idea. This kind of man shouted family with his mouth. But in his heart he didn't hesitate to shove his own daughter into the fire pit. Ba's Hai-Hao's petty little plan fit perfectly with what he wanted. Lin Rufai was enjoying it too. I'd uncovered all these secrets earlier. When I went through Lin Rufai's phone, if I killed him too quickly, where would the pleasure of revenge be? Then keep your eyes wide open and watch as the family you most proud of crumbles to dust, piece by piece. The crowd was completely stunned. In the next, flip my hand and fire off a cold arrow, giving them no chance to react. But before he could move, a second arrow whistled in and plunged into his other shoulder. Get up and kill that man. Lin Maoying roared, lunging straight at Lu Wei. The people around us had seen me make my move. Every single one of them was scared out of their minds, yet they still charged at me like lunatics. These people weren't even worth mentioning in front of me. The entire battle was turned on its head. I drew my bow and set my arrows with the ease of eating or drinking. In just a few seconds, the arrows rained down. Every shot took a life. No one could get within half a step of me. I even had the leisure to spare some attention while keeping the Grand Elder in my sights, nailing him to the wall arrow by arrow. Rendering all four of his limbs useless, wails rose and fell all around us, and Lin Maoying grew more and more panicked. Lu Wei smashed him with a hammer. The pain in his shoulder made his hand shake. The shield in his grip clattered to the ground. Don't kill us, let us go. We can't beat you. Whatever you want, just say it, hero. Please spare us. The Grand Elder was in such agony that he could barely breathe, forced to watch as Lu Wei swung her hammer again and again. But the nightmare just dragged on without end, pushing him to the brink of collapse. What plunged him into deeper despair was that he still couldn't figure out who his enemy was. He suddenly thought of Suyu, the boyfriend his daughter used to have. But then he shook his head. He de-investigated Suyu long ago, and decided he was nothing but a weak, timid kid. He even had his men rough Suyu up once, warning him not to go near his daughter again. Yet the man in front of him now, though masked, had a build and a voice that both brought Suyu to mind. It was just that the killing intent and ruthlessness emanating from him were not Suyu at all. Who are you? Do you dare give your name? My younger brother will definitely avenge us. Wei Maoying glared stubbornly at Lu Wei, still shouting. Our Lin Maorong is invincible in this world. He'll definitely take revenge for us. The Grand Elder's hope flickered back to life. But before he could react, Lu Wei's hammer came down. Lin Maoying's head exploded like a smashed watermelon, flesh and blood flying in all directions. The Grand Elder wanted to close his eyes, but couldn't. His body was really couldn't change anything. Indifferent glance and said, Li Maorong, he has already died by my hand. I walked slowly toward the Grand Elder. With every step I took, another arrow buried itself in his body. His fear grew deeper and deeper. Li Maorong is dead? Impossible! The Grand Elder stared at me in horror. Eyes wide, he realized that I even knew the alias Lin Maorong had used in the apocalypse. That meant I was very familiar with Lin Maorong. This was some wild why. Only now did the Grand Elder finally see clearly who I was. It's you, Suyu. I ignored him, merely watching his look of despair, deliberately slowing my steps to let him stew in fear. The Grand Elder had completely admitted defeat by now, utterly subdued by my ruthlessness. As for the little girl at my side, she had been calm from beginning to end, her face not even twitching when killing, completely unlike a normal child. His mind had been tormented to the verge of collapse. A despair far worse than physical pain. Since I was going to deal with him today, I might as well let him experience every kind of suffering. The Lin Group building had been bustling, my brothers talking and laughing. Now, the entire building was terrifyingly silent. I had become the Lin family's last surviving branch, left alive all alone. The empire my Lin brothers had risked their lives to build vanished just like that. Everything had turned to dust and smoke. In the midst of a piercing agony, I lifted my head to the sky, feeling as if I had aged over 10 years in a single night. With Suyu's capabilities, finding my daughter would have been effortless. Now that I didn't see Rufei at Suyu's side, it was almost certain my daughter hadn't escaped this calamity either. It seemed Suyu had long since uncovered every one of our secrets, and that was what led to today's outcome. At that moment, Suyu finally appeared before me. The Grand Elder's head and body were still intact, but his hands and feet had all been pierced by arrows. His might and body were both at the brink of collapse. The system shared 99% collapse level and 99% weakness. For an ordinary person, that was practically the limit. Killing an enemy isn't much, but destroying him in body and soul, making him suffer every torment, that's what truly satisfies the hatred. The Grand Elder was down to his last breath. Dim and lifeless settled on me, his voice trembling. I regret it, MPH, knowing you Ray done for and still thinking you can spit a few harsh words at me. I'd never let you have your way. Before he could finish, I shot an arrow straight into his mouth, forcing him into permanent silence. The light slowly faded from his eyes, and he died with them wide open. Dawn was breaking. A new day had begun. The sun had just risen, warm light spilling over my icy face. I took a deep breath, an indescribable sense of relief flooding my chest. In that instant, the pleasure of revenge reached its peak. The Lin family's habit of dying with eyes wide open really didn't seem like something passed down from our ancestors. I lifted my head to look toward the fog-shrouded distance that was exactly where BA's high was Star City Manor. Star City Manor sat on a river island in Xiangjiang, a high-end community developed by the BA's Hai family. Covering 3,000 mu, the only connection to the main urban area was a single wand bridge. BA's Hai lived in the very core of Star City Manor, in BA's Hai estate. A super villa sprawled over 100 bo. I'd heard that on the 4th day after the apocalypse broke out, a top-tier zombie had appeared. He was personally taken down by the BA's Hai clan, turning into a city legend. Today, I, Suyu, am going to stir up a real storm on this turf as well. After the apocalypse, the more than 10,000 bustling residents of Star City Manor all turned into zombies in an instant, and the streets became a paradise for monsters. But the BA's Hai family had deep foundations. They had long raised a batch of almost cold-blooded dead soldiers, who from childhood knew only unconditional obedience to BA's Hai. Dividing the community into several independent sectors under isolated management, quickly establishing an order of his own. In the master bedroom of BA's Hai estate, a woman's pleading cries rang out early in the morning. But the screams quickly fell silent. In the air, only a man's slightly feral panting and the sounds of impact remained. But patrolling guards acted as if they'd heard nothing. It was obviously something they were long used to. BA's Hai called his trusted force the Heavenly Soldiers, and he himself styled himself as a righteous army descended to the mortal world. It was said the name was inspired by a unit that had once gone on a killing spree in Shad decades ago. BA's Hai pushed the door open and stepped out. Old Wang the butler had been waiting at the door for some time. He deftly handed over a towel and a cigarette, but Calvin T helped letting his gaze flick toward the bedroom. Several women were sprawled across the floor, the sofa, and the desk in all directions, every one of them from the residential community. Some had once been high and mighty young warriors, some were pets delivered by their families. Now, each one of them was half naked and utterly disheveled. With only the rise and fall of their chests proving they were still breathing, they almost looked like corpses. The butler reported cautiously, "Young master, all heavenly true peanuts have fully assembled. We now have 186 people, all of them at level 4 or above. This morning, quite a few survivors volunteered to join us." Shiraishi Hiro nodded, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint, disdainful smile. "So long as there are strong ones, other people will flock to them without end. We'll do it the usual way." The butler immediately accepted the order, preparing to send these new survivors to the Phase 3 sector to clear out zombies. Whether they survived or not would be up to fate. Their destiny could only be fought for by themselves. Phase 3? That's not a place ordinary people can break into. You Ray being pretty ruthless, I remarked to Shiraishi Hiro with a hint of admiration. Butler Wang nodded respectfully. As for Star City Hospital, the men Hiroshima sent haven't come back yet. But our informant saw that the DNS office is already on fire. Those documents must be destroyed. I drew in a sharp breath. In the apocalypse, I wanted to take everything through cunning and plunder, while putting on the face of absolute justice. Understood, young master. I'll send people to the hospital to double-check immediately. Well done, you're getting more and more like my trusted aide. I hooked up the corner of my lips and looked at him. Brother Wang instantly bent over until he was almost pressed against the floor. Thank you for your favor, young master. Don't worry, as long as you follow me loyally. You want to lose out. Pick one of the women here, whichever you like. This I wouldn't dare, although Wang waved his hands again and began. What are you afraid of? If that's really the case, then I want to be polite. His eyes lit up. He chose a woman and carried her straight out. By the way, have you found Lin Rufai and Su Yan? These people are useless. One worse than the other. I waved my hand dismissively. Young master, the captain went in person yesterday. That place is too complicated and there are too many zombies. He should be back soon. Should be. Just to find a people. And it has taken this long, what good are you? My face turned cold in an instant, terrified. Butler Wang dropped the woman, fell to his knees, and broke out in a cold sweat. Misery filled his heart. Everything had clearly been arranged by me. Yet I was pushing all the blame onto him. Please calm your anger, young master. I'll send people right now. They set off at once. Just then, the Villas' front door was pushed open. Dried-out muscles, looking somewhat malnourished, walked in. He wore a tight black leather outfit, like a ghost in the night. A mask and gloves covered his face and hands completely, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes exposed. In his hand, he carried a large black duffel bag. The strap pulled tight. It was obviously very heavy. This man was my captain Yamamoto Saki too. The outside world called him the strongest warrior in Sakura country. Thin-built, his movements were incredibly fast and his strength astonishing. Ruthless in combat, he could end a battle in a matter of seconds. In my previous life, he'd taken down over 100 enemies on his own, and single-handedly hunted a zombie lord, earning the #1 record in the world. Even I had to treat him with 3 parts respect. That was how formidable he was. Senior Yamamoto Yuvi Rotard. I asked urgently. Yamamoto Sakido answered blandly. The man was not found. He instantly relaxed and hurried over, fawning, Captain, sir. Yuvi really worked hard. That bag must be heavy, right? Would you like me to carry it for you? Yamamoto tossed the heavy bag straight at him. Caught off guard by the weight, Butler Wang fell on his rear with a thud. Is she come of her own accord to wait for me? The moment I thought we might have caught Lin Rufai, I couldn't help getting excited. Right there, I looked over, and Butler Wang also glanced at the big bag in his hand. We all realized it at the same time. I suddenly remembered the order I'd given before. If alive, we see the person; if dead, we see the body. Could it be that Lin Rufai had already become a corpse, taken out by Yamamoto? No, they didn't fit Yamamoto's personality. Even if he caught a zombie, he'd bring one back alive. I shot him a look, and Butler Wang, trembling with fear, opened the bag. In an instant, a strange stench rushed out. The mix of blood and rot smell at once, and I'll never forget it. Inside the bag was a shriveled corpse. A head was severed, resting in Butler Wang's hand. The two of us stared at each other, eyes full of shock and disbelief. I widened my eyes, staring at the corpse before me. Fury and unwillingness almost bursting out of my eye sockets. This was the woman the young master thought about day and night. I could hardly believe it. Butler Wang's face went deathly pale. Like he'd been scared out of his wits, his whole body shaking nonstop. His expression was so horrified it was like some part of his body had shrunk by 2 inches. Willing to be a traitor was really just someone who clung to life and feared death. Right now his stomach was heaving, that nauseating feeling becoming unbearable. I could see him forcing the urge to vomit back down, because he knew that if he threw up in front of Mr. Yamamoto, there was at least an 80–90% chance he'd end up dead. Mr. Yamamoto had a cleanliness obsession. He toweled and he tolerated the slightest bit of filth around him. But the Wang fought with everything he had to endure, forcing the vomit back down his throat. His face full of despair. Who was it who killed Lin Rufai? Baishia screamed like a madman, his voice shrill like a child who'd lost his most beloved toy. It was a long while before he calmed down a bit. What do you think? He looked over at Yamamoto-senpai. Yamamoto-senpai began analyzing. The woman took 10 stab wounds. Each one precisely severed her major arteries and veins, with blood loss exceeding 1,500 milliliters. Almost every strike avoided the most sensitive nerves. Even the toppest assassins in our family might not be able to replicate this technique. The process of dying was actually very drawn out. Those 10 minutes were probably like hell. Only with the final cut to her neck did it end. The cut is clean and neat. With the killer's skill, completely severing her head wouldn't have been a problem. But they held back at the last moment. I really don't understand why. The method is vicious, yet they used nothing but an ordinary dagger. This person is full of contradictions. If Suyu were here, he'd probably sneer and cut, and you can tell it was a dagger, and Yurei still asking why it didn't he go all the way through. Obviously the blade was too short. Yamamoto-senpai looked at Bai Xiaoyao. Bai Xiaoyao equally puzzled. Shot bad. How would I know? Yamamoto-senpai shook his head, but this woman died in that man's room. And a property ownership certificate was found on her. I've already put it in the bag. Bai Xiao glanced that way, and Butler Wang had no choice but to walk over, open the bundle, and pull out that document soaked in blood and crawling with bugs. This time he really cowed and hold it in. He threw up violently, the vomits plattering all over the bag, utterly revolting. In the end he even brought up green bile. We could only walk out of the room helplessly. Just then, a soldier came running over, panting. Young master, captain, something has happened. The Lin building was attacked last night. Over 70 people all taken out. Was it people or zombies who did it? Bai Xiaoyao asked immediately. Both people and zombies? The soldier answered bluntly. After hearing the report, Yamamoto-senpai and I both fell silent. From Lin Rufai's death to the incident at the Lin group last night, this string of events was far too coincidental. I couldn't help suspecting there had to be some kind of connection. Young master, we still can't be sure it was done by the same person. Yamamoto calmly analyzed, but one thing is certain, it looks like the attacks are aimed at the Lin family, yet the real target is you. He was right. Every incident looked suspicious, and I had no idea what was really hidden behind all this. Could it be that good-for-nothing Suyu? But Lin Rufai was sent over by me, and she died in Suyu's house. I knew very well what Suyu was capable of. There was no way he could pull off something on this level. After turning it over and over in my mind, I could only suppress this suspicion for now. Regardless of who the killer was, the most important thing now was to strengthen the man arrest defenses. It was already close to noon. He brewed tea while laying out all the char siu buns, shrimp dumplings, egg tarts, and siu mai on the table. The entire spread of Cantonese dim sum was so full it looked about to overflow off the table. As he ate, he went over last night's spoils, and just as expected, apart from the defensive necklace he'd taken from Lin Mao Yin, everything else was basically useless. Just as Suyu was savoring the food, the aroma of breakfast unexpectedly drew in a stubbornly greedy intruder. Both zombies and survivors, leaving Suyu not sure whether to laugh or cry. A cold system notification sounded in his ears. Luai has killed survivor LV3. Evolution points 30. Luai has killed 50 survivors, rank upgraded to elite. It turned out as Luai had finished off a foolish sneak hacker. The system prompt made his heart leap with joy. As long as she kept killing, Luai could continue to grow stronger. After being promoted to elite rank, all of Lui's attributes were directly increased by 5 points, and she gained a new skill, Intimidating Strike. All nearby enemies would be injured, and the one in the center would take double damage. So you hurriedly picked out some gear for both himself and Luai, equipping everything they could. Luai was only missing a helmet and a ring, while Suyu only lacked a helmet. The two of them opened their status panels and checked their attributes, and even they were startled by what they saw. Luai level 5, strength 72, spirit 14. Constitution 37, agility 11th. Suyu, level 6, strength 45, spirit 37, constitution 53, agility 68. Once everything was ready, they walked side by side to the entrance of the Star City Luxury Estate community. At this moment, the survivors at the entrance were lined up in an orderly queue, waiting to go on to the island. Sia moved naturally, blending into the crowd with Luai at his side. Ordinary-looking pieces, though these had no attribute bonuses, they were still far better than weapons from the normal world. A full set of blue and green gear was why catching it was safer to dress more low-key. After all, among the survivors, having even one piece of quality equipment already made you part of a tiny minority. He then used his mass disguise talent to alter his identity and formation. Since he was going to kill people from Sakura country, his name needed to sound like theirs as well, so he casually called himself Little Boy. In truth, with their strength, forcing their way in would be no problem at all. But Star City Luxury Estate was huge, and the heavenly troops formed by more than 200 people inside were absurdly strong. If they stormed the place, it would only lead to endless trouble. The people queuing in front looked bored from waiting, some were lying on the ground resting. Others had even set up small stalls to do a bit of business, selling goods that all came from the normal world. Just fixing his gaze on Suyu. Brother, got a minute to talk? He looked exactly like a scalper selling tickets outside a stadium. A system message popped up in front of Suyu. Brother Wu Ying, no class, LV4. D-rank talent, tactical enhancement. Suyu ignored him, but the man refused to give up and kept edging closer. One look and you could tell he had a good eye, targeting people who clearly had some capability. Right? This Star City Luxury Estate is completely under the control of the BA's high family now. Brother Fly lowered his voice mysteriously. They only open the gate twice a day for ordinary survivors. Once at 7 in the morning, once at 5 in the afternoon, and each time only for an hour. You can only wait for the next round, so you check the time. It was already afternoon. Some people were literally lying on the ground conserving their strength. Others had set up little stalls to amuse themselves. Seeing C getting tempted, Brother Fly quickly introduced himself. My name is Brother Fly. I am older than you, just call me Brother Fly. His real name was Wu Ying, boss of a small company. He'd only given himself this nickname after watching a movie. Little boy, see you said? Giving his current name. Brother little boy, Ivy got away. I can get you inside. How about it? That can't he be free, right? So you put on an anxious look. Of course not, but I knew you were a straightforward guy. Tag along with me, you want to lose out. Brother Fly started bragging smugly. If you go in the normal way, you have to register your info. If you're a level less to low or your stats aren't high enough, the BA is high family S people will turn you away at the door. They basically don't want to many people in there. My sister S level was fine, but my fake level 3 was obviously not good enough. They checked our data right at the start. If I'd known, I would just set us both to 5th while I stayed silent. Brother Fly finally came out with the truth. Little brother, just give me one universal supply capsule, any type, and I'll take you in right away. How about it? If you worried, you can wait until we reach Star City Mansion and give it to me after you see the people there. Alright, I'll trouble you to lead the way. Brother Fly and lead us past everyone. Some people looked like they wanted to say something. Some looked regretful, but not a single one looked envious. I took all those reactions in, which only confirmed one thing. Brother Fly definitely didn't have good intentions. But so what? If soldiers come, we'll block them if water comes. We'll damn it. Once we reached a corner, Brother Fly pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Captain Zhu, speaking obsequiously. Captain Zhu, these two are my family. Please make an exception. Captain Zhu's face went cold. He waved the cigarettes away. President Wu, you sure have a lot of family, don't you? The higher-ups have made it clear the number of people entering the island must be strictly controlled. The hint Cal and T have been more obvious he wanted more, but still obediently took out the last half-pack of cigarettes from his storage bracelet and handed it over. Captain Zhu smoothly stuffed the cigarettes into his pocket and snorted. This can't happen again. He casually guilted. We at level 5th, we look like no threat at all, so he let us through. He knew perfectly well that even if we got in, we'd never get out of Brother Fly's hands alive. After crossing the bridge, Brother Fly even exchanged a look with a few people at the bridgehead. To our left and right and to behind, surrounding us. The survivors on the island instinctively kept their distance from Brother Fly. His bad reputation was common knowledge. I took out a prepared universal capsule from my bracelet and handed it to Brother Fly. Brother Fly smiled and shook his head. Too many people and too many eyes out here. You can't flash money in public. We'll talk once we ray inside. He didn't care about the capsule at all. His eyes never left the gear on our bodies. Just as we were about to turn the corner, a young man mustered his courage and tried to block me. The people Brother Fly had brought cut him off. The young man hesitated, then was dragged away by his companions. Brother Fly lead us into a spacious library and the door slammed shut behind us. Little brother, this is the place. No sooner had he finished speaking than a crowd of people suddenly poured out, surrounding we eyeing me so tightly that not even water could squeeze through. It had been not even 4 days since the apocalypse began, and he'd already managed to pull together a 30-man team. Not simple. These people were basically all bottom of society types. Scum even before the apocalypse. After the catastrophe hit, the darkness in their hearts was completely unleashed. Extortion, murder as long as they could stay alive. Nothing was off the table. Living humans were much easier to bully than zombies. If anyone resisted, they beat them within an inch of their life and torture them half to death. Even worse, after they were done, they throw over to the zombies. The fact they could keep hanging around in Star City luxury residences made it obvious that BA is high how was tacitly allowing it. To handle the dirty work for BA is high how these guys were perfect. A chubby thug raised an axe and was the first to step out and shout, "This is a robbery." Coins, capsules, handed all over. When he saw Lu Wei, his eyes went straight. Brother Wu Ying, hold up a sec. Let me have some fun first. Robbery? I drawled. Interesting. I am very familiar with this kind of thing. Before the crowd even moved, Lu Wei had already taken up a stance, stepping in front of me without the slightest hesitation. There wasn't a trace of doubt in her movements. Protecting me was always priority number 1. It was her instinct. Hearing what I said and seeing Lu Wei's reaction, the other side was stunned for a moment. Then Brother Wu Ying burst out laughing. Just you two and you dare rob us? I sneered, not believing their crap for a second. Those few guys looked at me with open disdain as if thinking, you really think just having a level 5 bodyguard lets you do whatever you want here? The leader waved his hand. blocking the space between Lu Wei and me, grinning with full confidence. Hand over all your equipment and items. And we let this go between us, however, the woman stays. The people behind him pointed at the man hanging from the second floor. They called any if he was dead or alive, his body was full of bloody home. A sight that made your scalp crawl. The thugs around us called help but burst out laughing, hooting and whistling like it cost them nothing. I could tell that their so-called offer to spare me was just a fake promise to pressure us into giving in. Their real goal was to squeeze every useful thing they could out of us with this little trick. I never intended to compromise. If anything, I was annoyed they were wasting my precious time. I'd originally thought of checking if any of them had a talent worth robbing, but after a look over 30 people and not a single A-ranked talent, a complete waste of time. There was only one path left: settling the bill with their lives. Right then, Lu Wei had just leveled up. I was curious to see how she'd perform. The two figures quickly donned on gear in full view of everyone, armor and weapons of all colors flashing so fast it dazzled the eyes. Before that bunch could react, Lu Wei shot into the crowd like a bolt of lightning. She didn't say a word, just opened with a charge, then brought both hammers down hard. It looked as absurd as someone licking the back of their own head for the first time. The hammer didn't stop, she swung it down into the ground. Concrete blasting into shards as the people nearby were flung away like they'd been hit by artillery, crashing to the floor with their life or death uncertain. No one had expected us to counterattack. We were the ones taking the initiative. These thugs weren't newbies at this either, so they quickly reacted, screaming and stumbling backward. For eyes over there shouted, "Brother Wu Ying, bees too aren't easy to mess with." But Brother Wu Ying just roared back impatiently. "What are you afraid of, all of you? Get them, take them alive. If I don't make them suffer today, how am I supposed to stay the boss from now on?" I knew very well that these people were weak. Most of them were level 4 or 5, and a good deal stronger than that group on the Lin family rooftop last night. This time they kicked an iron plate. Most people still had their attention on Lu Wei, and sent another 5 men plus a level 5 expert to surround and attack me. They took me for a useless show-off who only knew how to pose. I calmly raised the Huaxia war bow and moved back and forth through the crowd, let out a miserable scream and collapsed, rolling on the ground in agony. All 5 of them were crippled. The floor around us was covered with their twisted bodies, and the entire library echoed with their shrill cries. The thugs besieging Lu Wei finally panicked when they saw this. A few men instinctively clamped their legs together, faces turning pale. That kind of pain wasn't just in the flesh, it was a terror that surged up from deep in their psyche. Now they finally understood that it wasn't just Lu Wei who was trouble, I was the real problem. They were afraid. Seeing all this, my mood lifted and I deliberately slowed my steps, letting what little confidence they had left completely collapse. Purple reed arrows howled through the air. Carrying the power of punishment, the arrows struck directly into 6 men's thighs. The 6 of them screamed and instantly fell to the floor, reduced to rolling around in pain. I didn't have time to waste here, so I raised my hand and took care of the archers hiding up high and firing cold shots as well. The moment they showed their heads, I dropped them cleanly and efficiently. In less than a minute, the only one still standing in the library was that Brother Fly. He was trembling, his knees giving out as he dropped to the floor, his face filled with despair. If I didn't have to leave some fun for Lu Wei, I could have been even faster. Once Brother Fly and the others who could still move, seeing that even their boss had yielded, were terrified. They scrambled over to kneel in front of me, rolling and crawling as they came. Their faces were full of despair as they cried and begged for mercy, all but throwing their last shred of dignity on the ground. "Stop hitting us, spare us, we really know we were wrong. Just let us live, we'll all do whatever you say." It would actually be somewhat troublesome for me to deal with them. I spoke in a deliberately calm tone. "It's not impossible for me to let you go." Her giant hammer barely half an inch from smashing into that unlucky guy's head. He was so terrified he wet himself on the spot, his pants soaked serves him right. The robbers thought they had a chance, and hurriedly caught out Ed and pleaded, crying their hearts out. "Little boy Grandpa, Grandma Lu Wei, we were wrong, please give us a way out. We'll give you anything." The corner of my mouth curled up. This kind of scene was my favorite. "How am I supposed to fleece them?" I said unhurriedly. "I can let you go, but you know the rules. These people lived in this line of work, they knew better than to trust others casually." Brother Fly mustered his courage and asked, "Do your words count?" I replied coolly, looking at them. Hearing that, a bit of hope appeared on their faces, though they still didn't quite dare to believe it. Brother Fly swallowed hard. "What conditions do you want?" "You ought to offer some compensation, right?" I said lightly. Brother Fly immediately shot a look at the men behind him. They moved quickly, taking out everything from their wristbands and laying it all out in front of me, piece by piece. "This is a top-tier item. The universal supply capsule is yours as well." Looking at the stuff they laid out, I had been a little hopeful. But after a final glance, I called any help, frowning. This haul was pathetic. When they clearly emptied everything out and the quick touch confirmed their wristbands were already bare, Ray's smile vanished, my voice turning cold. Just this, they were so scared their faces went completely white. Someone was shaking so hard he was about to cry. Brother Fly suddenly remembered something and shouted at his companion, "Monkey, take out all your treasures, don't you dare hide anything." The skinny guy nicknamed Monkey reluctantly stepped forward, fumbling as he pulled a pink lace bra out of his wristband and handed it over. Seeing that, he thought maybe the style of the bra was to my liking, so he just kept taking things out. All kinds of stockings and underwear in every color and style piled up into a little hill. This guy looked ugly yet had a thing for collecting flashy items. It was honestly hard not to laugh just looking at it. I put everything into vacuum bags, each one labeled in detail with name, age, and size. Even in a world this chaotic, this scene was pretty outrageous. I casually picked one up and felt that the size was just right. I had to admit, it was even originally worn, which made me almost burst out laughing when they saw me actually taking things. Everyone else thought they could finally breathe easy, but as my expression grew colder, the mood shifted instantly. Like they were about to be dragged off as human sacrifices, and they all rushed to speak up. "Boss, we really don't have anything left. We about to be out of underwear too." "Yeah. Do you really want us to strip off the last layer as well?" "Boss, if you like. You can have mine too. Living isn't much fun anyway." Brother Fly hurried to explain, "Boss, BA is highest people just came by yesterday to collect protection money." He even confessed their collusion with BA's high-ass group, looking like he was begging for his life. After all, BA's High How is quite well known around here. He actually touted as someone of status in this area. "BA is High How, right? Oh, right. That's exactly his style." My face didn't change. Brother Fly froze on the spot. He realized I definitely was some nobody. He forced a laugh and said, "So you have a close relationship with the BA's High family?" "I am just a small fry who failed to recognize someone important. It's all a misunderstanding. But if I really was one of BA's High How's people, and these guys had even less chance of walking out alive." I reminded them coolly, "Didn't you say you had nothing left? But you still have gold coins, don't you?" That snapped them to their senses. Every time they killed a zombie or completed a quest, they earned gold coins. Those coins would eventually become the only circulating currency. It was just that, for now, the shops and auction house hadn't open yet. So the coins couldn't be exchanged for anything practical and were less useful than a single supply capsule. Once I said that, everyone looked at their wristbands. The numbers appeared one by one. Each person had 100 or 200 coins. Brother Fly, however, had over 1,000. They had nearly 4,000 gold coins. Adding what I already had, the total had broken 10,000. These guys had robbed quite a haul. Turns out robbery might not require much skill, but it sure rakes in money fast. After all the gold coins were transferred to my account, everyone finally felt they could breathe. "Boss, we gave you all the money, right? Consider yourselves lucky." Satisfied, I turned and headed for the door. Feeling relaxed, the others felt like they had just escaped death and finally let out the breath they'd been holding. Just then, Brother Fly lifted his hand and noticed that Lu Wei was still standing there. Before he could ask anything, Lu Wei suddenly swung out a massive iron hammer and brought it crashing down on her. With a dull thud, Brother Fly's body was smashed shorter by half a head. His skull burst like a balloon, and his corpse collapsed to the ground with a crash. "I said I'd let you go," I said coldly. In an instant, the library turned into a slaughterhouse. In the moment before they died, madness, fear, and regret were written on every face. But the good news was that after this battle, Lu Wei's strength had increased by more than just a little. When the final blow fell, even the entire library trembled. Most of the time had gone into collecting money, and this haul felt downright exhilarating. For 1,000 gold coins taken with ease, I quietly helped the two of us change into fresh clothes and slipped away into the depths of the library. Before long, the library returned to its usual quiet. I was walking down the street when I accidentally overheard a few people talking by the roadside. "You really plan to go to Area 3? There was a big boss-level zombie there this morning. Haven't you heard? The BA's High family is recruiting people to fight the boss. You can get a supply capsule if you go in." "Supply capsule? Then I'll just go in, snag the reward, and leave." Sounds pretty good to me. Of course it's true. Anyway, most people are going in just to leech some rewards. Sounded like things were only just getting started. Killing and plundering, this is the standard survival kit in an apocalyptic world. There's no way I'd pass up an opportunity like this. I took Lu Wei along and openly followed behind that group. We had barely walked a few steps when my stomach suddenly started growling. How weird. I clearly ate a lot this morning, and it's only just mealtime. How am I this hungry already? I was a bit puzzled, but my stomach only growled louder. Something was off. I quickly checked Lu Wei's personal stats. "Lu Wei, no class, LV5 status, hungry." Thirsty, all attributes 80%. Damn. Other than that measly dozen points of strength, her other stats were practically at zero. An 80% reduction to all attributes, this was lethal. Unlike ordinary survivors, the zombie's innate abilities awaken only when their stats, level, or mentality reach a certain threshold. I just opened Lu Wei's panel when I noticed something new in her talent bar. Big Eater while possessing mishap, feeling hungry or thirsty will reduce all attributes by 80%. However, once full and hydrated, all attributes increase by 20%. Busly, from what I remembered, zombies didn't need to eat or sleep at all. They naturally recovered stamina and energy on their own. But ever since Lu Wei became my follower, she seemed to have lost that self-recovery ability zombies have. During last night's big fight with the Lin family, she didn't show any sign of having nighttime attribute boosts like a normal zombie. Looks like she really is different from the others. Right now, the urgent thing was to feed her. So I asked, those people up ahead, men, women, old, young, which one do you want to eat? Just tell me. In my view, a zombie eating people was the most natural choice. But Lu Wei shook her head hard, like a rattle drum. You don't want to eat people? Then zombies? We've killed so many these past few days, and I've never seen you open your mouth once. I tugged lightly on her small arm and cowled and move her at all. Lu Wei pointed at the storage bracelet on my wrist. I understood at once what she wanted was human food. My mind flashed back to this morning, that unfinished Cantonese-style breakfast. She'd even looked back at it, full of reluctance. She hadn't eaten all day and had fought 2 intense battles in a row. No wonder she was starving. I cowled and helped but laugh. There were families out there who had to struggle half a day just to kill a leader-level zombie. Food first, trouble later. Thinking that, I took Lu Wei into an empty, unfinished villa. Before the apocalypse, a place like this would have gone for $1 million per unit. Now, nearly all of them were ownerless. Fate changes in an instant. Some people once had more money than they could spend, others lost everything overnight. I casually grabbed a handful of capsule food from my bracelet. Lu Wei's throat bombed when she saw the capsules. Want to try? I cowled and helped, laughing at the look on her face. Lu Wei nodded, like a starving little penguin, which completely amused me. But when I thought about what she'd been through, I put my smile away and stopped teasing her. I opened 6 capsules at random. Inside were all sorts of food. I also found a white cloak and spread it on the floor to make it easier for her to eat. Lu Wei might not have shown much outward happiness, but her movements were incredibly quick. She sat down cross-legged, eyes shining, clearly looking forward to the meal. Her fingers moved nimbly between the dishes as she wolfed the food down. Her cheeks were puffed out like a little hamster eating. Steaming braised meat, tender fish slices, fragrant fried rice, she swept them all clean. My own stomach started to protest. After these doomsday days, I'd already gotten used to eating less during the day, saving strength to deal with danger. I took a couple of casual bites, then pulled out a huge community map from my wristband. I ripped this map off the wall of the library. That guy called Wu Ying led his little gang and turned the library into their base of operations. The library's information was very complete, the whole layout of Star City's luxury villa district. Every single house, every road, every wall, all marked out. Some places had been specially marked in red pen. Among all the markings, there was one place that was even circled in red, with a big danger character written inside the circle. It was precisely Phase 3 of the Star City mansions. Obviously, all of this was Brother Wu Ying's handiwork. Lu Wei suddenly stretched her frighteningly pale little hand out in front of me. One looking by near, she still was full. I glanced up. Only a few minutes had passed, yet the 5 dishes and 1 soup on the table were completely gone. Even the roast chicken bones had been gnawed down to scraps. I gave a wry smile. This was just a foodie. She put those so-called big eaters to shame. A full tension of it that should keep Lu Wei going for a while, right? While Lu Wei kept eating, I suddenly overheard 2 people passing by chatting. By the time I turned back, Lu Wei was burping while hugging her round little belly. Looking at her, I really cowed and figure out how she could eat that much. But once this girl was full, it was like she became a different person. In an instant, she reverted to that cold, indifferent-looking teenage girl who seemed not to care about anything. This time, though, I noticed a new change as well. After she was full, the system prompt appeared satiety state. While in a state of satiety, all attributes increased by 20%. Looks like before every big battle in the future, I'll have to fill her stomach first. After making sure no one was around, I quietly took Lu Wei out of the villa. I noticed someone was pushing a cart piled high with the corpses of people and zombies, dragging them off to be burned. In the distance, a plume of black smoke rose up. This was their last trace in this world. On the map, I saw that each area was separated by iron fences. Now, all the zombies in Phase 1 had been cleared out by the BA's High family, and most of the survivors had gathered there. Including inside BA's High Manor, Phases 2 through 6 were still danger zones, zombies everywhere. Full of elite-level zombies, he'd even marked it with a special danger character on the map to remind everyone to be cautious. Lue and I arrived near the entrance to Phase 3 and found that the BA's High Family people and the survivors had already gathered there. Clearing the zombies from the... I promptly stored Lue in the trial space and slipped over alone to the bamboo grove at the corner of the perimeter wall. The bamboo here was dense, just enough to hide me so no one would notice. I nimbly climbed over the iron fence, and the moment I landed I felt the air temperature change, the surroundings thick with a pungent stench of blood. Looking down, I saw severed limbs and remains everywhere. White bones and rotting flesh. It was like a scene from hell. The marble ground had long been stained a dark, sticky black by blood. Not far ahead, there were actually about 200 people from the BA's High family plus survivors. But I noticed BA's High how was empty among them. Then who was? Could it be even though everyone had mentally prepared themselves? Actually seeing the scene in front of them still made many faces go deathly pale on the spot, even among the heavenly soldiers. Some cowled and help but vomit. Under the command of a few members of the BA's High family, the formation began to shift, advancing toward the core area of Phase 3. But I knew very well that although they looked like a large group, they were really just a temporary, thrown-together ragtag army. I followed close behind, waited for the right moment, took out an arrow mounted with a luring pot, and shot it into the grass at the rear. Very soon, dozens of zombies burst out of the grass along with an elite zombie and charged toward the crowd. "Watch out," a heavenly soldier shouted to warn everyone. But a few people at the very back of the team were instantly drowned in the sea of zombies and vanished in the chaos, while some scattered in all directions, which only attracted even more zombies. At the critical moment, a heavenly soldier commander calmly ordered, "Split up, fight on your own." These people were NT professionals, but their levels were NT low, most were around level 3 or 4. Although it was their first time facing an elite class zombie head-on, and they panicked at first, with their experience and strength, they quickly stabilized the situation. Everyone regained their confidence and started to fight back. "Go, fight them! There's strength in numbers." These ordinary zombies were NT, that big a deal. Everyone was just used to this kind of thing. But danger always came one after another. Just as the crisis had yet to pass, I spotted an extremely ferocious zombie. Without hesitation, lured it toward a heavenly soldier who was losing control and screaming. That heavenly soldier ran toward us desperately, panic written all over his face. Like a frightened deer crashing around, his whole body was covered in blood, each wound more horrifying than the last. Blood gushing out uncontrollably. In his eyes there was only terror, as if he had just seen the most terrifying thing in the world. A gigantic purple zombie was in frenzied pursuit. Its appearance was grotesquely twisted, and it ran incredibly fast in the blink of an eye. It stomped the heavenly soldier underfoot and opened its mouth to savagely tear into him. Blood sprayed instantly, and a life ended just like that. 7 elite base attributes: strength 40, spirit 10, constitution 10, agility 60. The scene instantly exploded into chaos. Someone screamed, their voice full of despair. This thunder zombie had actually been a fitness influencer when it was alive, but its strength and speed far surpassed ordinary people. Among the third wave of zombies to appear, it was one of the most terrifying. No one had imagined that a heavenly soldier could be one shot like that. No one thought things could get this bad. Seeing more people, the thunder zombie's eyes lit up. It dropped the corpse under its foot and locked onto the person who had just spoken. The next second, it charged like a beast off its leash. Its speed was like a locomotive barreling straight ahead, smashing aside everyone in its way. The zombie rushed into the crowd and began a mad slaughter. With every charge, several people fell. The battle turned one-sided in an instant. People didn't even have a chance to struggle. Fear and despair spread among the survivors. Screams and cries for help rose one after another. The air was thick with the stench of blood. I chose a Western-style villa as a temporary stronghold. It had an excellent view, and through the window I could clearly see what was happening outside. The real boss had NP shown up yet, so I decided to stay put for now. God, please save me. Mom, I want to go home. Someone help take care of my distant relative for me. Just as everyone was about to break down, a figure came sprinting from afar. He was NT all, but his movements were incredibly sharp. In a single step he rushed up to the thunder zombie, and with a precise swing of his longsword, severed its hamstring. Before the zombie could react, he followed up with another strike. This elite-class zombie was completely taken care of by him. The people around instantly erupted, applause and cheers nearly blowing the roof off. "Who is this guy?" "Yes, wait a strom, you don't know?" He asked, the strongest warrior in this part of Star City. I've only heard the name, never seen him in person. We really lucky this time. I heard Yamamoto's team has never failed a mission. Seriously? It's real? I thought it was fake. The man ignored the chatter around him. He turned and glanced at us, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. With a calm expression, he took out a new pair of rubber gloves from his wristband, squatted down and searched the corpse of Lei Ming, finding a ring. He weighed it in his hand and seeing it was NT something he needed, directly tossed it to the attendant beside him. then left without the slightest hesitation. I stared fixedly at Yamamoto's back, my gaze suddenly turning cold. Yamamoto, aside from Shirishihiro, was my #1 enemy. Clearly sensing a deadly danger, but after a moment he consoled himself that it was just an illusion and glanced in my direction. Fully retracting all of my aura, I had expected that just meeting my eyes once would let him sense my killing intent. But that only made me more excited. Since my rebirth, I hadn't yet had a head-on clash with a powerful ordinary human. In my previous life, I'd fought Yamamoto twice, with 1 win and 1 loss. As long as Yamamoto dies, Shirishihiro will lose a right-hand man. This time, Yamamoto. Yurei dead for sure. All the heavenly soldiers had assembled, nearly 100 people lined up in perfect order. Its whole body wrapped in heavy armor, swinging a massive iron anchor in its hand. Defense off the charts. Ordinary weapons hitting its body were basically like a light scrape. The armor could block 90% of damage. Only the joints and other exposed parts were its weak points, but hitting those would deal double damage. It also had a perverse skill. Each attack had a chance to immobilize the enemy and send them reeling. If you tried to run, it could hook its start at either dragging the enemy over to pound them into the ground or pulling itself over for a surprise attack. Its most powerful ultimate move was smashing the ground, instantly shooting countless earth spikes up from below, dealing area damage and stunning all enemies. Running into a monster like this was rarer than winning the lottery. If it weren't for its slow movements, it would be completely impossible to deal with. But once it was driven to desperation, it could voluntarily discard part of its armor to gamble everything on speed. I knew that to take down such a broken, overpowered freak, I had to seize its fatal weakness and use the right approach. Most of the people who had just arrived were melee fighters faced with high-temperature steam who would dare rush in. Only a long-range archer like me had room to operate. My bow and arrows were the best killing tools here. In fact, despite how scary its name sounded, I'd long since stopped being impressed. Never mind having Lu Wei's help even by myself. I was confident I could kill it. It was that this boss-level zombie was too weak. It was that I was too strong. It was like I came with built-in hacks. These bosses could be taken out in minutes. Squad leader, everyone is here. There should have been 170 people, but 110 actually made it. A heavenly soldier reported in a low voice. It seemed that during the march just now, another 60 had died, but counting our own unit, there were still 200 people in total. The numbers were still acceptable. Yamamoto stood at the front, expression icy, casually making a hand signal. Several heavenly soldiers carried over porridge and steamed buns and set them before the crowd. From the very beginning, Yamamoto had never intended to let these people leave alive. Restlessness spread through the air and some people began to voice their dissatisfaction. In an instant, the crowd was buzzing with complaints. This isn't what was promised, is it? What about the food capsules? Why are we getting steamed buns and porridge? We've lost so many people. And this is the treatment we get. Given the chance, I will definitely expose you scammers. Before the words even fell, Yamamoto Senjin didn't so much as lift an eyelid. Several arrows whistled out, and in an instant the few who had been shouting the loudest were shot dead. The noisy crowd fell silent at once, not a sound to be heard. Still want to make a fuss? Believe it or not, you'll end up just like them. Once you're on the battlefield, the system will automatically assign you missions. As long as you take part in killing the boss, you'll get rewards. At worst, you'll get a supplies capsule. Got it? The food we gave you is so you have the strength to fight, not so you can act stupid and play tricks. Get lost now? But if you dare desert in the middle of battle, you'll be killed without mercy. When the archer finished, the whole place was deathly quiet. Yamamoto Senjin followed up 2 minutes. At this moment, someone gritted his teeth, stepped forward, picked up a steamed bun and silently took a bite. Seeing this, the others all followed suit. There was poison in the food, but now no one dared say a word. They all forced themselves to eat. The battle broke out very quickly. Only then did I understand that bastard Yamamoto's plan. His 100-man squad could definitely take down that armored giant as long as they lost fewer than 20 people. He dragged so many outsiders here not just because of his obsession with cleanliness, but even more because he is selfish and ruthless and only cares about his own soldiers. He treats other people's lives as cannon fodder, yet can't he bear to waste even a single one of his own men. During the first attempt, losing just 2 of my people already hurt me to the core. To stop sending my men to die for nothing, I changed my strategy. Now, I let the outsiders charge in front to draw the fire of a giant armored monster. When it shows a flaw, I'll seize the chance to strike. In the face of brutal reality, you have to be ruthless to have a chance to survive, to have territory of your own. But how could I possibly let the enemy have their way? Sure enough, when the armored giant saw the main survivor force show up, its eyes lit up with excitement like a starving wolf spotting a fat sheep. It stomped heavily toward us and suddenly flung out a massive iron anchor, swinging it directly at the crowd and smashing it into the ground. My teammates reacted quickly and immediately fell back, and the giant closed the distance in an instant. Right after that, a cluster of spikes suddenly burst from beneath its feet, spreading madly in all directions. In just a brief instant, killing intent erupted. Anyone within 20 meters of it felt their hair stand on end. Motionless, counterattack now, I shouted. Snapping everyone back to their senses, the heavenly soldiers and I launched a frenzied assault on the armored giant. But it curled up its body, guarding all its vital points tightly. Our weapons slammed into it with dull metallic thuds. We couldn't hurt it at all. To it, our attacks were nothing more than a tickle. White steam spewed from the armored giant's nose and its body rapidly turned red. Within 5 meters, vapor billowed like we'd fallen into a steamer. Those too close were instantly scalded into critical condition. Those a bit further away had huge blisters rise on their skin and collapsed to the ground screaming. Very soon, the temporarily conscripted people were basically wiped out. However, the giant's HP was also nearly gone. Just a few more waves of attacks would finish it. By now, the battlefield was completely under the control of our BA's high clan. Just as everyone was about to clean up the mess, the ground suddenly shook violently. I turned my head and saw a level 3 man sprinting toward us from afar. One look at that vicious aura and you could tell he was definitely not a good person. Yamamoto, I am going to settle with you. I shouted at him. This guy's name is Yamamoto Senjin. It said he went through a lot of trouble to get the name Yamamoto Senjin. And for the sake of family tradition, Yamamoto himself stubbornly insisted on inheriting his mother's family name. He even named himself Senjin Ancestor to commemorate the forebear of a family who had once been mourned by the entire nation. He fought for it for 20 years before his family finally acknowledged it. He had always thought this was his glory. Then I hit him right where it hurt with a single sentence, and he got so angry his face turned red. The man in front of me, no need to say much, one look and you could tell he was the kind of ruthless bastard that spelled bad luck for anyone who crossed his path. Hit him, he roared in his hometown dialect. All the heavenly soldiers instantly shifted their muzzles, all guns aimed at me. But I was too far. Most of their ranged attacks didn't even graze me. While they were busy reloading, something unexpected happened. A huge horde of zombies suddenly surged out behind me. A rough glance told me there were at least 40 of them, and instinctively turned their eyes to Yamamoto Ancestor, like a bunch of people faced with a problem they cowed and teed-eyed and not knowing what to do. Right then, I suddenly spun around and darted into the building next to me. The zombies were drawn by my movement and quickly charged toward the crowd. The scene immediately descended into utter chaos. Hold the line, I'll go catch that arrogant bastard. Yamamoto Ancestor ground his teeth and gave the order on the spot. He was full of confidence, convinced that no matter how fast I could run, I wouldn't last a minute. Otherwise, how would he have the face to go back and see his own forebears? Murderous intent filled his eyes, with a katana glowing faint blue in hand. He rushed straight toward the building you had just disappeared into. Yamamoto Ancestor, level 6. No class. But with an SS rank talent dance of death. Same level as me, so you definitely no pushover. You have to understand, the reason I managed to reach level 6 was entirely because of good luck and all kinds of special opportunities along the way. For most people, getting to level 6 already marks them as a serious badass. Of course, this Calvin T be separated from his overpowered SS rank talent. This dance of death ability makes all his attacks ignore armor and shields, dealing pure true damage. If I had snatched that talent at the very start, there wouldn't be much fun left. I struck from the shadows without hesitation. 3 arrows shot out in succession, coming from different directions and forcing Yamamoto to a halt. He detrained with strict self-discipline since childhood, making his movements far more agile than an ordinary person's. Even with his fast reactions, he was almost hit by my arrows, especially the last one, which practically skimmed past his. Yamamoto was shaken. The speed of these arrows was unmatched by anyone in his family. No wonder I dared to act so brazen. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. Before and after the apocalypse, it had been a long time since he'd met such a challenger. Too many had fallen beneath his katana. I thought you were just some small fry who only knew how to brag. Didn't he expect you to have some skill? He raised his voice. You ray worthy of being my opponent. I, Yamamoto Ancestor, do not kill people for nothing. Longbow in hand, and said calmly, little boy. Yamamoto's brow twitched. That name in his country was a code word that evoked humiliation, and now he saw with his own eyes that I was a tall, big-framed man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, and that my name really was Little Boy. Little Boy, level 3. No class. He couldn't tell whether I'd done it on purpose or it was a coincidence. My gear was in no way inferior to his. There was no room for luck in this fight. I finished drawing my bow and loosed another 3 arrows in a row. After seeing my move once, Yamamoto dodged them easily this time and even couldn't help mocking. If your first 2 arrows could completely lock down my movement, then the third one would have a 50% chance to hit. It's useless against me. But once he started fighting, he liked to taunt his opponents. This was a habit he developed over many years and also a display of his confidence. In my eyes, though, his confidence was arrogance and a shackle he put on himself. When true experts clash, victory or defeat is oft undecided in an instant. He thought that if I could fire 3 arrows in such quick succession, I must have been using some special skill. If this was all I had, then this battle was destined to be his victory. He moved lightly, every step like a dance, confident he could dodge any attack. I gathered all my strength and loosed a purple-red crystal arrow, the arrow of retribution. It flew at the limit of speed, aimed straight at his heart. Just from the glow of the arrowhead, he knew this was no ordinary attack. Instantly opening a distance of 10 meters, for the first time, he felt a bit wary of me. Gasping as he shouted, "You sly Chinese bastard. Your arrow is fast, but still not quite enough," before he could finish. 6 miserable screams suddenly rang out behind him. He turned around and saw 6 of his subordinates already on the ground, groaning with arrows in their bodies. Who had been on the defensive a moment ago, suddenly went berserk and launched a ferocious counterattack, piercing them like candied hawthorn on a stick. The next second, the mutant zombies erupted with terrifying strength and started a brutal close-quarters slaughter. The roles of prey and hunter were completely reversed. Oops, my bad. Must be aim-drawn just now. But put on an apologetic tone, but the trace of mockery on my face was impossible to hide and infuriating to look at. Yamamoto's expression turned frighteningly dark. Only now did he fully understand that from beginning to end, he had never been my real target. But the reality was, in just 10 seconds I'd casually taken out 11 of his people. And he still hadn't even touched the hem of my clothes. "You shameless bastard. Using cheap tricks like that," Yamamoto shouted in fury. Current collapse level 30%. Weakness level 0%. He suddenly activated his acceleration skill and charged at me like a madman. He was full of confidence, sure he had 100 ways to kill me. Unfortunately for him, he simply cowed in the catch-up. With my current gear, my stats completely crushed his across the board. I was NT in any hurry at all. I strolled along humming a little tune, playing cat and mouse on the edge of the battlefield. He was chasing after me, panting hard, while I drew my bow and harvested the heavenly soldier's legs in wave after wave. Every bullet takes down an enemy, bow fully drawn, arrow loosed, headshot, draw again. Shoot again. My movements flowed smoothly without the slightest pause. 3 just like that. In only 2.5 minutes, I precisely shot down more than 40 heavenly soldiers and along the way finished off a dozen or so mutant zombies. In fact, this was still far from my limit. 1 arrow every 0.5 seconds was the ballast maximum rate of fire for me. It was actually holding me back. It was especially inefficient against some of the tougher, thicker skinned mutant zombies. Looks like it was time to switch to a more fitting weapon. I was even deliberately keeping the numbers of heavenly soldiers and zombies on the field balanced. Neither side was allowed to overwhelm the other, or the fight wouldn't be nearly as entertaining. Our losses are too heavy. One of his men, clutching his shoulder with an arrow still stuck in it, ran over to Yamamoto with a face full of panic. Yamamoto looked at the ground, where all he could see were the corpses of his own people, and asked through gritted teeth, "How many are dead?" "Captain." His voice was trembling. "The squad leader in charge of tying down the armored giant was shot dead. Second squad is covering them now. But a few more died during the handover. Third squad on the perimeter took the worst losses." The more Yamamoto listened, the more anxious he became. And he cut him off outright. Enough nonsense. How many do we have left?" The subordinate lowered his head, shivering as he said, "Captain, when the battle started, we had 103 people. Counting you and me, there are only 44 left." An arrow tore through the air. Right in front of Yamamoto, I shot through that subordinate who had already lost his combat ability. The number of people left on the field stopped right at 39th. "The number 4 is unlucky on our side. Let me change it for you," I said with a squinting smile. "Bastard, you race shameless, you don't have a shred of samurai spirit. You want to even spare the wounded." Yamamoto was so furious his eyes were red. Then he pulled out a bottle of bubbling green potion from the device on his wrist and, without another word, gulped it down. "You must pay for what you've done. Current collapse level 60%, weakness level art. Pro 0%, berserk potion fine grade consumable. For 60 seconds. Increases movement and attack speed by 30%, and also increases attack and defense by 30%. When the duration ends, you enter a state of extreme weakness. All attributes reduced by 90% for 1 hour. Potions of the same type can only take effect once. This was his final trump card, something he had gotten not long ago from a high-level treasure chest. Once the potion went down, a blast-like surge of power instantly erupted through Yamamoto's body. His eyes filled with a hunter-esque excitement. He believed that as long as his speed surpassed mine, once he got into close range, he would have countless ways to win. Zeus sneered inwardly. This confidence was about to be shattered. A pair of massive wings looked like they could carry me into the air at any moment. When Yamamoto's engine charged at me at full speed, I didn't move. I just stood there calmly, carefully observing his every motion. With cruelty at the corner of his mouth, he threatened in a low voice, "Berserk potion, despicable Chinese, you dead. I'll take your life in 60 seconds. The subordinates behind him were all worked up to they hadn't seen him get this serious in a long time. Just then, a dark red triangular symbol suddenly appeared above Yamamoto Senjin's head. With that mark lasting 10 minutes, my speed and attacks instantly improved. Yamamoto Senjin's potion had just kicked in. Only for him to realize he couldn't keep up with my speed at all. Despair was written clearly across his face. All he could do was eat my dust, unable even to touch my shatter. "Don't run, fight me head on," Yamamoto Senjin howled with all his might, as if a louder voice could somehow suppress my momentum. I didn't take him seriously at all. To be honest, did this guy still look anything like the so-called strongest warrior his subordinates were, more like free points? Falling one after another like lambs to the slaughter without the slightest resistance, I deliberately aimed for their lungs, letting them feel the pain of suffocation and helplessness in their final moments. Their screams pierced Yamamoto Senjin's nerves. Time slowed to a crawl, every second stretching to the limit. 90%, weakness level 99%. Yamamoto Senjin finally couldn't hold out any longer and dropped to his knees like a withered leaf. A dozen or so of his men clung to him protectively, but they were utterly without hope on the whole battlefield, aside from them. Only that not quite dead armored giant was still barely breathing. Yamamoto Senjin's eyes were full of confusion and fear as he muttered to himself, "What kind of monster are you?" I could see the struggle in his heart. He still remembered that era more than 100 years ago, when everything was shrouded in terror. If the armored giant fell, it would only be the last stumbling block removed. "Come on, call out your captain," I directly provoked him. Yamamoto Senjin lifted his head. With only despair left in his eyes, suddenly he roared like a madman. "Everyone, die with me." His subordinates rushed toward the armored giant without hesitation, like moths to a flame. All the strongmen supporting Yamamoto Senjin collapsed to the ground. Both of them vanished without a trace. The armored giant looked like it was about to breathe its last, but its body suddenly changed. Steam gushed out violently, instantly forming a ring of white mist that shrouded everything within 100 meters. The armored giantess' wounds began to heal at high speed. Its height shot up by nearly a meter, and its aura grew far more ferocious than before. A faint blue barrier wrapped around all of us. Hint armored giant kill count has reached the limit. The current phase BOSS is extremely dangerous. Survivors do not engage unless absolutely necessary. The barrier will automatically disappear once the newbie protection period ends. Strongly recommend taking action only after the newbie protection period is over. Yamamoto the Forerunner had only planned on a despot last, and he never meant to level the BOSS up. Who could have guessed that by sheer accident he pushed the armored giant into evolving into a super BOSS? As could be OSS's Yamamoto's mental state, which had completely collapsed, actually reignited by several dozen %. 9 Lord level strength, 80 spirit, 10 constitution, 100 agility. 10 special talents, true titan body, enormous size, body fully covered in ultra-strong armor. Ordinary weapons can't even scratch the defense. Only joints and other key parts of fatal weak points. Those places are in armature and damage is doubled. Talent cannot be stolen. True shatter heaven and birth any enemy that faces it. As long as my attack connects, the target will be forcibly interrupted and stunned. Passive skill scorching steam wraps my whole body in high pressure steam. Enemies who come near me will take care of effect damage. I can lock onto a target and hurl my anchor at them. If it hits, I can pull them back and stun them. As it hits the terrain instead, I myself will be pulled over. World Breaker, this is my strongest move. I smash the ground with my anchor, and massive spikes burst from underground into the sky. All nearby enemies will be injured and stunned. At this moment, Yamamoto the Forerunner collapsed to the ground, completely spent. Yet that smug smile still hung on his face. He couldn't help pulling up the full information of the armored giant king. Although its skills hadn't changed much, true titan body had been greatly enhanced. And its attributes had skyrocketed again, strength up to 80, constitution breaking past 100th. With that level of offense and defense, even his proud SS level talent Dance of Death would only gain a edge where it ignored defense and shields. A man like the one standing before him could never be a match for the armored giant king. Since he himself couldn't beat this opponent, he simply planned to let the BOSS take care of him. We Chinese ULL never defeated. Yamamoto forced himself upright like a turtle without its shell, still refusing to drop the mockery. Really? I didn't even look at him, my voice calm. Death mark. A dark red sigil suddenly appeared above the armored giant king's head. Now, if I want to win, I have to rely on speed. The armored giant king had just finished evolving when it immediately sensed my hostility. Like a rampaging beast, it grabbed the massive anchor and charged straight at me. It only had 10 points in agility. Its momentum was fierce, but its speed was lacking. But its movements were painfully slow. Its 4-plus-meter-tall hulking body stomped pits into the ground with every step, the anchor driving behind and carving a deep, long trench in the dirt. In our previous fights, I'd carefully observed its moves. I could completely grasp the range and reach of its skills. My footwork was extremely agile. I moved quickly, constantly dodging. Yamamoto watched from the side, dumbfounded. Every time the armored giant king's body gave a slight tremor, it was a sign it was about to use a skill. But each time, I read it perfectly and slipped away in advance. This kind of extreme prediction is unimaginable for others, but for me it's like a reflex. Finally, the armored giant king didn't hold back anymore. It snapped its grappling hook at me and lunged forward, slamming down and instantly casting world-shattering devastation the moment it landed. But I was already prepared. Just before the ground spikes erupted from beneath my feet, I stepped precisely out of the skillless attack range, moving so fast even the SSS couldn't believe it. World-shattering devastation is an area of effect skill even it can barely escape its own attack. But for me, dodging it was effortless, obviously. I hadn't been going all out before. Even so, Yamamoto still didn't believe I could break through the armored giant king's defenses. His attitude was like someone watching a sure win show. I tried firing two arrows in quick succession, both aimed at the giant king's eyes. As the arrows closed in, it calmly shut its eyes, like snapping a thick steel plate shut, easily blocking them outside. Attacks like mine ordinary hits were completely ineffective against it. You can't even break through its defense, can you? Yamamoto kept running his mouth, mocking non-stop. He even smugly boasted my SS-grade talent. "This dance can ignore defense. Want me to lend it to you? Come and take it if you can." He was already at the end of his life, yet he still tried to wound me with words, trying to scrape together some sense of superiority in his final moments. With 99% of his body weakened, the remaining 1% was all in his mouth. Even when it comes time to cremate him, his mouth still won't soften. In his eyes, talent plunder was absolutely impossible. The corner of my lips curled into a smile. Then I'll make a move. With that, I immediately activated Plundering Hand, originally. I planned to defeat the armored giant king with my own strength, but Yamamoto jumped out on his own, wanting to play the hero. "Since you offering yourself up, why shouldn't I accept it early?" You used Plundering Hand on survivor Yamamoto's Yanren. It felt as if all the energy in my body was emptied in an instant, leaving me so weak I could barely stand. At that moment, a notification sounded in my mind. "Congratulations, you have successfully plundered SS grade talent." Death's Dance, my remaining talent acquisition attempts dropped to 0. On my status panel, the powerful talent that once belonged to Yamamoto had already scattered like butterflies. I let out a cold snort, but cold peace suppressed the excitement in my heart. Who could have seen this reversal coming? Anyone has a shot at turning the tables. Despair was written all over Yamamoto's face. He stared fixedly at his rebuke panel, unable to believe what had just happened. He could barely breathe, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I knew I had truly knocked him down. I had no time to waste talking to him. The price of plundering an SS-grade talent was enormous. My energy bar was nearly empty. Though I still had backup potions, I downed one in a single gulp, and my mind recovered slightly. Seeing that Yamamoto had completely lost the ability to resist, I raised my bow, no-cut arrows, and neatly pinned his 4 limbs with 4 shots, leaving him no room to struggle. With the talent now in my hands, letting him suffer a bit more was actually letting him off easy. I turned my focus back to the armored giant king. This brute was rampaging around, convinced it was invulnerable. The shooting techniques I'd used before were nothing more than a tickle to it. It even snorted to blasts of hot air dismissively, not taking me seriously at all. I aimed at its eyes and fired the arrows in succession. This time, its eyelids were pierced straight through, blood gushing out wildly. The giant king let out an enraged roar. Now it could no longer ignore me. I pressed the advantage, raining skills down on it one after another. Every arrow now dealt real damage. But the armored giant king's physique was monstrous. Its physical defense was insanely high, and its health was unbelievably tenacious. Although he was still standing, I had already blasted him into a sin, his body covered in arrow holes. Pain didn't mean much to him, but being beaten into such a sorry state by a mere human like me was an unbearable humiliation. On the entire Blue Star, there were any zombies that had evolved to Lord level. Ranked in the top 10 among all evolutions, had once been unbearably arrogant. Now he'd even forced into this situation by me. What a disgrace for him. The giant king suddenly swung the ship's anchor in his hand and the ground shook. As a Lord-level zombie, his command power far surpassed that of other zombies with a single order. None of the zombies in his domain dared disobey. Right before my eyes, a huge wave of zombie began to phase through the barrier and swarm in. It was an aegis for ordinary zombies. There were plenty of mutant zombies, and even a basketball zombie that had already advanced to leader level. All of them had once been extremely troublesome opponents. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Yamamoto's expression turned smug as he started mocking me coldly. So what did you got the dance of death? You raid just one person, how are you going to deal with so many zombies? I stared at him, the corner of my mouth lifting slightly. Who said I cowled in tea? Right now, I was the strongest warrior. These zombies in front of me were just extra garnish. I watched with my own eyes as those zombies were taken out, and the system notification showed my collapse value had climbed back up to 70%. Still, I was in tea flustered. I simply stood there, drew my bow and no cat arrows, waiting specifically for the zombies that had just rushed into the barrier to give them a surprise. This move caught those zombies completely off guard. But in Yamamoto's eyes, I was just wasting my strength, a meaningless struggle before death. You're unbelievably stupid, Yamamoto jeered at me. Standing there like that, how many zombies do you think you can shoot? You're surrounded by monsters. This time you're dead for sure, no chance at all. Even the armored giant king, who had been resting while pulling out arrows, shifted his attention to me as if watching a show. They were all trying to guess whether I truly had something up my sleeve or if I panicked so much that I lost my mind. At the very moment the zombie horde was about to close in on me, if it had been me yesterday, I'd definitely be dead. I was no longer who I used to be, Louis. I shouted suddenly. The girl behind me appeared, swinging her great hammer, looking utterly domineering. The moment she leapt into the fray, the battlefield flipped. I dropped my body low in a flash, just dodging a heavy blow from a leader-level basketball zombie. Louis when hammers smashed viciously into the monster's head, driving it into the ground and blasting out a huge crater. The zombie's head became the epicenter, and several zombies around it were thrown away by the shockwave like ragdolls being flipped over. Go easy, leave them a breath. I winced a little at the sight of a zombie being one shot. That was all EXP. The Louis didn't care about my grumbling at all. I made her wait on standby earlier, and she'd been holding back for a long time. If you kill one more, I am cutting one dish from your dinner tonight. I threatened directly. The moment she heard that, Louis instantly behaved herself. Not getting good food was absolutely unacceptable. The little girl's eyes were almost rolling into the sky, terrified she might hit too hard again. He just couldn't figure out how I managed to call in such a powerful helper. To brawl head-on with a basketball zombie that had a strength that of Sanyu coins, how strong did this girl have to be? If she joined the fight earlier to help me, he and his subordinates probably wouldn't have had even a sliver of hope of winning. The armored giant king looked just as puzzled. It couldn't understand why, in its own territory, an elite zombie had appeared that not only ignored its commands, but was fighting tooth and nail on my side, slaughtering its own kind. Watching his underlings fall one after another, the armored giant king let out a low roar and suddenly erupted. It decisively shed its heavy armor, its agility stat soaring to 80 points, and its speed instantly catching up with mine. It had no intention of sitting on the Lord's throne only to end up with no troops. Roused by that momentum, the remaining zombies went berserk and launched a frenzied counterattack. But I stayed calm as ever, with a flick of my wrist. One arrow took out the elite basketball zombie right under my feet. Ding! You killed Icon, the invincible zombie leader LB8, EXP 800. Gold 80th ding! Lethal up, you have reached level 7 and gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent plundering hand, remaining uses 1. The armored giant king was on the verge of a mental breakdown. It was already extremely weak and perfect time to strike. This was the chance I'd been waiting for. You used plundering hand on the armored giant king zombie lord. Current collapse 50% weakness. 80% plunder success rate 130%. Talent plunder successful. Special talent true giantess body cannot be plundered. Second talent plunder successful, remaining uses 0. Ding, you obtained S rank talent true earth shattering tremor. Ever since I snatched the dance of death talent from Yamamoto, my attack power has been off the charts. If I really went for the kill, the armored giant king would have met its ancestors a long time ago. That sparing its life was NT out of mercy. What I was aiming at was its second talent, true earth-shattering tremor. This skill practically opened a whole new world for me compared to human awakening talents. Zombie talents are on a completely different level. For example, the highest human stun talent can only give you at most a 35% chance to inflict stun on the enemy. Ding! You obtained S rank talent. True earth-shattering tremor. Talent true earth-shattering tremor talent rank S. After my attack hits, I now have a 100% chance to briefly lock the target in time. Their body is frozen in place even if it has just 0.1 seconds, and I can tack on a stun on top of that. The effect is insane. When I first saw this talent, I actually hesitated about whether to take it. Before the armored giant king evolved, it only had a 50% trigger chance. But once it evolved, the trigger rate shot straight to 100%. Don't underestimate that mere 0. If my attack speed is fast enough, the enemy just turned into a sitting duck. It's like playing a game on some ancient phone landing like crazy where all they can do is damage. For a melee rogue like me, this talent is practically tailor-made. As long as my attack speed is stacked high enough, the enemy 1T just be unable to counterattack, they 1T even be able to move. All they can do is lie there and get carved up. To be honest, even those once legendary master thieves would struggle to pull off something as crazy as 10 strikes per second. But who says I can? Anyway, that's for later. Right now, with earth-shattering tremor in hand, every one of my moves has become vicious to the extreme. Lu Wei, those small fry are yours. Deal with them however you like. Now that I'd gotten what I came for, the only thing in my eyes was the Armored Giant King. The Armored Giant King started commanding the zombies to swarm Lu Wei, clearly intent on blocking off every escape route. At this point, it was boss, minions versus minions. The Armored Giant King glared at me, swinging its massive ship anchor as it howled toward me. It knew very well that hitting me head-on would be difficult. So it immediately changed tactics and began slamming the ground behind me, trying to close the distance with its skills. Its enormous body vented steam as it rushed in, and my reactions were lightning fast. Arrows flew from my bow in rapid succession, dense as rain, leaving the Armored Giant King completely unable to cope. It had no choice but to use its arms to block. While defending, it also had to time its dodges carefully, because if I stalled it for even a bit, the distance between us would just keep widening, and its whole plan would go down the drain. Right now, it was like someone had pressed pause on the Armored Giant King. Every time my attack landed, it would freeze for a brief moment. But stacked continuously, the Giant King's movements turned stiff and jerky, making it impossible for it to attack smoothly. Its face was full of disbelief. Its most prized talent was somehow being used against it. The Armored Giant King grew more and more enraged, yet there was nothing it could do. Every step I took was already planned out, simply refusing to let it play any of its cards. Even if it took off its armor and went all out on the chase, it could forget about escaping my control. It raised that massive ship anchor and smashed it down hard. I slipped past it with ease, my footwork so nimble it was as if I predicted everything in advance. But I already flashed aside, dodging the fatal blow from a tricky angle. Seeing it had missed, the Giant King instantly adjusted its rhythm and swung back in a horizontal sweep, trying to cut me in half with one swing. It followed through with the anchor, convinced I'd been sent flying, only to suddenly feel a chill at its back. Only to find my longbow pressed against its shoulder. That's right, at the moment it smashed down, I borrowed its force to leap up and landed precisely on the other end of a ship anchor. Standing in a spot where almost no one should be able to balance, I was as steady as if I were on flat ground. This move left the onlooker Yamamoto completely dumbfounded. He figured he cowled and he pulled it off once in 10 tries, but for me, something I did for fun. With technique in place and the rhythm firmly in my grasp, the rest was just crushing my opponent. I finally understood what it meant to be a true powerhouse in the apocalypse. Every move I made was like dancing on the edge of a blade without a single wasted motion. While the Armored Giant King was still stunned, I loosed 3 more arrows in rapid succession, so fast they were almost invisible to the naked eye. That colossal creature had nowhere to hide. Heat steamed off its body, and in an instant a flood of steam rolled out, turning everything around us into a dense fog where nothing was visible. It swung the huge ship anchor wildly, every blow lethal and growing more cunning, trying to use the white mist to block my vision and throw me off my game. But it didn't realize that this trick worked just as well on itself as on its enemies, costing it any real chance to counterattack. I had already activated Silver Bird Claw and could see everything around me with absolute clarity, while everyone else was still trying to react. I'd already planned my next move. In my previous life, this kind of treasure was rare beyond belief. The Armored Giant King greedily inhaled the white mist. When the fog finally thinned and it looked back, it discovered I was already gone. A mutated zombie lunged forward and was casually swatted away by our UOEI, sent flying and falling into a brief daze, body out of control, crashing straight into the Armored Giant King. The thing was big enough that it actually made the Armored Giant King stagger, almost losing its footing. All these coincidences stacked together, creating a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'd already been charging up, an arrow no kedden ready. A dark red arrow screamed through the air and struck home one shot, dead on, driving straight into the Giant King's weakest spot. The impact of that strike made the very air freeze for a few seconds. The earlier normal arrows were like scraping against stone, heavy and powerful far beyond any ordinary weapon. Watching from the distance saw everything, and his expression suddenly turned complicated. Maybe he was imagining himself ending up the same way. He even started to suspect I might have some kind of special fetish. I shrugged helplessly and joked, "Azhe, this arrow was actually aimed at his thigh." Who knew things would take such a weird turn? Believe it or not, that's up to you. Are you OEI? You Ray the one who lured the zombie over. You've got to shoulder half the blame for this. The other half we LL pin on that elite zombie. The blame shifting was executed in one smooth motion, clean and efficient. Are you I just looked blank, half understanding at best. Her emotions were faint, and a lot of things didn't really register with her. The armored giant king could no longer feel pain, but the last shred of its dignity was still pierced through by my arrow. Its childhood dream had always been to become a great mage, and even after turning into a zombie, it never gave up on that dream. Who would have thought the thing to ruin its reputation would be a single arrow? An expression of utter grievance, like it had been bullied to its limit, appeared on its face, as if it were saying, "You Ray strong, fine, do whatever you want, but you Ray ruthless, I am not even human anymore. And you still had the heart to do this?" After the grievance came an even fiercer rage. By accident, it reached out and grabbed the arrow, using the arrow of judgment as a handhold. That massive arrow was actually wrenched out by brute force. In an instant, blood spurted like a fountain from the back of the armored giant king, and then Zombie was directly blasted into a man of blood. The armored giant king let out a furious roar and completely lost control. By the time it had finished venting and faced me again, it was already as pent force, even if it wanted a desperate last stand. Lying on the ground, I watched the mutated zombie-esque expression suddenly freeze. Clearly, he had just realized he'd gotten himself into massive trouble. He stared at the arrow of judgment in his hand. Its length was exactly the same as the bloody hole in the boss's bat. It couldn't be more obvious this was a new toy belonging to a Lord-level zombie. With gear like that, what's there to compare? The ordinary zombies aren't even in the same league. His mind definitely couldn't process it. He had no idea what was going on. Sometimes not understanding anything is actually a blessing. If you don't understand, you don't suffer this much. That spot was hell difficulty, the kind of hit that would make any normal person question their whole life. I gave an awkward smile. It was me. We can talk this out. Originally this mutated zombie was just taking a bit of the blame. Now he had the whole pot dumped on him and become the ultimate scapegoat on the flesh. Even that foreigner Yamamoto at the side couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. He seemed reminded of some weird friend back home. Whatever find it was didn't matter with a scene like this. Never mind him. I was almost laughing myself to death. The real absurdity was still to come. Utterly baffled as to what kind of crazy he was pulling. Meanwhile, the mutated zombie himself looked deadly serious, constantly adjusting the arrow, tilting it 15 degrees more to the left, fiddling with the depth it was driven in, clearly beyond saving, and still trying to repair it perfectly. In the end, he just slapped himself on the forehead, wrong place again. So he pulled it out a bit and shoved it back in. After all that fussing, the armored giant king finally couldn't take it anymore. The massive ship's anchor in its hand came crashing down on the mutated zombie, smashing him head over heels. Taking advantage of their infighting, I gave my opponent no chance to breathe, launching wave after wave of attacks. At last, the armored giant king couldn't hold out any longer and crashed heavily to the ground. Like a mountain collapsing, then that arrow of judgment still stubbornly stuck in its body, looking as unshakable as ever. Right then, Lu Wei's battle was also nearing its end. After she'd eaten her fill, she was basically in god mode. Even the armored giant king was her match, let alone the other small fry. I nodded to signal her not to hold back, and she slaughtered to her heart's content. Prompt: you have successfully slain the armored giant king zombie lord Geldy 9. The zombie lord have been slain. The barrier will automatically disappear in 10 minutes. Lone hero world announcement incoming. This brutal battle had gone on for several hours and finally reached its finale. A world announcement from the Order popped up on the interface of every survivor on Blue Star. The world, which had been quiet for so long, suddenly seemed alive again. World announcement: Survivor Lone Wolf has created a miracle, becoming the first person in the apocalypse to defeat a Lord-level zombie alone, and has obtained the Lone Hero achievement. With a massive resource reward. Lone Wolf, how old are you exactly? Why are you this strong? Everyone else, so you're not going to step it up? 3 consecutive world announcements flooded the screen. As soon as the message appeared, the channel blew up. How's it you again? I dream about you bringing me something to eat. Even just a plate of steamed lamb would be great. A player who had eaten properly in 4 days sounded dazed. It's a Hoxia person again. His strength has already far surpassed the strongest in our country. We have to find a way to take him out. Someone rubbed his eyes and muttered, then rolled up in his blanket and went back to sleep. Xiaoli, you still haven't found Lone Wolf's identity. We can't let other organizations get ahead of us. You must succeed. Amanu looked like an agent issued the order, his expression taut. What? It is Huaxia Lone Wolf again. We have a saying here: the one who laughs last is the real winner. Once my boss returns in triumph, I'll get promoted. A Claire from another region gritted his teeth in frustration. Master, that world announcement just now scared me. Who is Lone Wolf? Why is everyone talking about him? The little girl beside me looked up with a mix of awe and fear and asked. Yamamoto the foreigner was still staring at me, as if trying to read something from my face. My body was weak to the extreme, my limbs were like dead weight, completely unable to move. I was nothing but meat on the chopping block. Leaves for others to carve up. Strangely enough, though, I didn't feel afraid at all. People die sooner or later, dying here is nothing more than that. Besides, there are still dozens of elites from the BAS High family backing us, all personally brought out by BAS High How. They ray much stronger than the team I lead. I knew that to a behemoth like the BAS High family, this kind of loss was nothing. I just cowed and accept it. As I drifted in and out, the World System S announcement echoed in my mind. Could the man in front of me really be that strongest guy in the apocalypse? The first person to awaken an SSS grade talent? The first to solo kill a leader class zombie? The first to one-on-one kill the world class zombie? But didn't he have a little girl helping him? Can that really count as a solo kill? It must just be a coincidence. Yes, a coincidence. Waxia is so big with countless survivors hiding in every corner. There's no way Lone Wolf just happened to run into a Lord class zombie, right? That's absolutely impossible. I stared at the man before me. His moves and techniques had no formal pattern. Most effective methods. This kind of skill is not learned on a training ground at S-Home through countless life and death battles. His voice still sounded very young, like he was only in his early 20s. But the apocalypse has only been going on for 4 days. How could he have become this strong? Obviously he is from Star City. The BAS High family has been operating in Star City for so many years, for have we never heard of such a ruthless figure? Indeed, over, a name suddenly popped into my head: Lin Rufy. The young master of the BAS High family sent me to find Lin Rufy, only for me to discover she'd already been killed by some extremely powerful person. Rumor had it she was killed with a dagger, not a bow. Could it be that he is proficient with both daggers and bows? Is that even possible? Could he be Suyu? But as soon as that thought surfaced, I immediately shook my head, though their builds were somewhat similar. The Suyu in my memory was always trailing behind some woman. Weak as hell. How could he possibly be anything like this arrogant, murderous man in front of me? They ray not the same at all. Besides, last night more than 70 members of the Lin family died to the last. They said all the injuries were caused by arrows. Then they were crushed to death by heavy objects. The methods are exactly the same as what these two are using now. Could it really have been them? My mind was in complete chaos. I couldn't figure out what they were trying to do, or even who they really were. CU's lips curled in mockery. He glanced at me lightly, then pulled out a blood-stained dagger from the wristband he carried. Using a knife like this on us? I don't even know whether it's an insult to people or to pigs. I tried hard to lift my head and finally met his gaze. His eyes were full of indifference. I gave a bitter smile, my voice low. The strongest in Sakura, all my people are gone. What kind of squad leader am I now? Watching my own efforts, my brothers all slaughtered right in front of me. Utterly powerless, not even able to kill myself. I wanted to disembody myself. This kind of helplessness is worse than death. Killing me is nothing, torturing my heart is what is truly vicious. By this point, my spirit had completely collapsed. People on the brink of death always speak from the heart. I mimicked the tone that Shuri Shihiro liked to use. You can kill me, but I have a few questions. Can you tell me the truth, so I can eye a little more clearly? Who exactly are you? Were you the one who killed Lin Rufy? Were you the one who wiped out the Lin family? Are you Suyu, or are you the lone wolf, or are the two of them actually just you? Sorry, you were asking a bit too much, I said flatly. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. Let you die with peace of mind. Not a chance. Today I want you to regret it up to the very last second. I had originally planned to do it directly, but suddenly a more interesting idea popped into my mind. Then I'll just ask one, were you the one who killed Lin Rufy? Yamamoto Senjin stared at me with a kind of mad anticipation. He still thought I was giving him a chance. Maybe I was like other opponents who wasted too many words. As long as he got this answer, he could probably infer most of the rest. You really want to know? Slapped his face lightly with the blade, casually wiping the blood from it. But didn't he strike right away? His eyes full of a thirst for knowledge. Actually, I bent down toward him, my voice calm and soft. The tech-sticking knife really was sharp enough. Using it to kill a person was as easy as chopping vegetables. His head flew several meters away and finally stopped at Lu Wei's feet. Those wide-open eyes still seemed sharp on my ruthlessness and decisiveness. If I wanted to kill you, I'd have done it long ago. Don't count on even this much of a chance. This mystery will stay lodged in his heart like an endless doubt. Something he can't take with him even in death. I walked over to his head and lightly kicked it toward me. That twisted face was now staring right at me, under my foot. I said coldly, I'll never forget that disgusting face of yours. If there's an X life, try talking less nonsense. I looked at him like I was scolding an unruly child. Look at me now, chatting in front of a corpse. Isn't the more fun than listening to your pointless babbling? A cold smile tugged at the corner of my lips. I took a step back and nodded at Lu Wei. She immediately raised the iron hammer in her hand. That head exploded on the spot. the strongest warrior of the Sakura Nation, the top expert of the Shirishi family. Yamamoto Senjin came to a complete end here. My mood wouldn't calm down for a long time. Every name erased from my list of vengeance is another shackle and my heart shattered. This feeling is more exhilarating than any reward. Yurei next, Shirishi hero. I carefully cleaned up the battlefield, not wanting to leave behind anything useful. But the barrier rest time limit was almost up, so I couldn't afford to keep checking through the spoils. I grabbed Lu Wei and left quickly. The previous big battle had already wiped out all the elite zombies in Phase 3. Dusk was closing in and everything around us grew quiet. There wasn't a single human figure to be seen. As we walked, Lu Wei and I took care of the zombies along the way, then quietly returned to Phase 1, near the Shirishi estate. I chose a house, planning to make it our new foothold. That battle just now had yielded quite a haul. First came the rewards. The world announcement gave me achievement unlocked. Lone Hero Reputation 1000, Gold 1000, Space Bracelet expanded to 3 cubic meters. Title acquired Enterprising 1. Enterprising 1, the world's only permanent title. All attributes permanently 10, and while this title is equipped, damage to ordinary zombies is increased by 35%. This directly boosted all my attributes by more than 1 full level. Compared to the previous Pioneer, this new title added an extra 15% damage. The catch was that the bonus only worked on zombies, but tonight my turn to Torrenti Zombie, they were the living. I switched without hesitation to my strongest title, Chosen 1. Chosen 1 damage dealt 10%. Damage received 10%. Next came the loot collection. To my surprise, even though I had taken out dozens of mutant zombies, I didn't pick up a single decent high-grade piece of gear. It was all a pile of Carmen junk that not even a dog would want. I just tossed it into my bracelet and couldn't be bothered with it. All I could do was pin my remaining hopes on the last 2 chests, 1 legendary chest from the boss class zombie, and 1 mythical chest from the lord class zombie. Last time when I pulled the mythical grade skill death mark, I'd been so excited I almost burst out laughing. The ID buzzed around in circles like some little hand-rubbing fly, mooed through the roof. But reality always disappoints. The 3 excellent grade pieces of gear that came after were just there to make up the numbers. I tossed them aside on the spot, completely uninterested. Fortunately, there was still some gain. I got to fine grade items, Hunter-S gauntlets and Hunter-S pauldrons. Hunter-S gauntlets, fine grade gear reserved for top-tier marksmen only. Not only is the attack strong, it also boosts speed. Once you put them on, people can tell at a glance you ain't no ordinary guy. Stats: Constitution 5, Strength 5, Damage 5%. Hunter-S pauldrons, also fine-grade gear. Only the most badass archers qualify for these. They raise attack and improve agility, giving you a lot more confidence on the battlefield. Stats: Constitution 5, Strength 5, Damage 5%. The stats were pretty decent. Counting the pieces I'd collected before, I now had 4 pieces of the Hunter set, just too short of a full set. I immediately took off my original common gear and switched into the new Hunter pieces without a second thought. The system props kept chiming: Hunter-S gauntlets equipped, Hunter-S pauldrons equipped, Hunter set for piece bonus activated. Bow and crossbow damage 10%. For piece all attributes 3, bow and crossbow attack range 25%. A 25% increase in attack range is practically a divine skill for me right now. From now on, whether it is assassinations or hunting zombies, I'll be able to strike safely from much farther away. The enemy will be eating an arrow before they even realize what is happening. And that was all a legendary grade piece of equipment dropped, as well a helmet. My face twitched a little for once. I really couldn't bring myself to care about such an item. Legendary grade helmet, rumored to be a legacy relic left behind from an ancient battlefield. Most of its former owners preferred to conceal their identities. Stats: Strength 10. Constitution 5th, Special passive while worn. Personal information is hidden, only opponents 3 levels higher than you can see through it. Unfortunately, to me this thing was pretty pointless. My innate talent False Mask is way better than this. It doesn't just hide my identity, it lets me freely alter my name, level, and appearance. This mask, on the other hand, only does basic identity hiding and still occupies a valuable equipment slot. By the late stage of the apocalypse, the strong in the same region run into each other so often that even if you change a name, they can still recognize you. A helmet like this is basically useless. Forget it. ID ended up working for little Nizi again today anyway. It was beside me. Just now she had polished off an entire Virgin roast fish by herself, plus 2 extra servings of staple food. Fortunately, I have enough supplies. Someone with her appetite could only survive by sticking with me. I slapped my forehead, suddenly remembering I'd forgotten my customary routine every time I open a chest dancing. I looked at Lu Wei and asked with a smile, "Are you full?" Lu Wei tilted her head, burped, and answered me in her own way. "Didn't we agree that we dance every time we open a chest?" I reminded her, eyes full of anticipation. This time I took the initiative to act as the band, humming a few bars with my own voice to build up the atmosphere, secretly praying for more good loot. After the little performance, I gave my usual pious thanks, then excitedly opened the treasure chest. The contents were simple this time. As expected, the higher the grade of the chest, the fewer items there are but the better their quality. One purple skill book and a golden longbow. Ultra ultimate death goddess arrow rules are meant to be broken. Fires a death goddess arrow, the farther it flies, the higher the damage. On the first hit it explodes, dealing massive damage to enemies. Cool down 6 hours. This skill is insane. I called to be help draw near sharp breath and defied I demake the folks at BA. Is high manner really taste my power from now on? I looked expectantly at a remaining bow. I stared at the tyrant bow in my hand. It gleamed with golden light and felt heavy and solid. I could barely keep my excitement under control. Mythic grade equipment, this is the kind of dream treasure that, in the old days, only top-tier players would even talk about. In theory, a mythic chest can rot mythic items, but everyone knows that that's about as likely as winning the lottery. The odds of getting actual equipment are minuscule. Most of the time you just end up with a pile of consumables that are gone after one use. You already thanking the heavens, not to mention gear. A number of times I pulled actual mythic equipment could be counted on one hand, but this time it was like Lady Luck herself leaned down and kissed me. On the very first pull. I got a mythic weapon with a unique attribute. Sometimes you just have to admit that when luck comes, there is him stopping it. I was more and more grateful that I'd chosen a max level luck talent back then. It's like every time I need something, the reward shows up at my door. Top tier gear drops right into my hands. Who could understand this feeling? I handed the bow to Lu Wei and, seeing the excitement in her wide eyes, felt indescribably satisfied. Luck like this, you can only say it goes to the chosen ones. Back then in my last life, it was NT until the 8th year of the apocalypse that I finally scraped together my first mythic weapon, the Bone Jade Staff. It was mythic too, but compared to this tired bow, it was NT even in the same league. The Bone Jade Staff was still standard fare as long as your chest luck was good. You had a shot at getting one, and there were a fair number in circulation on the market, but the tyrant bow is different. This weapon has a unique attribute. Once someone obtains it, nobody else in the whole world can ever get another. In my previous life, I'd only heard of gear like this. I'd never seen anyone actually own one. I immediately checked the detailed attributes of the tyrant bout when he strength right off the bat that a top tier baseline. Everyone in this world knows how valuable crit stats are. Ordinary people start with only 2% crit rate. Landing a burst of damage is already considered a blessing. Crit gear is only slightly easier to find than luck gear, and anyone can get some is over the moon. The active skill Ghostly Warlord is even more outrageous. It directly summons the tyrant himself to fight alongside me, inheriting 80% of my stats and lasting 10 minutes. But with such a powerful ally, being able to use it once per battle is more than enough to determine the outcome. And the Overlord can grow stronger along with them. With this kind of growth potential, only those who use it will truly understand. I immediately put all my new step points into strength. At this point, I am no longer conflicted when it comes to allocating points. They all go straight into strength. I checked our current stats again, and it was practically a qualitative leap. Lone Wolf, level 7. No class. Personal stats strength 88, spirit 52. Constitution 72, agility 83rd, equipment Overlord bow. Ring of vitality, ring of energy, holy arrow necklace, spirit helm. Hunteress set, super rocket boots. Primary talent plundering hand, SSS secondary talents. SSS, max level luck S, double strike S. This kind of setup is something only I can have. No matter how many challenges lie ahead with this unique Overlord bow in my hands, I am confident I can handle anything. This world will eventually be trampled beneath my feet. From morning until now, both Lu Wei and I have undergone tremendous changes, whether in stats or equipment. We are completely different from before. I know very well that the guards in BA as high manner are not simple, but in the face of an absolute gap in power, those advantages don't amount to anything. At this moment, BA as high Ao was sitting in his study, waiting for his subordinates to report. His eyes were closed as he tapped the desk rhythmically, his face full of impatience. Suddenly, he violently kicked away the woman hit him under the desk and roared. You Ray absolutely useless. Ivy taught you for so long and you still can't learn. She hurriedly crawled back to the corner, her face pale with terror. In just a few short hours, countless beautiful women had gone in and out of this room. They came in all smiles but soon vanished without a trace. From the hushed gossip of the underlings, it was obvious that most of the women here met a miserable end. But in order to stay alive, she could only grit her teeth and desperately try to please BA's High How. BA's High How's violent outburst cut off his subordinate's report. Not daring to say another word, he waved his hand telling them all to get out. As if relieved of a great burden, immediately retreated from the room. Steward Wang, BA's High How called out to the last man who was about to leave. Steward Wang, this expression instantly turned servile. like an employee being summoned by his boss to work overtime late at night. He turned around with a fawning smile. "What are your orders? It's this late already, and the captain still isn't back." Steward Wang hesitated for a moment, then quickly replied, "Not yet, young master. Shall I send someone to investigate right away?" Fortunately, he had already inquired about these matters ahead of time, otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to answer. "What is the situation in Phase 3 right now?" BA's High Howerstone was full of impatience. "The situation in Phase 3 is a bit bad," Steward Wang said carefully. "The zombies became very active this afternoon, and I heard some kind of barrier formed inside. We'll have to wait until tomorrow morning to find out the details." "Why hasn't the offering from Wu Ying's side been delivered yet? Has everyone forgotten her rules now?" The Wu Ying group died in the library, all of them. The exact reason is still under investigation," Steward Wang said in a low voice. Investigate, that's all you people ever do." BA's High House slammed the desk hard, his face turning livid, clearly very displeased. "My rebirth has changed everything. From the moment I decided to personally deal with Lin Rufai, this world became completely different from my previous life. In my last life, when the world collapsed, BA's High House was still fooling around with Lin Rufai, completely oblivious to the danger outside. After he finished playing with her, he threw Lin Rufai back to me and let her continue hurting me. But he didn't expect that I would really stand up and fight that completely. Unwilling to accept this, BA's High House set me up again, making me the target of everyone's hatred. That was the moment at the beginning of the story when I was brutally betrayed. It could be said that behind all the suffering I experienced in the apocalypse, the one pulling the strings was Shiraishi Hiro. "Sorry to bother you, young master Shiraishi." I am a soft, delicate female voice sounded. The woman was dressed exquisitely, a tight cheongsam outlining her figure to the extreme. Her high, full chest and upturned hips were as tempting as a ripe peach. Her face was both pure and alluring, with bright, liquid eyes and naturally soft brows that faintly carried a trace of sorrow. There were still dried tear stains at the corners of her eyes. From the main gate to the room, just a few hundred meters, she had witnessed countless young girls being humiliated. The more she trembled, her heart filled with fear and regret, yet she still forced herself to come in. She wanted to flee, but the man behind her suddenly shoved her forward. "I beg you to show mercy," the man said, obsequious lie. Though once the apocalypse arrived, his authority became worthless. In order to keep his family alive, he trampled his dignity underfoot and personally delivered his God Raider to Shiraishi Hiro. "Director Go, this is your God Raider, right?" I calmed he helped, laughing as I sized up the woman in front of me. Quite satisfied. "Then I won't disturb you. Chow may serve Mr. Shiraishi well. From now on we can all live a good life. Don't forget your dad." I ordered the butler Wang, take him to collect supplies. The bodyguards at my side immediately led Director Go away. I scooped the woman up in my arms and shoved her into the study. Not long after, Zhao Mei's desperate screams echoed from within. At first Zhao Mei had thought of pleasing me, planning to use every trick she knew to satisfy me. Tormenting her was the only way for me to vent my anger. At first she could grit her teeth and endure, but later she couldn't help but cry out loud. The dual assault on her body and mind quickly broke her. She simply couldn't withstand it. The room resounded with her pleas for mercy, curses, and screams. However, reveled in it, savoring the thrill of absolute control, but soon my mood soured again. Ever since I saw Lin Rufai's corpse this morning, all my plans had been thrown into chaos. The sudden destruction of the Lin family put enormous pressure on me, like a boulder pressing on my chest. I hated this situation. I didn't like anything that went beyond my control. I had to find out the reason behind it as soon as possible. My left eyelid twitched involuntarily. I burst out laughing, taking it as a good omen that something fortunate was about to happen. The woman beside me was collapsed on the floor, her clothes ripped to shreds, utterly disheveled. Tears and sweat mingling on her face. Her body was covered in bruises, she could barely move. By this time, Siyu and Druvai had already arrived at the foot of the hill where Shiraishi Manor stood, looking up at the mansion perched on the summit. As the developer, the Shiraishi family had cleverly built the entire estate on a small hill, turning it into Shiraishi Hiro's private domain. The roads that used to be part of the residential complex had now become a series of fortified checkpoints. Originally, all of Shiraishi Hiro's heavenly soldiers had been stationed outside on defense. After Suyu and Druvai wiped out the heavenly soldiers outside in one go, Shiraishi Hiro immediately pulled all security forces back to the estate, making the defenses even tighter. Now Shiraishi Manor was as solid as an iron fortress. Only about 80 heavenly soldiers remained, but they were equipped with the best gear. These men were overall a cut stronger. Using his silver burn claws, Suyu slipped quietly to the outer edge of the estate. He carefully observed and found that all the passages and key locations were heavily guarded. Every guard's gaze was fierce, ready to fight to the death at any moment. In just a few short days, all the ruthless ferocity these people had suppressed for years was completely unleashed. So you understood that these people were utterly loyal to BA's Hari. How they wouldn't even frown if ordered to die. They had been adopted by the BA's high family since childhood and had hardly lived a single peaceful day in their lives. All they knew was obeying orders. BA's high how being able to become a foreign war god was warned to be sent to this group of death soldiers. So you looked around once and was glad he had NT found him. Originally, he planned to use the luring pot to attract zombies, repeat last night's strategy against the Lin family, and draw the zombies into the BA's high manor. But now, the BA's high family had cleared out all the zombies in the vicinity. If he wanted to draw them in from elsewhere, it would take time and carry a high risk of exposure. The only advantage was that when attacking, he wouldn't have to worry about zombies interfering. This was completely different from the Lin building. The Lin family's building was like an iron fortress, where he could easily control the field and take down enemies one by one. But the BA's high manor sat atop a small hill, with roads in all directions and convenient access. Their guards were tougher than anyone else's to deal with in terms of strength. There actually wasn't much to worry about. If the number of zombies in BA's high manor was NT enough and their combat power was NT high, then it was really hard to say who would beat whom. The other side would still have a chance to slip away in the chaos. That's exactly why I, Su, never planned to force my way in. With my abilities, dealing with a few dozen Esprit guards is no problem at all. The key point is, once the fighting starts, that guy BA's high how will always have a chance to run. If I let him escape, I probably won't sleep easy for 3 days and nights. With such a good opportunity right in front of me, I have to choose the most reliable method. To most people, the BA's high manor seems heavily defended. The flaws are practically everywhere you look. I lived through 10 years of the apocalypse, staying on high alert every single day. All sorts of combat techniques and stealth experience have long since become instinct. Right now, I can feel hot blood surging wildly in my veins. This long-lost passion makes it hard to resist the urge to go all out. That ancestor has already been taken out by me. He was one of the BA's high family's major sources of support, and now he has completely history. With only BA's high how left, there's no real threat to me. Hiding in the dark, I watched every guard with sharp vigilance. Their every move, even their casual chatter, I memorized clearly. A bold plan began to take shape in my mind. Time ticked by, and the sky gradually grew dark. A reef cone on the horizon, it was as bright as daytime, but if you paid attention, you could still see quite a lot. The guards on the estate's outer perimeter were rotating shifts and patrolling, while the inside of the manor seemed calm as if everything was normal. But the actual situation was far from it. BA's high how his study was connected to his master bedroom. Ever since the apocalypse, women had come and gone at his side as a matter of routine. There was always someone being swapped out and sent down as a reward for his subordinates. That night, the manor was brightly lit and buzzing with noise. When the clock struck 2 in the morning, it was as if the bell of fate itself was about to toll. It was my turn to act. I had been lurking for several hours and had finally waited for the best time to strike. 2 in the morning is when most people are asleep, I asked, and most likely to nod off. I had shut off every bit of glow on my gear long beforehand. After all, if his gear was exposed, it would stand out too much, and the other side would instantly know I was carrying high-tech weapons. Ordinary people might not recognize it, but these guards were well-traveled and had used plenty of gear themselves. Someone like me can identify what something is just from the unique patterns on the equipment. I turned back and quietly ordered Lu Wei. "You stay here and follow my commands." She tilted her head slightly and stayed silent, but I knew she understood. Me already had a way of communicating that belonged to us alone. I was wearing a pitch-black hunter-esque battle suit that blended seamlessly into the night. With an agility bonus of 83 points, I moved as swiftly as a hunting wolf. My dark figure swept through the night, dry leaves swirling underfoot without making the slightest sound. Ever since the apocalypse descended, electronic surveillance systems had basically all gone to waste. The guards could only patrol in the most primitive way. Everyone watching from the wall was sweeping back and forth with flashlights, staring intently at any movement outside the estate. I hadn't been idle these past few hours. I'd been secretly observing edits, even memorizing the blind spots where their flashlight beams didn't reach. No one knew better than I did where it was farthest to be discovered. I moved. My figure slipped through the darkness with ease, going up and down, weaving left and right, as if I were walking through my own backyard. I'd reached a dead zone of safety beneath the outer wall. Just then, a young guard above my head suddenly let out a huge yawn, a sound unusually harsh in the still night. He'd actually been sleepy for nearly an hour. When he yawned the first time, the guard next to him nervously thought something had happened to him. Several flashlights swung over at once and the tension spiked for a moment, but it turned out no one noticed anything unusual. As in that boy who cried wolf story, the heavenly soldiers later on had grown numb, unable to muster any energy over anything. From that moment, all the heavenly soldiers on the outer ring would let out a big yawn from time to time. Whenever the young heavenly soldiers yawned, they would unconsciously close their eyes. It was this tiny detail that gave me my chance, like a parkour expert practicing in a city park. I scaled the wall in a few light, silent steps and slipped into the yard. I struck in the gap of that timing, while the heavenly soldier was still savoring the lazy comfort of his yawn. I had already appeared silently in front of him. When he opened his eyes, they locked with mine. His face was full of confusion and terror. He probably thought he was dreaming, but before he could react, my tall figure had already seized his attention. Cloaked in a black cape, a fearsome mask over my face, he was clearly stunned, his eyes flaring red with fright, heart racing. At the instant he tried to open his mouth to call for help, my gloved hand was already clamped over it, and a cold, gleaming watermelon knife sliced across his thumb in a flash. The strike was so fast that no one could have reacted in time. Thanks to my special abilities, his brain stalled for a brief moment, less than 0.1 seconds. He didn't even have time to feel fear before his life was over. In the next second, the terror spread across his face. That his vocal cords had already been severed, he cowled and make a sound. And he toppled like a machine that had suddenly lost its signal. His flashlight was about to hit the ground and make a noise, but I hooked it with my calf and caught it steadily, without the slightest sound. That watermelon knife was my trophy of the Deluhu, a Kang brand watermelon knife. It boosted strength and carried a special ability that inflicted fear. As long as this blade wounded someone, they wouldn't be able to speak for 10 seconds. Completely silenced, now that's a real weapon. My choice to use a knife was some spur of the moment idea. It was part of the plan. Arrows are too loud when they ray loosed and easy to trace. Knives are different, they ray almost noiseless, perfect for dealing with trouble without anyone noticing. I carefully popped the heavenly soldier-esque corpse against the wall, and arranged him to look like he was lazily dozing off. As long as others only swept over with their flashlights from a distance, they wouldn't notice anything wrong. Using the silver-born claw gear to easily detect hidden enemies. There were 25 guards along the entire outer perimeter. Now there were 20 for left. The night gave me the best cover. I moved like a specter through the darkness, striking each time without the slightest hesitation. I handled everything cleanly, leaving no trace, each kill as meticulous as a piece of fine handiwork. My gaze was cold and resolute, every blow delivered with absolute intent to kill. In less than 3 minutes, I had cleared out all the guards near the wall around the estate. Now, only the last patrol unit of heavenly soldiers on the outer ring remained. But taking them all out in one go was no easy task. After all, they weren't going to stand in a neat line waiting for me to shoot them. The patrol was suddenly hit by a beam of flashlight glare. The light came from the sentry closest to them. A patrolling heavenly soldier yawned impatiently as he walked over, loudly complaining, "Cantero, you can't even hold a flashlight steady?" He had no idea that the Cantero they were talking about had already died under my knife 5 seconds ago. His eyes closed forever. A reason the flashlight in a Kun's hand was pointing at the patrol group was all part of my arrangement. I was hiding behind him, back against the wall, completely concealed. There I subtly used his flashlight to draw the others closer. Several flashlight beams swept over Kun's head was lowered. A half-smoked cigarette hanging from his mouth, his whole person giving off a strangely melancholic vibe. The mood was in fact carefully crafted by me. I even controlled Kun's emotional state to just the right degree. "Cantero, you were hiding cigarettes from us. Come on. Give me one, man, I am about to pass out from sleepiness." He actually hid some? This kid has got skills. Yeah, tomorrow I am gonna find a way to get some too. As soon as they said that, everyone's spirits instantly lifted. The cigarettes in the community supermarket had been taken by Shirishi Hiro a while back. Cigarettes weren't classified as necessities, so no one looted them. But once cigarettes are gone, they ray gone, you can only wait for the next supply run. These brothers were all heavy smokers. The stashes they hid days ago had already been searched clean. Now there was only this bit of cigarette left, and it was 2 a.m, everyone was dead tired. Being able to smoke one would wake them up in an instant. By this time, the 4-man patrol squad had already walked up to Cantero. He still didn't move, as quiet as usual. No one found it strange normally, aside from training. Kun just sang, danced, and played basketball to stay away from strangers type. In fact, that was also part of my plan. For the past few hours, the brothers on the perimeter had been complaining that even in the apocalypse this kid wouldn't relax at all and was still practicing his shots. There was half a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, clearly saying help yourselves. They hurried forward, each grabbing a cigarette, tucking one behind an ear, then lighting one up, taking a deep drag, their whole bodies relaxing in comfort. The atmosphere was unusually calm and relaxed, as if they'd forgotten the threat of the end of the world. "Brothers, do you notice something?" The flashlights of the guys on the outer perimeter haven't moved at all. I suddenly reminded them. And none of their flashlights were moving. No matter how you looked at it, it just felt wrong. Contero's head suddenly tilted, his whole skull twisting backward at an impossible angle. Everyone instantly realized something was terribly wrong. Just as they were about to cry out, a dark red arrow came whistling through the air, arrow of reprimand. This arrow was fired from the Overlord bow, its power immense, even more terrifying than when it pierced through steel plate before. The arrowhead punched through all of their chests, hearts and lungs were skewered, and they collapsed in unison. In this world, this thing was the most commonly used rescue tool, but it would send a support signal to allies. However, in the later stages of the apocalypse, this thing became a huge headache. You never knew whether sending a distress signal would bring help or attract enemies, so most people rarely used it, and if they saw a flare, they'd stay far away. The operation was simple: press the button and it shoots into the sky. Once it reaches maximum altitude, it releases a distinctive smoke rail and a beeping sound. He pressed the switch. The flare whooshed into the sky. I stared fixedly at that flare. Whoosh, another arrow flew from my bow at once. Shooting a flare with an arrow? For anyone else this would be pure fantasy. You'd have to calculate speed and angle it way beyond anything in a physics textbook. But I did it. My arrow was far faster than the flare. At the instant the flare was about to detonate, my arrow struck it and blew it apart. This flare that was supposed to bring hope of survival became scrap metal, no smoke. No alarm. So you knew this distress flare like the back of his hand. Back when he and Lin Rufy went adventuring and monster hunting together, Lin Rufy loved using this thing. Sometimes even firing it off at random like a clown, giving him constant headaches. Precisely because he had mastered the characteristics of the flare, so you could be utterly confident of a one-shot kill. Just then, a heavenly soldier who had left his post to go to the toilet accidentally witnessed CUS move. His face filled with terror as he asked, "Is that even legal?" So you couldn't care less about that kind of question. The answer was already written in his actions, because the next second, an arrow ripped through the air and slammed straight into that heavenly soldier's head, cleanly taking him out. What was even more shocking was that this was the first time Suyu had used the Overlord bow in his hand to kill, and it went straight for a headshot. The heavenly soldier's head was like a watermelon split open, hanging from his mat by just a bit of skin. Compared with the ordinary war bows he'd used before, the power of the Overlord bow was on a completely different level, purely devastating. By this point, the sentries and patrolling heavenly soldiers outside BA's high manor 25 in total had all been wiped out. Lu Wei, hold the door. Anyone who dares come close, kill them on the spot. So you turned and made a hand gesture. The expressionless girl Lu Wei said nothing. After hearing the order, she resolutely walked to the doorway without the slightest hesitation. Just then the Villas' front door suddenly opened. A heavenly soldier came out, yawning, rubbing his eyes and grumbling in irritation. "That guy's oversleeping again. Why hasn't he come to check in yet?" As soon as he finished, there was a sudden gust of wind outside the door. A cold arrow, almost too fast to see, shot straight into his chest. The immense impact drove the heavenly soldier and his corpse backward several steps. A comrade behind him barely managed to catch him, but he still crashed heavily to the ground. The LOS power was instantly fatal. He didn't even have time to scream before he died on the spot. The face of the other man guarding the door changed in an instant. The force of the impact almost knocked him off his feet as well. He forcibly absorbed the shock and asked coldly, "Who is here?" The doors of the Villas' main hall slowly opened, and the air filled at once with a thick stench of blood, no less intense than the slaughter Suyu had carried out outside, perhaps even worse. A sight that made one's scalp crawl. These poor women, some had been casually handed out by BA as high how to his personal guards. Others had been seized by heavenly soldiers amid the chaos of the apocalypse. Once they were alone, they had no escape from their fate. These heavenly soldiers had gone completely mad, treating women as tools for venting desire with no trace of humanity. A trending female streamer, a newly adult girl, or a mature woman still in her prime, no one could get away. "It's on to bad AO." Captain of the personal guard, his hair snow white, was the only man still alive in the hall. Eyes closed in meditation. He was the commander of these heavenly soldiers, having fought alongside generations of the BA, his high family's young masters ever since coming from the Sakura Nation. He had long regarded himself as family and was unwarvingly loyal to them. That was his pride. But as for the name and face of this Honda Badeo, so you had almost no impression at all. So he should be that strong, but he asingly soldier captain, most likely a disposable pawn who died early in my previous life. Seeing his companion fall to the ground, Honda Hegemonic released the corpse in his hand and narrowed his eyes at the doorway. He still hadn't seen anyone, but his instincts were screaming. Every hair on his body stood on end. A Monchelin killing intent was surging him from the entrance. He had lived through countless internal power struggles in the BA as high family and was long used to killing. Yet, compared to the killing intent outside the door, it was NT even in the same league. Those past experiences were NT worth mentioning at all. Just the aura alone now was as far apart as heaven and earth. I could feel an invisible pressure rushing toward me. This was absolutely not something an ordinary person could compare to. You have time to understand the so-called warring states period. This island nation was just a tiny speck of land. Yet it still split into dozens of small states, each carving out its own territory and fighting bloody wars without end. It was NT just Honda hegemonic who was shaken. The once lively hall fell instantly silent the moment that questioning voice sounded. Every gaze snapped to the main entrance. The air was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. These heavenly soldiers were already brutal enough in normal times. Their hands stained with blood. After the apocalypse came, their thirst for killing was pushed to the extreme. Even the slightest hint of trouble was enough to bring them to full alert. They all raised their weapons and aimed them at the doorway. The surroundings went so quiet that only the wind outside the windows could be heard. "Who is it?" Honda hegemonic roared. And a suffocating aura exploded out from him. There was no doubt his strength far surpassed anyone else present. The villa that had been so deafeningly noisy just moments before was now so quiet that only everyone's heavy breathing remained. I walked out of the study, still holding up my pants. I shivered out of nowhere, completely unaware that something had happened outside. "Why do you stop? Keep the music going. Dante, stop the dancing," I called out casually. But the heavenly soldiers completely ignored me. Instead, they instinctively formed a defensive line in front of me, faces tense and vigilant. There was still no movement at the door, and the tension in the air only grew thicker. I glanced down and suddenly noticed my subordinate lying in a pool of blood beside me, an arrow buried deep in his chest. I instantly realized how serious things were. He really came. My eyes widened and my heart raced with fear and excitement. Honda hegemonic said to me in a low, solemn voice, "Young master, rest assured. With me here, no one will lay a finger on you." As he spoke, he threw me a meaningful look. I immediately nodded and quietly took a step back, preparing to watch how things unfolded. Honda hegemonic took a deep breath, glared at the doorway, and shouted harshly, "Since you ray here, why skulk around in the shadows? State your purpose outright. You kill my clansmen, you'd better give me an explanation." But deep down he knew full well that this opponent was trouble. The guards outside were probably already wiped out. Don't be fooled by how formidable these heavenly soldiers looked just yesterday. They deswept through dozens of villas and cut their way through hundreds of zombies without a single casualty. For someone to silently take them all out, was the intruder even human? Or some kind of monster? So you had already slipped away from the doorway and, with a light leap, vaulted up to the second floor of the villa. Overlooking the hall from above, he saw everyone's eyes fixed on the entrance. There a burly man with blue hair, encased in heavy armor, eyes gleaming with icy light, strode into the hall step by step, long blade in hand. His aura like that of a raging beast. No one would stand in my way. I'm before jump scream against the current. This was the special skill GUI Jean of my mythic weapon. His appearance instantly froze the air in the hall. Everyone's nerves stretched taut. GUI Jean summoned the Overlord to aid in battle. All attributes inherit 80% of the hostess. Last 10 minutes, cooldown once every 12 hours. Overlord, Al versus even. Class Overlord, Strength 70. Spirit 42, Constitution 58. Agility 66. I glanced over Overlord stats. His attributes were already close to 80% of mine. And he even came with class skills. I knew Overlord guest class very well. That was a high defense, high resistance tank specialist, built to take hits, charge and hold the line with insanely strong survivability. What surprised me even more was that I could not only let Overlord fight automatically, but also directly control him with my consciousness. "Everyone attack together, just leave some alive," Honda Badeo roared, "since he has shown himself. Let us make it quick and clean." Overlord Des' figure was like a mountain, his blade like thunder, with a flash of steel. The heavenly soldiers were instantly forced into a desperate retreat. Screams rang out one after another. The once unbreakable defense line was shattered in an instant, even with more than 50 heavenly soldiers joining forces to besiege Overlord. Faced with overwhelming power, his battle already had no suspense. Under my control, Overlord was madly slaughtering the his high clan as heavenly soldiers charging at him. Even though they realized they were NT's match at all, they still rushed in waves, completely unafraid of death. It felt like I was mowing a lawn, only much faster than usual. In fact, I deliberately exposed a small flaw, making those heavenly soldiers think they finally found an opening. Ondabadeo commanded his men, slowly closing a ring around Overlord. More than 30 heavenly soldiers forcibly used their bodies to block his movements. This scene might look like the end of the world, but for me, this was exactly what I'd been waiting for. Completely surrounding Overlord, they were shouting that they were going to tie him up with ropes. Some even raised their blades and hacked away with everything they had, but against Overlord Des' heavy armor. Their attacks were completely useless. BA's high LS expression was dark as he looked at the corpses all over the floor. He finally cowed and hold back his fury. He threatened me, talking about all sorts of torture instruments, trying to pry something out of my mouth, but to me all of that was nothing but a joke. I could tell Honda Badeo was already starting to doubt. He felt the whole situation was far too abnormal. His intuition screamed that something was very wrong. A crazy idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that I still had another helper? Before he could figure out that question, my killing intent had already erupted from the second-floor corner. I drew Overlord's bow, and a black arrow, carrying the aura of death itself, howled forth. The moment the arrow formed, even the air seemed to freeze, as if countless wronged souls were wailing. The entire hall changed color in an instant. This was my killing move, Arrow of the Reaper. When this skill's power reaches its limit, its destructive force doubles with every inch it travels. After striking the enemy, it also explodes, dealing devastating area damage. It can only be used once every 6 hours, but a single shot is enough to rewrite the entire battlefield. Seeing me draw the bow, Honda Badeo finally realized something was terribly wrong. He instinctively shouted for everyone to run, but it was already too late. The black arrow shot precisely into the body of the heavenly soldier clinging to Overlord's thigh. Then a violent explosion ignited the entire space. Passive skills, critical hits, set bonuses all stacked to the max. It was like blasting a group of ordinary people with a high explosive shell. Broken limbs and blood sprayed everywhere. More than 30 people within a 10-meter radius vanished in an instant, not even a complete finger left behind. One head, barely still looked like a battlefield a moment ago, had turned into a blood-redisura field. The human world had become hell itself. The carnage was impossible to look at directly. BA is high, however, but mucky we happened to be standing at the edge of the blast, brushing shoulders with the Reaper. We stared with wide eyes as if Tarn had stopped. Our faces and bodies were splattered with blood and flesh. Something had even gotten into our mouths, yet we felt nothing at all. BA is high, how's throat was so dry it felt like it was smoking. He swallowed reflexively. And then, he suddenly spat out an eyeball. What the hell is this? BA is high, Hiroshi couldn't help but shout, disgusted to the extreme, clutching his stomach and retching. And I looked around at the remaining space. The good news was that the terrifyingly powerful Overlord had disappeared. The bad news was that not a single one of the heavenly soldiers who had followed me was left, but had all died in the sea of fire, with no trace remaining. I subconsciously rubbed my eyes, and to my surprise, the moment I opened them again, all the brothers by my side were gone. At this moment, Suyu suddenly leapt out and stomped heavily on the corpse of a heavenly soldier. The corpse exploded into pieces on the spot. His ferocious true face laid completely bare. Our eyes met, and no matter how active, I still felt a chill. The man in front of me had an average build and looked completely unthreatening, but that cold, utterly indifferent attitude toward the living was enough to make one's heart go cold. I immediately thought of Suyu. I, Honda Hegemonic, have survived until today not by luck, and certainly not by connections. I've seen too many people when you compare this aura, this build, and my impression, no doubt about it. It was Suyu, he called, and he escaped it. Shocked, I called and he stopped myself from asking. Suyu? So it was you behind all of this? Lin Rufai and the Lin family's affair was that you're doing too? BA is high, Hiroshi also looked completely incredulous. How could it be him? How did that good-for-nothing from back then suddenly become this strong? I immediately shouted back at BA is high, Hiroshi, furious. Chimai Yumi, get the young master out of here, protect him with your lives. In an instant, a girls dressed all in black shot out, warily shielding BA is high, Hiroshi as they rushed into the study and slammed the door shut with a bang. But I knew perfectly well that Suyu had already marked him for death long ago. No matter where he hid, he wouldn't escape the hunting rules of this apocalypse. Suyu walked toward me step by step, and I felt a danger like never before. I shouted a warning at him. Suyu, I advise you not to get too arrogant. Lin Rufai, did you kill her? The Lin family, did you wipe them out? Yamamoto-senpai's sudden disappearance, that is connected to you too, I sent it. I admitted to myself, this kid was strong at such a young age, he could throw the entire situation into chaos. But my 60 years in martial arts are no joke. Even if you're a genius, if you've got the guts, then fight me head on. How could a man in his 20s possess such terrifying power? Yamamoto-senpai and the heavenly soldiers in the Lin family manor were they all wiped out by him in an instant. That almost invincible arrow of death I still felt as if it had been a dream. For all I knew, maybe it had just been some twisted skill of his. As long as I was careful, there was no way he could make too big a wave. I readied my stance, feigning calm as I spoke in a low voice, then clasped my fists and stood firm, inviting him to make the first move. At that moment, although I was only level 3 and my equipment was just makeshift, the aura I released in that instant was even stronger than Yamamoto-senpai's. She looked at me and smiled. Was Entia perfectly clear now? No matter how strong Honda hegemonic was, he could only remain nameless in the apocalypse. Logically speaking, martial artists, with their superhuman physical qualities, should have been able to run rampant in the apocalypse. According to my memory, martial artists became fewer and fewer after the Great Cataclysm, and more than half of them were wiped out in the very first month. Martial artists like Honda hegemonic spent a lifetime relying on accumulation and bitter training, relying on habit and perseverance. They never allowed themselves any comfort enduring scorching summers bearing freezing winters, even rejecting modern facilities altogether. Yet when the apocalypse descended, they cowed and adapt to the new rules. They still believed the body was the foundation and looked down on a rebirth, skills and equipment. That self-confidence which they had nurtured over a lifetime became their fatal weakness in the apocalypse. Those so-called powerhouses who refused to accept the laws of the apocalypse all ended up eliminated just the same. The 7-day newbie possession period was like a safety net and greatly reduced the zombies' attack power. Many people thought they can smooth handle those zombies easily and didn't take the apocalypse seriously at all. But what they didn't expect was that once the 7 days were up, the zombies' strength would directly double. By then, even the most ordinary zombie could easily take their lives. Right now, besides a virgin cultivation technique he had trained in bitterly for 60 years, Honda Bade still had another powerful trump card: his A-ranked talent, Golden Hoop Defense. Golden Hoop Defense, simply put, was a protective formation shrouding his entire body. It could reduce damage by 60%, and at the same time absorb damage equal to 3 times his own vitality value. This talent was indeed insane, but I never considered it offensive talent. I only wanted to go down the offensive route. The kind where you directly wipe out your enemies, but pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger routine doesn't interest me. With Honda Bade, Alest Alentme's virgin cultivation technique, even if he ran into a few mutant zombies, he wouldn't be afraid. Even that guy Yamamoto couldn't compare. All along, if Yamamoto was the sharpest spear of the Shiraishi family, then Honda Bade was the hardest shield to break. Unfortunately, times have changed. I didn't waste words. I went straight in with a barrage of attacks. Moving as fast as lightning, whoosh, whoosh. The overlord down my hands seemed to have become a part of me. 2 of the arrows practically sealed off Honda Bade OS left and right escape routes. Honda Bade OS reaction speed was beyond imagination. He suddenly leapt, and at the very last instant forcibly changed the trajectory of the arrows, letting them graze past under his crotch. Unfazed by his movement, the 4th arrow shot forth immediately without the slightest hesitation. Honda Bade clenched his teeth and forcibly twisted his body mid-air, narrowly dodging an arrow that should have been a guaranteed hit. As he landed, he spun twice with the momentum, dispersing the force of the leap. The moment he touched the ground, he was already gasping heavily at his age. His recover speed just couldn't keep up. "Sue you bastard," he roared angrily, his expression ugly to the extreme. "I've trained for more than 60 years and almost got ruined in your hands. But if this is all you got, you'd better surrender." I knew very well that if it were Yamamoto here, he would be already been taken down, yet Honda Bade could still manage this much. To be honest, before the apocalypse he would absolutely count as a martial arts grandmaster. Unfortunately, this is no longer a world where you can survive on those old ideas. Their trick's a lot deeper. If you want to live, it's not enough just to think fast, your hands have to be ruthless. I nodded. This old guy could have some skill, but that's about it. Those arrows just now gave me a better understanding of the strength of these martial arts experts. Based on physical attributes alone, it's hard to measure them by the standards of ordinary people. They ray fast, their reactions are quick, and their flexibility is frightening. If you still try to deal with them using the same mindset you use to fight regular monsters, you'll definitely suffer. Since Honda Bade was overconfident and insisted on settling this barehanded against me, I'd used the rules of the apocalypse to show him who the real final winner was. Before he could steady himself, I seized the initiative again. 3 arrows in a row forced him to jump up once more. "The same move won't work on me twice," he shouted loudly. But before he could finish the sentence, I directly activated a skill, Holy Arrow Slaughter. Within 3 seconds, I could fire 20 arrows in one direction, each one with a chance to crit, and every arrow capable of dealing significant damage. Once the skill was unleashed, the 20 arrows poured down like a torrential rain, completely sealing off all of his escape routes. Honda Bade's eyes nearly popped out of his head, totally unable to believe that my skill could achieve something like this. In the span of just 3 seconds, any thought of dodging became a joke. Barely avoiding the first 10 arrows, but by the 11th he was already on the verge of exhaustion. His speed obviously couldn't keep up with my offensive anymore. I clearly saw the despair in his eyes, and in that instant a scene of his fate surfaced in my mind ahead of time. Even just 0.1 seconds is enough for me to see every detail in that tug of war between life and death with absolute clarity. Every time the skill erupts, I can feel how perfectly I mesh with this power. As if it were a force crafted exclusively for me. Honda Bad AO is a bona fide martial arts master. Even with death hanging over his head, he still tries to shield his vital points with astonishing willpower. There is despair and unwillingness in his eyes, but under the impact of the dance of death, that bit of resistance is as useless as paper. The massive impact nails him to the wall. In that instant when his eyes fly open wide, they tell me plainly that this old monster-esque fate has run its course. The arrows whistle past at high speed. Honda Bad AO does everything he can to dodge. But in the end he still takes 10 arrows. His vitals aren't pierced, but his strength is fading rapidly. I clearly feel the fear and are rising from the depths of his bones. For him, this killing intent is enough to shake the confidence he has built up over so many years. He has never managed to get close to me and instead is pinned directly to the wall with a single move. 60 years of cultivation wiped out in an instant. All he has left is helplessness and despair. It all ends too quickly. He doesn't even get the chance to shout a single word of counterattack. I watch him wail, "This is unfair. Young man, we should compete with strength." Unfortunately, this world has long since changed. In this apocalypse, no one talks about rules anymore. He is still thinking about his faded reputation. And martial virtue, why would I care? Meanwhile, in the study of the safe house, 2 young girls stand there quietly, with a calm air and resolute eyes. The elder sister is called Tomomi, the younger Yami. They re about the same age as Shirai Shihiro. The sisters are dressed identically in tight combat suits, one black, one red with ponytails tied on opposite sides. Shirai Shihiro's deliberate way of telling them apart. They look like secretaries on the surface, but in reality they are top-tier combat power. Acting alone, each of them can easily take out the vast majority of enemies. When they work together, even someone as strong as Honda Bad AO has to think twice. Since childhood, the sisters have been personal bodyguards hired by the Shiraishi family to protect Shirai Shihiro, of course. Their identities are far more than just that. They guard his life every waking moment. And in the apocalyptic crisis, they became his final shield. Yet even such irreplaceable existence were casually given away by Shirai Shihiro later on, just to obtain a single piece of mythic-grade equipment. No one knows what kind of torment they went through after being sent away, but one thing is certain: their end was tragic. Now, although the sisters are comforting the frightened Shirai Shihiro, he is already deeply restless. He can't figure out how the assassin could be Misuyu, the one who used to grovel under his power, the man coldly mocked by Lin Ruovi. How did that become the name that now haunts his nightmares? No matter how hard it is to believe, he can only accept reality. I took his woman and he cut it's my family property. Now he is starting to feel fear. He is afraid I'll simply go all the way and wipe his entire family on overnight. To him, wouldn't that be too miserable an end? Anything is possible. Shirai Shihiro thinks back on his past, when he always moved with ease among women, convinced he had everything under control. But now he truly feels the backlash of fate. He played with fire and has finally been burned by it. I've always felt that relationships are too troublesome, not worth my effort, yet I never imagined I'd end up staking my life over a woman. As more and more clues come together, Suyu's image in my mind becomes clearer and clearer. Could it really be Suyu? He has definitely already discovered what happened between Lin Rufai and me. So he struck first and killed Lin Rufai, wiped out the entire Lin family, and now he is coming after me. Li Maorong's death at Xingcheng Hospital was also at the hands of a man, most likely him as well. Even Wu Ying's miserable death in the library was, 9 times out of 10, his doing. And Yamamoto's quad leader, with his strength, he should be been back long ago. He has been silent for so long, something must have happened to him at him. Only he could pull all this off, but how did he find out? And why did his strength suddenly become so terrifying? The more chaotic it became, and I could barely speak coherently. If it hadn't been for that rotten idea from the old man of the Lin family, the brat Suyu would have been dead long ago. I wouldn't have needed to beat around the bush and use Lin Rufai to hold him back. I could just taken him out directly. I was desperately trying to sort out the situation, but no matter how I thought, why does Calden T make sense of it? Young master, please don't panic, the woman beside me said cautiously, trying to comfort me. Uncle Hambi is very strong. He'll definitely be able to stop that guy. Even if he breaks through the defenses, there's no way he'll find the entrance to the safe house. Without a special method, he can't get in at all. She kept her head lowered, not daring to look at me. Doing her best to soothe me. This safe house was built to military camp standards. Even if we shut ourselves in for a few months, there would be no problem. Better than anyone, I knew that Suyu now was no longer an ordinary person. Even the safest fortress might not be able to stop him. In the villa, Suyu stepped through the blood-slick floor and gave me a slight nod. The little girl at his side had already been intending to move. She lightly followed right after him. His gaze was fixed tightly on the position of the death mark. Once he entered the study, Everything became clear at a glance. The mark pointed straight underground. He easily found the hidden door beneath the desk and pried up the heavy steel plate. "Lu Wei," he called casually. Then the heavy steel plate was smashed apart in minutes under Lu Wei's hands. The moment the passage opened, two figures shot out like black and red lightning, surging with killing intent as they lunged straight at Suyu. Suyu immediately swept a glance over the two women's in formation. No class, B talent, innate seductive bones. Shirai Shiyumi. LV4, no class, B talent, innate seductive bones. Innate seductive bones, a B-level talent. Allowed free alteration of body shape and appearance, eternal youth and beauty, and a 50% increase in damage dealt to the opposite sex. Although a B-level talent was extremely rare in this world, it did not impress me in the slightest. Rich people loved collecting women with this talent as toys. Proof that no matter how the world changed, some would always live in obscene luxury while others were forced to struggle for survival at the bottom. Just as the two green glowing daggers were about to slash across my throat, a flicker of gold flashed through Lu Wei's eyes. Without waiting for my command, she moved on her own. Charging forward, she opened with a shocking blow, every strike vicious, clean, and decisive. If those sisters didn't pull back now, there was no way they'd survive. Lu Wei raised her hammer high, even the air seemed to fall into a dead silence. The lethal blow made the two sisters opposite her feel the threat of death in an instant. Even the hands holding their blades began to tremble. I had been about to kill Suyu, only for a little monster to suddenly appear halfway, hefting the huge hammers and blocking our way. I forced myself to calm down. In a direct clash, what as faster blades or hammers? Even if I did manage to kill Suyu, I would definitely be pounded into mincemeat. I couldn't afford to gamble with my life. And it wasn't just my own safety I was worried about. I wasn't even sure whether young Master Shiraishi, with his current strength, the power Suyu had displayed, far surpassed my imagination. Not to mention this girl wielding two gigantic hammers, she clearly wasn't someone easy to mess with. My instincts told me she was definitely not an ordinary opponent. Facts proved our worries were well-founded. Even without that girl's help, Suyu himself reacted extremely fast. He was not someone we could take down easily. His body was incredibly tough. Even if he took a direct slash from me, he'd almost lose some skin, nowhere near a fatal wound. Suyu Estes were for I headed ours, we were even on the same level. But that wasn't the worst of it. The truly terrifying part was that this talent, absolute enslavement, came with its own protection mechanism. When the master is in danger, the slave will attack on their own. So that little girl moved directly. Before Suyu even had time to speak, she didn't hit me, but with that single hammer strike, the office desk turned straight into powder, a large section of the floor shattered, and the rebar underneath was exposed. My sister and I both broke out in a cold sweat. Thank goodness we hadn't tried to take it head-on, or we'd be corpses by now. After that blow, the girl retreated to Suyu's side. Her face was expressionless, but she was ready to continue fighting at any moment. We both understood that facing them head-on today, we didn't stand a chance. My sister and I exchanged a look. No words needed. We'd long since reached perfect tacit understanding. From the moment we became BA as high Hiroshi's pets, our sense for danger became keener than ordinary people, and we could see through men's thoughts with total clarity. Looking back at Lu Wei now, it felt like looking into a mirror. There was no sibling relationship between them. It was clearly master and servant. Men are all the same disgusting breed on them. We had already decided on our next step since we couldn't win head-on. We would approach Suyu another way. For young Master BA's highest sake, we were willing to gamble with our bodies once more. My sister and I were dressed in black and rig-tight combat suits. We spun the daggers in our hands a few times, making a few pretty flashes of steel, then decisively tossed them to the floor. Our snow-white necks and a hint of unfathomable scenery below were revealed without reservation. At the same time, we had already hidden two poison throwing needles in our palms, ready to launch a sneak attack at any moment. In perfect sync, we pulled off our snow-white underwear from beneath our tight suits. In the next instant, our erect curves were outlined clearly. Waving our underwear like flags of surrender, we spread warm, lethal smiles across our faces. The small study suddenly filled with a faintly ambiguous, sultry atmosphere. We were confident our bodies, faces, and voices had all undergone special training. Deadly enough anywhere we went. Especially the skills we'd practiced since childhood with us. Even just opening our mouths to speak carried a hypnotic effect. I spoke to Suyu in the softest voice I could manage. Big brother, we can't beat you. We admit defeat. Okay? We don't have any weapons in our hands anymore. How about you search us yourself? Actually, under these tight suits, we race still wearing crockless stockings and thongs. Want us to take them off to and let you check? As long as you ray willing to spare young Master BA is high. You can do anything you want with us. We promise we'll make you feel really good. Want to try it now? As we said these words, our bodies kept gently swaying. Every movement perfectly measured, not a hint of excess. As long as he was a man, it would be very hard to refuse such temptation. We moved a little closer. As expected, Suyu and Wu Wei both seemed to relax their guard a bit. Really? Then call me Daddy. Suyu's face was expressionless, his tone casual. My sister and I glanced at each other, thinking this man had already taken the bait. The corners of our mouths curled in a triumphant smile. We slowly turned our heads. The word Daddy had just left our lips, and the hidden throwing needles were already about to be launched. He raised his hand and fired an arrow, so fast I didn't even have time to react. We're completely useless against Suyu. He was even more decisive and more cold-blooded than we had imagined. The sultry tension that had just begun to rise in the air was instantly shattered by this lethal move. The two female ninja didn't even have time to react before they were nailed to the bookcase, their bodies still trembling uncontrollably. Their eyes quickly went dull, and then the poison shuriken in their hands fell to the floor. Suyu glanced at the emergency exit. The death mark still hadn't moved at all. Shirajishi Hirokazu knew his two female bodyguards were beyond saving. There was no way he could escape. The absolute strength Suyu had just displayed left him with nowhere to run. At this moment, Shirajishi was standing in the safe room, waiting for Suyu. Behind him hung a world map, marked with the various bases of the Shiraishi family across the globe. Suyu looked at him calmly and walked over step by step. He didn't waste words. He drew the bowstring and loosed an arrow. The red arrow of reprimand shot straight at Shiraishi's knee with terrifying impact. It actually produced the sound of metal scraping, like blades clashing, making one's heart clench. A crisp crack rang out, and the arrow shattered beside Shiraishi into countless red fragments. The arrow of reprimand, a skill that had never failed Suyu before, was completely useless against Shiraishi's. No class, S-rank talent, absolute defense special talent, cannot be plundered absolute defense. As long as your constitution at rebuke is higher than your opponent's strength or spirit at rebuke, you will not be harmed by physical or skill attacks. All of Shiraishi's equipment was dedicated to boosting his constitution. The free at rebuke points he gained on leveling up were all invested into constitution as well. Although his strength, spirit, and speed were average, his constitution had reached a staggering 85, practically insoluble. Even a Valkyria like Hu Wei with 80 for strength couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Not even a master of the SS rank talent Dance of Death could shake him. Suyu's spirit at rebuke was only 52 points, so against this kind of pure at rebuke freak, Shiraishi's felt no pressure at all. Shiraishi's finally let out a breath of relief. However, Suyu simply slung the Overlord bow over his back instead, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. His hand had already found the dagger he'd once used to assassinate Lin Rufai. After special treatment by Suyu, the blade had actually become less sharp. That's right, he wanted Shiraishi to experience the pain of having flesh carved by a dull knife. The duller the blade, the more despairing the pain. Suyu and Shiraishi had been mortal enemies. He knew the man's details inside and out. After the first attack failed, Shiraishi regained his former confidence, straining his chest and lifting his head high as he spoke with arrogant pride. My talent is absolute defense, constitution 85 points. If your strength doesn't exceed that, it doesn't matter how you hit me, it's useless. Now, why don't you listen to me for a moment? There's a saying everyone in this world runs after profit. So you ray very strong, am I, Shiraishi how? Have an entire family behind me. He gestured grandly, as if the entire world were under his control. Suyu sneered inwardly. Memories of his previous life told him Shiraishi was anything but simple. But in this life, Suyu happened to want the Shiraishi family to be even more miserable. Shiraishi grew more and more impassioned as he spoke, his eyes full of ambition. But Suyu just kept watching him coldly, his expression completely unchanged. Shiraishi's smile froze and all his fervor seemed to ice over. Just then the dagger in Suyu's hand suddenly plunged into his leg. Shiraishi hadn't expected the pain to be so intense. His mind went blank and he cried out, "How is that possible?" He couldn't understand at all how his absolute defense had been breached. His agility clearly already exceeded 50 points, so how could the opponent's strength possibly be higher? Suyu ripped off his mask with a feral grin. Sorry, my strength is 88 points now. There was an indescribable wickedness in his smile. He switched to a method more suited to Ba's high was ready to let his enemy taste real pain. The dagger sliced open my skin. The wound was large, but with my immense strength, the fingers slid in easily. Ba's high drew in a sharp breath, clearly unable to figure out what I was trying to do. Then I began slowly pulling at his wound, and every tug made his whole body convulse in agony. This kind of pain was far more terrifying than cutting, blunt force, or even electric shocks. Time seemed to stretch. Every movement drove him to the brink of madness. Since the apocalypse descended, Ba's high had never experienced such extreme torment. His screams were heart-rending, so shrill they made my ears tingle. Every move I made was battering his psychological defenses. His will was left in tatter tabs. Cold sweat soaked his entire body, and he was tortured back and forth between consciousness and unconsciousness. His strength and agility had always been low to begin with now. He couldn't even think about escaping, let alone resisting me. Blood quickly drenched the leg of his pants and the white of bone was exposed on his left leg. But I had no intention of letting him die that easily. I pulled a bottle of vitality potion from my storage wristband and poured it directly into the torn open wound. "BA is high how bent, so I am begging you. Kill me, don't torture me anymore." The potion slowly restored his body, but his mind edged ever closer to collapse. I let out a cold laugh. "I will kill you, but it has to be little by little. I can't let you off so quickly." My smile was nothing less than demonic. No sooner had I spoken than I drove the dagger straight into his still intact right leg. His voice went hoarse from the screaming, like a slaughtered animal in unknown despair. His whole body jerking violently, tears, snot, sweat, and blood mixed together, leaving him in utter disgrace. He begged with all his strength, but all he got was my icy reply. "This is only the beginning." Then, with another stroke, I unhesitatingly sliced off his manhood. The searing pain instantly jolted his numbed nerves awake. Before he could even speak, I snatched the severed piece from the ground and stuffed it straight into his mouth. I drove the dagger through his wrist. "This stab is me paying you back." My tone was vicious, my eyes crazed. 10 years ago, you manipulated Lynn Rufy and toyed with me in the palm of your hand, draining me of everything like a vampire. BA is high how stared at me in stunned disbelief, his face full of confusion. I said 10 years, but he was completely lost. He knew that from using Lynn Rufy until now. Almost a year had passed. He simply couldn't accept my accusations. But he no longer had the strength to protest his innocence. Even if he tried to open his mouth, his throat was blocked by what I had stuffed, and he couldn't make a sound. None of BA's high-house brothers stepped forward to help him. At this moment between life and death, he was utterly alone. Before he could react, I raised the blade again, twisted my wrist, and a cold glint flashed. I snarled. In the apocalypse, he spread rumors that I was a traitor and got everyone to hunt me down. BA is high how can't understand any of it. Only thinking I must have mistaken him for someone else. But I didn't care about how he felt. "This stab is me paying you back just because I feel like it." My dagger came down again and again, each strike precise, each bringing drilling, bone-deep agony. BA is high how's mind had already shattered with every additional stab. A little more of his sanity disappeared until the light faded from his eyes and he lay there like a dead pig, not reacting no matter how I hacked at him. If not for the faint highs and fall of his chest, anyone would have thought he was already dead. Then I took out the Overlord bow druid, notched an arrow, and with a thunderous bang, BA is high how's body exploded into pieces, utterly annihilated. The hatred that had weighed on my heart for so many years was finally wiped clean. Feeling more relaxed than I had ever been in my life. There was no longer anything repressed in my heart. Aside from me, not a single person was left alive. In my previous life, BA is high Howard kept pestering me. But that only started after Lynn Rufy. So this time, I wiped out him and his whole family without leaving anyone behind. No matter who they were, so long as they stood in my way, they would meet the same fate. I had to use my memories from my previous life to grow stronger and stronger. So you carefully packed everything up and rolled it into my wristband. Although the BA's high family had hidden quite a few contact points all over the world and less special marks, it would still take time to track down the exact locations and contacts. The secret base was filled with treasures the BA's high family had stolen from Huaxia. Gold and silver jewelry, gems and jade, antiques and calligraphy, even famous blades and swords. But in the apocalypse, none of this was of any use. Gold and silver couldn't be exchanged for a bite of food, and antiques and paintings were nothing but burdens. Even renowned blades and swords, no matter how sharp, were no match for the monsters of doomsday. The Liu Hua Qiang watermelon knife I carried with me was the real divine weapon, durable and easy to use. Still, I casually grabbed a gold watch. My wristband could tell time, but I always felt that checking a watch was more straightforward. Mechanical watches like this were sturdy and shock-resistant, far better than the electronic watches I had used in my past life. Humming a tune, I strolled through the tunnel and out of the study. Mouth hanging open, forced to watch helplessly as Lu Wei and I walked out. Lu Wei was relatively calm, but something unreadable flickered in her red eyes. The stench of blood on me was heavy, as if I had just slaughtered my way out of hell. Just a few minutes earlier, Buller Wang had woken up in the middle of the night and found corpses strewn all over the villa. Almost breaking down on the spot, he crawled to the door of the study and saw BA's high how's personal ninja nailed to the bookcase, instantly realizing something catastrophic had happened. His legs went weak, and he pissed himself in terror. Awake, I looked at the disheveled Butler Wang and asked flatly. At this point, he was the only living person left in the BA's high estate. He didn't have much combat power and posed no real threat to me, so leaving him for last didn't matter. Butler Wang was an old fox who could see straight through people's hearts, and he immediately understood the situation. He knew his former patron had fallen, and now he had to hurry and cling to Ying's thigh. In order to stay alive, he opened his mouth with a torrent of flattery. Boss, I am not an outsider, I am one of us. My surname is Wang, you can just call me Little Wang. I am a bit clever, I can do anything, as long as you trust me. I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. After the apocalypse, it was already remarkable that someone who survived purely by reading people and had no real skills was still alive. He had done extremely well for himself and the BA's High family. In fact, he was just muddling along. He worked behind the scenes helping BA's High how come up with ideas, plotting big moves, never once failing. Even BA's High how a steady climb to a high position couldn't have happened without Butler Wang's maneuvering. One Butler Wang is worth half a city, but once the apocalypse came, no one had expected that my reputation would be ruined, that I would be hunted down everywhere and fall to the bottom of my life. Behind all of that, Butler Wang had been pulling strings. I had long sworn that when I caught him, I would personally butcher this traitor. So you Ray Wang half city? I stared at him, squatting down as I asked. Heh, that's just everyone giving me too much credit. I summoned the system and saw his true identity clearly, Wang Ban Cheng. I'll be 2, no class, F-rank talent coin amplification. I stared at him coldly. I told you, once I caught you, I'd tear you into pieces. You Ray the one I've been waiting for. The moment Butler Wang saw me pull a watermelon knife from behind my back, his face went deathly pale and he desperately shrank backward. Spare me, he pulled a long face and screamed like his heart was being ripped out. The knife rose and fell. The watermelon knife in my hand sliced through his left leg as easily as cutting tofu. Butler Wang let out a miserable scream on the spot. The pain robbed him of speech, his body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes full of terror and bewilderment. Big bro, please spare me, don't kill me, he cried, his voice steeped in utter despair. Han, since you Ray here to settle accounts with the BA's High family, I happen to have a list of all their secret informants across the country. I'll tell you everything. How about it? After he finished, Butler Wang's eyes never left the knife in my hand as he waited for my answer. My expression didn't change, but inside I was delighted. This was an unexpected windfall. I thought only BA's High how would know something this confidential. But who'd have guessed this guy Butler Wang had it all down to the last detail. Turns out even among villains there are cowardly opportunists afraid of death. I'd more to pry some intel out of BA's High how. But with that guy's temperament, he'd probably grit his teeth to the end even if it killed him. Maybe even seize a chance to bite back at me. There's no sense of accomplishment in dealing with that kind of person. I'd originally planned to search the BA's High family's lair for clues, but Butler Wang's appearance ended up saving me a lot of trouble. A fence-sitter like him is most afraid of dying tricking information out of hand. Once they think they Ray's still useful, always war squeeze a bit more benefit out of you. Clutched it to his chest and wouldn't he let go, his voice trembling as he said, Big bro, I heard there's this little red potion bottle, drink it and you can recover a bit. Could you give me one? No, I didn't hesitate and lifted the knife again. Butler Wang's face went white from the pain. He was too scared to say another word and could only stare helplessly as I brought the knife down. Don't kill me. I'll give you the whole list. I'll even give you my life. Just stop cutting, he wailed and begged for mercy. But my hand never slowed. You do what you say. In my previous life, I swore a poisonous oath that if I ever met this traitor again, I'd kill him with my own hands. So this time there was no way I'd show mercy. With the final stroke, I took his head clean off, letting him taste despair in the moment he died. Su Yu yawned, thinking that even after cleaning this place up, it was only a little after 3 dawn was still a way off. Carrying the golden watch he picked up and planning to get some early rest, he went straight upstairs and casually picked a bedroom. The guest room was outrageously luxurious, its walls covered in strange, mysterious oil paintings. Under purple lighting, a round waterbed stood out conspicuously. A giant fish tank made the entire atmosphere of the room oddly suggestive and ambiguous. Rich people really did live in absurd extravagance. Louis, who didn't need to sleep in the first place, took the supply capsule from my hand and immediately tore it open to eat. The little girl seemed like a born expert at both fighting and eating. Ever since I got her as a bodyguard, I'd been sleeping much more soundly. After a shower, I collapsed onto the bed and soon fell fast asleep. I saw a pile of empty food wrappers beside Louis, and she was looking at me with a pitiful expression. Good thing I'd got plenty of capsules in reserve. I could only shake my head helplessly. After eating and drinking my fill, I pulled out the Star City tourist map I got out of BA's High West study yesterday. It marked all the famous sites and landmarks. My next target was clear the Star City Museum. That's where they hid the hidden Archer class item I'd reamed about ZLMBUS God. It is said that the museum holds a top-tier bronze artifact used long ago in rituals to honor the hero Huyi, and the threshold to use it is extremely high. As long as you activate the bronze artifact according to the requirements, you can enter an exclusive challenge dungeon, and if you pass the trial, you can obtain a class change scroll. In my previous life, I also learned about this hidden route by accident while I was in a party at the museum. But back then, it was my talent leaned more toward the mage path. I chose Necromancer. Now, everything is only just beginning. The apocalypse has NT even reached 5 full days. The entire museum might not even have its zombies cleared out yet. There is one more thing: you can only receive a class change quest if you meet the conditions your newbie protection period is ended. These restrictions apply only to regular classes. Hidden classes are obtained in a very special way. Players can only get their hands on a class change scroll by clearing special dungeons or completing hidden quests. Once you reach level 10, you can use the scroll to smoothly complete your class change. I had already set my goal in my heart. I was going to complete my class change before everyone else. Took it away with me, and quickly left BA as high manner. From the foot of the mountain came the faint voices of survivors, clearly discussing how to get up the mountain. The once impenetrable security of the luxury villas in Star City had collapsed overnight. With the BA as high family wiped out, the entire neighborhood had fallen into chaos. They knew order would soon be established. The apocalypse had already entered its 5th day. People were beginning to adapt to the environment. No matter how strong your physique is, you can't survive 5 days without food and water. With no other options, people could only overcome their fear, step out of their homes, and confront the threat of zombies. Most zombies are around level 5, making it nearly impossible to fight them alone. As a result, more and more people are huddling together for warmth, joining forces to resist the crisis. Star City's 3 most famous landmarks, the museum, the library, and the concert hall, are all located in the Star City estuary delta. This place used to be packed with tourists every day, and locals loved to come here for walks. But when the apocalypse broke out, there happened to be a large-scale event being held here, with over 50,000 people on site. The event venue was surrounded by thick temporary iron fencing, and once an accident occurred, there were almost no exits to escape through. The world instantly turned into a nightmare. The loudspeakers in the square were still screeching, and under the multicolored lights, the whole place looked eerily bizarre. The square and the halls were packed with zombies. Looking through binoculars, the front of the museum was a solid mass of zombies, a dense black crowd. In narrow indoor areas like the museum, you can use some positioning tricks to block them and kill the zombies one by one. But in open spaces, there are simply too many of them. Even if I kept firing arrows until my hands went numb, I'd never clear them all out. Luwei was slow too, and not good at running away at all. Just as I was figuring out how to sneak into the museum, I suddenly noticed a group of survivors rushing out from a side hall of the concert hall, about 100 people in total. Judging from their clothing and how they moved, they should be members of the orchestra, dance troupe, concert hall staff, and a few scattered audience members. The zombies around them had already been cleared, which obviously meant this group was quite strong. The man in the lead wore a striking conductor's outfit and had pretty good gear, all of it high quality. Pointing toward the museum and the library while addressing the people behind him, giving clear, confident instructions, it looked like he was planning to launch an offensive. Most of these survivors were young. Their equipment was average, but they were all full of energy, clearly not ordinary people. There were even sentries patrolling the perimeter of the group. This team was organized and disciplined, far stronger than those random crowds that had just gathered together. Some people still chose to leave the team, while most, after discussing it, decided to stay. Interesting, I chuckled softly. But people's hearts are the least reliable thing. Everyone only comes together for profit. If something really conflicts with their interests, rules and morals become worthless. Here, only strength has the final say. Since that's the case, using this group to clear zombies together is nothing but beneficial for me. As long as I can slip into the museum smoothly, a lot of trouble can be avoided. There were nearly 100 players gathered in Star City Concert Hall. When the apocalypse broke out, they were in the middle of rehearsal, preparing for the evening performance. And like the crowded museum and library, there were relatively fewer people in the concert hall. This group went through life and death battles one after another, barely carving a path out. After that, they centered themselves on the concert hall and began leading people to clear the zombies in the surrounding area. And all of this was thanks to one person, the commander of the team, me, a devoted fan of apocalypse novels, with enough of those books piled up to almost form a small hill. When others encounter a real apocalypse, they might just freeze up ID long since figured out how to survive. At first, everything was a complete mess, but I quickly stabilized the situation and united everyone. I used every bit of my organizational and decision-making ability, leading the surviving members of the orchestra to forced rescue the trapped dance troupe and others hiding in various corners of the concert hall. I had already planned the escape routes clearly in my mind. By the time we broke out of the concert hall, I had practically carved a path of blood, turning this place into the only safe zone in the entire Rivermouth Delta. I named the base Nocturnal Star City. Actually, the name of a bar I used to frequent, it just rolls off the tongue. As time passed, my gear and level far surpassed everyone else's, leading this group of survivors. I naturally secured the boss position without question. People prefer to follow the strong. No one wants to leave the main group to take risks. After all, the odds of surviving alone are too low. You can only live a few extra days by relying on a team. Everyone bunches together just to enjoy the shade under a big tree. So whenever I spoke up, the vast majority immediately followed, and only a tiny number who thought too highly of their own skill chose to leave. Looted supplies and every now and then picked up new gear. The thrill of killing and leveling up made everyone more and more confident. But happiness makes people forget their lessons easily. I made a huge mistake. I didn't strictly vet new members and allowed survivors to join Nocturnal Star City too easily. Some came just for a free meal, others with more crooked ideas. The team grew larger and larger, minds drifted further and further apart, and it became nearly impossible to manage everyone under one system again. Soon enough, two factions formed within. My group consisted of out-of-town performers who had fought their way out from the concert hall, while the newcomers were small local groups headed by Huang Ding. The numbers and strength of the two sides were evenly matched, so neither could suppress the other. As a result, disagreements grew, and hostility toward the other side practically became an unspoken rule everyone had to obey. Relying on mutual trust and their own capabilities, clamored to storm the museum and try their luck just to carve out a sliver of new hope in this ruined world. With no family ties, and we understood that only by becoming stronger could they live longer. Just wanted to stick with the main group for food, seize opportunities to loot under protection, and stay safe whenever they could. I knew very well that arguing with Huang Ding and his people would only drain my energy. To keep Nocturnal Star City alive and orderly, absolute authority had to be established. After discussing it with my confidants, we reached a consensus. Whether others followed or not, the zombie resources in the museum were far too rich. We had to take the gamble. But if we charged straight across the square from the front and ran into tens of thousands of zombies, we'd be dead for sure. So the only option was to take a different route through the basement. I immediately cut off everyone as arguing. Whoever wants to explore the concert hall in the basement, go on your own. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, we head to the museum on time. My squad whistled in excitement when they heard that, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. But then Huang Ding jumped out again to object. There are so many zombies in the museum. Isn't it too dangerous? Shouldn't we wait one more day? Let more people join Sleepless Star City and then move together. Right? I knew exactly what Huang Ding was scheming. Then use numbers to suppress me and turn Sleepless Star City into his personal turf, enjoying both fame and profit. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated me. I replied firmly, no need to worry. Charging the plaza head-on is hard, yes. But if we go through the basement, we're confident we can do it. Absolutely no problem. No problem? There are just over 100 of us. How can you guarantee everyone gets out in one piece? Huang Ding questioned me directly, his voice loud. For a moment I was at a loss for words, but I quickly made up my mind and said forcefully, "It's decided. I am the leader, this is my call." Huang Ding and his little lackeys exchanged a look. Tomorrow they would definitely pay lip service while secretly defying me, just waiting for me to make a fool of myself. The next moment, the place suddenly became noisy. The whole hall boiled over like water in a pot. I was secretly grateful the concert hall's sound priming was good, or their racket would definitely have drawn the zombies over. I knew that no matter how I explained, some people simply wouldn't listen. They'd already made up their minds. I suddenly felt a bit of regret. For the sake of immediate power, I'd taken into many troublesome people. But on the other hand, I couldn't bear to give up this territory I'd fought so hard to secure. In the end, I just enjoyed too much the feeling of being surrounded and in control of everything. Yet every time someone more ambitious than me appeared, I would start to feel insecure, worried that one day I'd be kicked out. Su Yu and Lu Wei had changed into ordinary clones, completely unremarkable. Their low-key outfits made them look no different from average passersby. No one would notice that this brother and sister each had a presence of their own. Just then, a gentle-faced man walked slowly down the stairs, followed by a little girl wearing a mask. Su Li Lu Wei straight into Sleepless Star City. But the chaos inside just now had drawn all of them away, so Su Yu and the others slipped in without any obstruction and no one questioned them. As soon as he stepped through the door, Su Yu spotted that blonde guy in the corner, Huang Ding. That head of golden hair stood out no matter where he tried to hide. Once you'd seen it, you'd never forget it. It shone like gold, impossible to ignore. What a narrow road for enemies to meet. In my previous life, I had dealt with Huang Ding in the Star City Museum. Boasted multiple identities, was great at networking, and fancied himself the backbone of the place. I was still young and naive, completely taken in by his honeyed words, and threw myself headlong into his squad. And both sides displayed their strength. But when we fought our way deep into the museum and faced those tidal waves of zombies, the team of dozens ended with only me and Huang Bing left alive. We did complete the dungeon quest, and both of us successfully changed classes, by rights, to teammates who had gone through life and death together. In a post-apocalyptic world starved of trust, could have kept helping each other as long as there was no conflict of interest. Right after the quest ended, I unexpectedly obtained a fine great necklace. This thing instantly became the fuse that ignited the conflict between us. The next he turned on me, just like that. Huang Ding's true nature was laid bare. He could flip his face at the drop of a hat. After a fierce fight, I managed to win by sheer luck. Though my shoulder was pierced by his arrow, and the scar is still there. It was also because I was recuperating from that injury that I got the chance to meet Lin Rufai. After Huang Ding's death, no one was ever able to trigger his God of Zangbo class again. Those hidden secrets could only be buried with him in the Star City Museum. I am probably the only one who still knows anything about it now. The way he looked at us was unusual. He clearly didn't take us for ordinary refugees. So you only had 2 pieces of gear on him with a Liu Hua Kang brand watermelon knife hanging at his waist. Now that his great vendetta had been avenged, he no longer needed to wear that ghoul mask to conceal his identity. Ru Wei, on the other hand, carried the short blades on her back. The purple glow on her mask had already faded, otherwise this legendary piece of equipment would be far too eye-catching. Even so, the mask still looked extremely high, and its texture alone made it obvious it was some common item. Ru Wei had been reluctant, but after I coaxed her with 3 supply capsules, she stopped sulking. Here! Only 2 people had 3 pieces of equipment on them, the leaders of the 2 teams, Li Chanmong and Huang Ding. No matter how loyal, had at most 2. But with Ru Wei and me joining, we had directly raised Nevernight Star City's overall strength by more than 1 tier. The 2 of us could stand with either side and greatly boost their combat strength, and our same things would immediately go up as well. Relying on his instincts as a leader, Liu Yanlong quickly sensed our importance. He made a prompt decision, bringing his people over to greet us in person. The people with him gradually fell silent, staring at Ru Wei and me with curiosity written all over their faces. They were probably all wondering why 2 powerful new faces had suddenly appeared. I looked around. Even though I was deliberately trying to act low-key, I still couldn't completely hide the sharp edge I gave off. But only now did I realize I'd underestimated this group's overall standard. The noise in the hall quickly gave way to silence, and a tense sense of expectation filled the air. I am Liu Yanlong, the one in charge of Nevernight Star City. How should I address you two? What are your plans next? Li Yanlong spoke kindly, with a smile on his face. Brother Liu, my name is Passerby, and this is my younger sister. Ru Wei, we saw your team looked pretty strong, so we wanted to ask if we could join and give it a try. Putting on an honest, simple expression, Liu Yanlong's reaction was even more enthusiastic than I'd expected. His mindset was much more easygoing than Huang Ding's. When he heard we were willing to join, his eyes were full of relief. More importantly, he noticed that even though Ru Wei was young, she was calm and trusted me completely. This kind of sibling combination was hard to come by. Yi Yanlong reached out warmly, and I shook his hand without hesitation. But our open gesture instantly lightened the mood. Seeing this, Li Chanmong invited Ru Wei and me into the next door lounge to talk. Huang Ding's expression stayed dark. He stood in a corner without saying a word. He understood very well that if Ru Wei and I really stood on Liu Yanlong's side, his own people wouldn't stay steady for long. To be honest, Huang Ding had used this method of recruiting experts many times before and considered himself a seasoned candidate. While Liu Yanlong and I were exchanging pleasantries, he was idle either. He summoned his own trusted followers, other plans already forming in his mind in the office. Liu Yanlong chatted with Ru Wei and me, his face full of excitement. He studied us, unable to hard his jaw. I noticed that although there were only around 100 people here, they were clearly split into the camps, one led by Liu Yanlong and the other by Huang Ding, and they almost never interacted in normal times. The moment the 2 of us stepped in, it was destined we'd become the focus of everyone's attention. My gear and level spoke for themselves, and though Lu Wei was young, her presence was no weaker than anyone else's. Right now, Liu Yanlong's enthusiasm was a bit over the top, making me feel slightly awkward. To be honest, his gaze almost made me wonder which way he swung. But he came at the perfect time. Say whatever you have in mind, as long as you Ray here, Brother Li will arrange everything for you. Liu Yanlong's words carried genuine sincerity. Actually, my little sister and I want to try our luck at the museum. I heard you Ray getting ready to push toward the museum. I had no intention of sticking with the Nevernight Star City people the whole time. No problem, brother, we'll gather at 8 tomorrow morning. Hearing that I was willing to go along clearly put him in an even better mood. No problem, we'll meet at 8. If we ray lucky, we might open a path to the museum within 2 days. Hearing this, I was overjoyed. My followers had already planned to go to the museum now the 2 experts were willing to join us. Our overall strength was instantly doubled, and our objective would be much easier to achieve. I secretly examined the people around me. Compared to the elite fighters of the BA's high family, their combat power fell quite a bit short. On the surface they looked similar, but in combat methods, the gap was huge. Even for the BA's high family as top experts, with zombies this densely packed, it would take 2 or 3 days to carve out a road. But for me, this group was more than enough as cannon fodder. Rubbing his hands together, Liu Yanlong put on a somewhat embarrassed expression and lowered his voice to say to me, "Brother, I really do have something I need your help with. I am short a good weapon that fits my hand." He pointed at the gear my sister and I were carrying and said, "Between the 2 of you, you've got 3 weapons total. I am not asking for it for free. I'll trade 10 supply capsules for it. How about that?" Since he was coming to ask me for a favor, of course I had to hike up the price. I pretended to be in a tough spot. "Brother Liu, you know as well as I do when we picking up gear, weapons are the hardest things to drop." "Exactly," Liu Yanlong laughed, eyeing the knife in my hand with obvious greed. Everyone had discovered this pattern. I gave my own Yuhua Kang Grand watermelon knife a little shake. It was a green quality weapon, adding 5 points of strength. And it worked for slashing, chopping, and stabbing alike. It also inflicted a fear effect. Liu Yanlong's eyes lit up clearly. He'd been captivated by this blade. "With a knife this good, do you really think 10 supply capsules are enough to match it, Brother Liu?" "Then I'll add 10 more supply capsules," he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. It was obvious that this was already his limit, for people from Never Night Star City. Supply capsules had already become the hard currency for everything. Inwardly, I sneered when it came to supply capsules. I had as many as I wanted. I put on a pained look. "Brother Liu, survival supplies like that really should be kept for your brothers to use. Take another look. Do you have anything else you can trade?" After 10 years in the apocalypse, my acting skills were already honed to perfection. On the surface I looked conflicted, but in reality my eyes were sweeping over the items in his hands. He'd taken out quite a variety, but the quantities were too small, and most were just ordinary tools and potions. I only glanced through them roughly and didn't see anything of real value. Noticing that I was very satisfied, Liu Chunlaw's expression shifted slightly. "Brother Liu, don't you have any special treasures?" Li Yanlong's eyes brightened and he said mysteriously, "Brother, I actually do have something vicious." "How vicious?" I pretended to be interested. "You definitely haven't seen this before," he said proudly, then took out a scroll from his spatial wristband and handed it over. "Legendary item prepared only for those who know how to use it." My heart gave a jolt. This exactly the quest item needed to activate the museum instance. This thing only drops occasionally from little monsters or chests near the museum. It has legendary grade with a drop rate so low it is terrifying. To lucky, Ivy really hit the jackpot this time. But on the surface I stayed calm, just pretending to ask casually, "No way, Brother Liu, a legendary scroll? This isn't just some ordinary good item, is it?" Liu Yanlong immediately started bragging. "That is right. I am not lying to you. This thing is so rare you only get it if you seriously hit the jackpot. The big score I was talking about is this. No one thought much of it at first. I almost never even bothered with that kind of monster if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes now. I'd never have known you could fish up this kind of treasure from them. Who knows how that guide of dumb luck and actually pulled the legendary scroll." Once the news got out, everyone in Night Star City exploded. But no matter what they did, no one could open it, so in the end, they just traded it for a single supply capsule. This legendary scroll changed hands countless times. But every time it was only worth 1 capsule. Over time, everyone treated it as a joke. There was a single person in Night Star City who didn't know about it. The scroll landed in my hands. To uncover its secret, I studied it over and over, but it was completely useless. Since the scroll didn't do anything, I simply used it for showing off. Let alone something legendary. It only keeps you smug for a little while. Whenever someone new joins Star City and asks about the scroll's history, everyone laughs, as far as I am concerned. This scroll is less practical than that watermelon knife in Su Yu's hand. What I didn't expect was that in the next second, I'd become the unlucky one. "Brother, this is a legendary scroll. Just running into it means you've scored big." As soon as I finished, I shoved the scroll right into Su Yu's hands without another word. I'd only traded a capsule for it anyway, so I didn't feel bad giving it away. Not reacting at all, I laughed to myself. This guy really counted as lucky. But to avoid any trouble between us later, I added, "Tell you what, brother, take these 20 capsules too. If you've got any complaints about the scroll, let's at least not hurt our friendship over it." So Yuman just opened his mouth to refuse when Lu Wei secretly poked him. "Bro, just take it. We still need to rely on Brother Liu." He really holds grudges, so didn't he say anything more and obediently accepted everything. Liu Yanlong's connections were really broad, he could carry pretty much anyone. Having gotten the watermelon nice, he was in an excellent mood, absolutely delighted. Having a brother like Su Yu really was a stroke of great luck for him. He now had a total of 4 pieces of gear. With the watermelon knife in his hand, he was full of confidence, planning to show off properly in front of Huang Ding. Liu Tianlong lowered his voice and told me mysteriously, "Some people tried before, but they all failed." His words made my eyes light up. "A leader-level zombie. Others can't take it down. But what do I have to be afraid of? I've killed Lord-level zombies, why would I be scared of a leader-level one?" Chatting idly with Liu Tianlong, I easily figured out all the intel I needed. I immediately decided there was no need to team up with him. I turned to him and said, "We going to head out for a bit, grind some experience first. You guys don't need to rush the museum." Then I took Lu Wei and left. Liu Yanlong was all smiles and didn't think too much of it. He just felt that us getting stronger would be a big help when dealing with Huang Ding. And he didn't take my words seriously at all. He even thought I was going to the museum with him. As he left, he patted his chest and promised, "Bro, just report my name when you get a delta, that's enough." Everyone watched Liu Yanlong seeing us off. All stunned, their boss actually valued 2 young guys so much and kept calling us brothers. Back at the concert hall, Liu Yanlong was still cheerfully playing with his newly acquired watermelon knife. Team members gathered around asking curiously, "Brother Liu, where do you get that knife?" Liu Tianlong shook the knife in his hand proudly. "Hey, this watermelon knife, I traded it with brother Su Yu. Only cost me 20 capsules and that's scroll." Everyone was full of admiration. Actually using that useless scroll to trade for such a good weapon. Night was about to fall, less than an hour left. First, find the secret passage Liu Yanlong mentioned, then wait until dawn to move. Leader class zombies were troublesome, but most zombies were only level 5 now. And I was already level 7th, this fight was in the bag. If I could reach level 10 before entering the job change dungeon, my strength would soar. After changing class, my combat power would multiply several times. By then, no matter what danger appeared, I could crush it easily. Thinking of this, I quickened my pace. But just as I was heading out, I suddenly realized there was actually no need for everyone to wait until tomorrow to set off. Before, people were afraid of zombies at night and didn't dare move after dark, but last night I moved freely through zombie hordes, completely unafraid of them. Now that I had Lu Wei with me, there was even less reason to fear zombies at night. I was still being shackled by the mindset from my previous life. Ordinary people were terrified of the dark, trembling in their homes at night, whereas I held so many trump cards in my hands and was no longer that insignificant nobody. I didn't even have to worry about annoying guys showing up to compete for resources. In fact, it was even more suitable for me to act. Lu Wei and I walked straight out of Sleepless Star City. The moment we stepped outside, I immediately felt something was off in the air. There were a dozen or so people at the entrance. As soon as they saw me, they followed, obviously coming for me. They were clearly here to bully someone. I couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge them, but they went straight to block the stairwell surrounding Lu Wei and me. Leading them was a guy with dyed blonde hair, gold chain, big gold watch, sunglasses, gem rings, full of swagger. His name was Huang Ding, LV6, no class, but he had to be ranked talent. Quick draw hand. I indeed planned to find a chance to deal with him. I didn't expect him to come to me on his own. Huang Ding looked utterly arrogant as he mocked me. His underlings even helped him take off his suit jacket. With a cigar dangling from his mouth, he spoke in a wild tone. "That guy just now, did he show you some kind of toilet paper scroll? Take my advice, you'd better stay away from him. Or you want to even know how you died before he could finish." Lu Wei stepped in front of me, cutting him off, hiding behind their little sister and letting her stand in front. "Don't you think you can do whatever you want just because you're young?" If I really get mad and then I frowned, and Lu Wei had already taken a short blade from her bosom. Huang Ding still acted like he didn't take us seriously at all. Behind him, more than 10 level 5+ thugs were jeering along. Since they were the ones charging in front, they thought shouting from the back already made them tough. But in this world, strength was what really mattered. People from Liu Yanlong's camp saw what was happening, got scared and quickly scattered, hurrying off to report to their boss. Lu Wei made her move. She charged forward without hesitation, so fast they didn't even have time to react. His head fell to the ground. Huang Ding's lackeys, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, were stunned on the spot as they watched their one-shot decapitated. These people looked at one another, tightening their grips on their weapons, but they had only banded together to scrape by a leading. None of them really wanted to risk their lives. I couldn't be bothered to say more. With a wave of my hand, Lu Wei launched another attack, and in just a few seconds, dozens of corpses were added to the ground. I stepped on Huang Ding's corpse and walked forward without looking back, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers frozen in place. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Lu Wei's fierce surprises all completely cowed everyone. In this brutal world, everyone had long since grown used to death. We had only just walked out when the crowd behind us erupted into panic. Someone has been killed. That girl was way too fast, so ruthless. They didn't stand a chance at all. Exclaiming in shock, they quietly moved aside, afraid they'd be the next unlucky one to fall. I am gonna puke. I had just received an urgent message from my men. I immediately grabbed my Liu Huaqiang brand watermelon knife and ran toward where the incident had happened. There were so many people at the scene it felt like some kind of festival. Everyone was jammed up at the stairway leading to the basement, the atmosphere extremely tense. My heart sank. My first thought was, could it be that Huang Ding and his gang had cornered the Su siblings? Thinking that, I forced my way through the crowd. I was just about to open my mouth and question Huang Ding when the sight before my eyes nearly stunned me. Over a dozen people were lying on the ground. They were none other than Huang Ding's men, all limp and lifeless. Even stranger, their gear was still on them, not a hair disturbed, which meant the other side didn't even care about their stuff. I almost couldn't hold back a laugh. My longtime rival, gone just like that? Fortunately, I am professionally trained. I stay calm in a crisis, so I definitely don't burst out laughing in public. Right then, one of my brothers came over and told me exactly what had happened, in full detail. By the time he finished, my back was drenched in cold sweat. I thought to myself, good thing I was smart enough to get on good terms with those two big shots early on. If I'd made even the slightest strong move against the Su siblings, I'd probably be one of the bodies lying there now. I swept a glance around and crisply ordered my men to deal with the corpses. Huang Ding used to have a few followers left, but now they all wisely defected to my side. In their minds, Su Yu and Lu Wei were experts I'd brought in specifically to deal with Huang Ding. If that were really the case, a name Liu Yanmong would be completely established from now on. Back in the office, looking at the pile of newly confiscated gear, I was laughing inside so hard I could practically fly. But thinking of Su Yu's parting reminder not to go into the museum for the time being out and shake the feeling that there was some secret behind all this that I didn't know. I guess this counts as a big gift I gave Li Yanmong. Su Yu was probably mumbling that to himself as well, just hoping I'd take his advice and stop stirring up trouble at the museum. Sim had originally planned to personally take care of Huang Ding, but once he actually saw the guy's disgusting face, his interest vanished on the spot. On top of that, Huang Ding had a filthy mouth which directly triggered Lu Wei's protection mechanism. She took everyone out in a single move, and the show ended before it even started. Liu Tianlong said that place was hard to find, but the basement's layout was really convoluted. 3 buildings shared one underground parking lot, and since there was no parking fee, all kinds of vehicles packed the place full. Whenever Lu Wei and I passed by, there'd be thumping from inside the vehicles and the shrieks of zombies, ratcheting the tension up to the extreme. Lu Wei and I quietly geared up. The instant my equipment came online, I felt my strength skyrocket, my whole body relaxing. I drew my great bow, took aim, and loosed. Each arrow flew straight and true. 1 arrow. 1 kill, blowing open zombie skulls. Compared to knives, this bow is way more reliable. The zombies around here were only about level 5. Whether I used a knife or the bow, they were all one-hit kills. Especially when dealing with a horde. Ranged weapons gave me much more confidence. Even the occasional elite zombie that showed up cool looking as they were cowled until last more than 3 seconds in my hands. And by the time we found the entrance Li Yanmong had mentioned, the sky was almost dark, about 6 in the evening. Everyone who was still alive had already retreated back to their shelters. After several days of doomsday survival, everyone had gotten smarter. Going out at night was absolutely dangerous. Zombies suddenly got stronger at night, as if they had leveled up in a game. Ordinary zombies instantly became as ferocious as elite mobs, and elite zombies turned directly into mini-bosses. Anyone who could move around alone at night was definitely not an ordinary person, and I was someone with that kind of nerve. I looked up. The sign at the entrance clearly read Library Expert Passage. Taking this passage would lead directly up to the first floor conference room of the library. I took out a silver-born claw from my wristband, carefully checked the situation inside, and found the passage completely empty. With only a few zombies in the conference room, Lu Wei and I slipped into the conference room without a sound. Before the zombies inside could even react, they were all taken out one by my arrows. I put away my great bow at this point. We had safely reached the conference room. After a few fierce battles along the way, I casually found a few relatively clean tables and took out a supply capsule. Lu Wei didn't stand on ceremony at all and started eating with great enthusiasm. On the other hand, began allying up what we had gained on the way. Tonight our goal was to go deeper into the museum and try to raise my level to at least 9th. To be honest, the haul so far was only so-so. The only somewhat useful thing was an extra universal supply capsule. This kind of thing was fine to use in the newbie phase and good to keep a few for emergencies later. As for the rest, it was more cost-effective to trade them for coins. For most people, those would be treasures, but to me they were NT worth mentioning at all, so I just tossed them back into my wristband. Fortunately, the capacity of my wristband had already been expanded to 3 cubic meters, and with Lu Wei's spatial item added in, we could just barely stuff a bit more in. Otherwise, it would have been full long ago. While I was sorting things out, a small, inconspicuous stone caught my attention. Fortification stone, excellent grade consumable, used to enhance equipment. The risk increased with each level. Each fortification increased the equipment test it rebutes by 10%, up to a maximum of level 10 with special talents. It could go up to level 20th without a second thought. I socketed the fortification stone into my Overlord bow. Enhancing this mythic grade weapon gave the best return. The system prompt popped up: Fortify Overlord bow. Cost 100 coins. Current success rate 100%. I clicked Fortify without hesitation. A message appeared: Fortification successful. Obtained Overlord bow first. The upgraded Overlord bow not only emitted the golden glow unique to mythic grade gear, but now also had a faint white halo around it, a special effect exclusive to one equipment. If I kept enhancing it, the visual changes would become more and more obvious. I felt power surging through my whole body. I strode toward the conference room door, ready to continue the night test leveling plan. I opened the fire escape map by the door and carefully compared it with the first floor layout of the library. Among the 3 buildings, the number of zombies he ranked second. But in terms of density, this library was even more outrageous than Star City Hospital. It had a full 5 floors. According to Li Yanlong's intel, I needed to find a way up to the 2nd floor first, then cross the corridor connecting the library and the museum. And only then could I get inside the museum proper. When I looked back, Lu Wei was still gnawing on a pig-est rotter, completely absorbed. I called out helplessly, "Lu Wei, let us go. Time to move." He pouted and reluctantly put down the trotter. This girl was a foodie through and through. She never seemed to get full. Once we were in the museum, I'll roast a whole lamb for you as a midnight snack. I teased her. The moment she heard roast whole lamb, Lu Wei instantly perked up, her eyes full of anticipation. Although she still wore a facade of calm on the surface, I could tell she was thrilled out of her mind inside. She picked up 2 iron hammers, clearly ready to vent all her pent-up anticipation on those unlucky zombies. I genuinely cowled and teased figure out how a foodie like her thinks, and I cowled and be bothered to ask. Pushing open the main doors, we saw more than a dozen mutant zombies in school uniforms lunging toward us. Obviously, these guys were still reading and studying before the apocalypse. I raised my hand and loosed an arrow. It tore through the air and struck a zombie square in the head, blowing it apart in an instant. The Overlord bow is enhanced now, with all its passive stats boosted by 10%. These zombies immediately noticed us and rushed over in a chaotic swarm. To me and Lu Wei, they were just small fry, not even worth mentioning. The guests charged at us one after another. These high schoolers were indeed strong. Their average strength was nearly 20% higher than zombies of the same level. But in my and Lu Wei's eyes, that DAP barely counted for anything. Go all out and hold the doorway. I issued the order without hesitation. The moment the words left my mouth, Lu Wei had already charged into the zombie horde in huge strides. In her eyes, these zombies were nothing more than extra dishes for her meal. With 84 points of strength, she casually smashed a zombie to the ground with a single hammer blow. I am better at quick dodging, but Lu Wei's attacks are direct, simple, and efficient. Faced with the zombie's fangs and claws, she didn't care at all. Even if she got injured, it wouldn't affect her ferocity in battle. She didn't hesitate to crush its skull, splattering herself with blood and brain matter. Fortunately, Apocalypse gear comes with an auto-clean effect, or her outfit would have been ruined long ago, soaked in gore. It seems giving Lu Wei the blunt-sucking ring was absolutely the right choice, otherwise, her body would be given out by now. At this point, Lu Wei was practically a combat machine, holding the doorway without yielding an inch. Swift and precise, every arrow pierced a zombie's skull neat and clean. Within seconds, we cleared out the wave of zombies in front of us and pushed into the first-floor corridor. We had made too much noise, but the low roars from the horde still drew more enemies. Another wave of zombies soon blocked the path ahead, making it look impossible to advance. But Lu Wei had no intention of falling back. She stepped up again, hammering away and forcing the surrounding zombies back one after another. I took the opportunity to draw my bow to the fullest, gathering all my strength. Punishing arrow. A dark red giant arrow thicker than my forearm held through the zombie horde. A series of dull thuds sounded as more than 10 zombies were skewered by the arrow and dropped dead instantly. With Lu Wei drawing their aggro on me, I had no worries. 1 arrow. 1 kill. As long as I triggered a critical hit, even mutant-type scowled and withstand my attacks. I finally lead Lu Wei across the hall and safely reached the area near the restrooms on the first floor of the library. Thankfully, it was just like the fire evacuation plan had shown. The emergency exit opposite the restrooms was kept open year-round. Taking this route was far safer than forcing our way up to the second floor. We quickly slipped into the restroom and put on masks, trying to avoid the zombies that had been drawn by the fighting. It would take at least 3 hours. Under normal circumstances, once zombies lose their target, they disperse in place after about 10 minutes. After firing arrows for so long, my forearm was sore and swollen again. I hastily pulled out a bottle of white potion and downed it in one go. Common consumable, immediately restores 10% stamina, and then restores to percent permanent for the next 10 minutes. Only one potion of the same type can take effect at a time. This potion might be low grade, but it's not cheap. Once it took effect, the soreness in my arm quickly eased. I turned to look at Lu Wei again. She now looked like she had just crawled out of a pot of spicy hot pot, her whole body mottled in red and white. If not for the fact that her outstretched palm was still a bit fair and clean, you'd be really suspect she was some newly discovered alien species. Louie, you guard outside. I'll go check the restroom, I told her. Louie nodded and blocked the bathroom entrance with the hammer. She desmashed it in seconds. As I approached the restroom, I could already sense a presence inside that was more dangerous than ordinary zombies. Only by clearing out these threats first could I rest easy taking on the higher level boss type zombies later. I carefully moved toward the sinks and tried to look inside. In the men's room, several zombies were standing stock still, their pants half down, caught around their knees. The moment they saw me come in, they instantly turned manic, dragging their bodies as they lunged at me. I couldn't help but feel a bit grateful in my heart that I had cold Louie in with me. This scene was way too much for the eyes, even I could barely stand to look directly at her. A few dull thuds sounded as the zombies toppled, falling one after another like dominoes. The leading one happened to fall right in front of Bassine at the bathroom door. Their butts were all brazenly pointed at me. It wasn't exactly embarrassing, just kind of funny to look at. They were still stubbornly crawling toward me, but nowhere near as fast as before. If it were NT for the mutant zombie label hanging over their heads, I'd have thought they were just a few unruly kids I could easily deal with. It might sound exaggerated, but seeing how pathetic they looked right now really made you want to laugh. I didn't waste words. I raised my hand and loosed a few arrows. The zombies all dropped on the spot and never moved again. There didn't seem to be any reaction nearby, but to be safe, I stayed on high alert. But some special zombies were still hard to detect, so I used the Overlord bow and fired a shot into every stall. Everyone knows a bathroom is the perfect place to hide people or ghosts. If I just push the doors open, it'd be like opening blind boxes. Who knew what I'd run into? I had no intention of getting ambushed by something suddenly popping out at a crucial moment. Someone task. Wouldn't this cause accidental injury? Are you kidding me? It's already the 5th day of the apocalypse in a zombie-infested library. Who could still be alive? An ice-cold arrow hit dead on and pierced a survivor's shoulder. I felt a bit awkward and could only mock myself at the corpse's expense. Bro, my bad. Seriously, didn't you realize you were still alive? If you don't object, I'll just take it as you forgetting me. But this person's body had long since gone cold from the looks of it. He'd been dead for quite a while. After clearing the men's room, I went to check the women's. Do not enter, which I ignored and walked in. I looked around. The women's restroom was still as neat and clean as ever. A world apart from the men's, and there wasn't a single person in sight. Seeing this, I even started to wonder if the end of the world had skipped this place altogether. But when I reached the deepest part, I sensed an extremely strong presence lurking in the accessible stall. The door was locked, so I used my usual method and shot an arrow into each stall to test it. By the time I got to the last one, I realized the creature inside had already sensed me too. Two low growls suddenly came from within, one high, one low, like they were warning me. Wait, two voices? Could it be two zombies? I bent down and peered through the gap under the door, only to see the thick black legs. The sight was a bit uncanny, because the skin was so dark, not from pants, but from natural skin color. Was this a local native or some foreign mutant zombie? The next second, one of the zombies, probably angered by me, suddenly forced the stall wall down with a shout. My view instantly opened up, and the scene that followed completely refreshed my understanding. Sure enough, inside the stall was a burly black male zombie, firmly holding up a yellow-spurred female zombie. The female zombie's hands were hooked around his neck, ripped black stockings on her feet, both legs wrapped around the male zombie's waist. Two zombies were tightly entangled together, one black, one white, their skin carrying that peculiar corpse-like gray, making them look like a bizarre combination. The scene only reminded me of that pair of perverted zombies I'd seen in a live scream on the first day the apocalypse broke out. The only difference was that this time the difficulty was higher. These two monsters could actually pull it off while standing. If those morbid clips online back then were already extreme, what I was seeing in reality now was even more over the top. Before I could think too much, the black-skinned zombie suddenly stepped forward and charged at me like a raging demon. Every step I took made the female zombie let out that spine-chilling low growl. She also swung the giant gray rabbit in her hands like crazy, as if loudly declaring that her master had returned. Fangs almost about to bite down, I would honestly have wanted to add some Easter egg code to this bizarre experience. Their strength was impressive, each stronger than the last, and they definitely looked like they had something to back it up. Though they had my attention, my overlord bow was NT idle. I aimed at the black zombie's left leg, loosed an arrow, and hit him dead on. His knee shattered instantly, his body swaying on the verge of collapse, just as he tried to brace himself with his right leg. My second arrow was already in place. With both legs destroyed, he fell straight to the floor. The echo in the bathroom was so clear it made my chest tighten. I quickly drew the bow and condensed the familiar arrow of punishment. The thick, dark red arrow exploded their mouths in a single shot. After a few more arrows in succession, I finally finished off this tireless zombie duo. At that moment, the familiar system prompt sounded ding. Successfully killed mutated elites Zombie LV8. Yain DXB 160, Gold 16. Their strength was about the same as the leader-level zombie from earlier today, but to me, there was nothing particularly special about them. A football coach at the school, the woman was named Yoshi, who worked in the library and was an expatriate employee from Sakura country. Sorry we had to meet like this, I'm uttered to myself. These names sound familiar. Could they be that Leo Yoshi, the museum boss zombie from my previous life? Sure enough, an old acquaintance. In my last life, in order to avoid him, the team of dozens I led was almost completely wiped out. Only Huang Din and I survived by sheer luck. Back then he almost swept through the entire Star City and was the most terrifying zombie around. But this turn, before he had even evolved to that level, I'd already taken him out. Looks like the Leo Yoshi of my last life was indeed formidable. But in this life he has already become one of my defeated foes. PUH. Important information release. Good evening to all survivors struggling in the apocalypse. I am back with an early spoiler. A brand new enhancement system has been unlocked in the apocalypse. You must give it a try. Now I'll explain the enhancement rules. Listen carefully. First point. Only equipment of legendary grade or above can be enhanced using enhancement stones. Second point, the quality of the enhancement stone will directly affect the success rate. You can use a safeguard talisman or a lucky talisman to increase the success chance. Fourth point, equipment can be enhanced up to 10th, but starting from 6. If enhancement fails, the equipment may disappear outright. As for other details, everyone can explore on their own. The order used an exaggerated tone to dump intel on all survivors. I can't be more familiar with these rules. When equipment reaches 5 and 10, it gains additional special effects. In my previous life, besides pushing my weapon to 8, I usually prioritized getting other gear to 6 first. Enhancement burns money. If you don't have the strength or the nerve, you can easily lose everything. Anyone fully geared with 10 was practically a legendary figure. But this time, I felt like my luck was off the charts, and my goal was a full set of 10 gear. Head to toe, I bent down to check the supply capsules. Only 2 remained. I called help, cursing myself under my breath. Don't tell me my luck is this bad. Come on, give me an enhancement stone. Good luck really does come when you least expect it. After feeling around for a while, I finally touched a strong fossil common grade at the zombie's feet. This strong fossil was the same type I deemed before, the most basic kind. High-level strong fossil were almost impossible to find and insanely expensive. I carefully pressed the strong fossil onto the overlord's bow, and the familiar system notification rang in my ears. Ding. Do you want to enhance top 10 famous bows overlord's bow? When this will consume gold 100. Current success rate 60%. Friendly reminder, you can use a guaranteed talisman or lucky talisman. If enhancement fails, the level will reset to 0. I lowered my voice and said firmly, enhance. With a 60% success rate, I had to at least try. The probabilities in those mobile games back on Blue Star were pure fiction. Ordinary people never caught that tiny chance. But probabilities in the apocalypse are different, they real deal. If it says 60%, it means 60%. What you see is what you get. Generally speaking, before gear reaches 4, no one wastes high-level strong fossil or talismans. Those materials are way too expensive, regular people simply can't afford them. But as that golden light flashed, the white glow on the overlord's bow instantly turned into a pale green tinged with white, paired with the bow's original golden sheen. It was blindingly brilliant. The system prompt sounded again. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations, you have obtained top 10 famous bows overlord's bow. I could clearly feel my strength rise by another 2 points, critical rate up by 3%, and critical damage jump by a hefty 10%. Not bad. The first step of a long journey was finally taken. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly spotted a mysterious treasure chest glowing purple in an extremely hidden corner. The surface of the chest was covered in intricate, exquisite carvings. One glance told you it was anything but ordinary. I probably never would have noticed it. Is this one of those legendary wild treasure chests? I couldn't help but whisper in surprise, my heart pounding with excitement. I crouched down and pressed my hand to the chest. The system prompt popped up, ding. Opening a legendary chest takes 60 seconds. You can also use a universal key to open it instantly. These wild chests were completely different from the ones dropped by boss zombies. Boss chests could be picked up and opened whenever you wanted. Wild chests couldn't be moved forward, you had to keep your hand on them the entire time while opening. Let go even once and you had to start over, just like defusing a bomb in those shooting games. And the higher the chest's grade, the longer the time. I'd seen mythic chests that took 10 minutes to open. I'd been interrupted several times and nearly lost everything. So whenever you open a wild chest, you have to make sure the area is absolutely safe. I glanced out the door. Lu Wei was standing guard there. With her around, everything was secure, open. I decisively pressed my hand to the top of the chest. The prompt sounded, Survivor Lone Wolf is opening a legendary chest. 60, 59, 58. When the countdown hit 0, the system notified me again, ding. Legendary chest successfully opened. Rewards: reputation 10, EXP 500, gold 235th. These were the standard rewards from wild chests, you got them every time. Lying inside the chest were 2 pieces of fine quality gear, strong fossil and hunter boots. My pursuer set was finally complete. Strong fossil, fine equipment. Only agile, highly skilled archers are worthy of it. This mask not only boosts attack and mobility, it is also a symbol of status and strength. Stats: Constitution 5, Spirit 5, Attack Speed 10%. Hunter boots, fine equipment. Only top-tier archers deserve to wear them. These boots don't just grant greater agility and offensive power, they also make you look imposing as hell. Stats: Constitution 5, Spirit 5, Movement Speed 10%. Ding, strong fossil equipped. Dang, hunter boots equipped. Ding, congratulations, you have activated the Hunter Set 6-piece effect. Hunter Set effects. To piece all attributes 2, bow and crossbow damage increased by 10%. All attributes 3, bow and crossbow attack range increased by 25%. 6-piece all attributes 5. Automatically loads magic arrows. Once the 6-piece effect was triggered, my stats surged, equivalent to instantly leveling up 4 times. The final set's kill automatically generates a magic arrow the moment I draw the bow, so I no longer need to repeatedly knock arrows. My rate of fire directly doubles and my right hand feels much more relaxed. At the same time, I also obtained a rare legendary enhancement, Talisman's Guaranteed Talisman and Lucky Talisman. Running into even one of them would already count as having divine luck. I gripped the Overlord bow in my hand tighter and rushed quickly to the front line. The commotion from fighting zombies earlier had already attracted swarms of monsters from outside. No matter how you count them, Lu Wei, I was already reaching her limit and was about to be overwhelmed by the zombies. To make it worse, new enemies were constantly pouring in from all directions. At night, these zombies become even more terrifying. Not only are their stats greatly enhanced, but their sense of smell is sharper and they coordinate their movements far more smoothly. I understood that if this situation had happened in broad daylight, those zombies wouldn't even have noticed us. But nighttime zombies are just that hard to deal with. There was no time to hesitate and I quickly made my decision. Since the battle was unavoidable, then we'd just go all in. I planned to use Lu Wei's skills to scatter the zombies first, stabilize the situation. Then find a chance to break through and rush to the fire escape on the opposite side. Only then could we shake off these monsters. I immediately gave Lu Wei an order: activate shield and bloodlist. She was wearing the necklace I had taken from Wen Mao Yang, which could project a shield to protect her. Her bloodless skill could unleash terrifying combat power for a short period of time. She still had a few skills. If we had gotten her suitable skill books earlier, she could be even stronger. A pale yellow light curtain instantly appeared around Lu Wei, blocking a fierce wave of zombie attacks. Right after that, bloodlist activated. A flaming red light immediately flashed in her eyes, and the black iron hammer in her hand seemed reborn. The dozens of Jayan's iron hammer swung in her hands lighter than a toy, and her movements were so fast that after images trailed behind her, she slammed out viciously, and the zombies around her were all sent flying, the sound of shattering bones merging into a continuous crunch. Flesh and blood spraying everywhere. The zombies behind hadn't even reacted before their flying companions were hurled into them, knocking them down hard and crashing into a pile. Lu Wei was going all out, brimming with strength for a full 40 seconds. With every hammer blow, the zombies' bones were smashed out of shape, completely unable to withstand her attacks. Right now she was practically an invincible warrior, sweeping to the melee. Seeing the situation ease up, I gripped the Overlord bow tightly. With the 6-piece Hunter Set bonus, I was already different from an ordinary warrior. I no longer needed to labor to knock an arrow with a light pull of the string. A magic arrow instantly formed in my hand, its blue tip glinting coldly as it pointed forward. I took aim at a mutated zombie as soon as I released the string. The arrow tore through the air and pierced its skull in the blink of an eye. Carrying tremendous force, it slammed into the zombies behind it and knocked them aside in a row. The powerful shockwave swept the enemies in front of us away, opening the path. Once I joined the battle, Woewei and I, one person and one beast, worked together seamlessly. As zombies lunged at us in an endless stream, I picked them off with precise shots, and the piling corpses became layers of obstacles that blocked more of the Horned's advance. In theory, as long as Woewei and I could hold on, clearing me zombies was only a matter of time. Although Woewei was very strong without activating her bloodthirst skill, there was no way she could withstand so many monsters besieging her. Activating bloodthirst was the only option that skill allowed her to erupt power for a short time. But it could only last 40 seconds. I kept a close eye on how long Mulsake's skill had left. "The Woewei, fall back!" The moment she heard the order, she withdrew at once and darted back behind me without hesitation. The fire door ahead was almost completely clogged with zombies. I gripped the Overlord Bow and drew it to its limit. A black arrow shot out like the descent of the Grim Reaper. The oppressive aura of death made the air around us grow heavy. Even those nearly emotional as mutated zombies halted mid-step. As if sensing the threat contained in the arrow, without hesitation, I loosed the super ultimate Trooper arrow straight at the mutated zombie blocking the doorway. The black shaft triggered on contact and bloomed into a blood-red rose, proclaiming death. The destructive force of that one Reaper arrow was enough to completely obliterate nearly 100 zombies crammed at the entrance. In just a few seconds, the monsters in that area were wiped out. I said softly till Woewei returned to the cultivation space. Inside the cultivation space, I had already prepared the universal supply capsules Li Yanwan gave me for her use freely. After all, I knew very well that if Woewei collapsed now, everything we'd done up to this point would be in vain. Very soon, her body shattered like mosaic pieces and vanished without a trace. Taking advantage of the moment before the remaining zombies could react, I used my extremely high agility to sprint straight for the fire escape. There was no time to collect loot. I could only stuff everything haphazardly into my wristband. After cutting through several corridor turns, I rushed directly into an office on the second floor. My heavy breathing was painfully loud in the quiet surroundings. Those few dozen seconds of running had nearly drained all my stamina. This was exactly the safe house Li Yanlang had told me about in advance, very close to the passage. Looking around, it was indeed just as he said. There was a single zombie here. It seemed my preparations had been in vain. Even that watermelon knife I grabbed on a whim was proving incredibly valuable now. Leader-level mutated zombie utterly wouldn't to the territory. So quiet I could hear every tick of the second hand on the clock. That one arrow just now had cleared out more than 100 zombies, and a flood of notifications scrolled through my mind. Successfully killed LV5 mutated zombie. Gained 50 EXP, 5 coins. Successfully killed LV6 mutated zombie. Gained 60 EXP. 6 coins. Level increased to 8. Gained 5 free attribute points. Remaining uses 1. That attack had shot my level straight up to 8, with half the XP bar already filled. Plundering hand also gained 1 extra use. I didn't hesitate much and put all 5 newly gained attribute points into strength. Agility automatically increased by another 5 points. Thinking back to the fight just now, Lu Wei was badly injured, bleeding from multiple places, with several wounds so deep the bone was visible. She'd probably need at least 2 days of rest and could forget about going back onto the battlefield for now. I still had enough high-quality gear on hand I could swap and craft at will, so I felt no pressure in that regard. With a thought, I entered the bracelet space and watched Lu Wei wolfing down food in the cultivation area. He was hugging a huge battle axe steak, with a bottle of Colas tucked in her mouth, eating with such relish it was as if every cell in her body was giving thanks for this feast. Dumbfounded, as Lu Wei ate, the wounds and bite marks on her body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Give her another hour and she'd be ready to fight again. Could she really recover from injuries just by eating? I was sure I had missed some crucial information. I hurriedly searched through the previous jet logs in the bracelet and indeed found a clue. After Lu Wei entered the bracelet, she actually awakened a new talent while eating. Life Return, a special ability gained after eating continuously for an extended period. It allows the stomach's potential to be fully unleashed, rapidly digesting food and converting it into energy, efficiently restoring wounds and stamina. Effect is doubled when eating meat. This ability is insanely broken. Now I understood why she was so crazy about meat. Wouldn't you want to eat meat all the time? No matter how you look at her, Lu Wei is a combat genius. I couldn't be helped feeling envious. If I could restore my HP just by eating and drinking, I'd wake up laughing from my dreams. As Lu Wei's strength increased, the feedback I received from her also grew stronger. While she was still recovering, I quickly checked the spoils from the recent battle. Ever since the enhancement system was activated, the drop rate of related items had obviously gone up. This time, ID obtained to more excellent grade enhancement stones. These things offer a higher success rate than ordinary enhancement stones, to be honest. Once you start enhancing equipment, it's hard to stop. With the opportunity right in front of me, of course I had to go for it without hesitation. In this entire post-apocalyptic world, there really aren't too many people besides me who dare use an excellent grade enhancement stone on a two-piece of gear. Without a second thought, I slapped an excellent grade enhancement stone onto the Overlord bow. And the familiar system prompt rang out. 50%. Failure will reset enhancement to 0. You can use a safeguard talisman or luck talisman for protection. I spoke directly. Enhance. The Exort enhancement stone was indeed powerful, pushing it to 3 actually had a 50% success rate, while a normal enhancement stone would only give a 20% chance. Obtained one of the 10 famous bows, Overlord Bow 3. I didn't even blink before slapping on the second stone. The success rate for enhancing to 4 was only 30%, but I was already in too deep to consider backing down. If enhancement failed, I'd have to start over from scratch. The thrill alone had my adrenaline spiking. Enhancement successful. Critical. Obtained one of the 10 famous bows, Overlord Bow 5, a critical enhancement. Of all things, the probability was ridiculously low. It was either my max level luck kicking in or my European luck exploding. The Overlord Bow's surface glowed with a deep yellow radiance, making it look especially dazzling. I couldn't wait to check the stats because 5 equipment comes with an additional massive bonus. One of the 10 famous bows, Overlord Bow 5 mythic grade equipment, the only piece among the 10 famous bows that can be equipped. With power and accuracy, both pushed to the absolute limit. Attribute strength 2010 passive skill peerless hero crit rate 30% 15%. Crit damage 100% 50% active skill ghostly overboard summon BA Wang to assist in battle all stats inherit 80% 20% of the hostess. Last 10 minutes 12-hour cooldown. Yes, every time BA Wang Bao is strengthened by 1 level, all its stats increase dramatically. This skill Ghostly Overlord is even more ridiculous. The summon BA Wang's stats are directly boosted by 20%. That's the change from 0 to 5 so satisfying. The day I get a talent with 100% enhancement success rate, I'll literally wake up laughing. I clenched my fists and swung them excitedly in the air. My stats were already terrifying now. Lone Wolf level 8. Strength 103, Spirit 67, Constitution 82, Agility 88. Just then, a shrill screech tore through the night, sending a chill down my spine. The moment I stepped onto the stairs, that oppressive, suffocating feeling surged up in my chest. I pulled open the curtains and looked outside, only to see I fixed my gaze on that scrawny zombie. It moved like a bolt of lightning, its speed so fast it was almost impossible to track. In the blink of an eye, that massive mutated elite zombie was ripped into shreds by it. Watching this scene, my heart tightened. Then the skinny zombie casually hung itself upside down in the corner of the lobby, closing its eyes as if nothing had happened at all. The silence that followed was so absolute it made my skin crawl. But suddenly it seemed to sense my presence. It snapped its eyes open, and its blood-red gaze locked directly onto mine. We stared at each other for a long time, as if the whole world had gone still. I knew very clearly that I was standing at the very edge of this boss zombie's territory. Even the slightest movement might bring about my death. After a tense standoff lasting several minutes, the zombie boss finally closed its eyes again. I hurriedly and carefully drew the curtains shut while staying alert to my surroundings. The air was thick with a suffocating sense of oppression. White spitter bears were layered into dense nets that nearly covered the entire space. Countless cocoon-like sacks wrapped in silk hung all around, and no one could say for sure what horrors were sealed inside. But webs hundreds of red-eyed spiders crawled over them. Each was the size of a kitten with black smoke coiling around their bodies. Hanging upside down in the corner of the hall was a girl in her early 20s. She had a petite figure and her chestnut hair flowed down to the floor. Her makeup was exquisite and strikingly glamorous, yet it gave off a chilling vibe. What was even more bizarre was that 8 long, slender spider legs had grown from the girl's back. Each leg ended in a tip like a dagger glowing with green light. System information appeared before my eyes. Mutated zombie leader J. Orogum, or originally meaning Lady Spider. She has a special fetish. She specifically hunts men and drains their blood. 10 leader class, strength 15, spirit 15, constitution 90, agility 120 talents. 8 spider poison claws. Her poisonous claws massively enhance her jumping and climbing abilities, greatly boost her attack power, and carry a potent toxin within the range of her webs. She's completely unaffected by terrain and recovers much faster. This special talent cannot be stolen by me. Paralyzing bite. All of her attacks carried and they poison that greatly reduces the speed and the apparent power of the effects last for a long time. Skills Puppeton Strings. She can control defeated targets with spider silk, turning them into puppets to fight for her. Extreme hunger in this state, she becomes ravenously eager for life force, causing her attack power and life steal to skyrocket. Because it is nighttime, her combat power is already close to that of a Lord-class zombie. I noticed a symbol in the system, indicating a nighttime bonus. Her strength and spirit are any top tier. But with 120 agility, she has definitely hellishly difficult to deal with. Wanna hit her? Hard. With these talents is overpowered even among boss tier zombies. Her 120 agility alone already puts her above others, and with the bonus from 8 spider poison claws. Her jumping and speed are terrifyingly high. Within these webbed areas, she can practically move however she wants, not to mention her paralyzing bite, which can severely limit an enemy's counterattacks. If you try to hit her, you will most likely end up restrained instead. And the hundreds of tin-sized spiders, those are all puppets on strings she can control, and they ray her main fighting force. Her ability Extreme Thirst completely makes up for her lack of raw attack power and massively boosts her constant endurance. I could tell I glanced at this type of boss zombie as the same kind as the armored giant zombie I ran into in the luxury district of Fur City. Zombies of this type have physical qualities close to the human limit once they break through that. They become monsters, and this Gummo in front of me is even harder to deal with than that island giant. Even the strongest army units wouldn't get anything out of coming here. The question is, how could such a terrifying zombie be completely unknown in the apocalypse? It makes no sense. Thinking back to my previous life, that pair of conjoined zombies, Rio and Yossi in the restroom downstairs, most likely evolved into boss tier by defeating this Gummo. The most rational thing to do now is wait until dawn. The Gummo's night turn bonuses disappear, and her strength will drop a lot. It'll be much safer to make a move then, but just at that moment. In the hall, suddenly the faint but clear voices of a man and a woman came from a corner, just landing in my ears. On the first night of the apocalypse, a dark and starless night, they had only just confirmed their relationship as a couple. Anyone who has actually fought their way up to level 5 in a zombie-infested library knows how hard that is only those who've lived it can understand. But this afternoon, while fleeing in panic from an elite-tier zombie, they blundered into this place by mistake. Before they could react, they were trapped here by a dangerous spider monster. Azen was tightly bound by spider silk, despair and terror written all over her face. Her voice trembled. Daekyang, I am really scared. Daekyang had been badly wounded while fiercely battling the spider monster, but he forced himself to comfort her. Don't be scared. Believe me, someone will definitely come to save us. He gritted his teeth and passed all the strength he had left into his girlfriend. Alzen nodded, but her tears still wouldn't stop falling. Daekyang, it is enough just having you here. I know you treat me the best. Daekyang, however, was full of regret. You actually had a chance to escape. You didn't need to risk all this with me. If I were a bit stronger, we wouldn't have ended up like this before they could say much more. Ozen suddenly froze as if she had seen something horrifying. The spider monster is coming again. Her voice was shaking uncontrollably. Daekyang turned his head by reflex, only to see the huge spider monster silently closing in on him. Today they watched several survivors with their own eyes get sucked dry into husks by this thing. Was it their turn now? Okshanded wildly as he stared dead at those blood-red monster eyes. The next second, the spider monster stuck out its long tongue and licked him, then deliberately spoke in a coy tone. Little brother, do you think Big Sis is pretty? Oshand had been shaking a moment ago, but now he'd gone completely calm. He spat straight at the spider monster and cursed this definitely ugly freak. Get lost. He didn't even finish talking before the spider monster's tongue flashed out and stabbed into his skull. The spider monster's expression instantly darkened. She'd been smiling and flirting a moment ago. Now she looked like she'd just lost a loved one. In my previous life, she had never cared in the slightest what others said about her looks or abilities. Even if someone looked down on her family background or education, she had always been too lazy to respond. What she pursued was money and opportunity. Love wasn't even worth mentioning in her eyes. Even after becoming a monster, she hadn't changed her mind. She especially calmed those little couples who could still flaunt their love in the apocalypse. Especially the kind of love that looks so steadfast on the surface. She'd just been thinking about stirring up trouble between one such couple, so they'd wake up to reality. She hadn't expected that the guy would actually call her ugly in the Unban, not even be afraid of death. Azen stared at the bloody hole that had appeared in Daekyang's head, so furious her voice went off key. What did you do? I am going to kill you. But Daekyang had already stopped breathing, his limbs hanging limp, the light in his eye gone in an instant. What came next was even more terrifying. The spider monster drove its silk into Daekyang's skull and slowly drew the fresh blood from his body. His head turned mechanically as he let out a chilling voice. Gee, you ray so beautiful. I like you the most. His movements and tone were exactly the same as when he was alive. Yet the spider monster didn't find it disgusting at all. Instead, she deliberately provoked Azen. Little brother, your girlfriend is still right there. Is this okay? Oh my, why is your hand doing my clothes? She actually mimicked Taekyona's tone when he was alive, teasing in a low voice. Dead fish eyes and her figure isn't even as good as mine. The look in A's eyes shattered completely. She struggled with everything she had, but countless strands of web entangled her, leaving her not a shred of hope. I watched the JROGUM-OS performance. Sneering inwardly, she put on a show in front of A's and then even pretended to tease me just this once. Next time don't treat JROGG like that. She challenged me. Want to see how powerful I am? Wow, you really do have some skills. I stared at the JROGUM-O. She was showing off, but I was buying it. I only like those who are actually capable. The JROGUM-O let out a triumphant laugh. Right in front of Azen, she made an extremely humiliating move. Azen could only roar helplessly. You've gone too far. The despair in her eyes was almost enough to drown a person. Her voice had gone hoarse, but to the JROGUM-O this was nothing more than entertainment. Akyong was sucked dry into an empty husk and collapsed to the ground. After feasting, the JROGUM-O even looked at us with a mocking gaze, leaving only boundless rage and despair. Missy, how about you try this big guy too? The JROGUM-O deliberately pointed at the mutated elite zombie she'd just killed beside her, malice filling her eyes. That thing was thicker than my arm. It clearly was something a human body could endure. Beizen forced herself to stay standing, glaring viciously at the JROGUM-O. Through gritted teeth, she said, "You disgusting thing, one day I'll kill you with my own hands." The JROGUM-O didn't take Azen's threat seriously at all. She loved tormenting people, loved seeing others terrified and broken. That seemed to be the only thing she found interesting after becoming a zombie. Just as the tension peaked, I appeared with Lu Wei. I sneered coldly at the monster. "Hey, plastic surgery freak, over here." As soon as the words left my mouth, a blue crystal arrow shot straight at the JROGUM-O's green glowing chest. We were too close and my attack was to sudden. Even with her incredible speed, she cowed and dodged it completely. In that split second, dozens of little spiders surged out to block most of the arrow for her. 45% crit rate, double strike, death dance, plus a stack of damage-boosting gear and titles. The power went straight off the charts. The little spiders were shattered mid-air, bursting like a brilliant firework. The arrow punched through these obstacles and still struck true, piercing into the JROGUM-O's thigh. Our blood-red eyes instantly filled with killing intent, looking at everyone as if she were about to tear them to pieces. The JROGUM-O let out a cold laugh. "The more idiots coming to die." We had ignited her fury. The killing intent was overwhelming. JROGUM-O mutant zombie leader detected. Hidden quest triggered Fury of the Sea Queen. The quest description was simple. JROGUM-O used to be a player in love, toying with people's feelings without mercy. When the apocalypse broke out, she was on a date with her new boyfriend in a library. Then in the blink of an eye, she became a zombie king. The quest goal was to kill her. Rewards: 1,000 gold, 1,000 reputation, the 1,000 experience, plus 1 enhancement grand gift pack. Time limit for hours. Fail, and you'll be kicked out of Star City Library and lose 1 level. The system even specially reminded me the opponent is too strong, strongly recommended to abandon the quest. Except quest, I knew very well that with a big BOSS like this, it had to be a quick battle. Once she rallied her underlings, they could drag me to death. Aizen forced down her fear and shouted, "Brother, run, this monster is too strong," but my bow was already aimed. I was confident I could win. JROGUM-O suddenly seized the initiative. With a flick of her spider silk, she wrapped it around Aizen's neck in an instant, choking her so she cowed and uttered another word. Our life or death unknown. I had no time to hesitate and shouted, "Overlord, charge. Protect Lu Wei, attack with me." If I wanted to win, I had to go all out. My heartbeat sped up as I yelled, not caring about Aizen's fate at all. Ever since my Overlord bow was strengthened to 5, I could summon an Overlord with exactly the same stats as me. Overlord level 8, class Overlord. Strength 103, Spirit 67. Constitution 82, Agility 88. With Overlord guarding Berserker Lu Wei, it was practically tailor-made. No one could have been more suitable. JROGUM-O had assumed I would be cowed by her warning, though what she got instead was me launching a direct assault on her. After a few blinks, she vanished among the bookshelves and stone pillars. Immediately after, hundreds of little spiders surged toward us. When I got a clear look at those monsters, I realized they were real spiders. At all they were or humanoid constructs, pieced together from parts, each face, each pair of eyes glowing with a sinister light that made my skin crawl. As the battle erupted, JROGUM-O's speed proved too fast. Lu Wei quickly lost track of her figure. All Lu Wei could do was swing her to massive iron hammers, smashing away at the little spiders in a frenzy. Every strike shattered a spider into pieces, but these monsters were like unkillable cockroaches even when their parts were broken off. The remaining chunks of flesh were drawn back together by spider silk, rekindling. No matter how many we smashed, their numbers just wouldn't go down. Overlord stuck close to Lu Wei, protecting her with his stats as strong as mine, helping her avert several crises. I also coordinated with Lu Wei, sniping the little spiders that got close to us with precise shots. At first, the three of us cooperated quite well. I handled command. Lu Wei was the main damage dealer, and our momentum was surging. But it didn't take long before we inevitably took a few hits from the little spiders. A faint gray light suddenly flared on Lu Wei and Overlord's bodies. They even afflicted with Gum-Os paralyzing bite. This effect lasted 15 seconds, greatly reducing attack and movement speed, and giving us a 75% chance to fumble our skills. The situation turned grim. The scales of victory began tilting toward Gum-O, clearly seeing us as insignificant bugs posing no threat. But I was the one who truly made her feel danger. Every shot I fired was deadly accurate, which was why the little spiders she sent kept getting taken out by me. Finally, Gum-O decided to take matters into her own hands. As long as she landed a hit on me, I would be poisoned and my speed would plummet. At that point, I'd be nothing more than clay in her hands, to meet however she pleased. As long as she controlled me, then Lu Wei and Ba Wang would no longer be a threat, and the whole team would be played in the palm of her hand. She was especially confident because she believed that powerful men like me all shared the same bad habit. We always think no one in the world can compare to us, prefer to act alone, and don't trust others. The Gum-O moved with lightning speed, leaping from the floor onto the bookshelf, then drifting up to the ceiling above my head. The corners of her mouth curled in a smug smile, certain I hadn't noticed the danger at all. Just when she thought she was about to succeed, the 8 venomous claws on her back glowed with a ghostly green light, instantly locking down all my escape routes. She was too experienced, vicious, and confident, convinced that no matter how strong I was, I could only end up as her plaything. Azen, who was floating midair, slowly woke up, seeing what was happening in front of her. She trembled all over in fright. "Watch out, Ethan!" Caldentine helped shouting, but she herself knew that at this distance there was no way I could dodge the attack. At the critical moment, just as the Gum-Os venomous claws were about to pierce my body, I suddenly looked up, twisting my body at an almost impossible angle. The Overlord bow was already aimed at her. Holy Arrow Massacre. The instant it is loosed, it exists only to wipe out all darkness in this world. At this point, the Gum-O in mid-air had no choice but to take my arrow head-on, with my talent true heaven shaking earth shattering once I hit the target. It has a 100% trigger rate, rendering the opponent completely stiff within 0.1 seconds, as if they had suddenly crashed like a frozen computer. The instant the Gum-O revealed herself, I had already fired 20 crystal arrows in succession, each with a critical rate as high as 70%, struck by the arrows. Her body froze in mid-air for a split second, then was blasted several meters away by the tremendous impact. Ever since I obtained the true heaven-shaking earth-shattering talent, then combined it with Holy Arrow Massacre, the area above my head had become an absolute forbidden zone. Anyone who dared to approach would be instantly shredded. Watching the Gum-O flee into disarray, I took aim again, each arrow unerringly striking her. Even with a constitution as high as 90 points, that bit of defense cowled and withstand my suppression at all. The Gum-Os body was riddled with arrows, like an oversized hedgehog, and she could only retreat helplessly, disappearing into the shadows of the ceiling. Curling herself into a ball, that last round of attacks had nearly scrapped her on the spot. Looking at the 3 already broken venomous spider claws on her back, her eyes were full of terror. If not for the nighttime bonus, she wouldn't even have had the chance to run. Ever since evolving into a leader-class zombie, she had never suffered such a crushing defeat. Although a leader-class corpse already possessed some intelligence, she truly talented to understand how I could always detect her movements one step ahead. In fact, the key lay in my skilled death mark. From our very first clash, I had quietly placed a mark on her. Her every movement was within my grasp. More importantly, with the bonus from Death Mark, my movement and attack speed were fully enhanced and no way inferior to hers. She happened to enter the range of my plundering hand skill. Seizing the cooldown window of Holy Arrow Massacre, I struck without hesitation. Facelift freaked, "You've got a pretty nice talent there, let me borrow it for a while." My single sentence instantly sent her mental collapse level through the roof. You used plundering hand on Gum-O mutant zombie leader. Current collapse 45%, weakness 55%, plunder success rate 100%. Talent plunder successful. 8 spider venom claws is a special talent and cannot be plundered. Second talent successfully plundered. Remaining plunder attempts for today's Earth, you have obtained S-rank talent. Numbing bite call attacks carry deadly poison, causing the enemy to be poisoned. While poisoned, the enemy's attack and movement speed are reduced by 25%, and half of their attacks have a chance to whiff completely. 10 seconds. I happen to lack any talent that could stack multiple debuffs on enemies now. I'd just scoop them all up in one go. The slow effect was a bit weaker than an A-rank talent. But paralyzing bite could stack 3 kinds of negative effects at once. What more could I possibly ask for? Since I'd already gotten the talent, why keep her around? I decisively stepped up my offensive and pushed my advantage to the limit. At this moment, Angel Orogumo was curled up in a corner, where 5 tortured survivors were still imprisoned. Their expressions were numb, their eyes empty. They had almost completely given up hope of living. To them, death might already be a kind of release. Without the slightest hesitation, Angel Orogumo drove her remaining 5 venomous claws straight into the survivors' brains at the same time. Under the paralysis of the potent toxin, they actually showed a long-lost smile. This was the Orogumo's recovery skill, Extreme Hunger. Extreme Hunger allowed her to double her attack power for 5 minutes, and each hit also had a life-steal effect. Her broken 8 spider venom claws were regenerating in a speed visible to the naked eye, glowing with an eerie green light. The Orogumo twisted her neck, joints cracking loudly. But it was all useless. She might still not understand what I meant by plastic surgery freak, but she had clearly heard my humiliation. The poison effect on Lu Wei and Overlord quietly faded, and the situation shifted. Lu Wei and Overlord were fighting more fiercely the longer the battle went on, regaining the initiative. Those little spiders that had made our scalps crawl were almost completely wiped out. Driven to utter fury, the Orogumo directly manipulated dozens of dried corpses. Her puppeton strings army made up of both human corpses and zombie remains charged at the 3 of us like mad. But in my eyes, this was nothing more than her death throes before she died. Lu Wei and Overlord didn't need any reminder from me. They rushed forward and easily blocked the first wave of attacks. Without those paralyzing bites, this battle suddenly became absurdly simple. Just as the Orogumo was about to launch her next offensive, I had already raised my hand, drawn my bow, and leased an arrow that flew toward her as if it had eyes. She knew very well how deadly my arrows were, and this time she didn't dare take it head-on. She could only drag her body around with great effort, desperately dodging everywhere. But even with her frantic evasive maneuvers, more than half of my arrows still struck her with pinpoint accuracy. Each time she was hit, she would be stunned for a moment, her whole body reacting as if she'd been electrocuted, suffering intensely. She became especially sluggish, both her attacks and attempts to escape slowed dramatically. With her in that state, what threat could those dried corpses pose every time she was stunned? The dried corpses also stiffened, their movements jerky, completely unable to coordinate with her commands. My arrows could easily pierce steel and concrete, thus drove the Orogumo into deeper despair. She finally understood that if she didn't find a way to escape, there was only one ending for her death, seeing that the tide had turned against her. She used spider silk to carry her only remaining food supply A's, and then frantically fled toward the passage leading to the museum, not even daring to glance back at me. She knew all too well that the slightest hesitation would mean being finished off by me on the spot. Fleeing like a stray dog, suspended in midair by spider silk, Aizen stared in shock as the situation shifted. She could clearly see every detail. Every one of my movements was extremely precise, with no wasted motion at all. No matter how the Orogumo tried to hide, I could locate her instantly, and every attack she launched was as easy for me to dodge as dealing with a child's tantrum. The apocalyptic experiences of the past few days had forced her to face reality for ordinary people. Being able to solo a single elite zombie was already the absolute limit. What I was facing was no ordinary zombie. This was a leader-class monster whose strength was even greater at night, almost on par with a lord-class zombie. On what basis could I handle it so effortlessly? Aizen suddenly thought of a name, Lone Wolf. Was NT that the strongest title in Aekion SR? Only a lone wolf could take down a Orogumo. Just as she was still in shock, that heavily wounded Orogumo had already slipped silently to Aizen's side. Its last hope was to treat Aizen as a supply pack and drain all her energy. As long as I devour you, I'll still have a chance to start over. Its poisonous claws stabbed straight into Aizen's head, and the numbness kept her from feeling any pain. In her daze, Aizen seemed to see Aekion in the distance, smiling at her, just as she was about to fall into despair. She suddenly flashed the Orogumo a brilliant smile. The Orogumo was a little confused and had NT expected someone on the verge of death to still smile so freely. At that final moment, a dark red gleam flickered in Aizen's eyes. It was my arrow of retribution. The fully charged arrow struck in an instant, snapping Aizen back to her senses. My arrow hit the Orogumo's expensive face dead on, nailing it firmly to the concrete wall at the end of the passage. And my arrows poured down like a torrential rain, completely drowning the Orogumo. Only when she watched its life fade away bit by bit did Aizen and finally relax and close her eyes. On my system interface, messages popped up one after another. Ding. Successfully killed Nitated Zonbo Leer Orogumo Alv 10. Gained 5000 DXP, 500 gold ding. Hidden quest Fury of the Sea Empress completed. Ding, quest rewards obtained. The rewards are in 1000 gold, 1000 reputation, 2000 EXP and a reinforcement gift pack. Before I could get to pleased, another notification sounded by my earwreath. Level up to 9, gain 5 free at rebuke points, talent plundering hand. Having just defeated the gigantic Jairo Gummo, I'd gotten 5000 EXP. I shot up to levels at once, with extra EXP still left over. But I quickly realized that killing regular zombies now gave far too little experience. This leveling speed was something I wouldn't even have dared dream of before. I packed up the loot chest dropped by the Jairo Gummo and slipped warily along the passage, making sure no one noticed me. I blocked the door behind the passage again, even though I knew new zombie would soon occupy the territory left by the Jairo Gummo. I had no idea how strong they might be. I wasn't about to work this hard just to let someone else scoop up the benefits for free, so I had to be extra cautious. Turned out this place was a storage room in the museum. For the end times, it was surprisingly clean and quiet, which caught me off guard. It was already close to dawn. I used Silverbird Claw to scout around and discovered that the inside of the museum was quite complicated. Zombies were everywhere, and I could feel a presence more dangerous than ordinary zombies lurking within. My core skills were still on cooldown, so this wasn't a good turn to act rashly. There was not only an iron bed but even a shower head. I casually took out some supplies for Lu Wei so she could eat something first. Then came my favorite moment, counting the spoils of war. I found a table and laid out everything I'd just obtained. There was a legendary chest from killing the Jairo Gummo, and a reinforcement chest from finishing the hidden quest. But thinking about the game rules left me a bit speechless. I had clearly killed an mutated leader level zombie at night. Risk and difficulty doubled, but the drops were the same as killing the leader in broad daylight. Higher difficulty with no bonus reward. The game admin really liked messing with people. She was gnawing on a bone while twisting her body, looking very happy. I opened the legendary chest and directly got 3 sup like Absol's today's extra meal, you might say. There were also 2 advanced reinforcement stones. What attracted me most was that skill book, Soul Devouring Hand. It was a universal skill that could be used with all kinds of two-handed melee weapons. When the skill is activated, it can instantly grab enemies, drain their life force, then violently blast out the absorbed energy, flinging them away and even injuring the enemies behind them as well. It can also temporarily make me stronger for 10 seconds. Even if the target is defending, it can still grab them. Only a very small number of special enemies are immune to this move. Seeing this skill, I drew a breath. Its power was downright absurd. It reminded me of some over-the-top martial art I'd seen in my childhood. Protect the user, and even restore their health. I've already changed class and gone down the archer route, so I can't make use of this powerful skill. But I knew it would definitely sell for a high price. I was just about to put the skill book into my wristband when Lu Wei suddenly walked over, stretched her small hand out in front of me, and looked at me. "You want it?" I was a bit surprised. The last time she'd been this proactive was when she took a liking to that black iron hammer. Lu Wei nodded, her eyes full of expectation. I still handed the skill book to her. After all, Lu Wei is far more useful than Lin Rufai. The more she can help me. Can a summoned creature learn survivor skills? I'd never even considered that before. And I'd been worrying that she didn't have enough skills. With this new skill, she can make up for her shortcomings and keep getting stronger. Taking the skill book, the girl who was usually expressionless actually tilted her head slightly, the corners of her lips lifting just a little, as if telling me in her own way that she was very happy. The happiness on Lu Wei's face was even purer than when she saw a whole roast lamb. Watching from the side, I found it hard to believe. Dang, congratulations to Lu Wei for successfully learning the skill Soul Devouring Hand. As soon as the system prompt sounded, I shifted my attention to the enhancement chest in my hand. This kind of chest is very rare. You only have a chance to get one from hidden quests or special dungeons. Everything that comes out of it is good stuff used for enhancement, like enhancement stones, enhancement talismans, and even skill books related to enhancement. Enhancement is no small risk either. My tired bow is already at level 5. If I keep enhancing it, the success rate will only get lower and lower. And if it fails, the equipment might even shatter outright. At that point, you can only rely on guaranteed talismans or sure success talismans to keep it safe. Checking the haul, this enhancement chest really delivered. I'd have 6 items in one go to excellent grade enhancement stones, 1 legendary grade enhancement stone to guarantee talismans, and finally 1 most precious sure success talisman. This type of chest contains at most 3 items. Now it was directly doubled. Any other survivor seeing this would probably be moved to tears. In this apocalyptic world, every sure success talisman is practically priceless once you use it. No matter what enhancement stone you use, the equipment will definitely upgrade successfully, but the talisman is consumed in the process. 3 excellent grade enhancement stones to find grade enhancement stones, 3 guaranteed talismans, 1 lucky talisman. And that rare sure success talisman. The chance to enhance was very tempting. But right now my strength is already enough to handle the challenges ahead, even if my bow went up a few more levels. The improvement would be limited. Without a guaranteed success, pushing to high only makes it easier to lose good gear for nothing. I survived 10 years, you think I can get through something like this? I muttered self-mockingly. There's a tough battle waiting tomorrow. With that in mind, I slept more soundly than ever, and with Lu Wei guarding at my side. I had no worries at all. When I woke up, it was already noon on the 6th day. My goal was clear. Today I had to go deeper into the museum and reach the special exhibition hall, when the hidden class quest could be triggered. I'd checked the map last night, so I already had a solid grasp of the building's layout. Once everything was ready, I spoke softly to Lu Wei, open the door. She stood at the door as I raised the 80-kin warhammer and brought it down hard on the lock. The loud noise drawing a horde of zombies outside. Fire in the hole, I shouted, hurling the lore pot toward the main entrance. Watching the zombie being drawn by the aroma surgeon like mad, I couldn't help but admire how decisively I used it. Other people might still be reluctant to use such a tactical item, but when I say use it, I use it. Opportunities wait for no one. The effect of the litter pot showed immediately. That group of zombies went wild like they'd been injected with chicken blood, green light blazing in their eyes as they all charged over. The air was strung tight as a bowstring. Lu Wei and I stood behind the door just right. The zombie army pressed in step by step. This brutal battle was on the verge of breaking out. Just then, a black and red interwoven arm suddenly stretched out from thin air and clamped down hard on the throat of the leading zombie. Lu Wei's newly learned and soul-devouring hand. Let alone fear, but they simply couldn't shake off this ghostly hand of overwhelming strength. Its resistance was completely useless. Its limbs flailed meaninglessly in midair, slowly draining the zombie's life away. The zombie's expression began to twist in what looked like unbearable agony. The blood in his body suddenly began to boil, and the next second it erupted from its pores, blasting out like a red fountain in midair. The zombie was sent flying on the spot, and the ones behind it were knocked down by the impact of the blood. A strong stench of blood instantly filled the entire corridor, thick enough to choke on. Lu Wei's skill was ridiculously powerful, crushing the battlefield outright, before I could even marvel at it. The zombies began to fall back. Lu Wei stood where she was, her eyes gold, looking every inch invincible. A layer of golden light shone around her whole body, and her power surged in an instant. But for every zombie that died, more immediately rushed up to take its place. The gap we had smashed open was quickly filled in, and their charge only grew fiercer, but I was already prepared. I had drawn my bow precisely for this moment. A long-charged arrow of retribution shot out and blasted the nearest zombie off its feet. Ever since Lu Wei obtained the soul-devouring hand, her combat strength had become like that of a completely different person. Waves of zombies simply couldn't get past. The doorway was already pile-high with zombie corpses stacked like a small hill, almost blocking the exit entirely. Worse still, the corridor outside was crammed full of zombies drawn by the noise, probably over 1,000 of them struggling desperately to squeeze their way in. Forcing our way out head-on was absolutely impossible, but all of this was actually part of my plan. Drawing the zombies over was precisely so we could break out from somewhere else. I had long since memorized the museum as architectural plans, which walls were load-bearing. Which spots had the weakest structure, I knew it all. Lu Wei opened the wall. I decisively shut the main door and gave the order. Without hesitation, she swung the 80-kin hammer and smashed it hard into the side wall. The wall shattered instantly, revealing a hidden space. This was the museum's equipment room, crammed with all kinds of instruments on devices extremely well concealed. Outsiders would never have found it. The moment we broke through the wall and entered, the scene before us made our scalps tingle. There were chunks of corpses all over the floor, some human, some zombies, all sliced into pieces by some sharp weapon. A horrifying sight. In a corner of the equipment room, a woman was tied to a chair. She had only turned into a zombie and was still letting out muffled groans. Her eyes were covered with a blindfold, something was stuffed in her mouth, and her limbs were spread and bound with thick ropes. And scattered on the floor were some used little umbrellas. One look and you knew that before she became a zombie, her fate had been utterly miserable. The work badge hanging from her neck showed she had originally been a pretty museum staff member. You run into every kind of perverted scum. Some people don't even spare zombies, they were insane to the extreme. Even more outrageous was another corner, where a dozen or so young female corpses were laid out in an orderly row. All completely naked, every one of them had suffered the same tragedy. Looking closely, I saw that some of the bloodstains hadn't even dried yet. The living are toyed with until life is worse than death. Sometimes death instead feels like a kind of release. But that idea isn't necessarily completely right either. From last night until now, under Silverbird Claw-S reminders, there hadn't been a single sound from this equipment room. Suddenly, I felt a disturbance behind me. A shadow darted quickly past my back. I didn't panic, I just turned my head and said to Lu Wei, "Come with me." I had just turned around when a vicious, sinister shriek came from above my head trying to leave. "You're not going anywhere." The tip flashing white as it chalked straight at my head. This move was the melee skill Half Moon Saber, with a huge area of effect and very hard to defend against. Anyone else taking that hit would probably be so scared they talent to even muster any strength. He had relied on this very move to kill a lot of people, and he was very confident that as long as he killed me, he'd be able to add another beauty to his collection of trophies. What he didn't expect was that I wasn't flustered at all. I shifted my step to the side, twisted my body slightly, easily dodged his attack. His head hit the floor and burst open on impact, blood spraying everywhere. Even your sneak attack is this lame. Interesting. I was about to finish him off when I suddenly felt my hand go light. The figure I was holding vanished in an instant. He had activated the skill Gale Step and escaped in stealth. And the consequences will be very serious. I flicked the blood off my hand and watched as he darted chitically around the equipment room. In fact, at the very moment we made contact, I had quietly placed a death mark on that man. His stats appeared directly before my eyes. Yang Yi Cheng Shan, LV6, no class, S Talent Enhancement Master. To be honest, this guy was a complete and utter scumbag even before the apocalypse came. If you went by the criminal code apart from the cover, he had committed everything inside. He was lucky and always managed to use money and connections to slip out of the Lars grasp again and again. Was an unequivocal threat to others. That said, while the man himself was trash, his talent was really tempting. I called and he helped but chuckle. Luckily, I hadn't kill him in an instant or I would be taken a big loss. In times like these, it's really true that whatever you lack is exactly what shows up. This S-rank talent is one of the most profitable kinds in the apocalypse. When Yang Yi Cheng Shan's talent first awakened, he was quite excited. That S-rank talent label sounded like an instant leap to the top, basking in the spotlight. He thought he could rely on this talent to climb back to the summit in the new world. Who could have guessed that from the very start of the apocalypse until now? This talent hadn't been useful even once. If the Orderers hadn't publicly revealed the new reinforcement rules last night, he might have almost forgotten he even had the skill. Dropping top-tier loot everywhere I go. Since his talent awakened, he only exploded his first enhancement stone yesterday. But he just happened to have no legendary equipment on hand, so he couldn't use it on anything. He'd used the crowds at the museum as cover to plan the theft of national treasures and smuggle them overseas. Yes, this was the same organization I'd heard about some time ago at Star City Hospital. Back then, Yang Yi Cheng Shan was leading a group of underlings to scout the museum, preparing for a huge job. But danger is opportunity. Surviving in a museum steeped in the aura of death made him much tougher than those who had lived pampered, peaceful lives. He was one of the first to truly grasp how brutal the apocalypse was. As his companions turned into zombies one after another, his sharp instincts led him to hide in the equipment room at the first sign of danger. Relying on his cold-blooded, common viciousness, he managed to survive that initial hell. After that, the equipment room became his base of operations. He started hunting zombies like a madman, and whenever any survivors happened to get close, he would pretend to invite them and then strike them down without mercy. I didn't notice him right away because he had a special piece of equipment on him called the concealment cloak. It didn't add any stats, but it could perfectly mask his presence in tracks. Almost every survivor died by his hand. No one was more vicious than him, and no one was more confident. He spent all day pulling little tricks, thinking he was amazing, but in my eyes he was nothing more than a clown jumping around. He accidentally stepped on a woman's corpse, making a slight noise. Even though he used a skill to turn invisible, the arrow still hit its target with pinpoint accuracy. He swung his blade to block, and that weapon he was so proud of snapped into with a crack. Worse, the force shattered his hand, and the huge impact carried by the arrow sent him flying backward. Even though the arrow's power had been greatly reduced, it still buried itself fiercely in his left shoulder. He clenched his teeth and endured the searing pain, ducked to the side to catch his breath, and thought that as long as he stayed silent, he could avoid my pursuit. But he had no idea that once I marked someone with death mark, it doesn't matter where they hide it as useless. He even naively thought it was just his own slip-up that made a sound, and was confidently planning to kill me, then brutalize that woman. He glared viciously at the corpse on the floor, murder all over his face. You messed with me while you were alive, I killed you, and you ray still causing trouble after you ray dead, however. He never got the chance to fight back. The next instant, another arrow flew out without a sound, and at the very moment his invisibility skill ended, it nailed him firmly to the wall. Everything was over. I saw a kind of excitement in Yang Evil Punish Good's eyes. He still hadn't figured out what was going on, but his tone clearly softened. You Ray incredible, way stronger than me. The girl next to you, she asked the zombie. Right, I am a core member of the Black Death organization, let me go when you get down to it. We Ray actually the same kind of people. Our organization is all over the world. We Ray about to rule the I Callan T be bothered to listen to his nonsense and acted without hesitation. You used plundering hand on survivor Yang evil punish good. Yang evil punish good as current collapse 50%, weakness 60%, talent plunder successful, remaining uses 0. Ding! You have obtained Des ranked Talent Enhancement Master. Not bad. He actually saw at a glance that Lu Wei was no longer an ordinary person. Shut up. I cut him off bluntly. The Black Death organization again last time in Star City Hospital, I'd already run into clues about them. Now that I was making a move, I'd just picked up one more reason to kill him. I leased an arrow that struck Yang Evil Punish Good directly in the mouth. His body twitched twice. Then his life was gone. I never leave any chance for an enemy to turn the tables. Time to check the freshly obtained S-ranked talent. Enhancement Master S-ranked Talent rank. You can enhance equipment using multiple enhancement stones at once. And the success rate stacks. Put simply, you can burn a pile of enhancement stones at once to stack the odds. No matter how low the stone's grade is, as long as there are enough of them, it has a guaranteed success. Only those who've lived through it know how much of a scam enhancement is in the apocalypse. With Enhancement Master, I no longer have to nervously crunch probabilities or pray. I took out all the enhancement stones I picked up at the utility room door just now. The fine grade plus a big handful of common enhancement stones. The Binjong Delta was already a resource-rich area for enhancement materials, and with my luck stat, finding this haul was surprising. And this still won't be enough to push something to 10? I crit a normal enhancement stone on the Overlord bow and the system prompt immediately rang out. Ding. Enhance one of the 10 famous bows. Overlord buff Ive requires gold 1000. Current success rate, 8%. Friendly reminder you can use a safeguard talisman or lucky talisman to increase the odds. If the enhancement fails, the enhancement level will reset to 0 and there is even a chance the equipment will be destroyed. I did the math, my enhancement success rate was already at 102%. The remaining 2% was just extra insurance. Other people wouldn't even dare dream of doing a 1000 gold enhancement in one go. I could do it as I pleased. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Bow 6. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Bow 7. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Bow 8. Very soon all the stones were used up. But I still had a safeguard talisman. I took out that golden glowing talisman from my wristband. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Bow, and congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for becoming the first player in the apocalypse to enhance equipment to max level, obtaining the unique achievement Quantum Leap. World announcement will be issued immediately. The next second, all survivors around the globe received a message in their systems. World announcement. Report from the Order: the mysterious hero from Huaxia Lone Wolf has once again proven his extraordinary strength in the brutal apocalypse, becoming the first person in the world to enhance equipment to max level. He has obtained the unique achievement Quantum Leap, along with generous rewards. Everyone, work harder or you won't even earn enough to buy an eyebrow pencil in the future. After the announcement was broadcast 3 times, the entire Blue Star instantly boiled over. From the launch of the enhancement system until now, only a single day had passed. Most survivors hadn't even seen an enhancement stone, and people who earned legendary equipment could be counted on one hand. Then Huaxia, the total number of legendary items was barely 100 in smaller countries. You basically can't find any at all. People speculated Lone Wolf's Huaxia identity was finally confirmed by the authorities. And now the whole world had to reassess the situation. As the world announcement came through the system back end, the little fairy lying on her bed on the verge of death still couldn't help grinning when she heard it. Through at the corners of her mouth there. Brother Lone Wolf, you Ray finally here? I've been waiting so long. Chicken inner, damn it. In Kimchi country, a teenage prodigy stared fixedly at the 4 samurai sword in his hand, face full of unwillingness. Just a few hundred more enhancement stones, and the protagonist of this world announcement should be been someone from our country. Dao Li, a leader in military uniform, stepped out of the safe house. Expression stern, voice crisp and decisive. Another Huaxia person, with Shirao Isi hero from the Eastern Isles still missing. The elders at the top of the Japan region frowned. Looks like I'll have to make a personal trip to Star City this time. Meanwhile, inside the Star City Museum, I was opening the world-class reward I had just received. Achievement reward for Quantum Leap obtained, reputation 1000, gold 1000, wristband storage space increased to 3.5 cubic meters. Title obtained, ancient Greek god of enhancement. World Unique Permanent Title, awarded to the first survivor in the apocalypse to enhance equipment to max level. All stats permanently first when equipped. Equipment enhancement success rate is permanently increased by 50%. Compared with those previous world-class achievements, this reward was NT much. Those awe-inspiring achievements were way too hard to surpass. A reward is a reward no matter how small. Meat is still meat even from a mosquito. The permanent boost to enhancement success rate meant I would save countless enhancement stones when upgrading gear in the future. Any stone saved is a stone earned. Next, I finally had the legendary 10 Overlord Bow. Mythic tier equipment. The number 1 Divine Bow of Huaxia, utterly unique. The legendary bow once used by the Overlord. Its body forged from dragon endings with sky-high power and accuracy. After enhancement, its stats are instantly maxed out. Stats strength 20/20 passive skill hero among men crit rate 30% crit damage 100%. Active skilled red champion can summon the Overlord to assist in battle, inheriting 80% 40% of all my stats lasting 10 minutes. Cooldown 12 hours. Just the attributes of 40 strength, 60% crit rate, and 200% crit damage are already enough for me to swagger through the apocalypse sideways. I was so excited I almost tilted my head back and shouted to this guy who still dares compete with me. I quickly stowed away safely in my spatial ring. What comes next requires speed and agility, only I can handle it. I locked onto a safe gap and slipped out of the equipment room without hesitation. The commotion I caused earlier had already drawn a large horde of zombies away. I gave the scene a single glance and instantly read the situation on the field. Then I rapidly loosed several more, directly clearing a path for myself. The zombies didn't even have time to react before they all collapsed at my feet. My moves that on positioning were like hat and cheats turned on every choice I made was the safest route. I also cleverly used bow shots to create noise and lured zombies away with decoy jars, boldly crossing exhibition halls packed with monsters. The difficulty was sky-high. Normal people should definitely not try this at home. I spun around and charged steadily into the special exhibition hall. As expected, the special exhibition hall was packed with countless zombies. They had all gathered around Star City Musea, this newly rented top-tier exhibit Hu Yes Ding, exuding an overwhelming aura. On the front, a relief depicted the legendary scene of Hu Yi shooting down the suns. On the back, a spectacular image of him eradicating the 6 plagues, all rendered vividly, as if alive. Even the inscriptions inside the cauldron meticulously carved out the legendary story of Hu Yi's life, shooting down 9 suns, slaying the 6 great calamities, yet in the ambushed and killed by his disciple with a peachwood staff, later being conferred the title of Ghost King by the Heavenly Emperor. Human god and ghost. While alive, he was half god, half man. After death, he became a half ghost, half god Ghost King. Then now, a mysterious magic formation had appeared beneath the cauldron. Pale blue lights whirled within the array, so dazzling that anyone could tell at a glance that an important secret was hidden here. A moment I stepped into the special exhibition hall. The scroll in my arms suddenly reacted. This scroll was a mysterious treasure I'd gotten from Li'Yamong of Night, Lest Star City. They said only someone who truly knew how to use it could open it. And the dungeon I wanted to unlock required this very scroll. It hadn't been easy to obtain. Li Wei and I had slaughtered nearly 100 zombies here and didn't see so much as a hair. Getting it this time was pure fate. Unfortunately, there was a more troublesome problem right in front of me. All the zombies in the hall turned their eyes on me the instant they saw me. Their gazes filled with bloodthirsty red light. If I wanted to enter the dungeon, I had to clear these obstacles first, to be honest. I was fully confident I could wipe them all out in one wave with Reaper's arrow. But the class change dungeon was the real main event. I didn't work to reveal my ultimate move ahead of time. I drew my bow and shot an arrow at Hu Yes Ding. The bulletproof glass protecting the cauldron shattered instantly from the impact, and alarms blared throughout the hall. When the arrow struck Hu Yes Ding, it had absolutely no effect, not even a sound. I shouted loudly, pulled out a handful of decoy jars from my chest, and stepping on zombie heads, threw and scattered them with crisp, efficient movements. Very soon I successfully dashed into the teleportation array. The array lit up, and all the zombies around me froze as if time itself had stopped. Ding, lone wolf has been detected holding an unknown scroll. Do you wish to accept Hu Yi's summons and begin the trial? Accept. I watched the scroll gradually fade away and made my choice without hesitation. Lone wolf has accepted Hu Yi's summons. The trial will now begin. The surroundings were instantly flooded with white light, which then shifted to blue. I closed my eyes on instinct, feeling my body grow lighter and lighter and lighter, as if I were floating in midair. When I opened my eyes again, I was already standing on a stone platform suspended in the air. A stone path beneath my feet stretched forward, ending at 3 mysterious stone doors of different colors. One black, clearly representing 3 identities: human, god, ghost. It was very similar to the space I'd entered last time when I awakened my hidden class. but the details were quite the same. Back when I changed class to Necromancer, there had been only a single black door in front of me, and I only needed to clear one trial to obtain the class change scroll. I had expected that this time 3 doors would be waiting. Looks like this class change quest requires me to challenge 3 stages. Since I am already here, what is there to be afraid of? With that thought, I pushed open the red door in front of me. Congratulations, Survivor Lone Wolf, you have successfully opened Huye's first trial. Sun Shooting Hero. The trial instructions were straightforward. I had to do as the legendary hero who you once did, use the sun shooting bow to shoot down 9 suns from the sky, while leaving one untouched to preserve light for the earth. All equipment and skills were sealed. I could only rely on my archery and wits to clear the stage. I'd be trapped here forever with no hope of returning to the real world. But the flow of time was different from outside. Reading the requirements, I felt a bit dazed. This was completely different from my past life's experience. In my previous life, when I changed class to Necromancer, the dungeon was like a tower defense game with almost no restrictions, and even then I failed hundreds of times before I passed. This time, not only was all my gear gone, the challenge also demanded absolute precision. And this was only the beginning. By the looks of it, I rubbed my throbbing temples, annoyed. I watched as the world before my eyes changed in an instant. I was standing on a vast, empty grassland at daybreak. Rendering the scenery hazy and indistinct with only withered weeds scattered everywhere. Each step I took made the dry grass conch underfoot, and the parched ground made it feel as if I had stepped into another. On my back, the sun-shooting bow had appeared out of thin air, as though this legendary artifact had long been waiting for me. A crowd of people trudged forward slowly, their figures stretched long and thin by the morning light. They all looked exhausted, like a group of lost ghosts. Before I could say anything, they called out first, "Yi Wei Ray, almost there. Didn't you say the highest mountain by the eastern sea is just ahead? Your archery is our last hope." I froze for a moment and realized I had become Huye. After a brief exchange, I quickly understood the current situation. It was exactly the same as that ancient myth passed down for thousands of years. Far in the east stood a mysterious divine tree called Fusang. 10 three-legged crows perched among its branches, and legend said they were actually the suns. Every day, the 10 suns took turns rising, bringing light and warmth to the world. The balance of heaven and earth depended on them. But the 10 suns had grown tired of following the rules. They conspired to rise together into the sky for some fun. When they really all came out at once, the earth turned into a giant furnace. Everything was scorched, even the air became hard to breathe. I didn't even know how long we walked before I finally reached the shore of the eastern sea. Before me towered a mountain that seemed to pierce the clouds, its base washed by the vast ocean. The crowd behind me cried out in excitement. Following their gazes, I looked toward the eastern horizon, and suns leapt up from the surface of the sea all at once. As if hosting a grand party, yet they were on the verge of burning the entire world to ashes. The air temperature rose crazily, the earth itself seemed to glow. A terrifying shade of red. Just then, a system notification sounded in my ear. Trial countdown down. 5 minutes, on failure restart. I took a deep breath. Gripping the sun-shooting bow with both hands, the world began to distort. The surging heat waves made my vision blur. My heartbeat sped up. The instinct told me that the power of shooting down the suns had finally awakened. I tried once more to draw the bowstring. This time it was far heavier than I'd imagined. As if 1,000 tons of weight pressed down on my hands, I remembered the legend: only someone unimaginably powerful could draw this bow, yet I cowed and teed and condensed a single arrow. Meanwhile, faint murmurs of complaint and disappointment drifted up from the foot of the mountain. How did Huang Ding from the last life even pass this? Suddenly a warm yet booming male voice rang out in my mind. "Kid, I'll only teach you this once." The voice was solemn and powerful. It was Huyi teaching me the most crucial technique. I closed my eyes, trying to merge with this familiar power and enter another state of being. I seemed to see Huye's figure, utterly focused on shooting, practicing with bitter dedication through countless years. In that moment, I almost became one with him. I drew the bow into an extreme arc. The strength in my arms had never erupted like this before. With a clean, decisive motion, a golden arrow condensed in my palm, shining with dazzling light. "Let me show you what true sun shooting really is," I uttered, loosening my fingers. The golden arrow tore through the air, carrying a thunderous, overwhelming momentum as it shot toward the sky. The air trembled, a ball of fire fell from the heavens. It was one of the 3-legged crows. Without any hesitation, I immediately drew the bow again. 2 more suns were each taken down with a single shot. In the blink of an eye, only 7 suns remained in the sky, glaring down at me. Fear flickered in their eyes. They even instinctively drew back. Fully focused, I pulled the bowstring to full draw once more. I shot down 4 suns in one breath. The remaining 3 three-legged crows were clearly shaking in terror, only daring to flit about chaotically in the air. The golden arrows flew, each one striking its target dead on. Soon, all 9 suns were gone and smoke feathers drifted down like snow as the radiance of the 9 three-legged crows slowly faded away. When the people at the foot of the mountain saw this scene, cheers erupted in waves, one louder than the last. Good, good! 3 shouts of approval burst from Hu Yi's mouth in succession. Hu Yi remembered that last time, the person who cleared the first trial had taken 2.5 years. And I had done it in a single attempt. My consciousness wavered. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back on the trial platform. Ahead, a golden stone gate stood silently. That was the second trial, symbolizing the divine gate. Right then, the system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, Survivor Lone Wolf, for successfully completing Hu Yi's first trial. Sun shooting bow temporary equipment. Job change shard first. The blazing red divine bow appeared in my hand, but after a casual glance, I felt it was just so nowhere near as handy as my overworked bow. Along with the divine bow came a glowing job change shard. Job change shard, mythic grade item, exclusive job change shard, God of Zon Bu. Collect 3 shards to synthesize a job change scroll. If consumed directly, you only gain a weakened version of the ability. Looks like Huang Ding probably only cleared the first trial. Still, even in its weakened form, God of Zong Bu was far stronger than Necromancer. I took a deep breath and steadied my state. Here, time and reality are separated, so there's no need to worry about hunger, fatigue, or the passage of time outside. I know very well that this trial is extremely difficult. The vast majority of people lose themselves here, unable to get out and unable to save themselves. Whether you can maintain your mindset determines whether you can leave alive. Without hesitation, I put the fragment into my bracelet and strode fondly toward the golden stone door. The system prompt rang out again. Congratulations to Sun Shooting Hero Lone Wolf for successfully unlocking Hu Yi's second trial. The road to apotheosis trial description: 6 terrifying beasts are entrenched in the human world, refusing to return to the deep mountains and forests. By order of Emperor Yao, you must exterminate them and embark on the path to becoming a god. Jiu Ying, Daf Eng, Feng Shi, and Ju Shi. The strength of these monsters will automatically scale to match you. Trial restrictions: all of your equipment and skills are sealed. You can only rely on your archery and your will. Trial rewards: Hand of Plunder uses one. Job change fragment first, no time limit. Trial penalty: if you fail, you will be trapped here forever, never able to return to reality. Each time you fail, the trial will reset and start from the beginning. To hunt down 6 legendary beasts in succession, just thinking about the difficulty is enough. They reveal themselves in the 5th year of the apocalypse. Born as Lord-class monsters, by the late apocalypse, Jiu Ying and Zhu Shi had even become Emperor-class beasts. Back when the campaign to eradicate the 6 calamities took place, I joined in once, but at that time I was just a minor mage with little weight to throw around. With a rumble, the golden stone door opened, and the scene before my eyes changed completely. Only a blinding sun remained in the sky. Suddenly, deafening cheers sounded behind me, the grand sight of people sending Hu Yi off. But the moment I took my first step, everything behind me sank into silence. That was the last time in this trial I heard the voices of living people. A huge star print mark appeared in the sky, clearly pointing out my direction. I walked with firm steps, charging toward the central plains without hesitation, where sun, moon, and stars converged, as if witnessing the new legend I was about to begin. If the previous tests were contests of strength and skill, then this one is a test of will and strategy. For 7 days and 7 nights, I raced forward without ever stopping. Under the guidance, I finally found your U.S. lair. Yayu was once an immortal of the heavenly realm, upright and righteous. But after being falsely accused of murder, he was cursed into a monster with a dragon-s head and a snake-s body. Now he has become extremely brutal, feeding exclusively on humans. His level is only 10, although he is a leader. With strength like this, even Lu Wei might not be able to beat him. Even without bonus attributes from equipment, my arrow still flew true and took you down. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for slaying you exotic beast leader. Second trial progress 1/6. What followed was a long trek with no end in sight. And aside from the guiding arrow above my head, there was nothing in any direction. The eastern Kinkyu, the western mulberry forests, the northern Jiangsu, it felt like I was endlessly grinding through maps. Slain Ziokai exotic beast leader. Second trial progress to 6th, slain Dafeng exotic beast leader. Second trial progress 3/6, slain Fengshi exotic beast lord. Second trial progress for 6th, slain Jiu Ying exotic beast lord. Second trial progress 5/6. I could clearly feel that with every battle, the monsters' levels and strength were increasing, and each fight was becoming more strenuous. But I firmly etched all of their skills and attack patterns into my memory. The only thing that really bothered me was that my skills were sealed. Watching the enemy's top-tier skills and not being able to use mine now, that was suffocating. It felt like watching a group of people walk into a casino with pockets full of cash while I could only stare from outside the door. At that moment, the arrow above my head pointed south again. Are you messing with me? I Calvin T. held roaring at the sky. Honestly, when I was in the south killing the chisel-toothed, why didn't I just deal with Jushi while I was in it? Now I had to make a special trip. Complaints were one thing, the road still had to be walked, and the monster still had to be killed. In this endless trial, I actually honed the sun-shooting bow to perfection. Every time I drew the bow, every arrow I loosed. It was like recreating the heroic bearing of a legendary Huyi. The giant serpent of legend lurked in these waters, hidden beneath the lake's surface, feeding on fishermen. In the old tales, the saying the snake that would swallow an elephant out of greed was actually referring to it. Ward-tier monster, powerful, tough, and extraordinarily vicious. According to the legend, Huyi first shot Biashi with a single arrow, then chased it all the way to the distant west and finished it off completely. A statue as tall as a 5-story building stood by the lake to commemorate that battle. My little boat drifted to the center of the lake, where I met the gigantic Jushi head-on. With all my skills sealed, I could only rely on the most basic archery, and cleanly pierced Jushi's tongue with a single shot. Then I fired a rapid 3-shot volley, each arrow aimed at one of its vital points. The strongest shot drove the arrowhead deep into its body, leaving only a bit of fletching visible outside. But against a monster of that size, these attacks were little more than scratches on its skin. She barely seemed to feel any pain. It was still swimming leisurely through the water. Suddenly, it lunged, biting my boat to pieces in one snap. I leapt into the air, narrowly dodging a fatal blow. Jushi opened its bloody maw and fixed its gaze on me, about to swallow me whole. Uyi's voice came from above. Kid, what a pity, try again. In the next second, my vision went red. The entire Dongting Lake looked as though it had been dyed in blood, and the surface of the water returned to calm Ding. Congratulations, Survivor Lone Wolf, for slaying Zhu, She Exotic Beast Lord's second trial progress. 666, good kid, looks like I underestimated you. Huyi in the sky closed his eyes. Every move ID made while shooting Zhu Shi, replayed like footage in fast forward and slow motion, was crystal clear to him. And I had fully grasped the ultimate essence of archery, no matter what monster it was. I could pierce its throat with a single arrow. I finally understood the secret of this trial. At the very moment Zhu Shi was about to swallow me, I seized the opening and drew the sun-shooting bow to its absolute limit, forcing out an exaggerated, breath-stealing curve. Even a master like Hui could feel the immense power contained in that shot. Shooting straight into the depths of Zhu Shi's throat, it finally broke through the serpent's supposedly impenetrable scales and drove directly into its only weak point, its heart. This was exactly the lethal point of Zhu Shi that I had nearly spent 1,000 libhu my previous life to figure out. A system's voice sounded in my ears again. Congratulations, Survivor Lone Wolf, on successfully completing Huyi's second trial. Reward job change shard 1, plunder in hand, use count first. When that familiar voice rang out, I couldn't even tell how much time had passed. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back on the teleportation platform. Not far ahead of me stood the Blackstone gate leading to the ultimate challenge. I casually stored the job change shard reward into my wristband and muttered to myself. The first 2 doors tested strength and endurance. For this final trial, what will it be? For an ordinary person to have come this far, they'd probably already be exhausted in body and mind. The red human gate was just a gentle norm. The golden divine gate gave off a warm power, as if death itself were circling right beside me. The system in the wristband panel prompted almost simultaneously. Congratulations, Survivor Lone Wolf. You have successfully activated Huyi's third trial. Third trial, King of 10,000 Ghosts. The great Huyi was betrayed by the disciple Fengmeng, reincarnated after death, and was sealed as the god of Zongbiyu, becoming the supreme ruler of all ghosts. This trial requires you to display your combat strength while evading Fengmeng's pursuit, and only a rating of C or above will clear the stage. Equipment and skills are completely unrestricted, but you only have 10 arrows. How to make the best use of them depends entirely on your wisdom and courage. There is no time limit for this stage, but if you fail, you will be trapped in the trial space forever and can never return to reality. The trial will reset. Now, it is time to show your true strength. The stone gate opened, and I appeared in a strange, densely overgrown jungle. The towering trees around me blocked out the sky. The ground was covered in dead grass, and not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. Under a blue magic circle, about 100 meters away from me, stood a man holding a bow, staring fixedly at me. As soon as I stepped out of the magic circle, the trial would officially begin. This stage is essentially about how long you can endure while being hunted by a powerful enemy. The system will grade me based on my performance. Expressionless, I quickly scouted the opponent as information. Fengmeng, level unknown, class Godslayer, all else unknown. The difference in strength was too great. On the panel, only his class could be seen, everything else was question marks. He rests a piece of advice: stay alive as long as you can. Hui said mildly in my ear, the corner of my mouth lifted. Hui was choked by my words and cowled and irresponsible for a long while. Although I had cleared the first 2 trials in a single life each, Hui himself knew very well that Feng Meng's strength was on par with his own. Even for him, without sealing my equipment and skills, he probably still wouldn't be fully confident of victory. An unknown enemy is precisely the kind most worth challenging. The moment I stepped out of the array, Feng Meng loosed an arrow in a preemptive sneak attack. I not only didn't retreat, I actually charged straight toward the incoming arrow. The overlord Dao in my hand also exploded with a shot, crossing into the shape of the character before falling to the ground at the same time. Current rating D. This meant that as long as I performed even moderately in the rest of the trial, I could clear it with ease. Your luck is ridiculous, Feng Meng muttered in anger for the first time. He thought my arrow just now had hit by pure chance, that I'd merely gotten absurdly lucky. What he didn't know was how many challengers had already fallen to that very first arrow of his. Off to the side, Hui's eyes went wide. He cowed and to understand why I didn't choose to retreat, but instead dared to meet the shot head-on. Could it be that I really meant what I said, that I intended to kill Feng Meng? What a joke! Among the survivors, this guy's strength was already at the pinnacle. Almost no one could defeat the one known as the God Slayer. But when my arrows collided head-on with Feng Meng's 10 times in a row, this was no longer just technique, it was more like a frontal provocation. Each time the arrows crossed, it was as if I were forcing Feng Meng to back down. This calm and ruffled attitude pressed heavily on Feng Meng's heart. The current rating climbed all the way from C to B and even to A. To be able to collide head-on with Feng Meng for 10 arrows straight aside from me himself, no one could do that. In stark contrast to my composure, the anger on Feng Meng's face grew more and more intense. Back when he learned archery from me, he mastered every technique and became so confident he believed no one in the world could threaten him anymore, even turning those skills on his own teacher and killing him. And now, confronted with my archery for the first time, he began to doubt himself. Frustration grew in his heart, driving him to curse uncontrollably, as if he were about to explode in the very next second. Watching from the side, Hui couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He had expected my archery to have already surpassed his. But in my quiver, the last 10 arrows were already spent. Feng Meng, on the other hand, still had 1 arrow no-ked on his bowstring, aiming viciously at my throat. He glanced at my empty quiver and let out a cold laugh, a trace of malice curling at the corner of his lips. Die, you trash! His voice was icy and bone-chilling. A dark red arrow suddenly condensed out of thin air on the Overlord Bao punishment arrow. Although my 6-piece set skills were restricted and I could only use 10 arrows, the rest of my skills were unaffected. My skills could automatically generate arrows. Even Hui had used the Ting's no-ked arrow technique, biting down on his last arrow to shoot it out. But me? I was directly generating a new arrow out of nothing on the bow itself. This completely shattered Feng Meng's understanding of the world. My punishment arrow mercilessly devoured Feng Meng's final arrow and struck him dead on. Affected by DS level talent I had just acquired, Paralyzing Bite, Feng Meng's body was instantly shrouded in a pale gray glow. For the next 10 seconds, his attack speed and movement speed were both reduced by a quarter. At that moment, Feng Meng put away his bow and arrows and pulled out a peachwood rod from who knows where. He remembered that failed ambush from years ago and decisively switched back to his old trick, ready to use the peachwood rod to launch a sneak attack from behind. Everyone knows that ghosts and spirits fear peachwood, but who would have thought that even an invincible existence like Hui ultimately died under a peachwood rod? Saying that Feng Meng is the origin of all thief-type classes would not be an exaggeration. He hid in the darkness, locking onto my back, preparing to deliver a killing blow. Instead, I casually drew the Overlord Bao, as if everything were under my control. He cowled and at me. Feng Meng's figure turned into a black shadow, moving as fast as a ghost in the night. His pride would never allow himself to fail. Yet in the next instant, his hair suddenly turned silvery white, and his entire body was enveloped by a ring of silver-white energy. This was his trump card, Ultra Instinct. Hui watched coldly from above, seemingly without the slightest sympathy for my situation. In his view, the fact that I could hold out until now and even earn an S-level rating was already remarkable. People like them had gone through countless life and death trials to master the Ultra Instinct talent. No matter how strong I was when facing this kind of awakening beyond instinct, whether any of my subsequent attacks would land became an open question. Ultra Instinct allowed Feng Meng's body and consciousness to exist in a state of separation. Every part of him could perceive danger beyond instinct, no longer limited by the reaction speed of his brain. I was used to analyzing calmly, thinking before acting. Even while in stealth, a dazzling silver after-image still appeared behind Feng Meng. This footwork was precise to the extreme. Even I clearly knew that compared to him, my movement skills were far inferior. His blue eyes locked onto me, cold and deep, as if calculating how to kill me cleanly and efficiently. He had actually chosen to use the same peachwood rod with which he had slain Huyo. That alone showed he had never regarded me as an ordinary opponent. The air around me seemed soaked with killing intent, yet I only stared fixedly at Feng Meng, with not a trace of fear on my face. Feng Meng was clearly puzzled why had the man in front of him suddenly closed his eyes. Had I given up or gone completely mad from the pressure? In truth, I was a madman. At this moment, it was as if I were replaying every trial between life and death in my mind. Every move, every strike from every battle, I remembered them all with absolute clarity. At first, I could even feel the shadow of Hu Yi, but by the end, that shadow had already been replaced by my own figure. Incredibly fast, rushing right up to me in an instant. The peachwood staff was raised high, carry a fierce, killing intent as its mashed down herd. I didn't waver at the critical moment. I merely tilted my head. The staff missed my vital point and landed heavily on my shoulder instead. Even if it was a lethal blow, the force was still overwhelmingly brutal. The hunteress pauldrons I was wearing were almost shattered by that hit, with durability dropping to only 10%. If my physical stats were high enough, my scapula would probably have been crushed on the spot. This was also the first real injury I'd taken since my rebirth. It's over. Feng Meng and me observing Hu Yi reached the same conclusion almost simultaneously. Feng Meng relaxed his guard, convinced I had no more tricks left. In the instant he let down his guard, I opened my eyes, forcibly endured the agony in my shoulder, and raised my hand to draw the overlord bow to its fullest. At that moment, Feng Meng never imagined I still had a hidden rump card. How is that possible? The two of them cried out in shock at almost the same time. At this distance, even if he really had the legendary limit reflexes, he likely wouldn't be able to dodge this fatal shot. Holy arrows slaughter! 20 arrows as if imbued with life by me, shot from the bowstring like lightning, howling as they flew at Feng Meng. They spun and shifted in midair, moving so fast the naked eye could barely follow, completely disrupting Feng Meng's rhythm. With the Overlord Bow's terrifying 60% critical bonus, plus Holy Arrow's Slaughter's 25% crit rate, almost every arrow carried lethal power. On top of that, my S-grade talent paralyzing but applied a slow effect, making Feng Meng's footsteps heavy and sluggish. He was used to agile dodging, but now he didn't even have time to evade, leaving him unable even to run. Arrows rained down like a storm, piercing through Feng Meng's body again and again. Rage and agony twisted together on his face as he completely fell apart. The system rating appeared third trial, current grade SS. He threw his head back and roared, "You old geezer, how many moves did you never teach me?" He thought someone was helping me from the shadows, not realizing that Hu Yi himself was just as baffled. Under the stacking of my many talents and gear, Feng Meng's defenses collapsed entirely. I cowed and TC all at his talents, but based on experience, a card held by such an ancient powerhouse was definitely no ordinary thing. You used Hand of Plunder on Feng Meng. Current collapse 50%, weakening 15%, Plunder success rate 65%. As never missing arrow and God-slaying arrow or special talents, it cannot be plundered. Third talent acquired, attempts reset to 0. Ding, you have obtained SSS grade talent Ultra Instinct. This talent can push perception to its limits. By consuming a certain amount of stamina, not only can its range be expanded, it can even achieve separation of body and consciousness. Any part of the body can react swiftly on instinct alone, no longer needing the brain to control it. Every movement can be a step faster than others. I hadn't expected the SSS grade talent I plundered to rank only third. Those first two talents, never missing arrow and God-slaying arrow, already sounded utterly insane. Just thinking about them was enough to make one tremble with excitement. Ever since obtaining Hand of Plunder, this was the first time I had encountered an opponent who, like me, possessed an SSS grade talent, and also the first time I am tried to plunder someone else's power. In that instant, my perception became countless times sharper than when I used Silverburn Claw in the past. I looked at the guy across from me and said calmly, "You thought you could fight me with just those talents, is that it?" As soon as the words left my mouth, I directly activated the ultimate talent Ultra Instinct. Within just a few seconds, my hair rapidly turned white. That was the change brought about by unleashing the talent in full. Of course, in this state, my energy consumption was also skyrocketing, but at the same time, my perception surged. Even the slightest change in my surroundings cowled and escaped my eyes. At last, I understood the secret behind Feng Meng's terrifying insight. The reason he could hit every shot, why his positioning was always just right, all came from this talent. Feng Meng was clearly flustered. His talent had suddenly vanished. He had never expected something like this to happen. "What did you do?" His voice carried shock and fear. The Trial S rating had already jumped to SSS ranked. I gave a cold smile. "Oh, it is already at SSS? Then if I kill you, what kind of evaluation will the trial give me?" Feng Meng's expression completely changed only then. Did he realize I'd been holding back a comp card all along? In fact, what I cared about was no longer talent Plunder, that was just a bonus for me. Summoning Overlord Liu, I was only to speed up the end of the trial. Without his talent, the Peachwood staff in Feng Meng's hand posed no threat to me at all. The battle that followed was still fairly intense, but it put absolutely no pressure on me. The ultimate Treeperero I prepared in advance finally finished Feng Meng off in a single strike. At the moment he fell, his face was filled with unwillingness and terror, twisted and distorted. I put away the Overlord bow, and the satisfaction in my heart was beyond words. All the pressure was completely released in that instant, from a higher perspective. The Arbiter looked like its mind had split, emotionally reviewing my battle, muttering to itself non-stop what is going on. Who sent me here? This is the strongest job change instance in the Foxia region. Was NT the trial rated SSS? But the strength he has shown has already exceeded the standard for SSS by far. You kidding, right? Beyond SSS? The original condition for SSS was just to survive for half an hour. Half an hour? He lasted a full 30 hours? And even killed the gatekeeping boss. Wait, the gatekeeping boss really got killed by him. But the highest trial rating is only SSS, give him SSS. Also, since he has killed the gatekeeping boss, he must accept the inheritance from ancient times. With the Arbiter's words, everything was finally settled. After killing Feng Meng, I waited for a while before hearing the system prompt sound. Ding, Lone Wolf has survived more than 30 hours in the trial and has obtained an SSS rating. Ding, Lone Wolf dealt more than 10% damage to Feng Meng and has obtained another SSS rating. Ding, Lone Wolf S over all evaluation in the third trial is SSS rank. Ding, congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for successfully completing Huye's third trial. Reward obtained, job change, shard 1. I muttered under my breath, so just shaving off 1/10 of Feng Meng's HP was enough. Killing him outright just nets me 1 extra SSS. To me, this was no longer harshness aimed at me personally. The designer of this trial never even considered that anyone could actually clear it and kill Feng Meng. After all, Feng Meng was an ancient superpowerhouse and his strength was enough to rival an Emperor-class zombie. I picked up the last job change shard in my palm, and at the same time noticed that the temporary divine artifact, the sun shooting bow I received in my bracelet, had quietly disappeared. The 3 mythic grade job change shards quickly fused together, turning into a deep crimson awe-inspiring scroll. Job change scrolls on Bud. Super God T. Rightum. When your level reaches 10, you will automatically change to the hidden class on Bu deity. This scroll is already bounded, cannot be traded and will not drop. In other words, I was basically winning all the way to the end. The highest class ID obtained was only Necromancer, and even that was just the legendary grade scroll. But the zombie deity ID just obtained of a super god tier. I know very well that a hidden class of this level is even rarer than someone with an SSS level talent. You can verify the second one on the entire blue star. Unfortunately, the system hasn't opened the class change feature yet, and I am not even level 10, so for now I can only wait patiently. I looked around and felt that something was off. Clearly, after I took down Feng Meng, I was sent out of the trial field instead. I was teleported back onto that platform. What is going on? Could it be a bug? I've already won and it still won't let me out. If I really get stuck here until the system is fixed, you could literally write a novel with a plot like Reborn after being stuck in a bug for 10 years. 10 years later I am matched under heaven. At a time like this, who dare restart the system? Who knows if it would make things even worse? I hurriedly glanced at the quest progress on my wristband, and then realized there was still unfinished content after the main quest. The system chime sounded, and I finally let out a breath. And over evading and passing the threefold trial, please continue forward to receive the ancient inheritance. The 3 stone gates behind me slowly merged into a single giant door. The middle red, the bottom black, and on the door were carved 3 forms of Huyi God, human, and ghost. The style felt very similar to the Mawang Dui silk paintings in the Star City Museum, only even more imposing. Ancient inheritance? I stared at the door, my heart constantly shaken. Without hesitation, I reached out and laid my hand on the stone door. In an instant, searing flame-like heat, gentle warmth like a flowing current, and bone-piercing cold all hit me at the same time, like the miracles of nature taking turns scouring my body. The door slowly opened, and I stepped into a hidden cave. Inside was a spacious trading room. The only thing inside was the densely packed ancient murals covering the walls, and in the very center of the room stood a long bow, red from tip to tip. At a glance I recognized it. This was the sun-shooting bow. Instead, it was the murals on the walls that I couldn't take my eyes off. Right after that, a miracle happened. It was as if the murals had been given life. The painted figures began to move, vividly acting out an ancient story. Hu Yi, whose original name was Yi, is a top-tier legend in ancient Huaqi mythology. He's both man and god, and also ghost. He was half god, half human after death. He became a half ghost, half god ghost king. He once helped Emperor Yao shoot down 9 suns, leaving only one in the sky, which is why the story of Hu Yi shooting the suns has been passed down. Defeated the rebellious river earl of the Yellow River and saved the river goddess of Lo. Yet in the end, he was ambushed by his disciple Fang Meng, who used a peach wood staff to strike him down in a sneak attack. A line of text appeared, and only then did I understand why I had come here. It turned out that after Hu Yi died, his soul was sealed inside the Hu Yi cauldron. And this cauldron was the core of the entire trial. All challengers had to pass 3 ordeals: Sun God, Hero, Road to Apotheosis, and King of 10,000 Ghosts. These 3 trials corresponded to the legendary deeds of Hu Yi's life. Only by perfectly passing all 3 could one be qualified to inherit Hu Yi's power. Could I really inherit Hu Yi's legacy? My heart tightened as I stepped toward the sun-shooting bow in the center of the room. Without hesitation, I reached out and grabbed this legendary divine artifact. In that instant, a blazing red light burst forth. According to the descriptions in the post-apocalyptic game, this kind of radiance only appeared on ultra-divine grade equipment. At that moment, I could feel infinite power surging from the sun-shooting bow into my body. It was even more intense than eating an entire jar of mustard in one go. My head felt like it was about to explode. From red to gold, then to purple, then blue, and finally turning emerald green. In the end, the sun-shooting bow once again settled steadily into my hand. Congratulations to player Lone Wolf for completing Hu Yi's trial. You will be automatically teleported to the save zone in 60 seconds. Congratulations, player. You have received Hu Yi's sun-shooting bow, 10,000 EXP, 5,000 gold, 5,000 reputation. Legal increased to 10th. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Awaken talent plundering hand. Remaining uses: first, player level has reached 10th. You cannot continue leveling up without completing your class change. Excess experience will be stored automatically. At level 10, Constitution gains reinforced antibodies, which can only be broken when you suffer severe injuries. My hand gripped tightly around the sun-shooting bow that had been reborn with new vitality, feeling a brand new power flowing through my body. I knew that from this moment on, my fate was going to rocket off in a direction no one could possibly predict. A series of crisp system notification sounds rang in my ears. The inheritance had finally ended. My vision blurred, and when it cleared, I was already back in the monitoring room of the Star City Museum. It was the afternoon of the 6th day of the apocalypse. No time had passed in reality. My mood was completely different. The zombies that had been besieging me earlier were all gone. It was temporarily safe. After I cleared the trial, the system directly gave me 10. 0 EXP, and my level shot straight up to 10th. According to the prompt, the class change function wouldn't unlock until tomorrow. By then I could activate the scroll, complete my class change, and only then would my level cap continue to rise. But the rewards were a bit disappointing. Aside from gold, EXP, and reputation, the only new item that truly excited me was Hu Yi's sun-shooting bow. Compared to the high difficulty of the inheritance, this reward seemed a bit too simple. I opened my status panel and found that almost nothing had changed. I focused on the bow in my hand. Hu Yi's sun-shooting bow had originally been an epic grade divine weapon, but now it had been downgraded to excellent grade. The feel and appearance were still top tier. There were 10 grooves along the bow, with only the first one shining with a dazzling golden light. The other 9 were empty, clearly hiding some secret. A quick look at the stats: Strength 1, Spirit 1, Constitution 1. Agility first. Active skill: Chaos can devour other equipment to evolve and unlock new abilities. If it devours the other 9 famous bows, it can gain their corresponding skills and stats. Passive skill: while equipped, damage from bow and arrow attacks is reduced by 80%. Nothing else had really changed for now, so this so-called Hu Yi inheritance basically just gave me this bow and a new equipment devouring skill. Time to see how strong it really is. I pulled out a large pile of excellent grade equipment from my wristband and stacked it up in front of me, then tossed it all into the sun-shooting bow without hesitation. Green energy flowed, and all that equipment was converted into energy and absorbed into the bow. Very soon, the system voice sounded again: sun-shooting bow as devouring energy has reached its limit. Specific equipment is required to break through this limit. I frowned. Specific equipment. Donnie, tell me it wants my overlord bow? I hesitated for a moment, but seeing a chance to power up, I gritted my teeth and decisively took out the overlord bow. System prompt: use overlord bow to enhance sun-shooting bow. After enhancement, overlord bow will disappear. Yes, without the slightest hesitation. I confirmed. Before my eyes, the overlord bow turned into brilliant golden light and vanished into the body of the sun-shooting bow. The third groove on the bow was also filled with golden light, shining brightly. Sun-shooting bow has successfully devoured one of the 10 famous bows, overlord bow, and has evolved into a fine grade equipment. The system's cold voice delivered exhilarating news. I took a deep breath and checked the ballast stats again. All for main attributes were now 3, and there was a new skill add. The 2 stars appended to the name. Overlord Death's Force Bao inherits Sten at rebutes and all skills from Overlord Bao and allows one-click switching to Overlord Bao Fumo. And the Bao as shape-shifted, becoming indistinguishable from the Overlord Bao. So the third groove represented the Overlord Bao. The Sun Shooting Bao itself ranked first, and the Overlord Bao ranked third. Now everything made sense. As long as this piece of equipment keeps devouring famous Baos, it can continue to grow. Being able to get stronger again and again, this is insane. The stats and skills it gains can all take effect at the same time. This hacked-like feeling is just too. Lu Wei's talent is Titan S strength, allowing her to wield a heavy weapon in each hand. Even now, that's an incredibly powerful ability. But now that Su Yu has the Sun Shooting Bao, he instantly has 9 more weapon slots than everyone else. This treatment is absurd to the point of being beyond absurd. If Su Yu can gather all 10 of Huaxia's legendary Baos, how spectacular would that scene be? Just thinking about it makes one excited. That feeling of a guaranteed win is something even the strongest emperors in history would struggle to describe. Only someone even more formidable than them could truly understand it. This Sun Shooting Bao is just a broken. It's basically the same style as my plundering hand. Su Yu sighed. Of course, it's easy to talk, hard to do. The legend of Huaxia's top 10 famous Baos is widely known. But even after being reborn, Su Yu only knows the clues for a few of them. However, he clearly remembers there will soon be a major martial arts tournament. In his previous life, his strength was NT enough he could only stand among the crowd as a spectator, with his sights set directly on the championship, because the champion can freely choose a piece of reward equipment. Su Yu remembers that last time, the champion chose one of the top 10 famed sabers. But this time, Su Yu will personally take the championship and then choose a peerless famous Bao. After organizing his equipment, Su Yu let out a long breath and decided to rest properly first. In the last battle, he and Fen Meng fought for 30 hours straight. Although his body no longer felt fatigue thanks to the trial, his mind had long reached its limit. Forget it, that's it for today. Tomorrow is the last day of the newbie protection period. All my stats and gear are ahead. I have to kill more zombies. Su Yu muttered to himself. He knew very well that once tomorrow passed, the zombies would become Hamu to deal with. So he had to spend all the remaining time farming monsters in the museum. Time flew by quickly. When Su Yu woke from his sleep, it was already noon on the 7th day. There were only 6 hours left in the newbie protection period. He turned to look at Lu Wei beside him. After last night's frantic leveling, she was already level 7. At the same time, the zombies in the museum had also grown stronger, generally reaching level 7. Su Yu's level was stuck at 10. Just right to maximize his experience gain. This was a rare opportunity, and he had to seize every minute to grind, ever since he obtained the perfect Ultra Instinct-like talent. Su Yu felt his perception had exploded as long as he willed it. Practically the entire museum was within his grasp, but in this fully active state, the mental consumption was enormous, so he had to hold something in reserve. The two of them stayed busy the whole day and practically cleared out the entire museum. Su Yu had enough experience to level up twice in a row. Their equipment gains were average, with only occasional consumables and enhancement stones dropping. The Sun Shooting Bao was only of fine quality and couldn't use enhancement stones yet, so he simply dumped them all into Lu Wei's legendary mask. A 10-time enhancement in one go burned through 5,500 gold coins, and his coin balance instantly hit rock bottom. Legendary equipment, a treasure passed down from an ancient battlefield. The wearer can hide their identity information unless the opponent is 3 levels higher. It is difficult to see through their true face. Su Yu knew very well that this world was extremely dangerous. There is always a higher sky, and always someone stronger. If someone out there has an opportunity as heaven-defying as his, but with a higher level, and they managed to see through a zombie's identity in advance, it would cause big trouble. Before nightfall, at the entrance of the museum, Su Yu unexpectedly ran into Yu Yanlong leading the Nevernight Star City squad. Ever since dealing with Huang Ding and his group, Yu Yanlong had become the leader of the squad. Su Yu didn't hesitate and chose to fight side with them. They successfully broke through the encirclement and returned safely to the concert hall together. Back in the safe zone, everyone's pent-up tension finally found release. Some people were playing instruments, some were dancing in celebration, while others quietly sorted supplies or traded their spoils, getting ready for nightfall. Dressed all in black, Su Yu walked in or fully unleashed wherever he went. He instantly became the center of attention. Even though he was trying his best to rein in his sharp edge, his presence was still impossible for anyone to ignore. His gear looked low-key, but anyone who knew their stuff could tell at a glance it was anything but ordinary. The cool-looking black mask on his face only added to the mystery combined with his clean, nimble figure. He looked like he'd just walked out of hell when looking people couldn't help but feel a chill. As if he could see straight through other people's secrets. Vocal, that's insanely handsome. As soon as the words fell, people around immediately chimed in and everyone naturally made way for him, all wearing looks of approval. Yu Yanlong came over as well. And from year to year, bro, we finally made it back safe. That was NT an exaggeration. The nearly 200-strong team had been on a roll slaughtering zombies along the way, only to accidentally charge into the enemy Esker zone, get surrounded by zombies and almost get wiped out. As darkness approached, panic spread, and the situation grew more dangerous by the minute. Fortunately, I stepped in using my bow to snipe with pinpoint accuracy, dragging everyone back from the brink, and I hadn't even rushed to the front lines. I stayed safely in the rear providing supporting fire. In contrast, Lu Wei's performance was fierce. Almost everyone had noticed her bravery. I glanced at the lively crowd around us and calmly walked toward the team's trading area. Calling it a trading area was a bit much. It was basically just a little square where everyone laid out their goods to barter pure primitive era trade by exchange. I'd already thought it through. My drop rate for gear might be high, but I was still fighting solo. If I hadn't gotten that seemingly useless scroll off Yu Yanlong this time, I might not have passed the tile. Other people's drops might be trash, but many hands me more chances. Who knows what treasures they might have tucked away in their wristbands. And never mind everything else, for the sheer number of people alone, all their coins combined would make a considerable fortune. For them, the biggest shortage was NT gear or items. But emergency supplies they could carry on them supply capsules. A single capsule was enough to drain all the coins from one person's hand. After today's battle, their supplies were basically exhausted. Whereas I still had over 1,000 supply capsules on me, it was a true ace in the hole. And there was no way I'd use them all up. The save zones had NT open yet, and people still had no idea what coins were really good for. I could use these capsules to trade for their coins and get ready for the future. Liu Chunlong looked at me curiously. Bro, what are you up to? Smiling, I handed him a capsule. Man, just a little business on the side. Give me a shout out. Yeah, Lu Wei, quick on the uptake, shook out a clean cloak and spread it on the ground. Instantly turning it into my stall, I pulled a big pile of supply capsules straight out of my wristband in one go. Ladies and gents, over here, I've got an announcement. The moment his voice rang out, the whole place fell silent. And everyone turned to look. Who's making all that noise? They all wondered, thanks to Yu Yanlong's help. The crowd came flooding in. I nodded, took a deep breath, and began my formal pitch. Brothers, still worried about not having enough supplies? Frustrated that you didn't get any good loot from killing zombies? I've decided to take out my supply capsules and trade with you. Coins, gear, items, anything goes. I'll take it all. This is a one-time opportunity ending soon. Take out whatever you most want to trade now, miss this chance. And there one TB another. Only got 230 coins on you, no problem. 1 3-person portion of grilled fish, super cost effective. I am just charging a bit of labor, and extra 30 coins isn't too much, right? Only 190 coins, still got 2 vials of potion? That works too. Just count them as 3 capsules total, deal. 60 gold? That's a bit low. You can team up with a few people next to you and make a group purchase. The price will be more favorable. Got the guts to bring out a skill book? Take it out and let me see. This book is so-so. I'll give you 5 capsules for it. Before I could say much, everyone hurried to line up. To them, these capsules were more precious than their lives. This capsule mega sale went way more smoothly than I expected. Waves of people kept coming, all with bloodshot eyes, desperate to trade anything they had for the tiny life-saving treasures in my hands. The line of buyers grew wave after wave, and the atmosphere on site was about to explode. Our OUA stood to the side waiting to giant hammers, maintaining order together with Yu Yan or together with Liu overwhelming. As for me, I sat steadily on my little folding stool, counting gold coins while watching business boom, a sense of satisfaction practically spilling out of my chest. People always say business folk aren't reliable, but I sue you, care about fairness in both life and work. These prices weren't slapped on at random. Inside the safe zone, every supply capsule had a unified price of 100 gold coins, clearly marked. And in limited quantity, selling out every day. Other suppliers only sold identical boxed meals, single flavor and limited choice. But my place was different: Chinese food, Western food, barbecue. No matter the flavor, the average price still came to 100 gold coins. However you chose, it was a good deal. If you say I am selling cheap, that's me giving everyone a chance. If I overcharge, that's just asking for trouble. If I really wanted to rely on brute force to rob people, no one could stop me, but I have no interest in that. So everyone is convinced in both heart and mind that that's what reliability means. The gold coins were flowing in at a ridiculous speed. In just half an hour, I sold over 400 capsules, instantly making more than 20,000 gold coins, and I also picked up a pile of gear and a skill book along the way. This is the joy of making money. No wonder people get addicted to doing business. Just as I was about to pack up, the crowd suddenly parted to open a path. A man with an overwhelming presence walked straight up to me and threw out a black scroll. Do you want this? 1,000 capsules. His voice was low with a ruthless edge. It was a rare item that opens a hidden instance covered in bloodstains and where, looking like it had just been pulled out of an ancient tomb. It wasn't just about fighting, there was a lot of head-on combat with zombies. Even at the auction house, a scroll like this was something you could have money for and still not buy. But on the surface I stayed calm. 1,000 capsules is no small price, I replied unhurriedly. The man's name was Black Dragon. His gear looked impressive and made him stand out in the crowd, but he wasn't one of our sleepless Star City people. He brought a group with him from out of town, they were just temporary lodgers here. We'd never really interacted. And they didn't blend in. Liu Yunlong has always been the soft-hearted, that's the only reason he let them stay. The outsiders and us locals still kept a safe distance from each other. Their minds started working immediately. This was the first time they had taken the initiative to do business with us. Seeing me hesitate, Black Dragon's tone softened. 1,000 is too much. How about 800 capsules? I still didn't answer, and he gritted his teeth again. 600? Just 600. All right, 500. I can't go any lower. If you raise short on money, you can use equipment to make up the rest. Black Dragon made yet another offer. Clearly having made up his mind, I thought for a moment and finally spoke. As it happens, Ivy got a piece of fine-grade equipment. Not sure if it can offset part of the price. When Black Dragon heard that, he was stunned for a second, then his eyes lit up. For him, this deal was an unexpected windfall. I dug a pair of red leather boots out of Rui's gear stash, glowing with that distinctive blue sheen of high-grade equipment. These weren't just some ordinary boots, but the pair no one dared to wear, the super rocket boots. When your luck is good, you fly like the wind. When it is bad, it is basically you redone in bold letters. You go straight to heaven on the spot and can't stop at all. You ray literally handing your life over to them. When Black Dragon saw the boots, his eyes went wide, filled with greed and excitement, and he cowed until he helped swallowing. This gear is amazing. Worth at least 200 capsules, right? Got anything else? His face was full of greed. He'd already been counting on me, Suyu, to bring out some good stuff. But he hadn't expected me to slap down high-grade gear right off the bat. It stunned him and whetted his appetite. Now he wanted more. Looking at that expression, I sneered inwardly, not because I felt I was losing out, but because his insatiable greed disgusted me. If I'd already secured the scroll and wasn't worried that making a fuss would cause the system to reclaim it, I'd really have liked to slap some sense into him. Liu Yunlong finally cowled and hold back and spoke up. Black Dragon, high-grade gear like this is rare. Do me a favor, how about we call this whole set worth for 100 capsules? Black Dragon laughed and agreed at once. Deal, for 100 it is. I'll give you face today. The deal was finally settled. I used 100 supply capsules plus the pair of super rocket boots to easily pocket that scroll. Legendary consumable sold on instance. Can be opened in Star City's Taping Old Street when the player reaches level 10th. I skimmed the system description and briskly stored it in my wristband. Taping Old Street is right near Star City's safe zone. I can swing by tomorrow on the way. Rui and I found a quiet corner, sat down and ate a simple dinner. While Black Dragon hugged the super rocket boots like a treasure, grinning ear to ear and showing them off everywhere. At exactly 6 o'clock, just as the newbie protection period ended, I was already fully prepared and activated the class change scrolls on Bushin without hesitation. In an instant, a familiar system comp rang out in my mind. Congratulations to player Lone Wolf for being the first to complete a class change and obtaining the unique achievement Pathfinder. This will be announced worldwide. I'd long since stopped caring about announcements like that. In my previous life, even when my enemies only had a fragment of the Zon Bushin scroll, they could still fight me to a standstill. And now I not only have the complete scroll, I've also inherited all of Hu Ye's power. I couldn't wait to see just how strong this legendary Zon Bushin really was. Class Zon Bushin, overlord ruling the underworld in ancient myth. Hu Ye was conferred this title for his merits, becoming a truly supreme god. Stats with each level up. In addition to the usual 10 free attribute points, you gain an extra 5 strength and 5 agility. Hint, your strength has reached 80th. New skill acquired, Explosive Spark. Explosive Spark, when you kill an enemy with the sun-shooting bow, the explosion damage spreads to surrounding targets. Your spirit has reached 80th. New skill acquired, Control Indeed. Control Indeed allows dead units to fight for you. Controlled units are invulnerable, but can be destroyed by certain skills. Hint, your constitution has reached 80th. New skill acquired, Shield of Darkness. Shield of Darkness. Use the power of death to create a shield. When the shield shatters, its damage is reflected to nearby enemies. Hint, your agility has reached 80th. New skill acquired, Silent Steps. Silent Steps. Move at high speed while being almost undetectable. Distance and speed depend on stamina consumed. Seeing the stream of parts, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. 10 years in the apocalypse, and this was the first time I'd ever seen such a powerful class. One look at these skills and you could tell they were anything but ordinary. Normal players only get 10 at reboot points per level. Right now, I get 20 points every time I level up, which is literally double what others get. Not to mention, every 80 at reboot points I can unlock a brand new skill. Explosive Spark, Necromancy Control. Lightless Shield, Silent as a Shatter. Just imagining the combinations of these skills makes me feel so pumped I can barely contain my excitement. At this moment, my level is already 12. The extra 2 uses of Plundering Hand put me in a very good mood. Level ups, gear bonuses, and talent enhancements have pushed my stats panel to a ridiculous level. Strength 127, Spirit 81, Constitution 86, Agility 122. Even more outrageous, after reaching level 12, I still have 20 unused at reboot points. These numbers already far exceed other players of the same level. Although my spirit is already at 81 with skills and talents consuming more and more, I ultimately decide to put all the remaining points into spirit, just as I am fully focused on studying classes and skills. The silent night is shattered by a world announcement. World announcement: survivor Lone Wolf has broken through the siege and the apocalypse, becoming the first to reach level 10 and complete a class change. He has obtained the world unique achievement Pathfinder, along with a massive amount of rewards, with Lone Wolf on the rise. What chances do other survivors have left? This world needs more heroes to stand up. Dunny, stop now, everyone. Lone Wolf again. Damn it, a survivor in the Americas region shouts furiously, his face twisted with rage. It can't be helped in the U.S. region. There are so many genders you can't even count them. And people's ideas are all over the place. Level 10. Class change? Investigate this at once. A person is definitely a descendant of our great Han Ming country. A big shot from the Kimchi Nation nearly tears his throat shouting. Chao Li, the Black Death organization is active everywhere. Find Lone Wolf and make him work for us. A certain uniformed leader and usually issues the order with a solemn face. At night, take you girl's voice gradually fades as she drifts into peaceful sleep. However, just calmly claim my rewards. Claim Pathfinder achievement rewards: reputation 1000. Gold 1000, wristband space increased to 4.5 cubic meters. Title obtained. Apocalypse Pathfinder. Apocalypse Pathfinder World Unique, permanent title. Permanently tied to all attributes, and 10% attribute suppression in combat. To be honest, the rewards from the recent titles Apocalypse Pathfinder and God of Enhanced Ancient Greece are both less practical than the enterprising one-title game from soloing a boss, Little Zombie, which gives 10 to all attributes. I suddenly realized that, following a normal person's progression, you should first complete your class change, then gear up properly, and only then go solo a boss level BOSS, but clearly I've already left them far, far behind. I raise a steaming cup of long Jing tea and survey my surroundings. Everyone has listened to the world announcement 3 times, their expressions are all different. After acquiring the freedom of mind talent, I've found I can effortlessly pick up on every tiny disturbance. Every sound falls perfectly into my ears. Some want to marry me, some want to take me as their master, some want to become sworn brothers with me. None of it can be hidden. Just then, Black Dragon Est Rusted Lieutenant returns with a group of men. The moment the lieutenant glances at me, his expression changes. He hurriedly leans over to whisper in Black Dragon's ear. I give the lieutenant a brief look and immediately catches information. No class, S-ranked talent, Heaven-Piercing Mystic Eye. Heaven-Piercing Mystic Eye, this is a top-tier talent that can see through the essence of everything and directly discern weaknesses. Looks like my identity and Lu Wei's are about to be exposed. Still, it doesn't matter. I've almost squeezed out all the use I can get from this bunch. It's about turned these sharing one last time. Damn it, Lone Wolf again. Can't we get a piece of the pie too? Black Dragon's roar shatters the silence in the hall, drawing everyone's attention over to us. Black Dragon reins in his emotions and turns his gaze to me and Lu Wei, a meaningful yet dangerous smile curling his lips. Lone Wolf, Miss Gombe, what do you think? The entire hall erupts in an uproar. Seeing how awkward the atmosphere had become, Liu Yalong walked straight out and faced Tialong. You must be joking, right? IZZI's profile clearly says passerby. His level is the same as yours. Both level 7s, how could he possibly be the Lone Wolf? Besides, today Louis I also either fought side by side, risking our lives to hunt zombies, and now they suspected that I was a zombie. Someone said in a weird, mocking tone. Why don't you take off your mask and let everyone see your true face? The hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only the unhurried sounds of me brewing and pouring tea echoed in the air, and that kind of silence made people's hearts scream. Someone started whispering, do you think Louis I is covering her face because she has some kind of injury? I feel the same. Last time we ate together, watching the way her mouth moved, she looked pretty much like a zombie right at the entrance of the museum. I personally saw her get scratched by a zombie. Yeah, not only are her movements strange, her skin is so white. She doesn't he look like a living person like us? The most important thing is she doesn't he have a wristband? Suddenly, someone shouted it out loud, and every gaze on the scene landed instantly on my arm. My wrist was pure white, completely bare. Ever since the apocalypse began, everyone had to wear a wristband. It was like an identity marker for the living. If you lose an arm, the band will appear on your ankle. The band will still appear on your neck. As for having your head cut off by then, the person is already dead. People were scared. Hands went to weapons and hostile looks turned toward me. Excitement was written all over Hyunlong's face. Everyone here gets a share. Take down the zombie, capture the lone wolf, and make them hand over all their supplies. Someone chimed in, hyped, you can't get rich without taking risks. Who knows? Maybe the next world announcement will have my name on it. The crowd's emotions were instantly stirred up. Their chants rose one wave after another. They had no idea who they were up against. A cold smile touched the corner of my lips. I had already squeezed almost all the resources off these people. If they could still make one last contribution to me now, their lives wouldn't have been completely wasted. Keeling intense surging, then raised my cup and drained the tea. Hyunlong led his lackeys toward me and stopped 30 meters away. So he didn't dare take a single step beyond that line. I didn't waste words, unmoved. I noked an arrow with slow, lazy motions and took aim. If anything went wrong, he'd be run immediately. Just as he thought he could deal with it, I directly activated my new skill. Silent as a shadow, my whole body turned into an invisible silhouette and vanished in an instant before everyone's eyes. The next second, I was already behind Hyunlong. One hand clamped on his shoulder, locking him in place. Hyunlong's eyes bulged as he watched my arrow charge straight toward his forehead. He was so terrified he lost control on the spot. A large wet patch spread across his pants. Bang! Explosion and sparks burst out at the same time. That arrow not only pierced his head, it also carried the explosive spark skill. His corpse exploded in midair into a strange black lotus, debris scattering everywhere, leaving a massive crater in the ground. All his gear was destroyed, only those gaudy rigged super rocket boots fell intact to the floor. Not a drop of blood touched me. My clothes were still spotless, my composure unchanged. Displayed in an instant, silent as a shadow, the body vanishes without a sound and rapidly closes in on the target. Using it over a mere 30+ meters had already drained a third of my stamina, but the effect was astounding. Explosive sparks, like mini bombs, limited range but an extremely short cooldown, able to keep dealing burst damage, lightless shield, to stop filth from splashing all over me. The atmosphere surged to a new climax. People who had still been timidly wary of me a second ago were whipped into a frenzy the next, ready to launch a group assault on me. Just moments ago they treated me like a teammate, an idol in the blink of an eye. They turned into enemies who wanted to strip me clean. Every one of them stared at my wristband, their eyes full of greed, practically wishing I'd eye right in front of them. The situation was clear. 300 people surrounding too. Just like Black Dragon said, we've got the numbers on our side. If we still can't win, we might as well go raise pigs. The moment Black Dragon went down, Pheasant immediately took over command, with a big wave of his hand. Everyone listened to my orders. Pin down the lone wolf. They split their forces. 100 people swarmed toward Lu Wei while the remaining 200 focused on me, ready to swallow up this walking bank. If anyone else worried about Lu Wei, then you really don't know her at all. Her taking on dozens alone is just mowing the lawn. As for my side, the battle kicked off instantly. Kill the zombies, capture the living. The quarter crane of arrows and bullets came crashing down, but my expression didn't change as I directly activated the lightless shield. This black shield might look thin, but it tough as hell. Combined with the innate skill of my son's shooting bow, it made about 80% of the incoming arrows useless. After nearly an entire volley, I was completely unscathed. Seeing this, Pheasant shouted, melee charge, finish it quick. Watch me shatter his shield with a single arrow. Full of confidence, he used his S-level talent, heaven-piercing magic eye, and with one glance saw that my lightless shield was close to its limit. He roared and launched an all-out attack. A group of people raised guns and swung swords as they charged at me, the corner of his mouth curling up as he drew his bow and loosed an arrow. In his mind, as long as my shield shattered, I was dead for sure. The arrow sliced through the air, and the lightless shield finally broke. But what awaited me was NT death. It was a counter-shield boom. The instant the shield shattered, all the enemies within 10 meters who had rushed in were rebounded, flung several meters away and crashing to the ground, twitching, blood and internal organs splattering everywhere. Nothing left alive in the span of a breath. Living men turned into corpses. Pheasant's eyes went wide clearly. He had seen that coming, but he didn't panic. Instead, he continued to incite them attack. The mob, whipped past all reason, charged again. Even those who had been standing stunned by their comrades' corpses just moments ago picked up their weapons and counterattacked. I sneered inwardly. This lightless shield is downright overpowered. I activated a skill I had used yet, corpse control. Ding, you can currently control 6 corpses, duration 60 seconds. The next moment, all the corpses within the crowd suddenly stood up. Some with heads barely hanging on. A strange power seized them, turning them into my enforcers. But every strike was vicious as they hacked and tore through the crowd. Normal attacks did nothing to them, they made me feel pain, and hacking at them wouldn't bring them down. No one had a single healing or dispel type skill. So they cowed and even drive them off. In an instant, the battlefield became my domain. Blood-sprayed screams filled the air. Someone in the crowd cried out in terror, "What kind of monster is this? Why won't they die no matter how we hit them?" They hacked at the corpses with everything they had. Only 2 realized it was completely useless. In truth, these corpses were NT that strong individually, several of them together at most equaled a single neat zombie. But their greatest advantage was that they were impervious to blades and bullets. Invincible and fearless, and these people had no counter at all. He can control zombies and corpses as well. People were looking at me and starting to doubt whether I was even human anymore. Rose and I only took a few minutes to wipe out nearly 100 of them. We were so fast and strong that almost no one could stand in our way. What really drove them to despair were the corpses. The moment those dead bodies charged into the crowd, they brought endless pain and struggle to everyone. I finally got serious. The enemy had no way to defend. "Brothers, Donnie, stop!" Charge Mountain Chicken was shouting to rally them, but as I drew the bowstring, 2 arrows whistled out, flying straight toward him. He didn't realize he was in danger at all. With 2 sharp whooshes, the arrows hit their mark, one severed his arm, the other pierced his thigh. The sudden, searing pain made him scream non-stop. His face turned deathly pale as blood poured out like it cost nothing, soaking and staining his clothes red. His arm and thigh were almost torn apart, and the pain drained the last bit of strength from him. He cowed to even struggle. Ding, you used hand to plunder on Survivor Mountain Chicken. Mountain Chicken's current collapse 40%. Weakness 60%, talent plunder successful, remaining uses. 2. Ding, you have obtained S rank talent Heaven Piercing Mystic Eyes. Talent Heaven Piercing Mystic Eyes S rank talent rank S rank. Grants immunity to mental skills such as charm and hypnosis, condenses spiritual power into the eyes, reveals enemies' weak points and increases damage dealt to enemies by 50%. This is one of the very top talents among all S rank support abilities. And being able to directly see an enemy's weak points instantly boosts my damage output. With these talents, I had complete confidence in the challenges ahead. However, was nowhere near as optimistic. They had witnessed all of my skills and watched me acquire powerful talents. They were utterly hopeless. I focused solely on supporting Rose. Mountain Chicken went down and never got back up, running around like headless flies. Once someone started to flee, the rest scrambled after them, tripping over each other to escape, unable to muster even a shred of fighting spirit. But since I had already taken action, how could I possibly let them all walk away? But there were very few exits. With my talents active, my gaze was like a hawk's. Every corner was clear in my sight, and no one could escape my line of vision. Every time I took a shot, someone dropped to the ground screaming. I didn't go for the kill after all. Killing them didn't bring me any real benefit. If we were talking about killing efficiency, Rose is the real expert. The Rose I trained was now using increasingly ruthless methods, her moves more and more precise. Every strike was clean and decisive. Those desperate people no longer felt fear. They launched a frenzied counterattack, betting everything on one final strike to try and turn the tables. But Rose's face remained emotionless, with a casual motion. She unleashed her intimidating strike, blasting them all in the air. They tumbled mid-air, and before they even hit the ground, Rose instantly activated Hand of Soul Devour, draining their life force on the spot. She was like a harvester, completely clearing out the last wave of enemies. Ding, Rose has killed Survivor LV5, obtained Evolution Points 50. Rose has killed 500 survivors. Rank increased to leader grade. I watched with my own eyes as Rose racked up kills one after another, turning the battlefield into a place where no one could stand against her. That life and death struggle just now had sent countless people to the underworld in an instant. Only Liu Qinlong was left, struggling to crawl out from a pile of corpses. A pair of dazzling super rocket boots had appeared on his feet. He activated them without hesitation, escaping this death-shrouded night city in an instant. He was so fast that even I cowed to catch up. But the instant the effect vanished, the super rocket boots suddenly malfunctioned and exploded with a deafening blast that shook the entire city. Flames shot into the sky, leaving everyone with lingering fear. 10 minutes ago, this place had been full of life. Now only corpses lay scattered everywhere. Everything had been overturned in a single moment. I stood on the ruins, fully aware this was only the beginning. The battle was over, but true peace was still a long way off. Before anyone could even breathe a sigh of relief, the organizer suddenly issued a global announcement. Hey, you survivors out there. I've missed you so much. The easy, lay-back newbie protection is over. This sudden message was like a bucket of cold water dumped over everyone's heads. The survivors of Huaxia had just returned to their shelters and were allying up the day's gains, never imagining that our stable life had already come to a complete end. Right after that, that familiar system voice rang out again. Attention. A new chapter of the apocalypse now officially begins. 1. Zombie stats have been fully upgraded. Second, every 7 days, all cities will be hit by a massive zombie tide. Fewer zombies in some area? Dante celebrate to soon new zombies will be randomly refreshed there by the system. 4th, level cap raised to 60. You can become even stronger. 5th, new map system unlocked. You can view all areas you've explored at any time. 6th, save zones fully opened. Every city has one. You can shop, auction items, and join combat challenges. 7. New class change system online. In save zones or by using job change scrolls, you can switch classes: warrior, mage, Taoist, etc. 8th, ranking system incoming. Every country and region will have power, prestige, artifact, and other rankings. Make the list and you get rewards. 9th, new dungeons and battlefields or live. Go explore the new maps yourself. Whether you get it or not, just charge forward. Welcome to Apocalypse Survival. Season 1. The pale blue interface of my wristband suddenly went pitch black, the entire screen filled with lines of blood-red text, cold as blades stabbing into my heart. The Ordnizer still spoke in that unserious, goofy tone, but I could feel it. The world from here on out would only grow more brutal. I knew that the rules just announced were probably only the tip of the iceberg for Season 1. With that announcement, the rules of Blue Star were completely rewritten. The zombies welcomed their own glorious era. In a single night, every zombie's stats skyrocketed by 50%. It also happened to be late evening across Huaxia, so the zombies' combat power went straight off the charts. Ordinary zombies that had been nothing special during the day were now, at night, as strong as boss-level monsters. Countless regular zombies began to mutate and evolve, becoming completely different from those low-grade biters that only knew how to gnaw on people. Some saw their stamina explode, their bodies hardening like steel as they transformed into destructive berserker zombies. Some suddenly awakened mentally, gaining all sorts of bizarre poisons, curses, and elemental powers, becoming specialized zombies. Some swelled in size, their skin like natural armor, turning into defensive armored zombies. Others had their agility pushed to the limit, their bodies shrank, their movements became ghost-like and unpredictable, and they evolved into lethal phantom zombies. All the zombies let out hair-raising roars as if declaring that they were now the new rulers of Blue Star. Daytime belonged to the survivors. We could still fight back. The once night fell, zombies became the true masters, and each of us turned into prey. Even more terrifying, some special types of zombies appeared only after nightfall. Their mere presence enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. We could only give everything we had and hold out until dawn. Right near Star City Plaza, the ground began to shake as if in an earthquake. Suddenly, a section of ground thrust upward, quickly forming a new safe zone within the city. Everyone in Star City received a new system notification on their wristbands at the same time after the apocalypse broke out. The map of Star City and the coordinates of the safe zones became the most critical information, because only those places were temporarily free of zombie, the rare pockets of safety. But before I could even catch my breath, the planet test temperature suddenly shifted drastically. In the daytime, the heat could burn a person alive, and at night the cold cut straight to the bone. The environment grew harsher and more extreme with every passing day. Ordinary clothing, simply cows and tea, last only gear specially designed for the apocalypse could save your life, shielding you from deadly heat. If you wanted to live, there were only 2 options: kill zombies and get equipment and supplies. I carefully verified the information on my wrist. Exactly the same as in my previous life, and only then did I close the panel with some relief. In truth, I'd already carved all of this into my heart. In my last life, I survived 10 years in the apocalypse, going from an ordinary person to a hardened killer, all by constantly adapting to an environment even worse than this. In the room I lived in, the little lowly Lu Wei had already advanced into the first batch of leaders. According to the rules of zombie mutation, she would likely be able to evolve into something even stronger in the future. I turned my head and glanced at her. She was grabbing fistfuls of chicken feet and stuffing them into her mouth, completely forgetting she was a zombie. Lu Wei had successfully broken through, her stats soaring, but unfortunately she hadn't gained any special ability. Had becoming my slave cut off her path of evolution. A clear, silent, intense conflict erupting inside her. What surprised me was that our spiritual link hadn't been severed. I could clearly feel the human energy within her fighting the zombie virus to the death. A long time passed before she returned to normal, then nonchalantly went back to chewing on chicken feet as if nothing had happened. Its voice mechanical and icy. Lu Wei has advanced to leader rank. Her attributes have exceeded percent limits and can no longer be increased, nor can she receive night-kind bonuses. As compensation, She has obtained the talent Blood of the Berserker and can transfer to a warrior-type class. Seeing this, I already had a plan in mind. In fact, when I changed class earlier, I noticed there was no class transfer option in her status bar. Now there was compensation, and this was the biggest windfall of all. I could mold her into something even more powerful, directly by passing the System S built-in idiot-proof evolution. Bleed of the Berserker converts all damage taken into higher attack, speed, and greater resistance. The more severely injured, the stronger the counterattack. With just one look, I knew this talent was a perfect match for Lu Wei's savage growth attributes. I can't help but smile as the image of the Berserker class surfaced in my mind. Berserkers were said to be people who would make deals with the devil for power. Normally, they were known different from ordinary people, but once enraged or emotionally triggered, their eyes would instantly turn red and their combat strength would skyrocket. However, this Class S psyche was extremely fragile. When their emotions collapsed, they might not even distinguish friend from foe and were prone to losing control. That was no trouble at all. With the absolute enslavement talent in my hands, even if Lu Wei went completely berserk, I could still control her every move at will like a puppet. The only problem was that the zombie upgrade mechanism was limited. A leader like Lu Wei could only level up through killing enemies or was all in at night. At the current pace, it would probably take several more days to reach the next major tier. I shifted my attention back to the wristband panel, where a new ranking system had suddenly appeared. Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf, whose combat power of 9,527 has earned them first place on the Huaxia region combat power ranking, whose combat power of 888 has placed them fourth on the Huaxia region combat power ranking. Do you wish to hide your name? Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf with the fine grade equipment Bao King. You have claimed first place on the Divine Arms ranking in the Huaxia region. Do you want to hide your name? Congratulations to Lu Wei with the legendary grade equipment Disguise or Mask 10. You have taken second place on the Divine Arms ranking. Do you want to hide your name? On the Combat Power ranking, I was far ahead, shooting straight to first place, and Lu Wei even took fourth. On the Divine Arms ranking, my deer was ranked first, and Lu Wei's mask was actually second. We had only just gotten started, and Lu Wei and I had already rocketed together to the very top of the rankings. My Hunter S set was ranked third on the equipment ranking, and Lu Wei and I firmly occupied the top 3 spots. I said directly to the system, "Don't hide any of it." At this point, I was already a well-known figure. Why would I still keep a low profile? Setting successful. Names on the rankings will be publicly displayed. Combat Power ranking first Lone Wolf, level 12, class Zhang Bu God, combat power 9,527 second Wanqian. Level 8 class Nun, combat power 985 third White Clothed Nameless, level 8 class Nun, combat power 911 fourth Lu Wei. Level 8 class Nun, combat power 888. The combat power on the leaderboard is calculated comprehensively by the system based on each person's level, attributes, class, equipment, talents, skills, and so on. Reputation ranking first Lone Wolf, reputation 11,510 second. Wanqian, reputation 1210 third White Clothed Nameless. Reputation 1085 fourth Scattered Soldier, reputation 1077. The scores on the reputation ranking count all reputation points players had ever obtained, including those already spent. The system keeps an overall tally. Divine Arms ranking first Bao King Hu Yi's Sun Shooting Bao, grade fine. Score 4,396, holder Lone Wolf second. Disguise or Mask 10, grade legendary, score 365, holder Lu Wei third Hunter S set. Grade fine, score 355. Holder Lone Wolf fourth Ghost Head Staff 7, grade legendary, score 300 Holzheimer. Wanqian. The Divine Arms scores are given by the system according to the rarity, attributes, skills, and other factors of the equipment. Soon, system notifications sounded one after another. I could get gold coins and experience every day. The rewards were extremely generous, enough to support a small team even in the apocalypse. This was the joy of reaping without sowing, actually earning money while lying down. I hadn't expected that by this stage I would already be on the road to financial freedom ahead of schedule. This wasn't all that surprising. Whether it was the combat power ranking, the reputation ranking, or the equipment ranking, I was vastly ahead of everyone else. The gap between me and second place was almost a sheer cliff. They were so far behind they couldn't even see my highlights. Especially on the combat power ranking 1 year ago, the first person in the entire apocalypse to break 10,000 combat power only appeared a year later. Yet I had achieved in 7 days what others couldn't reach in a whole year. However, combat power is just a number, it doesn't decide everything. Even if a dozen high combat power guys teamed up and seemed numerically able to match me, Even if their numbers looked a bit higher, their experience and skill were on a completely different level. The most interesting thing was that when local players saw the rankings with my name towering at the top, they didn't find it strange. I had already appeared on the world announcements 5 times in a row. Now, who in this whole region had heard the name Lone Wolf, but my class information did make a lot of people fix their eyes on me. As last with God and its name is eye-catching enough on its own. Not to mention I was the first person to fully enhance a piece of equipment to max level. Yet the sun-shooting bow shown on the rankings was actually only classified as excellent gear, and its score was far higher than some fully enhanced legendary weapons. This gap was obvious at a glance. Anyone who understands games could tell this bow was definitely not an ordinary weapon. And once my class and equipment were made public, the local organizations immediately and sharply locked onto my identity. I already died once in my previous life. In this one, I intend to trample every enemy underfoot. I had already flattened the BA as high family all by myself. What is there left to be afraid of now? I see no need to disguise myself, let alone skulk around hiding my head and showing my tail. I can walk sideways wherever I go. The only thing I need to do now is kill monsters and level up to my heart after content, and keep climbing to the top of the rankings. Just as I was about to find a place to rest, the ground suddenly began to shake rhythmically. I immediately opened the bracelet map, and a huge red target appeared on the page. The red light was moving straight toward me. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly, a surge of excitement rising in my chest. Looks like there's going to be a big haul tonight. A marker on the map was a very eye-catching red money bag icon. I shifted my gaze and saw that massive mobile castle had already appeared. The castle was mounted on the back of an enormous beast, a dragon turtle from Huaxia Legends, slowly threading its way through the streets and alleys of Star City. It could crush a small house flat. It had no destination, simply wandering aimlessly through the city. They only needed to walk under the dragon turtle's foot and lightly touch the mechanism there, and they would be teleported into this incredible castle. Its design blended in Chinese cultural symbols. Every castle carried the distinctive characteristics of its own country. These castles moved on the shoulders of Kappa in America. They were born by giant Micha. Mobile castles had become unique landmarks of each city, and inside them were high-end malls that existed. Compared to the ordinary shops in the safe zones, the goods here were rare and of far higher quality. Lucky for me, I didn't expect Star City's mobile castle to show up here at this time. Thinking of how the night was growing darker and the zombies were becoming more active, I quickly stored Lu Wei in the bracelet test space and told her to focus on cultivating in peace. Dragging her around outside in the middle of the night was far too dangerous, relying on my extremely high agility and my silent skill. I left the Binjiang Delta in no time, but even though I was as careful as possible, I was still noticed by the zombies. They howled as they lunged at me madly, and more zombies were being drawn over. This was definitely not the time to hesitate. My mission was to get into the castle, not to fight the zombies here to the death. Calmly bracing a hand against a large tree behind me for leverage, I once again activated my silent ability and instantly shook off the zombies, then slipped nimbly to the dragon and turtle's massive foot. I reached out and touched the mechanism, and in a flash of faint light, my figure vanished completely into the night, only to be blasted away by a single stomp of its gigantic foot, scattering and fleeing in all directions. I was safely teleported into the castle. In my previous life, I'd gone and undoubted here nearly a dozen times. Yet the castle now was eerily quiet with an indescribable strangeness to it. The walls and floor were damaged to varying degrees, and there were bloodstains everywhere, forming a trail along the ground that led deeper inside. One look and I understood I was definitely not the first survivor to come in. With every step I took, the creak of the wooden floor echoed through the empty hall, my footsteps steady and powerful. Just as I was about to enter the main hall, a heavy aura of death suddenly rushed at me. The system notification sounded in my mind at once, warning. Star City Mobile Castle has been invaded by zombies. Please clear out all zombies inside the castle as quickly as possible and restore normal operations to the mall. The mission details popped up right after that. A small team of escapees was trapped in the castle, and one of them had been bitten but deliberately hid it. After he turned into a zombie, he immediately infected all his teammates. Now my mission is to completely clear out all the zombies in the castle, 12 in total within a 2-hour time limit. 500 gold, 500 reputation, and 1000 experience. But if I fail or give up, I'll be teleported out on the spot and even lose 1 level. The system quickly prompted me again, asking if I wanted to start the mission. No one else would be able to form a party and enter. The difficulty was very high, and party play was recommended. Forming a party would mean sharing the rewards with others. I am not in the business of losing out. Then the system handed me a big bonus. It detected that I was the only one inside the mission barrier. If I completed it, all shops and dungeons in Star City would give me a 20% discount. With that perk, I could casually resell some stuff later and rake in profits in no time. I immediately summoned Luvia and had her stay alert with her back to the wall. I carefully walked forward. The hall had been empty when suddenly a strange figure emerged from the shadows. That zombie suddenly lunged at me. Hiding in the darkness had made it evolve stronger. It was on par with a newbie-stained zombie boss. But my heaven-piercing mystica was empty just for show. I instantly caught the two green glints on its knees. That was its weak point. There was no way I'd let that chance slip. I quickly drew my data full, firing two arrows in succession at its knees. It was incredibly fast. Its violet figure flickered repeatedly in midair, leaving only an afterimage as it actually dodged my lethal strike. Just as its claws were about to reach my heart at that distance, even Luvia called in to help, but I didn't panic at all. My body had already acted before my brain. It was like my body had switched on a car's automatic brake. I instantly activated Silent Step, took a half step back, immediately avoided its attack. Taking advantage of the opening as it lunged past, my arrow had already sunk steadily into its back, striking its heart directly. The next second, a black flower of death exploded inside the zombie's body. Mission progress went well. I shook my head. Didn't expect to have to use the skill just to deal with an ordinary zombie. I casually checked the zombie's stats. Mutant zombie. Alva assassination class, talent invisible predator. Base attribute strength 30, spirit 10, constitution 35. Agility 60th, so it was an assassination type. No wonder it made almost no sound and struck so fast. There's almost no way out. They'd probably already be dead. If I ever run into an elite-level assassination zombie, that would be a real headache. A wretched sobbing echoed from the vaulted ceiling of the hall, the sound drilling straight into my heart and making my scalp tingle. You killed Big Stinky, you must pay with your life. As the sobbing reverberated, the zombies that had been hiding all around seemed to receive an order and all charged out at once. Damn, this lineup is kinda scary. Armored zombies, cursed toxic zombies, and there's even a berserk zombie. Looking at the pack of snarling zombies rushing at me, even I felt my scalp tighten a bit. But for an archer like me who needed room to kite, it still felt a little cramped. Fortunately, Luvia was holding the front line. She used her Soul Devour Nzan skill to directly control several of the first zombies that rushed out. Grew my Dao and loosed an arrow. The dark red arrow of punishment traced a streak of light through the air. Even though an armored zombie was tanking in front as a meat shield under my Dance of Death talent, its defense was basically paper. My arrow pierced straight through its heart, and the row of zombies behind it suffered along with it. My arrow pierced straight through the cursed toxic zombie's head, and green venom sprayed from the wound. The ordinary zombies that had anti-evolved were even weaker. I killed 5 of them with a single shot. Just then a vicious roar came from the darkness. Kill him. Avenge Big Stink. Several clouds of green poisonous mist fell from above, wrapping the entire hall. It was as if they'd received an order. They completely ignored Lu Wei and charged at me all at once. Now this is what the apocalypse is supposed to look like. Smiling, I casually tossed out 2 jars. The special scent in the jars was extremely attractive to zombies, even more effective than live humans. Putting them perfectly within Lu Wei's attack range, Lu Wei struck immediately, sending several zombies flying. By this time, my arrow was already no-ket again, taking them down one by one. The toughest of them, that elite berserker zombie, was affected much by the lure jars, but its body still jolted instinctively. That tiny jerk caused the briefest pause in its movement. I seized the opening and unleashed a full combo of holy arrow slaughter, stacking it with the true earth-shattering tremor and paralyzing bite talents, turning its body rigid and slowing it down so much it couldn't move at all for a moment. It never even got the chance to fight back. I finished it with a single arrow. Quest progress 11 down. 1 remaining. From the beginning until now, not even a minute had passed. I knew the last one had to be that guy hiding in the dark. The one who had been growling all along. The zombies just now were already at elite level. But the one that remained could speak human language and command the others. It was obviously a leader-class existence. If a leader-class monster like this evolved just a bit more, its strength would surpass even the armored giant king I faced before. While I was searching for my target, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from high up in the castle. Immediately after, green poisonous mist poured down from above, shrouding the entire hall in toxic gas. Terrifying zombie monster dropped from the sky and slammed into the center of the hall. Its body was enormous. Even the dragon turtle beside it was stunned for a few seconds in fright. Calling it a zombie was quite accurate. It looked more like some frenzied patchwork abomination. Chilling to look at even for a second. Rodgut zombie leader, the proud masterpiece of Ishii, doctor of Unit 731. Rodgut and his brother Rot-Face swore to kill all Huaxia people to please their father, Dr. Ishii, and to avenge their dead puppy. 12 leader class base attribute strength 20, spirit 160, constitution 150. Agility 20 talents poison. Miss Cage releases poison gas to encircle the battle area, increasing Rot-Gut's damage and recovery. The poisonous mist-S area will shrink over time. Special talent cannot be plundered. And the poison can stack. Skills toxic spores randomly releases spores laced with poisonous gas. They explode after 5 seconds, dealing massive damage to the surrounding area. Miasma releases a disease-bearing plague in the area for 10 seconds. Infected targets will vomit and lose control. Ultimate skill unleashes poison gas at full power, dealing extremely high poison damage to all enemies. These stats were utterly broken. Even though my 4 made it rebutes all hovered a bit over 100. This thing's spirit alone was 160, and its constitution was even more ridiculous 250. Even compared to Lu Wei, it was more extreme in every respect. A perfectly tuned gatekeeper boss. To defeat a monster like this, you beat at least a 25-person elite team, and you'd have to rely on tight coordination and broad daylight to have a chance. That is also why its rewards were especially generous. In my previous life, the entire elite squad of the BA's High Family had to be mobilized just to take it down. And only then did the BA's High Family build up its status and reputation in Star City. The moment I see the 3-numbered 31, Rotten Guts' fate was doomed from the instant I appeared. Rotten Guts clutched Big Stink-ass corpse in a death grip, muttering something under its breath. The next moment, it actually forced that corpse straight into the massive maw in its belly. Its front teeth snapped shut, and Big Stink was swallowed whole. Disgusting blood spattered all over the ground. Then it let out a sky-shaking roar. This thing was absolutely qualified to be the textbook representative of a villain. Its disgusting level broke through the heavens. Rotten Guts began to advance on Lu Wei and me, step by step. I used heaven-piercing mystic sight to observe it and found quite a few green light spots on its body. I thought they were weak points, but on a contra look, I was shocked to discover this freak had 5 brains and 7 heart positions. I cowed into worry about all that. I went in hard. Without hesitation, my opening move was the super ultimate Reaper arrow. The massive arrow, carrying the power to tear through the air, shot straight toward Rotten Guts' chest, but to my surprise, the expected massive explosion never happened. At the instant the arrow struck Rotten Guts, the stitch seams on its body suddenly split open, and the arrow pierced straight through, only detonating against the wall behind it, leaving nothing but a charred black mark. Still, this situation was within my expectations. What kind of bizarre things haven't I seen? You get used to it. Lu Wei was just as decisive. She dashed forward and swung her hammer at Rotten Guts' knee. We thought such a vicious blow would break both its legs, but it turned out Rotten Guts didn't have any bones at all. The hammer sank in as if into cotton. Its knee bent and then bounced back, just like memory metal. Even worse, that strike caused a green cloud of highly toxic spores to float up above Lu Wei's head. Rotten Guts needed time to release its skill, and that gave me an opening. I drew the sun-shooting bow to its limit, my gaze locked firmly onto that writhing mass of a heart. Power gathered and condensed into a white-hot arrow. Its speed rivaled a cannon shell, hurtling with pinpoint accuracy straight at that bizarre, roaming hard inside Rotten Guts' body. This thing's skin was thick and solid as one whole piece even if it wanted to dodge. It was too late. It cowed to react in time and instinctively raised a hand to block, only to have the arrow pierce straight through its fingers without suspense and doctored deep into its body. Only a handful of fletching remained exposed. The scene was intensely dramatic. My arrow struck the vital point, and toxic green fluid spilled from the wound, mixed with acrid gas. This thing's insides were nothing but venom. Even though its heart could move around freely, I had already grasped the pattern and decisively let loose, hitting the target dead on. I suddenly felt something wrong with my body. I'd been poisoned. Turns out Rotten Guts' corrosive hide talent made every one of her steps feel like flogging through a muddy swamp. Even more annoying, my paralyzing bite no longer affected it at all. It had become completely immune. Several green spheres about the size of basketballs fell from above. They exploded the instant they hit the ground, and the toxic plague they released immediately enveloped Lu Wei and me. But poor Lu Wei was caught under a spore cloud exploding right over her head. Her HP plummeted at high speed as green smoke filled her vision, and she stepped straight into a pit of poison. In an instant, her whole body was tainted with virulent green poison, her vitality dropping sharply. She retched again and again, looking in terrible shape. However, was NT panicking? She had the blood of the berserker talent in her body. The lower her HP, the harder she fought. Gritting my teeth, I drew and shot in rapid succession, loosing arrows like a rainstorm, 10 shots in a row, madly pouring out damage. Rotten Guts grabbed nearby zombie corpses to use as shields, but my arrows pierced straight through them anyway. One arrow through the brain, another straight through the heart. And Rotten Guts scowled and he take it, its eyes rolled up white. Rotten Guts collapsed 5% weakness. 30%, but even now, there was only a 35% plunder probability, not high enough to act rashly. And my own condition was far from good. The corrosive backlash damage to my skin was almost like self-harm. My vitality dropped rapidly. Fortunately, the toxin duration was limited. I hurriedly swallowed a potion and finally stabilized my HP bar. activate Bloodthirst all-out attack. Seeing her status recover, I immediately reminded her. Only continuous damage output could keep Rotten Guts too busy to chant skills. This time, Louis, I was also holding in a belly full of anger, furious at how disgusting that poison had been. Her combat power skyrocketing in an instant. My attacks had already reached their peak. Although each of my strikes dealt limited damage to this monster Rotten Guts, my frenzied assault left it no chance to catch its breath. In my rage, I was puking and punching at the same time. At this moment, I had become a spraying warrior, combining physical attacks and magical damage into one, making Rotten Guts absolutely miserable. Because of a combined effect of Berserker-esque blood and the Bloodthirst talent, I was absorbing its strength as I attacked, forming a strange balance with its toxin effect. However, Bloodthirst only lasted 40 seconds. I would fall into an extreme hunger-induced weakened state. In other words, we only had 40 seconds left. I immediately cast a lightless shield on myself before the shield shattered. No damage could get close to me. Arrows flew one after another from my hand, each one locked firmly onto an exposed weak point on Rotten Guts' body. Rotten Guts' weak points grew fewer while my plunder success rate kept rising. "You shameless East Asian," Rotten Guts roared in fury as two huge mouths opened simultaneously on its chest and back, sucking all the thick poisonous miasma and plague around us into its body. At the same time, the area of the surrounding poison fog cage shrank continuously, forcing me toward the center. I knew very well that beyond the cage was a death zone and danger I couldn't withstand. I could feel Rotten Guts preparing to unleash its most deadly ultimate gas chamber. No matter how fiercely Louis and I attacked, Rotten Guts completely ignored us, focusing only on gathering power. The corner of my mouth curled up slightly because this was exactly the opportunity I'd been waiting for. I activated my corpse control skill. Controllable corpses first, control duration 60 seconds. The next second, Rotten Guts suddenly stopped moving altogether. Although Rotten Guts was innately incapable of feeling pain, this sudden attack still interrupted its ultimate skill. With a scalp-numbing ripping sound, its abdomen was brutally torn open, and a completely rotting monster crawled out of its stomach. Rotten Guts' massive body crashed to the ground. Green venom gushed from the tear, flooding the floor. The poison fog cage that had been contracting was instantly shattered. Rotten Guts stared in terror at Big Stinker, the monster I was controlling, while Big Stinker was still clutching a beating heart in his hand. He suddenly crushed the heart and crawled out from the abdominal cavity. Only then did I realize that inside Rotten Guts' belly, Big Stinker had long since been corroded by the venom until only half his body remained. The bloodthirst effect had ended. I immediately recalled Louis back into the cultivation space. Rotten Guts in front of me was on its last breath with only one heart and a sliver of life remaining. I could finish it off at any moment. Current collapse 30%, weakness 90%, plunder success rate 100%, talent plunder successful. Because Poison Fog Cage is a special ability, it cannot be plundered. 1. Ray completely finished. I drew my bowstring tight, ready to deliver the final blow. Ding, detected a new person inside the barrier. Hidden quest reward cancelled. Look, all that poison fog is dispersed. We can go in now. And there's a hidden reward. Come on, guys. Let us split the gold XP in reputation. A middle-parted guy said in a low voice to his companions. Yeah, there's only one last step left for the quest. That lump on the ground has to be the BOSS. It's just one step away from dying. The boy in suspenders beside him also rushed anxiously into the hall. Our names will go up on the announcement, and our family can claim the honor. The third person followed quickly behind them. Besides these 3 kids from the AI Kun family, there was also a squad standing outside the door, judging from the look of it. They'd only arrived at the mobile castle after I started the fight. They had just been about to enter when the thick poisonous miasma outside blocked their way. Anyone who touched it would lose half their life on the spot. No one dared act rashly. Only after I finished off Rotten Guts did the poisonous fawn cage disperse, and everyone finally dared walk in. Clearly their leader. He took one look around at the situation inside, then immediately stopped the subordinates who still wanted to charge in. Dante move, boss. ISNT this a team quest. The BOSS is almost dead. Shouldn't we go get a share of the loot? One underling asked doubtfully. Boss, that guy is fully geared. How about we all gang up on him later and take everything? He still dare spout nonsense. The boss roared, slapping the underling across the face. No one expected that this slap would actually save the kid's life. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the hall, and a red handprint immediately appeared on the underling's cheek. His expression was full of confusion and shock. He couldn't even tear about the pain on his face, muttering over and over. Lone Wolf, that's really the Lone Wolf, Big Shot. Is this for real? The boss kept a stern face as he looked at the others. Did none of you notice how strong that guy was just now? Someone who can solo a BOSS in the dark, there aren't too many like that. Not just here, but on all of Blue Star. Then said sharply he likes to move alone, that's why he has called Lone Wolf. We not only can't he mess with him, we have to help him guard this place and stop anyone else from going in and causing trouble. Do you believe me when I say those hot-headed youngsters, if they go in, they want to last even a minute before they ray all dead. Everyone on high alert as they held the passage tightly. And the road beneath their feet gets wider and wider. For someone like Suyu, with every step he takes, others have to step back and give way. At this moment, Suyu was just about to finish off Rotten Guts when the system suddenly popped up 3 notification sounds. His heart sank. Not only was the hidden reward ruined, he also had to split the quest reward with 3 other people. Suyu frowned and turned his head, spotting a few young men secretly watching him. He didn't waste words and shouted coldly, "Summon Overlord." As soon as the words fell, a massive figure appeared out of nowhere. Overlord gripped a huge blade in hand, standing in front of Rotten Guts with overwhelming presence, scaring those young men so much they didn't dare step forward. With the corrosive skin talent gone, Rotten Guts was no longer a threat to Suyu. Suyu's expression was icy. He gripped his bat tightly, the killing intent radiating from him, locking those youngsters in place so hard they didn't even dare to breathe. One middle-parted hair kid had wanted to toughen up and step forward, but the moment he bent down, an arrow from Suyu pierced through him in an instant. With a loud bang, a burst of black sparks exploded from his body, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the whole place fell silent in a heartbeat. They had never expected him to strike so fast without giving them the slightest chance to react. And they weren't all covered in chunks of their companion. The little parted head on the ground rolled a few times and came to a stop right at their feet. Even though the person was dead, the hairstyle remained perfectly in place. Detecting a decrease of 1 person within the quest boundary, quest reward increased. The law of the apocalypse was simple: if you force your way into a quest, the survivor takes all the benefits. And as long as you insist the other person died in the quest, no one will pursue the matter. The rapper screamed in terror, kicking and dragging as he booted his companion's head far away. His voice trembling, "Big bro Lone Wolf. I am just a small fry. I bothered you by accident. Just let me go, okay?" Before he even finished speaking, Suyu shot an arrow through his throat, leading him underground forever. In the end, only the guy in suspenders was left. A still delusion ally tried to suppress Suyu with words, pointing at the audience outside the hall and threatening with a lawyer's letter. But the people outside were very self-aware. They all turned their heads away, pretended they saw nothing, started whistling, not even daring to make eye contact, afraid that one more glance would get them blown up as well. Suspenders thought he'd spoken beautifully and that he'd scared Suyu, so he raised his shield and slowly backed away. But the next second, he suddenly realized the thick, invisible wall of air was trapping me tightly inside the hall. No matter how hard I tried, I cowed until he opened that door. My heart started to panic. I didn't know what to do and could only beg for mercy. "If you want the BOSS rewards, just take them. All of them. I'll give you every reward I've got." Giving me a tiny share would just be charity. Right before I finished, Suyu raised the bow in his hand again, another arrow. When the arrow hit the shield, a sturdy steel shield was pierced as if it were made of paper. The guy in suspenders looked down at his chest in utter disbelief. He twitched a few times, then died with unwillingness written all over his face. "And quest rewards have been reactivated. Boss, thanks to you pulling me back just now. Otherwise I don't think I'd have made it out." One underling endured the pain on his face and swallowed hard. "Boss, this didn't even take a minute. They just came in and were down in the blink of an eye. It didn't even take 30 seconds, another underling quickly chimed in. "Yes, really too strong, I am convinced. Lone Wolf's moves are godlike. Watching him makes my hands itch to play." An archer stared at me without blinking, full of admiration. At that moment, the bearded captain spoke in a reverent tone. "Now you all understand, right? No one knew better than he did how decisive Suyu's strikes had been. Those 3 weren't easy to deal with. They were usually thick-skinned and tough. Yet together they didn't even last a minute." The atmosphere turned icy. I looked around, my gaze like a blade sweeping over the people at the entrance. Both my hands gripped the sun-piercing bow tightly, wary of any sudden movement around me. No one dared meet my eyes. Everyone lowered their heads, stepping back, one step after another, as if afraid I'd take them out on the spot. "Remember, my name is Lone Wolf." That one sentence was enough to make my stance clear. I was too naive about this world. I thought people were kind at heart, fighting for all mankind. That is nothing but a pretty lie you tell yourself. In my previous life, when the BA's high family framed me as a traitor, not a single person stepped up to help me. I am going to be the one who controls the board. Not only will I play the game, I'll overturn the entire board. To make those who refuse to submit dread me from the bottom of their souls. If I can't get their recognition, then I'll settle for their fear. He really is my idol. A little fanboy cowed and help exclaiming. Just then the system notification sounded again. Overlord had just finished off Rotgut, ding. Successfully killed Rotgut zombie leader LV12. 600 gold, ding. Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for completing the quest Activate the Mobile Fortress, rewards. 500 gold, 500 reputation, 1000 EXP. Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for overaching the mission and obtaining the Star City Warrior Medal. Regional announcement about to be issued. Star City Warrior Medal special equipment. When worn, you get a permanent 20% discount in all shops, malls, and dungeons in Star City. Ecstatic, I watched a golden medal drop into my palm. Only survivors who rendered great service to the city had a chance to get this kind of medal. The person with the most medals was called Medal Lord, his chest covered in medals that shone so brightly people could barely keep their eyes open. Wearing the medal was simple, just pin it to your clothes like a brooch. Without hesitation, I pinned the medal to my jacket. Just then, all survivors in Huaxia Star City received a new regional announcement. At first, everyone thought it was yet another world announcement about Lone Wolf and Cald, but Gildan TB bothered to care. But an exclusive reward limited to the Star City region. Ding! Regional announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has successfully killed the Star City Mobile Fortress gatekeeping BOSS and activated the mobile mall. All survivors in the Star City region will receive one Apocalypse Survival gift pack. Ding! Since the Star City Mobile Mall is the first mall activated in Huaxia for the next 24 hours. Within the Star City region, killing zombies will grant my gains increased by half on the spot. This news was like a heavy bomb, instantly setting Star City ablaze. No one could believe that the lone wolf whose name shook the entire world had actually been hiding in some quarter of Star City all along. At Star City Hospital, the mansions, and other places, and other places, and other places. Everyone who had interacted with me suddenly put the pieces together. Their faces were full of shock mixed with admiration. Very soon their wristbands lit up, and my gifts quietly landed on them. The gift pack contained only a simple little capsule and the most basic piece of equipment. But for those who had just left the novice stage and were tobbling through a difficult time, just what they needed to solve their immediate crisis. When everyone looked at me, their eyes were filled with sincere respect. So this news didn't surprise them at all. God, Lone Wolf, just pick whatever you want to buy. We'll guard the door for you out here. The guy with the scruffy beard shouted toward the hall. I gave them a slight nod, accepting this arrangement. Yes, ridiculously cool. The little fanboy sighed. After killing rotten intestines, the hall had completely changed. The floor so clean it was as if nothing had ever happened. Calling it a mall was NT quite right. It looked more like a row of university dorms. On both sides of each room stood a burly armored figure. These were the guards of the mobile mall, all at level 100, tasked solely with protecting the mall's safety. Inside the mobile fortress, nobody cared what else you did. They would immediately come out, say nothing, and slap you with a fine, and the price was terrifying. A rich second-generation heir brought his little sister on a shopping spree. He ran his mouth and casually spat on the floor in the mall. Instantly, armored guards locked onto him and handed him a long bill cleaning fee. Labor fee, materials fee, even transport fee and labor protection fee, all itemized. Clean it up yourself? Don't even think about it. The final total came to 94,250 gold coins. Just enough to strip that rich kid of every last coin and piece of equipment on him. In the end, the guy walked out trapped in nothing but a rag. If you don't pay, you get erased. There's no such thing as negotiation. I changed into clean clothes as well, checked myself over, and only then walked into the mall with peace of mind. The System S voice sounded in my ears. Honored VIP customer, welcome to the Star City Mobile Mall. Honored VIP customer, your exclusive shopping time begins now. You have 60 minutes to choose freely, and as the very first distinguished guest of our mall, you will also enjoy one chance to have your entire bill waived. Please fully enjoy your shopping trip. Damn, there is actually something this good in them. No wonder everyone in my previous life fought desperately to be first. Ordinary people can shop for at most 30 minutes. The pine was directly doubled. And now my status was completely different. I took a deep breath and began carefully examining my new talent. As long as I am attacked, the opponent test speed is immediately reduced by 25%, and they become poison for 10 seconds. The effect can stack. Impressive. Total immunity to poison damage, and no matter whether the enemy is ranged or melee, hitting me directly slows and poisons them. But the reason I chose this talent is not to turn myself into a take it as the key to my next plan. Next, I opened the legendary chest crocked by rotten intestines. Conqueror Resqueris, Conqueror Rescre. Excellent grade equipment. Although they look plain on the outside, appearing to be nothing more than ordinary gear, in fact they once belonged to a legendary warrior who conquered the world. Stats: Constitution 5, Agility 5, and damage taken reduced by 5%. Conqueror Rest set to piece bonus all attributes 2, increases your chance of obtaining more Conqueror S set pieces. Not bad. A Warrior Rest set, so you directly tossed it to Lu Wei. This is the one. He then pulled out a conical flask, its mouth tightly stoppered. Rotten intestine, strong acid blood, legendary quest item. This is a relic left behind after Rotten Intestine's death. It is said that its use might be found within the safe zone. Just as the name suggests, this is not a consumable item, but a quest item. It is just that one bottle is senti enough. The other bottle is still in the corpse of its brother, corrupted face. Only when the two bottles are brought together can a mythic grade quest be unlocked. So you stored Rotten Intestine's strong acid blood back into his wristband. He had already had nearly 30,000 gold coins on hand, and with the reward from just killing Rotten Intestines and completing the quest, his total had climbed to 30,535, so you had originally just wanted to try his luck and see if he could upgrade his rings. After all, his constitution and spirit were both approaching the 100-point threshold. The Ring of Vitality and the Ring of Energy were, after all, only excellent grade equipment. The recovery they provided was already starting to fall behind. But now that there was a free order event, he of course had to pick the most expensive then. Equipment items and others. The judge inside were randomly refreshed based on the city he was in and the loot dropped to survivors. In other words, Suyu himself had once dropped mythic grade weapons and skill books. This meant that, while the odds were low, he did indeed have a chance to buy mythic grade items. He sat in a chair browsing them all page as he opened each category one by one. He jumped directly to the last page. Searching for the most precious commodities, Suyu skipped over the supply capsules entirely. He didn't lack those at all. At the very end of the equipment tab was an excellent grade gauntlet. At the end of the items tab was a guaranteed talisman. But others there was an excellent grade skill book. Damn, what is all this? There isn't a single things here that I care about. He closed the panel, bitterly disappointed, and the joy of shopping vanished without a trace. Ding! Honored VIP customer, if you are not satisfied with the goods on this floor, you can spend 10,000 prestige points to unlock access to the second floor shop. Open access, choose to spend 8,000 prestige. Or use your free order coupon? What the hell does that mean? Go up to the second floor. Is this the tree reserved for VIPs? In his previous life as an old hand at mobile malls, he never even heard there was a second floor. Spend 8,000 prestige, so you made his choice without hesitation. A free order naturally has to be used where it matters most. Besides, there aren't many places he can use prestige right now anyway. Following the staircase that suddenly appeared, Siyu stepped onto the stairs leading to the second floor. It was like a little cow going to the South Pole, so damn awesome it was off the charts. The first floor as decor was like a light vegetarian dish with black, white, and gray as the main tones, like whittier mushrooms mixed with tofu. But as soon as he stepped onto the second floor, a rich vibe hit him in the face. Like he stepped into the kitchen where the luxurious dish brewed jumps over the wall was being prepared. Even the console for selecting items had transformed into a combination of a massage chair and a foot bath, blending comfort and enjoyment. There were bathtubs, waterbeds, everything you could think of. The walls were covered in all kinds of little toys, each neatly labeled with its usage price. Awesome. So this is how the rich get treated? Ding, honored VIP customer. All facilities on the second floor are now available to you for 1 hour of free trial time. If you wish to prolong this bliss, simply tap your wristband at the punch-in station by the door to extend your session. 100 gold coins per hour and your exclusive enjoyment will continue. He sat down in the massage chair, not to enjoy the massage, of course. With a racing heart and trembling hands, he opened the shopping panel. Let me see what kind of irresistible treasures are waiting for me in the second floor shop. With a light tap, the page opened. No scrolling was needed. There were only a handful of items. Not even enough to fill a single page. However, each one was priced sky high. So you reckon he'd have to grind for half a year before daring to make a single purchase? Job change fragment, legendary item. Job change exclusive fragment overlord. Collect for fragments to synthesize a job change scroll. It can also be used directly, but the resulting ability will be weakened. Price 200. 0 gold coins. Current stock 1 guaranteed success talisman mythic consumable. Used for equipment enhancement. After use, the enhancement is guaranteed to succeed. Price 500,000 gold coins. Current stock. 10 top 10 famous Bao Xianbi Bao mythic equipment. One of the top 10 famous Baos of Huaxia, ranked 8th. Unique equipment. A repeating crossbow created by Zhu Tilian, Chancellor of Shu during the Three Kingdoms era, said to have been used by Yu Fei. Price 1 million gold coins. Current stock 1. Was there even anything to hesitate over? The moment Cu's eyes landed on the words top 10 famous Baos, he practically started drooling. Purchase top 10 famous Bao Xianbi Bao, spend 1 million gold coins. Or use your free order. Buy it, use the free order. As soon as the words left his mouth, a pleasant chime sounded in his ears. Ding, honored VIP customer. With your purchase of 1 million gold coins in our store, the second floor will now be permanently open to you free of charge. In the very next instant, the top 10 famous bows he had been longing for appeared in his wristband. Top 10 famous bows Shimbi bow mythic equipment. Constitution 20th. Passive skill repeating crossbow fires 10 arrows in succession without needing to reload. Summons a divine crossbow turret in battle. The turret cannot move and inherits 100% of the host test strength and constitution. Cooldown 12 hours. So you decided to spend the night here, with the armored figures standing guard. It was absolutely safe, although the 50% bonus to zombie kill rewards was very tempting. It mainly targeted ordinary people. The regular zombies were generally level 7-8 now. Killing them could no longer bring him any substantial benefit. And his stamina was completely exhausted, so Suyu gave up the idea of going out to look for a field boss. Looking at the dazzling array of items in the room, he had to admit, the person who designed this room really knew how to enjoy life. When Suyu slowly woke from his sweet dreams, sunlight was already pouring across the room. Time had quietly skipped over the night and arrived at the next morning. Suyu first waked the first floor of the mall and bought a large number of enhancement stones. Before the sun-shattering bow devoured it, he might as well max out the enhancement level of the divine arm bow. With his S-ranked talent enhancement master, probabilities were nothing but clouds. Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining divine arm bout N copped N famous bows divine arm bout N. Physique 20-20-20. Passive skill repeating crossbow requires no reloading and can continuously fire 10 arrows. Active skill divine arm. Summon a divine crossbow turret as an ally. The turret cannot move and inherits 100% of the hostess strength and physique. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 12 hours. Gain use divine arm bow to enhance sun-shattering bow. After enhancement, divine arm bow will disappear. Yes, the divine arm bow in its hand instantly burst into brilliant golden light and turned into a dazzling orb. The 8th socket of the sun-shattering bow was perfectly filled, golden radiance flickering within. Current grade evolution progress 50%. Suyu lovingly checked the status of the Huyi bow after unlocking a brand new skill. Another star had appeared after the equipment tests, named Bao King Huyi's sun-shattering bow heaven, bestowed divine arm inherits all attributes and skills of divine arm bow N, and allows switching sun-shattering bow into divine arm bow form. Hearing the system prompt, Suyu murmured softly, looks like, if I want the sun-shattering bow to evolve to legendary grade, I still need to find one more top 10 famous bow before long. The first martial arts tournament would be held as scheduled, and then he would have the chance to win his next top 10 famous bow. Switch to divine arm bow form. As Suyu's voice fell in the next second, the red sun-shattering bow began slowly changing shape and finally condensed into a bow crossbow. Although it was called divine arm bow, ascribing it as a crossbow would actually be more accurate. This weapon was crafted by Mr. Wolong of the Three Kingdoms era and had once been the divine weapon in the hands of General Yim. The bow was 3 Kai and 3 Cun long, the string the Kai and 5 Cu in its range was twice that of an ordinary bow. In the age of cold weapons, this was undoubtedly the pinnacle of individual ornaments. Cu gently raised the divine arm bow at the light touch of his finger. An arrow instantly condensed in the crossbow groove, ready to fire. Inside this mo, he did not dare to casually test the weapon's power. If he caused any damage and drew the armored man over, wouldn't he be able to afford the compensation? By the time he stepped out of the mall's main entrance, the lobby was already deathly still, not a single person in sight. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, Star City was experiencing unprecedented frenzy. On this day, all rewards from killing zombies were increased by 50%. Experience, even drop rates were boosted. Compared to those snack shops members' date 12% discounts, this kind of benefit was undeniably far more attractive. Although zombies had received an epic level strengthening, they were still zombies. Humans were not stupid war of attrition. Tunnel warfare, blitzkrieg, every tactic was used flawlessly. In terms of tactics, the Chinese were world famous for being able to fight. There was always a style that suited everyone. In this lifetime, CUS rise had honorably shattered the original historical trajectory, and the 3 great rankings had changed hands because of it. The buff Suyu brought to Star City allowed its people to take a clear step ahead of those in other cities as a whole. However, for Suyu himself, these changes did not have any substantial impact. By its very nature, a world where strength reigns supreme, all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. Only by becoming truly powerful could one face the storm without fear. Suyu gently closed the rankings page. Those names and positions no longer fully matched the memories from his previous life. Leaving the mobile mall, Suyu took Luwei and headed all the way west, since killing ordinary zombies no longer brought any gains. Suyu chose to avoid them as much as possible. Only when they were impossible to evade would he make a casual move and send them off with ease. It was worth mentioning that zombies' attributes during the day were only half of what they were at night. Siu had NT even exerted himself before they collapsed. After several hours of park hour and hacking their way through, but two of them carved a bloody path straight along the entire Mayday Avenue. Before night fell, they arrived at their destination, Taiping Ancient Street. This ancient street lay within Star City's Old Town area and was famous for its well-preserved. It was only 400 meters long and about 7 meters wide. As one of Star City's hottest internet-famous check-in spots and a must-visit food street on review sites, Taiping Ancient Street had been at peak dining hours when the apocalypse descended. Thousands of people had poured into that narrow street. Yet from the scattered rubble and chaotic traces along the road, one could clearly sense how tragic the situation had been back then. Aside from the corpses strewn everywhere, an eerie, deathly silence hung over the entire street. A message from the system rang out in his consciousness. Ding. Detected that there is instant Taiping Ancient Street in your wristband, and your level has reached 10 or above, meeting the conditions to open the instance. Open instance. Open instance. He then took out that mysterious scroll from his wristband. As the scroll quietly vanished, a vortex-shaped portal shimmering with ghostly blue light appeared out of thin air before him. Congratulations to Lone Wolf for successfully activating the instance Taiping Ancient Street. This instance is a solo instance. Its difficulty and rewards will be automatically adjusted based on your strength. You have the right to interrupt the challenge at any time and choose to teleport back to the instance's dump, but you must accept severe penalties. Next, Siu stepped into the portal. After a brief moment of dizziness, Siu slowly opened his eyes, only to hear a few crisp cicada calls in his ears. Looking around, he found himself still standing before the archway of Taiping Ancient Street. This place could be considered a parallel space to the real world, only deliberately modified by the apocalypse system. Looking up, he saw a pitch-black sky. Thick war fog shrouded the surroundings, oppressive and mysterious. Looking ahead, a straight road stretched into the distance. A street was completely deserted, dim lights flickered within the mist, adding an eerie desolation to the area. The air was filled with the smell of explosives, and Suyu's visibility was less than 30 meters. Ding! Now issuing the Taiping Ancient Street Instance Quest. Taiping Ancient Street Legendary Great Instance. Quest description: you must venture deep into the World War II ruins of Star City. It is said that during those dark times, Unit 731 conducted a horrifying experiment here, turning countless innocent lives into zombie creatures. Quest objective: completely eliminate these zombie creatures and bring peace and tranquility back to this ancient street. Gold 5,000, Reputation 1,000, EXP 5,000, Legendary Grade Treasure Chest 1. Time limit 60 hours, so you look back, only to find that Lu Wei, who should have been walking at his side, had already returned to her cultivation space. He tried to summon Lu Wei but unexpectedly received the system's cold response. Ding, this instance is a solo dungeon, additional members cannot be added. This system is kind of interesting, Suya muttered to himself. According to the rules of the apocalypse, Lu Wei should have counted as a zombie, not a human. Yet in this dungeon-esque setting, things seemed different. It was treating her as personnel. Just like before, Lu Wei's name could even appear on the leaderboard. When the martial arts tournament comes around, this little loli will also be eligible to compete. All the better. After all, the reward for second place was quite tempting too. Of course, that was a matter for later. Mission duration 2.5 days plus adaptive difficulty. Looks like this instance is going to be quite the challenge. Siu quietly transformed the sun-shooting bow in his hand into the appearance of the divine arm bow. This stride was steady and powerful as he stepped onto the bluestone road that had weathered 1,000 years. A surrounding streets were deathly silent, only his footsteps took improvient. Siu's steps suddenly halted. His eponymous Ultra Instinct talent silently conveyed a warning of danger ahead. Looking up, he saw for large characters written on the shop's signboard. Taiping Granary. The brushwork was bold and vigorous, yet it carried an indescribable air of slaughter. A tightly shut shop door shuddered under a violent impact, as if something inside were trying to break free. Strangely, these creatures did not let out the characteristic roars of zombies, but sounded more like some kind of animal. A moment later, every wooden door and window within the Taiping Granary began to rattle. He would be facing multiple enemies at once. Just then, several loud bangs rang out as all the doors and windows were smashed apart, and sharp squeaking sounds came from behind the broken doors. Immediately afterward, 15 creatures about the size of house cats swarmed out. Their limbs were powerful and agile, as if filled with boundless strength. Most striking of all were the huge front teeth in their mouths, gleaming with a metallic sheen, razor sharp and looking as though they could tear through anything with ease. These are zombie rats. Hungry zombie rat. LV 12, talent teen fans, base stats. Strength 30-30, spirit 10-10, constitution 30-30, agility 60-60. Although these stats were nothing impressive compared to Suyu's, that didn't stop them from being deadly hunters in the dark, In fact, the probability of animals undergoing zombification was extremely low. After all, their numbers on Blue Star were on a completely different order of magnitude than humans. By conservative estimates, there were 20 billion rats, 2 billion pigs, and 2 billion sheep, not to mention tiny insects like mosquitoes and ants. If the zombification rate among animals were the same as among humans, humanity would have long since been wiped out. Therefore, zombified animals were exceedingly rare, and they were almost always species that already possessed considerable strength. Just like the giant snakes, giant birds, and other ferocious beasts you had encountered in the second trial of Zongbush M, those creatures had first become zombies and then evolved step by step, eventually becoming mutant beasts. Start with a little turtle and devolve by devouring. That saying described exactly this sort of situation. The strength of these zombified animals far surpassed that of human zombies of the same level. Their intelligence, however, was somewhat lacking in essence. They were still lower life forms. Encountering 15 zombie rats at once was probably something you'd only ever see in a dungeon. The one in the lead was larger than the others by a full-size category. It was actually an elite trained zombie rat. When the zombie rat gave a command, the other rats instantly scattered in all directions. Several rats slept nimbly onto the roofs on both sides, some sprawled on the walls, while the rest stayed on the ground and launched a fierce assault on Suyu together. Even without Lue's help, Suyu now understood very clearly that he was not someone these ordinary zombie rats could mess with. With the passive skill of the divine bow repeating crossbow, arrows could be auto-loaded. For Suyu, most battles didn't even require 20 shots. In other words, his left hand was basically liberated. He could even fire with his right hand while letting his left hand fool around. The moment the zombie rats swarmed in, Suyu had already launched his attack without hesitation. But this pack of zombie rats was as slippery as Loish. Aside from the first punitive arrow that killed 2 of them, every other arrow was dodged. They had closed in on Suyu. Suyu had no intention of wasting his precious skills here, and he was already prepared. Since his opponents were its hungry rats, at that what would work best against them. Food, of course. Suyu grabbed a handful of supply capsules with both hands, pressed the switches without hesitation, and hurled them all out. These were his treasure hoards, all kinds of imported food he usually cowled and T-bear to eat. The distinctive taste of canned herring, the exotic tang of fermented UK in an instant. These legendary bioweapon-level delicacies all appeared together. The zombie rats on the ground suddenly stopped in unison, as if pulled by some invisible force. They covered their noses in disgust with their paws. The zombie rats darting back and forth along the walls were the most miserable, and they felt the world spin, lost their balance, and tumbled down one after another. One unlucky zombie rat fell straight into the cheese. It struggled frantically, trying to escape the sticky trap. In an instant, all the zombie rats were affected by the cheese's attack, hopping around wildly, every jump accompanied by retching. The whole scene was utter chaos. These low-level creatures only knew how to act on instinct. They had no rationality to speak of. Suyu freed his left hand to cover his nose and raised his right to shoot without hesitation. A few minutes later, a gentle breeze blew past and the area finally grew quiet. Current quest progress 15 1,000ths, remaining 985. When the last elite zombie rat collapsed at Suyu's feet, his level successfully rose to 13th. The number of uses for plundering hand increased by first. It really is better inside instances. All the zombie mobs are level 10, so at least I am not working for nothing. Suyu muttered to himself. The why throw a full on 985 at me right from the start? Even a 211 wouldn't be this brutal. His expression darkened as he looked at the newly updated quest progress. The apocalypse system seemed full of malice, as if its adaptive difficulty had been tailored specifically for him. Was there any law left? Any justice at all? Killing 1,000 zombies? Could they really think I am the production team's donkey? The answer was no. This was the apocalypse. The 15 zombie rats he had just killed, including that elite, hadn't he dropped a single piece of loot. So was any surprised. Though, he knew that in this kind of instance, all rewards and spoils were usually concentrated on the final few bosses. So Suyu moved on. Along the way, he encountered zombie cats, zombie rabbits, and even zombie zhin. However, he did not see the shadow of a single human zombie. But they were far fewer in number. Still, thanks to his heavenly insight trait, the weak points of these zombie creatures were laid bare. Even under the cover of night, they posed no real threat to Suyu. After a thrilling battle fraught with peril yet without disaster, Suyu finally reached the center of Taping Old Street. Here lay a small square with an old-fashioned opera stage set up on the left. The melody looped again and again, as if this fine performance had been arranged especially in anticipation of his arrival. The accompaniment sounded especially eerie. Suyu understood that a true trial was about to begin. The moment he stepped into the square, the opera at last formally began. On the stage, dozens of exquisitely crafted puppets were vividly enacting a grand drama. The play at this moment was none other than the legendary Battle of the Chuhan contention, the Battle of the Chu. This tenfold ambush was precisely the inescapable net the Han army had cast for the overlord in those days. On the battlefield of Goixia, the shouts of slaughter shook the heavens. The two armies clashed in a fight to the death, over 2,400 years ago. By the banks of the Wu River, the overlord stood alone battling the Han troops. In the end, however, like a trap beast, he took his own life with his sword at the age of 31st. Even his body was divided among 5 generals to Lu, Tu Yang, and one surnamed Wang, never receiving the respect it deserved. Iran taping Old Street by the fragrant river, this play was being staged once more. Though it went without saying, every spectator understood who this performance was aimed at. Su Yu, however, chose to give the overlord an entirely new ending, to let him be reborn in the long river of history. As the opera built toward its climax, pairs of scarlet eyes began flickering all over Su Yu's field of vision. They pressed in from all directions like an unstoppable flood. High in the sky, a vast spitter bear silently unfurled, echoing the monstrous creatures crawling along the ground. Scorpions, centipedes, and venomous snakes packed densely into every corner. Though the number of these indeed creatures was staggering, Suyur discovered that their basic stats were not high, especially their constitution, which was only 10 points, as fragile as paper. However, without exception, each one possessed a special innate trait, poison attribute. Putting me on the same level as the overlord is a bit flattering, I must say, Suyur replied calmly, though his gaze never left the poisonous swarm closing in. You must be more than a little thirsty by now. As soon as the words left his mouth, the divine arm bow in his hand suddenly flared with dazzling golden light and transformed into the Overlord's legendary weapon of all of the Overlord bow. He raised the Overlord bow high, shouting with boundless heroism, "Overlord, show yourself." At his call, the Overlord's figure appeared in an instant, imposing and majestic, long blade in hand, as though he had crossed a tunnel through time from 1,000 years ago. Then Siyu took a capsule from his wristband inside, a bottle of Phytium Mosai from 80 seconds. After downing half the bottle, he felt his throat burn. His movements carried a trace of drunkenness, yet his mind was razor sharp. As a summoned entity, the Overlord could not drink. Even so, Siyu slowly poured the remaining half of the bottle onto the ground from left to right. Come, Overlord, let us bring this to an end together. Let us drag this chaotic age back onto the right track. If heaven will not abide me, then I shall defy heaven itself. As his words fell, the opera on the stage happened to reach the end of its final verse. The poisonous creatures seemed to receive some kind of command. Their movements suddenly turned stiff. Then, as though driven by an unseen force, they charged madly toward the two of them. All of the Overlord's attributes were 1 point to times US, though he was a tank-type class. His attack power was astonishing. He unleashed fearless charge, streaking toward a giant serpent in the distance like a bolt of lightning and sending all enemies in a straight line flying. He chain-burned the boats into Overlord's slash. The might of these two strikes was immense. Wherever the blade oar swept, enemies fell one after another. The number of zombie creatures slain by Overlord actually soared past 60. As for Suyu, he had practically elevated killing to an art form. His dark red arrows of condemnation shot out like a vanguard, scouring 10 zombie creatures at once like a string of candied hawthorn. The next instant, a black lotus of death suddenly bloomed in the midst of the zombie horde. Dozens of zombie creatures fell on their backs, staring lifelessly at the sky. Loosed one after another without pause, arrows of condemnation and the powerful skill explosive sparks were cast in alternation, forming wave after wave of attacks, in this battle that transcended time. For a moment, the outcome was too close to call. Suddenly, dozens of spiders surged out across the sky. Their abdomens flickered with an eerie red light as they took advantage of the chaos to launch a frenzied, suicidal assault on Suyu. His eyes were sharp and his hands quick with a single raised arm. He loosed an arrow that struck one spider precisely in the abdomen. The spider did not die immediately. Instead, it froze in midair for a brief moment. Then a deafening explosion rang out, as if the entire sky were rumbling. Red corrosive fluid splattered in all directions. Din, you were hit by red-bellied spider venom. Under the effect of S-rank talent corrosive skin, you are immune to poison-like damage. Suyu was secretly delighted. If he had NT blundered the corrosive skin talent in last night's battle, today's fight would likely have been extremely difficult, relying on his autonomous ultra instinct-like talent. Suyu dodged left and right, easily neutralizing the red-bellied spider's suicide attacks. Was not so fortunate. He didn't possess Suyu's talent when the venom spread to him. The surrounding poisonous creatures surged him like a tide, tightly encircling him. In the end, he was swallowed by the boundless sea of insects. 2,400 years ago, Overlord had once, in despair, taken his own life with a sword, but Suyu would never allow such a tragedy to play out again. A faint light encircled Overlord Death's body, miraculously halting the steady drop of his HP bar. The next second, Suyu gripped the Overlord bow in his hand and unleashed his ultimate move with all his white super ultimate Death God arrow. A suffocating aura of death rapidly gathered along the bow, condensing into a pitch-black arrow, dark as ink, exuding a chilling intent. The arrow left the string, carrying world-shattering power as it howled toward the zombie horde. All zombie creatures were instantly reduced to dust before that overwhelming force. Even the supposedly sturdy webs suspended in midair were caught in the blast, swaying violently on the verge of collapse. With this single strike, Suyu successfully wiped out more than 200 zombie creatures. Now out of danger and under the protection of no light shield, Overlord fought even more ferociously. These zombie creatures originally relied on poison, but that happened to be Suyu's most thoroughly countered specialty. Even with their overwhelming numbers, they could not withstand the area of effect skills the two of them repeatedly unleashed. With every move, they cut down dozens of zombies. When the last venomous serpent fell, Overlord Death's duration came to an end. Having fulfilled his mission, he stood tall in the ancient city, long blade in hand, then slowly faded from Suyu's sight. Looking at the mountain-like piles of zombie corpses scattered across the field, countless emotions welled up in Suyu's heart. He didn't need dwell on it for long. Bones crunching underfoot, he continued forward. At this point, the mission progress had already reached 915 1,000ths. It seemed that victory was already waiting for Suyu just ahead. The only thing he felt a bit regretful about was that these zombie creatures were relatively weak in combat strength and provided only a pitiful amount of experience. 1 point per zombie, barely better than nothing. Suyu finally arrived at the outskirts of an ancient, austere-looking building, bearing witness to the former noble mansion of the Grand Preceptor. From deep within the residence came a sudden bark, mixed with the low, guttural growl unique to zombie creatures. In this empty, deserted alley, the sound was especially abrupt and spine-chilling. Suyu had already clashed with all kinds of zombified creatures. Among those familiar species that often interacted with humans, only the zombie dogs had been conspicuously absent, so that I haven't seen any zombie dogs, turns out they ray all here. Suyu sneered a few times and strode into the Grand Preceptor's residence. The moment he stepped inside, dozens of zombies suddenly burst out of the pitch-black fog, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. These zombies were dressed like warriors, their kimonos close-fitted to their bodies, yet each had a blaring rewound at the waist and abdomen, as if silently recounting the sins they had once committed. All of them had completed their evolution, and their strength was far from weak. But in Suyu's eyes, these figures were no different from the creatures outside. This was the first time in this instance that Suyu annoyed beings. Although they had all turned from humanoid creatures, he was unsure whether that insulted the word creature. They surrounded him in a tight ring and pounced at him all at once. Were they really planning to fight 10 against 1? Instead of retreating, Suyu advanced. Switching back to the divine arm bow, he pulled the trigger in rapid succession. Every arrow struck down a zombie. After 20 consecutive shots, the ground was littered with zombie corpses, sprawled in all directions. Suyu gave one of the corpses a hard kick, flipping it over. On the chest of its kimono, the characters 731 were starkly embroidered. Current mission progress 999 1,000ths. While slotting new arrows into the divine onbow, Suyu muttered to himself, "Just my damn luck. I actually ran into this kind of filth here." He looked as if he was completely unprepared for the danger about to descend, but in reality, his nerves were taut as a drawn bowstring. Suddenly, a short but powerfully built zombie shot out from a corpse behind him like a ghost. Clawed-haired, filled with murderous intent, stabbed fiercely toward the back of Suyu's neck. In fact, Suyu had already sensed something was wrong with heaven-penetrating Dharma Eye. One zombie that had fallen to the ground mysteriously showed a green weak point marker inside its body. Something was hiding within it by means of some skill. At the moment the attack came, Suyu activated Silent as a shadow and shifted to the zombie's rear. The zombie before him bore a striking resemblance in principle to the one from last night called Big Stinker. Suyu checked its stats. Mutated Elite Zombie LV-12, Berserker type. Talent Torn Wounds, so it has a Berserker type Elite Zombie. But you're way out of chances, so you pronounced its death sentence. The instant it heard his voice, the zombie snapped its head around and charged at Suyu. If it got in close, it would be a nightmare. It lunged with explosive speed, so close there was no room to dodge. However, the elite zombie did not know that the space above Suyu's head was a forbidden zone. In the next heartbeat, Suyu swiftly raised his hand. Holy Arrow Massacre unleashed. 20 arrows poured down on the zombie like a merciless storm, and it seemed the zombie was about to die on the spot. The elite zombie suddenly turned into a cloud of gas and dearly burrowed into another corpse. That body visibly shriveled at a speed the naked eye could follow, and a second later, a vigorous elite zombie burst out once more. Looked like in its previous life, this zombie might have been a devout believer in Chunji. It had actually resurrected at full health. The elite zombie had exhausted all its skills, and its fate was already sealed. Current quest progress 1000. Instance quest completed, quest rewards obtained. Gold 5000, reputation 1000, EXP 5000, legendary chest 1. It's already over, so you said. I didn't expect this instance to become so simple, or am I just too strong now? Just then, you finally heard the hidden SSS voice, drifting faintly from the far end of the old street. That sound of weeping seemed to be mourning the elite zombie you had killed. Oh my sweetheart, dang, Lone Wolf is detected to be carrying rot gut as strong acid blood. Activate the instance S hidden BOSS Fumian? Is that even a question? Activate the BOSS, Suyu's purpose in coming here was precisely for Fumian. In his previous life, Suyu had also challenged this instance, so he naturally understood its tricks very well. Back then, he was just an utterly unremarkable necromancer. The instance should have ended, however, because Suyu was carrying rot gut as strong acid blood after killing that berserk zombie named Zhao Bao. He could trigger the instance's hidden mechanism and awaken the hidden ultimate BOSS Fumian. Although Suyu never fought Fumian head-on, rumors among players called Fumian the ceiling of leader-level BOSSES. Would you look at you, you actually dropped something, so you kicked aside the tightly curled-up Zhao Bao. A special piece of equipment had appeared, Zhao Bao's ribbon special type equipment, silk sash, although it is called a ribbon. Once worn by a player, it turns into a pink shirt, a pure, unmistakably gaudy hot pink color that no one can ignore. Even when worn under chest armor, its unique color still shows through. Once you take off your outer armor, that dazzling hot pink instantly becomes the center of everyone's attention. So you had no such special fetish. He stowed it into his wristband without hesitation. This thing has an extremely low drop rate, but in the eyes of certain people with X-type quirks, it can fetch a high price, leaving the Grand Terrestre former residence and looking to the left. He saw at the far end of Taping Old Street a stitched abomination made of rotting bones, similar in appearance to rot gut, shambling back and forth. Its entire body was covered in maggots, with swarms of mosquitoes and flies buzzing around it. In its left hand it held a huge hook, in its right hand a heavy cleaver. It was clearly ready to tear its enemies to shreds and devour them, and that was precisely the best nourishment for its growth. Fumian zombie leader, the proud masterpiece of units 731's pride. Ishiao. Fumian and his brother Rot Gut have sworn to wipe out all Huaxia people to please their father, Gapkirshi, and also to avenge their dead puppy. Label 13 leader base at Rebute Strength. 125 Spirit 10 Constitution 125 Agility 10 Talents. Rotten flesh accumulation each time Fumian kills a survivor. His strength permanently increases. This talent also grants extra toughness. Special talent cannot be plundered. Cleave attack when Fumian performs a normal attack. It deals cleaving damage to other enemies within a 3-meter cone behind the target. Once the hook touches any unit, Fumian will use the hook's force to drag it to his side and deal damage. Decay Fumian releases the plague within his body, forming a toxic cloud that damages both enemies and himself. The poisonous mist not only inflicts continuous damage but also slows the enemy's movement. Rotface bites a unit, rendering it unable to move and subject to relentless, ongoing damage. Rotface restores health equal to 10 times the damage dealt. Unlike its brother Rot Gut, Rotface boasts impressive strength stats and focuses more on physical attacks. Its rotting flesh accumulation talent grants it infinite growth potential. Given enough time, once the number of survivors killed by Rotface becomes large enough, it might even evolve into the legendary 10,000 power Rotface. Although Suyu is very tempted by Rotface's potential, he knows that these kinds of talents you only see in novels. Basic attacks permanently increase HP, taking hits maxes out defense are absolutely not something he can easily plunder. That remaining talent isn't bad either. Normal attacks come with a split effect, of course he has to take it. So you checked his own status and found that he didn't have many usable skills left, and his energy was on the verge of running dry. He unhesitatingly swallowed a little blue bottle, quickly restoring his energy. He would only get one chance to plunder in this battle. Rotface had long since sensed Suyu's presence. The moment he stepped into its alert range, Rotface struck. Although Rotface is not known for agility, its attacks are exceptionally clean and efficient. Yet at the instant the Mi hook was about to hit, Suyu used the soundless skill. Like a ghost, he vanished from the hook's attack trajectory. The Mi hook brushed past him, letting him cleanly dodge this lethal blow. At the same time, Suyu had already launched his own attack. While dodging Rotface's strike, he rapidly pulled the trigger arrows tore through the air like shooting stars, flying straight and true toward Rotface. Rotface had nowhere to dodge. Dozens of arrows hit home. Rotface let out a deafening bellow, and to Suyu's surprise, the thing was actually laughing. In that instant, Suyu suddenly sensed a powerful killing intent from behind. which should have flown wide, had actually stopped in midair. Like a venomous cobra, it was fixed on the back of his neck. The next second, the meat hook lunged at him at a reaction speed beyond human limits. So you had no time to wonder why a hook he had clearly dodged could suddenly pull off a move like that, with Rot Face's terrifying strength of 250 points. If that blow landed, it would be a devastating hit to him. However, by the time Suyu's mind was still hesitating and weighing options, it was already a bit too late. Fortunately, his ultra instinct-like talent allowed his body to react before his consciousness did. Pushing off hard with one foot, he shifted sideways with agile lightness, and the meat hook once again held past, grazing his body. The hook again locked onto him in mid-air. Suyu understood now, unlike the armored giant test ship Anchor, this meat hook was clearly a homing skill. The next moment, Suyu activated Shield of Lightless Night. He did not dodge or evade, letting the hook hit him head-on. At the instant the hook struck him, his Shield of Lightless Night came into play. When the meat hook slammed into Suyu, the shield shuddered violently, barely managing to withstand the blow. Right after that, Suyu felt as if he had boarded a speeding roller coaster. The distance of several dozen meters vanished in the blink of an eye. Yet just as he was about to be hauled right up in front of Rot Face preemptively unleashed the plague within its body. In the 5-meter radius around Rot Face, everything was instantly shrouded in a deep green cloud of toxic miasma. Hurt the enemy by 800, lose 1,000 yourself. The poison mist Tesseract distinguishes neither friend nor foe, damaging both sides simultaneously. This is the skill combo Rot Face is most proud of. Meat hook and Rot. This smooth little chain of moves means whoever gets targeted by name is doomed to die. Watching his enemies instantly swallowed by the poisonous mist, a brilliant smile bloomed on Rotten Face's face. Under his toxic fond, no one could last more than 10 seconds. Looked like he'd be able to harvest some strength again this time. Rotten Face's expression began to turn ugly. With its pile of rotten flesh, could only barely hold on for 30 seconds in the toxic fog after enhancing its toughness. But after 30 seconds passed, seeing the enemy still bouncing around full of life inside the poisonous mist, Rotten Face's face turned green. This damn ZHNA dog ISNT is HP a bit too thick. What didn't he know is that Suyu's ears were currently echoing with the same system notification over and over and over and dang, you have been hit by Rotten Face's decay skill. Under the effect of S-level talent Corrosive Skin, you are immune to poison at rebuke damage. Setting aside the toxicity, this high-temperature poisonous fog actually felt a bit like a sauna. Of course, Suyu is NT here to enjoy himself, driving Rotten Face to collapse and taking its talent in one go. That was Suyu's plan. As the thick mist dispersed, the man before it was leisurely cracked in sunflower seeds. Teacher Rotten Face, couldn't you maybe try a little harder? In terms of messing with people's mentality, Suyu was absolutely a pro. Looking at the vigorous man standing in front of it, Rotten Face regretted things so much its guts were turning green. With a low, guttural roar, dozens of zombies suddenly seemed to receive some kind of summons. They burst out from the surrounding dark mist and formed an eat line in front of Rotten Face. Right at that moment, Suyu quietly used Plundering Hand on Rotten Face. Current collapse level 40%. Weakness level 70%. Current plunder success rate 110%. Talent plunder successful. Because Rotten Flesh Pile is a special talent, it cannot be plundered. Remaining attempts 1. Split attack talent grade S level. Berserker corrects when attacking with a melee weapon. The attack will deal damage equal to half of the original damage to other enemies within a 3-meter cone-shaped area behind the target. When attacking with a ranged weapon, you can split the arrow into multiple arrows, up to 10, scattering like a goddess spreading flowers. The more arrows there are, the less damage each arrow deals. Note this talent is currently turned off, but the host can choose to turn it on or off as needed. It was simply Chu and doing a backflip facing dense groups of enemies. He could quickly switch to split arrow mode. One shot, multiple lines of damage, cleaning up the battlefield. And once he encountered a single powerful enemy, he can swiftly switch to single target kill mode to maximize damage output. Against those abnormally cunning, highly mobile enemies, Split Arrow could also produce miraculous effects. Releasing Split Arrow unexpectedly not only dealt damage, but could also effectively seal off the enemy's movement paths. Facing the surging zombie horde, Suyu took a deep breath and decided to test out his newly acquired talent first. He shouted loudly, switched to split mode, release 5 arrows. With his command, inside the bolt groove of the divine arm bow, the originally normal energy arrow began to flicker with light. Suyu raised his hand and loosed a shot. The blue-white arrow, the moment it left the groove, magically split into 5, fanning out in a cone of attack that covered the area in front of him. However, he was any very proficient yet, and only 2 of the 5 arrows hit zombies. Another was shot in the chest. After a few struggles, it got back up again. Watching this, so you understood in his heart that the power and accuracy of 5 arrows really couldn't compare with a single arrow. 5 isn't enough? Then let us do 10. So you spoke, and immediately began firing continuously again. Although the power of the arrows had weakened, their density had doubled, making it impossible for the zombies to escape. So you no longer needed to aim carefully under such a dense web of fire. This horde of zombies had no room to maneuver and quickly fell. As the forebears said, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. The forebears were right. However, to fully master the split arrow, he still needed a lot of practice. While Suyu was getting some practice in, the dying rot face suddenly reached out and grabbed a zombie. Without hesitation, it stuffed the zombie into its enormous mouth and began devouring it ravenously. As rot face kept chewing, the sound of tearing muscles and snapping bones came from its mouth. This was its ultimate killing move, dismemberment. This move could be used not only on enemies, but just as well on allies. Before the naked eye, rot face recovered to its peak state, a realm of surging vitality, where all things flourished, since he had already obtained the talent. So you had no intention of entangling with rot face any further. Summon divine crossbow turret. This was an active skill on the divine arm bow, and it was his first time using it. Whose agility was extremely low, this skill was particularly useful. In its fully enhanced state, the crossbow inherited 200% of Suyu's strength and constitution. Divine crossbow turret LV13. Strength 284, constitution 252. Attributes: the crossbow cannot move and deals 200% damage to buildings. Skills: armor-piercing arrow, flaming arrow, frost arrow, venom arrow. Reload time 30 seconds. Suyu couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Hiss, what a powerful skill. However, each arrow required 30 seconds to reload. This meant that within its 10-minute duration, Suyu could fire at most 20 shots. Although the turret test duration and cooldown were the same as Overlord Death, considering that it could deal extra damage to buildings, its potential in siege warfare was not to be underestimated. However, these were not issues Suyu needed to consider right now. Suyu decisively ordered the crossbow to activate. Flaming arrow fires a flaming arrow, dealing additional fire damage to the target. On the crossbow, an arrow slowly began to condense, wrapped in violet flames like a fire dragon about to burst from its cage. Sensing this overwhelming threat, rot face charged toward the crossbow without regard for anything else, trying to destroy it. But he kept suppressing rot face's movement, ensuring it couldn't approach the turret. 30 seconds long if you say long, short if you say short. Turret has locked onto Tarndude Arndt. The moment the turret successfully locked on, that flaming arrow shot out with a roar like an enraged fired dragon, spinning as it flew straight at rot face. Its speed was so great that Suyu's eyes could hardly follow its trajectory. Immediately after, the flaming arrow streaked across the night sky like a meteor, piercing straight through rot face's abdomen with unerring accuracy. From the front, only a fist-sized hole could be seen, but from the back, the wound had expanded to the size of a basketball. The area around the wound was blackened by the flames, and several blossoms of violet fire spread along the edges like blooming flowers of a demon. I am afraid not even Ultra Instinct could dodge it, Suyu said aloud. Suyu had originally intended to test out the other skills as well, but unexpectedly, after just 3 arrows, rot face finally couldn't hold on any longer. Successfully killed rot face leader zombie LV13, gained EXP 6,500, gold 650. Rot face's massive body was firmly skewered by several gigantic arrows and left hanging from the archway of Taping Old Street. At this moment, a shaft of gently warm sunlight pierced through the billowing black mist and fell upon this land. Finally vanishing into nothingness, the black fog around also slowly dispersed, restoring Taping Old Street to its original tranquility and beauty. The power of the divine crossbow turret far exceeded Suyu's expectations. To be able to stand on equal footing with the Overlord clearly showed how terrifying it was. However, it had a fatal weakness. It could not move, and the reload time was far too long. This made it completely useless in a pursuit battle. After Suyu watched the corpse face dissipate, a legendary grade treasure chest appeared where it had been. As the dungeon was about to close, Suyu quickly picked up the chest and walked toward the portal at the end of the dungeon. Suyu's vision blinked for an instant. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back at the end of the real Taping Old Street. All the residents of Star City received a regional announcement. Ooh, poof, 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 regional announcement. Congratulations to Lone Wolf for successfully completing the dungeon Taping Old Street. The solo dungeon Secrets of Taping Old Street has now been unlocked. Anyone may enter this dungeon to explore. Ever since that night show of Force Battle, the title of Motorist Fiend Lone Wolf had spread throughout Star City. So you no longer needed to hide in the shadows and openly reveal his name. At the very least, this way those ignorant people who might harbor ill intentions toward him would rein themselves in a little. He can't stand firm. In a cruel world, weakness only invites bullying. If he could not win recognition, then he would let the ignorant learn fear, having been reborn with his great revenge already taken and a goal uncheated at his side. If he still had to constantly look over his shoulder and act with timid caution, that would truly be an affront to heaven. At this time, everyone's wristband vibrated as they all received the dungeon-esque coordinates. The announcement echoed through every corner of Star City. Some felt immense pride and honor that Lone Wolf was in their city. But there are always wretches who want the Emperor dead. Some lawless criminals had already begun to move. Unconsciously, time had already slipped into noon of the second day. Inside the taping Old Street dungeon, because of the pervasive black fog, it had remained shrouded in a heavy night. After fighting continuously for an entire night, Siyu felt utterly exhausted and ravenously hungry, and he urgently needed to find a safe shelter to recover his strength. After 2 short battles, Siyu strolled toward a nearby building, called the G-Spot Bar. Judging by the name, it was hard to say whether this bar was serious or not. Siyu didn't eat well on it. He easily broke the lock. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by a strong smell of alcohol and a faint haze of smoke. All around, the walls were hung with provocative paintings and photos, each one seemingly telling the stories that belonged to this place. This was a haven to escape reality, a playground for unrestrained indulgence. When the apocalypse descended, it happened to be noon, and because this bar had just closed its doors at that moment, it was spared from disaster and remained fully intact. Now it seemed to be quietly continuing the splendor and vicissitudes of pre-apocalyptic Star City in its own way. Left a supply capsule for Lu Wei and had her stand guard outside. Unexpectedly, after opening several rooms in a row, he found that all of them were filled with the lingering traces of past battles. Siyu was a bit speechless. TSK? So this is how the rich entertain themselves, so plain and boring. Finally, he stopped in a relatively tidy private room and took out the 2 legendary grade treasure chests he had just obtained. The fine grade loose pieces plus 1 piece of Conqueror-esque gauntlets, all fine grade equipment, were directly placed into Lu Wei's cultivation space. However, his own attributes were currently far and high. Those 2 excellent grade rings could barely restore 30% of Suyu's stamina and mana over an entire night. They had become like chicken ribs, tasteless to keep, a pity to discard. Suyu spoke, and it became reality. The moment his words fell, a ring he couldn't possibly be more familiar with appeared before his eyes. This ring had accompanied Suyu, the necromancer, for a full 6 years, witnessing his growth and transformation. Exquisite ring, legendary item. It is said to be a treasure scattered among the mortal world, and only those with extraordinary powers can sense its radiance. Stat: Spirit 10, Constitution 5th, passive skill. Exquisite heart after equipping. Reduces the cooldown of all skills and items by 25%. Each person can equip only 1 exquisite ring. This exquisite ring was a top-tier ring usable by all classes. Among all equipment, it had an extremely rare passive attribute that reduced skill cooldown time. A fully enhanced exquisite ring was so valuable it could even rival mythic grade gear. I didn't manage to max your enhancement back then, but today you'll be reborn with that. So you took out a large handful of enhancement stones from his bracelet. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Exquisite Ring 10. Exquisite Ring 10, Spirit 10, Constitution 5. Exquisite Heart after equipping reduces the cooldown of all skills and items by 25%. Very nice. If I do add 2 exquisite rings at the same time and cut CD by 100%. Wouldn't that be insanely cool? Suppressing his excitement, Suyu gently removed the Ring of Vitality. His gaze fell on the last quest item, Corrosive Face S Strong Acid Blood legendary quest item. This is the relic left behind after Corrosive Face S death. It is said that its use might be found within the safe zone. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Lone Wolf has been detected carrying both Corrosive Face S Strong Acid Blood and Rotten Gut S Strong Acid Blood. Activate quest Justice or Evil? Activate the quest, Siyu agreed without hesitation. Justice or Evil, quest description derive, Ishi, mastermind of units, Evan 131. Research bacteria and conducted live human experiments, committing heinous crimes after the war. However, he escaped judgment as a war criminal under the protection of the Lighthouse Nation. Quest objective break Corrosive Face S Strong Acid Blood Rotten Gut S Strong Acid Blood back to Star City Safe Zone and exposes buried historical truth. Quest rewards Gold 1000, Reputation 1000, EXP 1000. Shadow Edge Blade is a legendary two-handed weapon. After completing a series of quests, it can gradually evolve, ultimately transforming into the most powerful mythic grade two-handed weapon of Apocalypse Season 1 Shadow Morm. Siyu had come precisely for this weapon before the martial arts tournament began. He needed to prepare a handy weapon for Lu Wei. The utterly exhausted Siyu forced down a few bites of food and soon fell into a deep sleep. He did not know how long had passed when he suddenly woke up. From outside the door came the sounds of an intense battle. So he was already used to this sort of situation. With Lu Wei's strength, she should have been able to handle it easily. Only this time it seemed to be taking a bit too long. Something's wrong. Siyu realized that Lu Wei had actually activated bloodthirst. This information shot through his consciousness like an electric current, leaving him deeply shocked. Who on earth could have forced Lu Wei into such a state? Siyu had poured a vast amount of effort and resources into training Lu Wei. If she were to fall in this battle, all his investment would turn into nothing. Where would he ever find another lowly that stacked up to her? It turned out that what Lu Wei was facing was a small squad, one man and for women. The man was called Short-Legged Tiger. He was short, yet his whole demeanor exuded slyness and lechery. The four beauties surrounding him were all stunningly attractive, with scorching hot figures. Short-Legged Tiger looked like the male lead out of an apocalypse novel, radiating an overbearing aura that swept in all directions. He sat on the sofa in a booth, holding a woman in each arm, enjoying their gentle massages and the pampering of facial cleanser, looking utterly content. Meanwhile, the remaining two beauties were locked in an intense battle with Lu Wei. Who would have thought that just two of them could pin Lu Wei down? By rights, Lu Wei's on paper strength was on par with a leader-level SSS. Dealing with a few ordinary humans should have been easy, yet things did not go as expected. After activating bloodthirst, Lu Wei's abilities were enhanced, and she finally broke free from the one-sided beating. Seizing the opportunity, she charged forward, followed with Shock Strike, then chained into Soul-Devouring Hand. This was a combo Su had painstakingly taught her. Even if the opponent reacted instantly and tried to leap away, it was still extremely hard to escape the fate of having their throat clamped by Soul-Devouring Hand. For an ordinary person today, if they sacrificed all other stats and dumped every point into Constitution, then added a full set of gear, hitting 100 points would already be close to the limit. Faced with the lethal blow of Lu Wei's Soul-Devouring Hand, common sense said any opponent would be gravely injured if not outright killed. However, the woman caught by Lu Wei did not end up being crushed. It was NT that her defense was absurdly high, but that at that decisive instant with a soft pop, the woman burst like a fragile bubble, vanished into nothing, and disappeared in midair. An instant later, she reappeared not far away. Her body was replaced by a small teddy bear doll, causing Soul-Devouring Hand to grab nothing but air. Little girl, no matter how many times you try, it'll all be in vain. Short-Legged Tiger stared wide-eyed at the rise and fall of Lu Wei's chest and said mockingly, "Being chosen by Master is such a tremendous honor. You'd better stop resisting. That's right, that's right. Hurry up and join us. Master is really amazing." From their tone, it was obvious they had not been fighting Lu Wei with their full strength. Just as they were trying to brainwash her with words, Short-Legged Tiger's gaze sharpened like a hawk's, locking tightly onto Lu Wei. Suddenly he let out a low, eerie laugh, and it was as if golden light flickered in his eyes. It seemed his harem party was about to welcome a powerful new member. Both cute and tempting, how could he not develop her properly? The next second, Lu Wei's body gave a little shudder. Short-Legged Tiger had just used a hypnosis-type talent. Even Suyu could feel the chaotic feedback coming from Lu Wei, clearly showing she had already been affected. Suyu issued the command for Lu Wei to return to the training space, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea with no response at all. "Come back," Suyu bellowed, unleashing a surge of killing intent that instantly flooded the bar's main hall. The sudden pressure of that murderous aura made the few people nearby visibly freeze for a moment. Suyu quickly swept his gaze over the man before him and immediately read his information. Short-Legged Tiger, LV9, no class. B-rank talent mind control. Talents of this sort usually worked by breaking a target mentally, seizing complete control, and then repeatedly torturing their body until they became a thorough slave. However, in Suyu's eyes, this group of women before him was less appealing than rotten awful. Short-Legged Tiger, who had been casting his spell, was interrupted as well, bow of violet light in hand. He saw Suyu, raised his arm, and loosed an arrow without the slightest hesitation. "I thought you were some big shot. Turns out it's just a measly fine-grade blue bow. How could it possibly compare to my legendary purple bow?" Short-Legged Tiger's words were full of disdain and mockery toward Suyum. This bow was incomparably precious to him. To obtain it, he had sacrificed 20 or 30 slave girls. At this moment, he was planning to find new slave girls to replenish his team, and Lu Wei was the first one he had set his sights on. When it came to an archery duel, Suyu had never been one to back down. "Can you outshoot Feng Meng?" In the very next instant, Suyu moved as well. The bow in his hand sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. Although Suyu loosed his arrow later, his archery was astonishing. His arrow was like a dimensionality-reducing strike, directly cleaving Short-Legged Tiger's arrow in half. It didn't stop there, but shot on like a meteor, accurately striking the bow limb in Short-Legged Tiger's hand. Before the power of Su-Yu's shot, it was as fragile as paper, instantly snapped into the pieces. "Huh, my purple bow. You actually ruined my purple bow," Short-Legged Tiger roared loudly, his face full of fury. This sudden pun made the corners of his mouth curl up. Seeing this, Short-Legged Tiger became even more enraged. "What the hell are you? How dare you shoot your tiger grandpa's purple bow to pieces?" His voice boomed like thunder, echoing over the bar. "What a sweet tongue you've got." As soon as Su-Yu's words fell, he used silent step and appeared in front of the man. With one hand clamping down on Short-Legged Tiger's throat like an iron vice, he effortlessly hoisted him into the air. He moved so fast that no one present saw clearly how it happened. Short-Legged Tiger's female companion swung her tiny fists at him in terror, only for every blow to be absorbed completely by Su-Yu's light shield. Just as Short-Legged Tiger's life was hanging by a thread, right when Su was about to snap his neck, Short-Legged Tiger mustered all his strength and shouted for help. "Third wife, save me." As soon as the words left his mouth, a woman holding a staff began chanting a spell. Su recognized these people at a glance. They were the hottest team in all of Star City during the first season of the Apocalypse, having even successfully killed a leader-level zombie. In the first martial arts tournament, their performance had been brilliant, and they had even made it into the top 10. However, at the height of their glory, they suddenly vanished, no longer appearing in the public eye. After investigating, Su-Yue discovered that they eventually became vassals of the BA's High family, specializing in handling shady business for BA's High Hao. But setting aside the grudges of his previous life when Short-Legged Tiger tried to harm Lu Wei, he touched Su-Yu's bottom line. Before the woman could finish her chant, Su had already taken action. Su applied a bit more force and twisted the man's neck with a smooth motion. At that moment, Su felt the weight in his hand suddenly lighten as Short-Legged Tiger's corpse swapped places with a pillow from the booth. Clearly, all of Lu Wei's previous attacks had failed because this woman had been secretly interfering. Su's large hand crushed Short-Legged Tiger's cervical vertebrae completely, twisted backward at an almost grotesque angle. In the final moment of his life, Short-Legged Tiger was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder. The four women did not calm down. Their eyes simultaneously flushed red, and they became abnormally crazed, as if they had lost all reason. Su knew very well that their minds had long been tampered with by Short-Legged Tiger and filled with the most vicious commands. Even though their master was dead, they still could not break free of this control. Like moths to a flame, threw themselves into avenging him without hesitation. Some were gripping their weapons tightly, all of them charging at Su like mad women, their agility far surpassing that of zombies. In this apocalypse, some people lived in ways even worse than zombies. Su felt not the slightest pity for their fate for the weak. Death was instead a kind of release. He swiftly drew his bow and arrow and pulled the trigger repeatedly. A splitting arrows burst forth like a rain of 10,000 arrows, unstoppable, although the four women fought back with all their strength. Under the dense coverage of the arrow storm, their chances of survival were slim. As they fell, the G-spot bar returned to its previous tranquility. This sudden battle thus came to an end. "Looks like I still need to crank up Lu Wei's difficulty." Su sighed as he watched Lu Wei, who was wolfing food down inside the cultivation space. This little lowly did have an extremely high combat talent and had learned a lot of fighting techniques from Su. However, what she had learned were only some set patterns. She used exactly what Su had taught her. No more and no less, with no understanding of how to adapt. Although Lu Wei, by virtue of her extremely high attributes and impressive skill talent, had more than enough capability to deal with ordinary zombies, once she encountered those dirty-minded tacticians, she easily fell into combat pitfalls, just like in the battle just now. Even though Soul-Devouring Hand could not effectively grab the enemy, she still stubbornly insisted on using that skill, repeatedly executing the same command. The few people in front of him were all around level 9, with someone even having reached level 10 and changed class to mage. The equipment in their hands might not be high quality, but at the very least it was good enough to be used as dog food for the sun-shooting bow. However, in the Shorty Tiger's pocket, Su unexpectedly found an invitation letter. Organizations of all sizes sprang up in every core of the city like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. In the apocalypse, humans accustomed to groupletting face the path of elites where a handful of high-quality human players banded together, and then the path of the so-called accumulation was used to. For the ordinary populace, the latter seemed more realistic, because there was no other choice. Su knew very well that unrestrained expansion would eventually lead to large-scale mergers, and ordinary people were ultimately no match for those large clans. A year later, the whole Blue Star had formed a tripartite balance of power. The first was the Dragon Group. Most of them had official or military backgrounds. Even in a turbulent time like the apocalypse, they remained a vast institution, with a strict hierarchy and large numbers. After the safe zones were set up, they took on the responsibility of maintaining order, controlling the central region of all Huaxia. In his previous life, Suyu had been a member of the Dragon Group, repeatedly making great contributions. And his superior race mistakes became Suyu's mistakes. Yet, as a survivor in the apocalypse, Suyu did not have the decisiveness to repay tooth for tooth. 100 in return. He could only choose to keep a low profile, treading carefully as he searched for a foothold in this world. The Wang family in the east, the Liu family in the west, the Zhao family in the north, and the Ba's Hai family in the south. The Dragon Group controlled the core region of Huaxia, while in the comparatively weaker border areas, these four families each held their own territories, forming a subtle balance. On the surface, these families maintained a facade of harmony, yet in private, each harbored their own ambitions and plans. They formed an alliance of offense and defense, advancing and retreating together, standing as a powerful counterbalance to the Dragon Group. This balance was completely shattered in the middle and later stages of the apocalypse. The four great clans finally tore away their last masks and revealed their true faces. If the Dragon Group and the four great clans were the open schemes displayed in the light, and the remaining third great force was like a virus, growing quietly in the dark, infiltrating everything in silence. This was the very invitation Suyu was about to see honorable short-legged tiger. In today's world of shifting winds and turbulent circumstances, we honestly invite you to come here in person and join us in this grand endeavor. As long as you are willing to join our ranks, all your wishes will be fulfilled. Black Death Organization on the back of the invitation. The silhouette of an abandoned communications building in Star City was cleverly concealed, along with detailed coordinates. Star City Hospital. And now the man in front of him, this was the third time in just a few days that Suyu had seen the name Black Death Organization. A Black Death Organization was a global group with deep roots and a complex web of interests within Huaxia. In his previous life, when the world fell into the apocalypse, this organization chose to keep a low profile. After Suyu wiped out the Ba's Hai family of Star City, the Black Death Organization members who had been lurking deep within Star City began to stir. Dragon Group, the four great families. The Black Death Organization, what do any of you have to do with me, Suyu? When he was framed as a traitor to Huaxia, weren't they the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes? Who didn't he take the chance to step on him when he was at his lowest, trying to squeeze out his last bit of value? To hell with them. Still, since he had been reborn, he naturally had to have some fun with them. Without changing his expression, Suyu slipped the invitation into his wristband, then turned his gaze to the window. Night had fallen. Tomorrow, he would need just 2 more hours to reach the safe zone. He planned to hand in his mission first, then pay this Black Death Organization a visit. However, when things are expected to go smoothly, that is exactly when accidents happen. In every corner of Star City, right by everyone's ears, a clear and urgent regional announcement suddenly rang out. Ku-pu-pu-pu-pu. Regional announcement. Ding. Zombie tide incoming. A large horde of zombies is approaching the Star City safe zone. Every guardian of Star City will receive generous rewards based on their contribution. Family of Star City, are you ready? Big wave? Whereas the big wave, in the quiet of the safe zone, a man in the middle of a wet dream was jolted awake by the sudden announcement. Drool still at the corner of his mouth. The zombie tide is here, get up and get ready. A bespectacled teacher shook his students awake, his tone full of urgency. It is here. The zombie tide is coming with gear and supplies. Brothers, why are you still sleeping? Did Alban party? An older guy sounded unusually excited, as if he didn't care about the incoming zombie tide at all. These people seem to have mistaken the zombie tide for some kind of system reward event. After all, the Star City safe zone had been erected directly on the original ground, rising nearly 10 meters above it. The whole safe zone was easy to defend and hard to attack as long as they held the entrances. They could easily deal with the zombies continuously pouring in. Over the past few days, this was exactly the strategy they had used to lure and eliminate the zombies within several hundred meters around the safe zone, owning considerable benefits. However, this ignorant fearlessness completely overlooked the true scale of a zombie tide, which was nothing like the small numbers they had encountered before. Only Suyu raised his middle finger at the sky and let out a curse in his mother tongue. It was only the 10th day of the apocalypse. How could it already be starting? Suyu clearly remembered that. In his previous life, the first zombie tide had come on the 12th day after the apocalypse began. Tens of thousands of Star City residents fought for nearly half a month before finally retaking control of the safe zone. Every zombie tide, recurring once every 7 days, was a life or death battle for the entire city. Once the safe zone fell, all the facilities within the area would be completely paralyzed. Of course, this also included the mission Suyu was about to hand over. Only when the zombies were wiped out could the safe zone be reactivated. It must be because I took care of rotten intestines ahead of time, so a bunch of people pulled an all-nighter killing zombies. leveled up faster, and triggered the zombie tide early. Enforcer, you really know how to pick your timing. Shuyu frowned. Muttering to himself, he lowered his head to look at the big gold rotes on his wrist the hour hand was already pointing at 4 in the morning. According to the rules of the apocalypse, the system would notify everyone in the city 2 hours before the zombie tide arrived. This meant that in 2 hours at 6 o'clock in the morning, the zombie tide would arrive at the safe zone on the dot and launch a fierce siege. So he knew very well that with only the combat power of the people in front of him, winning was almost impossible, right now. With the first martial arts tournament approaching, so you only wanted to complete his mission as quickly as possible to give Lu Wei that more chance of victory. She still needed some time before she could rejoin the battle. For the moment, he could only try to hurry on through the night and see whether he could reach the safe zone before 6 o'clock. Suyu turned and went downstairs. He had just stepped out of the building when he sharply sensed a chilling killing intent dogging his heels, accompanied by the familiar putrid stench unique to zombies rushing straight at him. A pair of razor claws gleaming with icy cold light slashed fiercely toward his face. However, Suyu had long since made preparations. His body twisted nimbly to the side, and he easily dodged this fatal strike. Having missed its first blow, the zombie roared, ready to launch an even more ferocious second attack. Yet at that critical moment, an arrow shot down from above like a meteor, piercing cleanly through the zombie-ass spine and exiting from the coccyx. The zombie-ass body went rigid in an instant, then toppled straight to the ground like a wooden stake, unable to move ever again. Ding! Successfully killed mutant zombie LV-10. Gained EXP 100 gold coins 10.1. Current zombie tide count 5,999 5,000ths. At this moment, CUS wristband had already received the leaderboard for this zombie tide. This zombie tide is spawning right in my face? He couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had thought it would at most be a small tide of 1,000 zombies, but it turned out to be a big tide of 5,000. Looking up, Siyu saw a massive black portal appear out of thin air on the empty street ahead. A zombie tide was formed by local zombies spontaneously gathering. Siyu never expected that because the number of zombies in Star City had sharply decreased, this zombie tide would consist of wild zombies transported in through a portal. The portal really had opened right in his face. It was obvious the enforcer harbored some personal grudge against him. The densely packed zombie horde had clearly noticed CUS presence as well. When the apocalypse descended, most of them had been roaming the outskirts. They had NP seen a living human in a long time. Thank you for nature's bounty. No helping it then, we fight. Siyu shook his head helplessly. While firing, he moved to the center of the street. Most of these zombies were ordinary class, roughly around level 10. However, among them were also a few elite class zombies of slightly higher level. Even though with the nighttime bonus the attributes of this zombie horde were doubled across the board. Since the zombies were being sent over continuously, in Suyu's view, as long as he kept their numbers under control, this battle would be manageable. At such close range, aiming was no longer necessary, yet Suyu still treated this battlefield as his training ground. 10 arrows flew out at once, their power somewhat reduced. However, under the effect of a paralyzing bite talent, the zombies struck by the arrows clearly stiffened, effectively blocking the companions behind them, and were wiped out in an instant. Even the occasional agile assassin-type zombie, preyed sneak attacks, fell one by one under Suyu's precise strikes. While everyone was still waiting in the Star City safe zone, Suyu alone had gone to the portal and was slaughtering like a madman. It didn't take long for his level to soar to 14th by now. Killing these ordinary zombies yielded no extra rewards besides points, but that didn't matter. Over the past 2 days, everyone had experienced firsthand just how terrifyingly strong the zombies became at night. And today, the zombie tide just happened to refresh during the night. At this moment, the other survivors could only hide in their shelters and quietly wait for dawn to arrive. In his previous life, there had never been a feat where a single person stood against a zombie tide. And conditions all perfectly aligned today, so you wanted to give it a try. So, when the number of zombies being teleported and reached half, so you knew the real challenge had arrived. No matter the scale of the zombie tide, there would always be stronger zombies that refreshed at the halfway point than at the very end. A gigantic zombie squeezed out of the portal. Its muscles were bulging, its limbs powerful and agile, its claws huge and razor-sharp. As if born solely for battle, its wide mouth was constantly chewing on some unknown substance, and a chilling aura of death radiated from its body. Ghoul zombie leader, LV-13 berserker-type zombie. As for the ghoul's innate skills, it didn't matter. Suyu was all too familiar with them. He had killed more ghouls than he could count on one hand. There are no weak berserker zombies. Within the ranks of mutant zombies, berserker zombies could be considered elites, famous for their terrifying strength and destructive power. They favored close quarters brawling, thanks to their unique skills Rage and Feast. When entering Rage, a zombie could become immune to skills for a short period. and at the moment rage activated, its attack and defense would be greatly boosted. The feast skill allowed them to inflict percentage-based damage to an enemy's HP and siphon life from it. As a T0 tier berserker zombie had been consumed by Designer while still alive after zombification, it was reborn in the form of a ghoul, becoming the embodiment of lust and greed. Although it cowled and compared to rotten guts and corrupted face, a ghoul's strength was by no means to be underestimated. When the ghoul's gaze fell on Suyu and then swept across the heaps of zombie corpses covering the ground, it grew visibly excited. This man before it had single-handedly withstood the siege of several thousand zombies. The corpse of such a powerful man must taste delicious. It let out a loud bestial roar. The hundreds of zombies that had been teleported alongside it immediately seemed to receive an order and all launched a ferocious assault on Suyu. At their head, the ghoul's originally flesh-colored body instantly darkened into a deep black. This was its rage skill. Just as the two sides were about to clash, Suyu let out a thunderous shout, "Summon Overlord!" In an instant, Overlord burst forth like a fierce tiger, charging straight at the leader of the zombie horde, the ghoul. It was the unrivaled melee champion of the zombie race. He was one of the top dank warriors of the human camp. Their showdown was like the sharpest spear striking the toughest shield, an epic collision. Man versus corpse, a 1v1 showdown between men, a pure clash of flesh and muscle. After the first exchange of blows, Overlord was forced back to steps, while the ghoul only retreated one. On their second clash, Overlord fell back 3 steps. The ghoul too. In the first 2 rounds of combat, Overlord was actually at a constant disadvantage. Thinking that while Overlord was powerful, he was still slightly inferior. Now that it had gauged its opponent test strength, it unleashed its lethal move without mercy. On their third clash, the Longsworth gripped tightly and Overlord's hand smashed violently into the ghoul's razor-sharp claws. The fierce impact of metal against metal burst into dazzling sparks. Overlord stabilized his stance, yet was still forced back several steps by the ghoul's immense strength. The ghoul, on the other hand, was like a kite with its string snapped, sent flying into the air by the blow. Blood flowed from its 7 orifices and it looked utterly bedraggled. Although Overlord had inherited 120% of Suyu's stats under the cover of night, the ghoul's strength it rebuked far exceeded his. By rights, Overlord should have come out worse from this exchange. Overlord swiftly activated the skill Reflective Blade Armor. At the same time, Suyu promptly cast Lightless Shield on him. Reflective Blade Armor was a brand new defensive skill Overlord had learned at level 12. Reflective Blade Armor passive reflects 20% of the damage received with every hit. For 4 seconds after activation, increases reflection of all incoming damage by 80%. Reflected damage is true damage and ignores skill and unity, while the active offensive Reflective Blade Armor is in effect. As long as Overlord does not fall, no matter how much damage he takes, the attacker will suffer the same amount in return. But was shattered in an instant by its overwhelming power. The shield destruction triggered a violent explosion, dealing area damage to enemies within several meters. The ghoul's full power strike amid the effect of Reflective Blade Armor backlashed onto itself, forcing it to endure equal damage. Thanks to the protection of Lightless Shield, Overlord did not suffer fatal injury and barely managed to steady himself. He then charged straight toward the ghoul in midair without the slightest hesitation. Overlord was like a tiger descending the mountain, rampaging through the battlefield as if no one else existed. Before the heavily injured ghoul even hit the ground, he unleashed a storm of ferocious blows upon it. On paper, Overlord didn't seem to have the upper hand. In fact, he ought to be at a disadvantage, yet these low-level zombies were nothing more than a disorderly rabble. They lacked strategy and technique, knowing only how to charge and attack blindly, leaving no room for adjustment. Suyu, unhurried, took out a little blue bottle from his wristband and downed it in one gulp. Without Suyu needing to lift a finger, Overlord had already overwhelmed the ghoul like a sweeping gale, clearing fallen leaves, utterly defeating it. Successfully killed ghoul zombie leader LV13. Gained EXP 6,500, gold 650, points 1,000. Current zombie tide count 1,000, 333 5,000ths. Just as the ghoul was slain, Overlord death's duration ended right on cue. What Suyu thought would be yet another dull and tedious grinding session suddenly took a sharp turn, as 2 identical massive teleportation gates abruptly appeared on the ground. This marked the beginning of a second phase, with monster spawn rates tripled. Inside Star City's safe zone, nearly 1,000 survivors remained completely unaware of this. They were still absorbed in their own preparations, fully armed and on high alert, ready to face the approaching zombie onslaught. Within the Star City safe zone, the squad Suyu had seen earlier in the mobile mall was also among them. They were currently watching the surrounding streets with full concentration, looking ready to grab their gear and bolt at any moment. "Boss, are you sure about this? Aren't you being a bit too cautious? My gut tells me things won't be that simple. Once it hits 6 o'clock, we have to pull out immediately. There are so many people here, and the Dragon Group is around too. Why don't we take the chance to go all out? Your life is your own. If you want to go, you go. Gulps. Is this zombie tide really that scary? Then tell me, can my idol lone wolf handle a zombie tide? In my opinion, he has good at dealing with single enemies. But when it comes to a zombie tide, I am afraid even he'd struggle. Actually, that's what I was thinking too. While everyone was arguing non-stop, a brief system announcement suddenly rang in their ears. Whoop-poo-poo-poo, area announcement. Zombie tide resistance completion progress 50%. Attack will resume in 60 seconds. Family members of Star City, please keep up the good work and overcome this difficulty together. By LER goodbye, however, the sudden area announcement left everyone stunned. What about the promised zombie tide? Bro, did the system bud out? What did the orderer just say? Sounded like it said the zombie tide is already halfway cleared. Ah, where's my big wave of zombies? And someone beat us to it. No one dared to leave the safe zone on their own. They all turned their heads and fixed their gaze on the highest commander of Star City's dragon group. How why men? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the rooftop behind them. Sir, several huge teleportation gates spotted due west, highly likely to be zombie tide portals. The voice came from a scout who had awakened a D-level talent Eagle Eye, which greatly enhanced his night vision and long-distance sight. Instinctively, the scout felt sure that the zombie tide would be gathering there in large numbers. It was just that Suyu's combat power was so overwhelming that the zombies never had a chance to gather into massive hordes. Because of that, the scout had to spend quite a long time before finally confirming the precise location of the portals and sharing the coordinates with everyone. At normal marching speed, it would take about 2 hours to get there. How Wyman frowned deeply, his mind full of doubts and guesses. Hitting himself with a triple question combo. Who is it? Who is intercepting the zombies? Could it be Lone Wolf again? He stared ahead as a string of questions flashed rapidly through his mind, his expression thoughtful. After a long period of deliberation, How Wyman finally made up his mind. He decisively waved his hand and shouted an order. First squad, you Ray in charge of protecting Star City's safe zone. Third squad, from up immediately move out in 1 minute. Most of the survivors chose to stay in the safe zone. After seeing the dragon group move, some people resolutely decided to follow them toward the location of the portals. The little Lily downed 10 capsules in one go. When she appeared, she actually had a garlic butter Boston lobster clamp between her teeth. Eating garlic again? Seeing this, Suyu couldn't help but give a helpless smile. Lately, Liu Wei had taken a special liking to garlic. No matter the dish, as long as it had garlic in it, she never turned it down. She seemed to bring along a wave of magical attack garlic aroma. This wave of zombies in both level and strength was far fiercer than the first wave. For Suyu, that was actually a good thing, more experience to gain. Even though the two of them were fighting with everything they had, the zombies' respawn rate still made them hard to handle. Suyu could only fight while retreating with Liu Wei, a situation looking somewhat difficult. Fortunately, Suyu had the Ultra Instinct-like talent, which allowed him to effectively avoid taking damage. Liu Wei at his side, however, was having a hard time. These evolved zombies were by no means easy opponents. Dual-wielding their weapons, her movements were quite clumsy compared with those assassination-type zombies. If they were even slightly careless, the zombies would close in on them, occasionally leaving claw marks and bite marks behind. Plus a shield necklace and Suyu's lightless shield protecting her. Liu Wei, driven by the Berserker's blood talent, managed to find a delicate equilibrium. Neither of them knew how long they had been killing when Suyu realized his experience bar was almost full. When he loosed his final arrow and skewered the last zombie, a system notification popped up. Successfully killed mutant elite zombie LV-12. Gained EXP 240, gold 24, points 10. Current zombie tide count 15,000. Looking at the carpet of zombie corpses and the blood pooled into a small pond on the ground, there was now only one zombie left in the field. Although Liu Wei's warhammer had already reached fine quality, the prolonged, intense fighting had begun to leave signs of wear. He himself was using a bow and arrows, so he was completely unaffected. If nothing unexpected happens, the final boss should also be a leader-class zombie. Watching the sky on the verge of dawn, Suyu couldn't help but wonder why this final boss still hadn't appeared. He stared fixedly at the direction of the portal but saw nothing. Liu Wei, on the other hand, took several supply capsules from her pocket and casually started her self-service feast. The little lowly even reached out and handed one to Suyu, but the moment he saw Can Herring written on the capsule, his smile froze. He knew perfectly well that this little glutton would never lead him anything truly tasty. Suddenly, a zombie corpse behind Liu Wei twitched, as if something heavy had stepped on it. A powerful sense of dread flooded Suyu's heart. Recall Liu Wei, Suyu shouted, instantly realizing that the final boss had to be an assassin type. Just as Liu Wei's figure was about to vanish, the two scarlet daggers that should have pierced her heart instead simultaneously skewered her shoulders. Caught off guard by the sudden strike, the supply capsules in Lu Wei's hands scattered across the ground. The next second, she was forcibly pulled back into the wristband. Death mark, the instant the enemy revealed itself. Siyu had already slapped the mark on it. Although Lu Wei was a zombie and possessed a powerful regenerative ability, a firepower contained in those 2 stabs would undoubtedly drag out her time considerably. Siyu's expression turned terrifyingly dark. A cold light flashing in his eyes, his voice dripping with unquestionable killing intent. A mere Lord class zombie dares hurt what's mine. The zombie lord, having missed its strike, vanished again. The blaring death mark hovering above its head shone like a beacon, rendering its stealth skill practically useless. Even so, its movement speed was extremely fast. Even Siyu found it somewhat difficult to track its position. Still, Siyu keenly noticed that this ambusher zombie was quite similar to the J.R.O. Gummo they had encountered in the library, another mutant zombie, this time shaped like a mantis. Unlike the massive armored giant Ting, its body size was actually comparable to Lu Wei's. Its forearms had evolved into 2 iconic crimson short blades, and it moved with such agility that it looked like a streak of red and white lightning. The pair of short wings folded behind its back granted it short-range flight, like adding wings to a tiger. Strength 130-130, Spirit 50-50, Constitution 130-130, Agility 150-150. Talent Natural Camouflage. The Orchid Mantis King can remain invisible as long as it does not initiate an attack. Incoming damage is reduced and it gains additional health regeneration. Special talent cannot be plundered. After years of hunting, the Orchid Mantis King is perfect with a set of exquisite predation techniques. Whenever it launches an attack and successfully hits an enemy, it inflicts a fear effect and reduces the enemy's attack damage by 50%. Skill Blood Sacrifice. The Orchid Mantis King uses fresh blood as an offering to weave a scarlet barrier. All enemies are silenced and suffer continuous damage. Phantom Legion summons 3 phantoms of the Orchid Mantis King. The phantoms inherit certain attributes and skills but take additional damage. When the skill is cast, it can remove all negative statuses. Spectral Descent. The ultimate move. By signing a contract with specters, it increases the Orchid Mantis King's maximum HP by 50% and boosts its HP regeneration speed. Its attacks ignore 50% of all or deal splash damage. Mantises are born masters of camouflage, and born hunters as well. The Orchid Mantis King before him, as a stealth-type assassin class zombie lord, not only possesses outstanding survivability and agile movements, but also terrifying burst damage and sustained combat ability. Siyu closed his eyes tightly, sensing the Mantis King as figure dawning rapidly around him, the chilling killing intent clinging to him like a shadow. Under the cover of night, all of the Mantis King's attributes seemed to have been enhanced, surpassing Siyu's by a clear margin. Siyu would definitely have avoided clashing with the Mantis King at night. Choosing to fight after dawn, putting both sides back on the same starting line, that would have been the wise choice. The instant the Mantis King's claws wounded Lu Wei, the fury in Siyu's heart was instantly ignited. Although this encounter had not caused him much direct harm, it was the first time he had suffered a loss since his rebirth. And that was something he would never tolerate. In the darkness, the Mantis King gently licked its short blades. Its already zombified mouth stretched all the way to the base of its ears, making it look extremely hideous. Under its cold and merciless gaze, the man before it seemed to have given up resisting, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As the saying goes, when the mantis stalks, the cicada, their speed is their speed of a human blink. 5 seconds. In this silent, pitch-black night, the Mantis King's speed was like a bolt of lightning, instantly tearing through the still night sky. Assassin-type zombies have a distinct trait: they love ambushes and backstabs. As long as there is an opportunity, they will choose to stab from behind without the slightest hesitation. It quietly approached Siyu's back. Yet at the very moment it struck, Siyu suddenly opened his eyes, silent. A flicker of an afterimage and Siyu dodged the Mantis King's lethal blow. The Mantis King's short blade plunged deep into the concrete ground. Had that blow landed, he would have been either dead or gravely wounded, the consequences unimaginable. With its strike missed, the Mantis King would enter stealth again after a few seconds, seeking its next chance for ambush and backstab. But now it was Siyu's turn. However, he did not rush to attack the Mantis King. He knew full well that the Mantis King's agility far exceeded his own. Avoiding its attacks was as easy as flipping a hand for it. All he needed to do was lock it down so it had nowhere to dodge, then that would be enough. Corpse summon, behind the Orchid Mantis King. The corpse of an elite zombie suddenly moved. Its eyes instantly turned blood red, its whole body shrouded in a black-red aura as it entered an invincible state. Placing blind faith in its natural camouflage talent, assuming that as long as it did not attack, it could remain hidden forever. What it did not know was that the death mark above its head had already exposed its every move. Suddenly, an elite zombie stretched out its withered arm and clamped down on the Mantis King's slender calf. Immediately after, the zombie used the steel-edged strength of its forelimbs to lock the Mantis King's body in a vice-like grip. Under the effect of the talon heaven-penetrating Dharma Eye, the weakness on the Mantis King's neck was laid completely bare. The smooth love stronger than gold's 7-day lock meant that for the next 60 seconds, the Mantis King would be unable to move, left at Su's mercy. The Mantis King swung its two sharp, short blades, launching a fierce assault on the elite zombie, yet all it got in return was a crisp sound of blades being deflected. Those edges that once sliced iron like mud were now completely useless. The Mantis King realized how dire the situation was. Its pupils shrank sharply as it watched dense volleys of arrows pour down like a torrential storm. Holy arrow massacre! All 20 arrows locked precisely onto the Mantis King's neck. The next second, the violent clash of metal against metal rang out beside its ears. It turned out the Mantis King had used the short blades in its hands to forcibly withstand Su's arrow formation. Yet even a Lord-level zombie could not endure the armor-ignoring attacks of the deaf dance talent. The short blade in its left hand, after blocking 20 consecutive arrows, was finally snapped cleanly into by Su's assault. The Mantis King's body began to discolor. It had been struck by Su's paralytic, but its speed visibly slowed, and its hit rate plummeted. Su's attacks did not stop there. He once again released a fully charged arrow of retribution. Unlike Holy Arrow Massacre, the arrow of retribution possessed powerful penetrating force. Even if you tried to block it with a hand blade, you would inevitably be injured. Of course, the Mantis King was not the type to just sit and await death. The Mantis King's body suddenly shuddered violently. In an instant, the Mantis King split into 3 clones. This not only broke free from the elite zombie's control, but also erased the death mark above its head. Next, those Mantis clones rapidly activated the Phantom Legion skill. 1 becomes 3. 3 become 9 in just a few seconds. The entire street seemed to turn into a splitting factory for the Mantis King. Countless Orchid Mantis King clones filled every corner. As for the Orchid Mantis King's true body, it had long since submerged itself into the Mantis horde. To others, these clones and the true body of the Mantis King might seem indistinguishable in their movements and posture. The water was too deep to grasp, but under Su's heaven-penetrating Dharma Eye, nothing could hide. Even before the Mantis King disappeared, Suyu, relying on his unique talent, had already spotted the slightly darker, subtly different true body among the zombies and marked it with a death mark. Suyu knew that this kind of cloning skill did not grant each clone the full attributes of the original body. Each clone could only inherit half of the previous body's attributes. Although the number of Mantis Kings had surged into the hundreds, the later waves of clones probably had attributes down in the single digits. Their main function was just to look intimidating. Fortunately, these clones had not inherited the true body's talent natural camouflage. Otherwise, if they all entered stealth, they would be much harder to handle. Suyu pulled the trigger. An arrow wrapped in explosive sparks shot straight toward the last split Mantis King. A conspicuous gap immediately opened within the Mantis swarm. The dozen or so newly born Mantis Kings were instantly reduced to blue smoke under Su's thunderous strike, vanishing without a trace. He switched smoothly into split arrow mode. Far exceeded that of the zombie horde. While shooting, he also kept the Orchid Mantis King's death mark at the edge of his vision. All 20 arrows in his quiver had been fired. The remaining clones standing before Suyu could be counted on one hand, yet the Mantis King's true body still refused to give up. A shadow flashed past like lightning as it quietly slipped behind Suyu once more. Trying to ambush me again, huh? Like backstabbing? Then he let it savor what it felt like to be ambushed too. Suyu deliberately exposed a flaw. Taking advantage of the moment, he switched quivers to let his body endure the Mantis King's attack. Even though he was clad in the shield of no light, he still couldn't completely resist the Orchid Mantis King's innate talent of aesthetics of violence. For a moment, Suyu only felt the world spin as if a shrill scream echoed from the depths of his soul. His whole body lost control and darted around wildly. This was the terrifying power granted by the aesthetics of violence talent fear. Fear causes the target to lose control and flee in all directions due to extreme terror. And this fear state will only be lifted once the target takes damage. The next second, the Mantis King struck as expected. Like a meteor tearing through the night sky, soaring tens of meters into the air, the pair of wings on its back beat furiously, holding it steady in midair as its shark gaze locked tightly onto Suyu. Not far away, the main force that had departed from Star City's safe zone was already close to this location. Not long ago, they had watched from afar as the portal mysteriously vanished. However, what happened next shocked them. A creature was soaring in the sky. They also wanted to know what on earth had happened, so they quickened their pace in clearing the zombies. Driven by its wings, the Orchid Mantis King's descent grew faster and faster, as if challenging the limits of gravity itself. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Suyu's mouth, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on his face. At the exact instant the Mantis King's short blade in its right hand was about to sever Suyu's neck, Suyu silent stepped and appeared behind the Mantis King, narrowly evading the killing blow. That powerful, heavy strike from the Mantis King actually drove half its body into the concrete ground, a testament to the sheer force behind the blow. Immediately after, an arrow of reprimand shot straight into the Mantis King's thigh. Under the blessing of one of Suyu's talents, it still dealt impressive damage. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the Mantis King's clone, killing it in an instant, so this was all a trap set by Suyu. At the moment he was hit, he bit through his own lip, using self-inflicted pain to forcibly break free from the shackles of fear. His panic-stricken, out-of-control sprinting was nothing but a carefully staged act. Faced with Suyu's relentless assault, it finally couldn't endure anymore. This man in front of it had humiliated it over and over again, treating it like a mere bug to be toyed with. If an uncle could endure it, an aunt couldn't either. It furiously curled its body into a ball, letting out a low buzzing growl. Before their eyes, its body began expanding in a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it swelled to 1.5 times the height of a person, its entire form shrouded in a deep, death-like black aura. So you knew this was its ultimate move, ghostly descent, taking advantage of the moment the Mantis King transformed. Suyu unhesitatingly used plundering hand, current collapse level 46%, weakness level 55%, current plunder success rate 101%, talent plunder successful. Because natural camouflage is a special talent, it cannot be plundered. 1. Aesthetics of Violence talent level S rank. Aesthetics of Violence. When your attack successfully hits an enemy, it can inflict a fear effect for 10 seconds and reduces the enemy's attack damage by 50%. Suddenly, Suyu's brows tightened. From behind him came a rustling sound. Hawaii men leading a massive contingent had already arrived in force. From their perspective, the ground was carpeted with thousands of zombie corpses. In their field of vision, the earth was densely covered with the bodies of the dead, like a sea of death. Yet in the middle of this sea of death, a lone man stood upright, silent, staring proudly into the distance. They couldn't see it because the Orchid Mantis King had already entered its natural camouflage state, hiding amidst this field of death. "It's Lone Wolf, boss. It's really my idol." His voice full of surprise, looking across the whole Star City. Only Lone Wolf could pull this off. The moment the bearded man heard the system announcement, he had decided to follow. His underlings hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Are you sure that it's Lone Wolf? Why can't I see his information?" Hawaii men, having heard their conversation, asked the bearded man politely. "That's right, it's him." The bearded man replied flatly. Although Hawaii man looked very courteous, he always felt there was something hidden behind that smile. A powerhouse who could hold a bow and take the lengths of over 1,000 zombies. How many such people could exist in this world? Not to mention, Lone Wolf, how could a senior like him be casually probed by juniors like you? After speaking, Hawaii man strode forward and called out in a loud voice, "Lone Wolf, I am Hawaii man, the person in charge of Dragon Division in Huaxia Star City. Faced with this tide of zombies, it is our duty." Cus' voice was incomparably cold. Even without turning his head, he radiated a chilling, killing intent. The bearded man, squad, upon hearing that single get lost, instantly and consciously retreated more than 10 meters. As the acting head of Dragon Division in Star City, the corner of Hawaii man's mouth twitched. He was clearly furious. Before the apocalypse, he had only been a low-ranked adjutant in Dragon Division, but his former commanders had all turned into zombies, which had given him the chance to take this position. Now, he led Dragon Division and had successfully secured the Star City safe zone. He was eager to achieve even more, to completely get rid of the word acting in his title. Hawaii man looked at his subordinate beside him, his brows tightly furrowed. "There wasn't anything wrong with what I just said, was there? I clearly stated my identity right away and showed no disrespect at all. So why is this Lone Wolf so completely unmoved? Not giving me the slightest bit of face?" The subordinate was tongue-tied, not knowing how to respond. Having been snubbed by Cu right to his face left Hawaii man feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles, with thorns in his back and a bone stuck in his throat. Over the past 2 days, thanks to the vivid storytelling of the bearded man and others, everyone in the Star City safe zone knew you. Lone Wolf was just overwhelmingly powerful. He was also cold and merciless. Without his nod of approval, acting rashly would only bring disaster upon oneself. If he simply backed off like this, wouldn't he that crush his own prestige and boost someone else's? If he showed cowardice at this moment, how would he command the survivors of Star City in the future? Hawaii man's face darkened and he found himself caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. A subordinate quietly inched closer and whispered in his ear, "Sir, how about we send 3rd Squad to go check things out?" The speaker's name was Limazi. Before the apocalypse, he had been a captain in the City Management Bureau, extremely skilled at reading people and flattering superiors. Leela's watch first. How Wyman pressed his hand down, signaling them to hold their positions, and his expression eased slightly. But all their little movements were noticed by Suyu. The scene shifted. The Orchid Mantis King, which had entered its ghostly state, at its maximum HP increased by 50%, and its wounds were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its thighs, its bladed arms, every wound suddenly burst with new vitality in that instant. The next second, the Orchid Mantis King finally moved. It once again stretched its demonic claws towards Suyu's back, an evil smile appearing on its face. At this moment, the Orchid Mantis King finally revealed its true form. The overwhelming aura at least instantly made everyone present feel an intense shock. Heaven's Orchid Mantis King, a Lord-class zombie. Among this group, the highest level was only level 10. They could barely identify the boss's name and rank. After all, once the novice phase ends, it has already a full-grown adult test limit to take on a single normal-grade zombie. Yet the man before them had not only slaughtered thousands of zombies. No less, the aura the Orchid Mantis King released in an instant was enough to fill everyone with terror, their legs trembling uncontrollably. But Al Wyman was different. The scene in his eyes was utterly unlike theirs. What he saw was countless military merits, just as the Orchid Mantis King swung its short blade, aiming at the back of Suyu's neck. Suyu twisted his body to the side with agility and swiftly pulled the trigger, firing an arrow. One slash for one arrow. Little human, you dare fight me head-on? However, Suyu showed a satisfied smile. His plan had already succeeded. Even with the protection of the lightless shield, the Orchid Mantis King's short blade still struck Suyu's shoulder. Suyu's shoulder guard shattered and a system prompt rang beside his ear. Ding, Hunter-S ball dry and on durability has dropped to 0. Suyu had no time to bother with it, as both sides' attacks struck almost simultaneously. Above the Orchid Mantis King's head, 3 negative status effects instantly appeared. Paralyzing bite, corroded skin, aesthetics of violence. These 3 debuffs not only weakened its movement speed, attack speed and attack power, but also inflicted poison and fear, and that was NTL. An arrow of flame, charged for a full 30 seconds, was streaking toward its back at high speed. The killing intent carried by this arrow far surpassed any of Suyu's previous attacks. Its power had increased several dozen times. It turned out that at the moment the Orchid Mantis King transformed, Suyu had silently summoned the divine crossbow turret. With all effects stacked, the Orchid Mantis King had nowhere to dodge. This arrow released the Orchid Mantis King from the fear state, at the cost of its wings turning to ash and its body suffering heavy damage. Its decline was obvious. Being back step by Suyu had left everyone watching dumbfounded. The damage he personally dealt to the Mantis King was limited. The truly lethal weapon was that crossbow shot that came every 30 seconds. A few minutes later, the Mantis King's body was bristling with arrows. Just as it was about to die at Suyu's hands, how Wyman's patience finally ran out. He suddenly kicked Liamazi by his side at the same time, quietly withdrawing the hand he had been pressing down. Liamazi immediately understood how Wyman's intent and shouted loudly, "Brother Lone Wolf, your shoulder rests injured, go rest on the side. Leave the rest to our dragon group." Before his voice had even fallen, he had already gathered nearly 100 members of the 3rd Squad and charged towards Suyu's back like air was leading the stream. Though Suyu was indeed injured, anyone with eyes could see this group was just trying to seize the chance to share the kill and grab the credit. Those who knew better had long retreated under the lead of the bearded man. The ones left were all opportunists, dreaming of rushing in to deliver the finishing blow. The bearded man had already foreseen a big death character written across each of their foreheads. Suyu had anticipated from the start that these people, though appearing righteous, were in fact scheming and far from good. Since they were dead set on courting death, he would oblige them. As the crowd stepped into the Orchid Mantis King's attack range, Suyu stopped his assaults at just the right moment. He took out a small red potion and a small blue potion, leisurely restoring his own state. The Mantis King, which Suyu had already beaten back into its original form, suddenly widened its eyes when it saw this new batch of arrivals. All at once, the corpses of the zombies Suyu had slain on the ground began to tremble violently. The next second, their bodies seemed to have all their blood drained away by an invisible force. The scarlet liquid quickly spread across the ground, unfurling slowly like leaf veins. Very soon, this crimson barrier expanded continuously until it enveloped everyone. Like a cage constructed from blood. What is this? People stared at the network of bloodlines beneath their feet, like some kind of magic array. Their voices filled with fear and unease. Just then, someone in the crowd cried out in panic, "What is going on? I can't use my skills." As his voice fell, everyone suddenly felt their blood and pee surge to tickly, and they uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Blood sacrificed. The Orchid Mantis King used fresh blood as an offering, weaving a crimson barrier. Within this barrier, all enemies would be silenced and subjected to continuous damage. Blood sacrifice, this skill that made Magus tremble in fear, was something Suyu had already encountered in his previous life. If only a few people attacked, the Orchid Mantis King would not use this skill. It would only activate it when the number of people on the battlefield exceeded 10. The size of a skill's area of effect was closely tied to the total amount of blood that could be gathered on the battlefield. The damage was not high for the current Suyu, but for the others that was another story. Suyu had slain thousands of zombies, and the Orchid Mantis King used the blood in their bodies to finally expand the range of this skill to a sufficient size. People began to panically trade frantically, trying to escape this cage like a sea of blood. However, the moment they touched the bloodline-like edge of the cage, their bodies were instantly sliced into several pieces, blood spraying in all directions. Very quickly, the blood of these people merged into the blood network, making it shine even more brilliantly. The Orchid Mantis King finally caught its breath, silently concealing its figure, restoring the life force it had lost in the shadows. Barring the ceaseless flow of blood and under the effect of the blood sacrifice skill, it coldly and mercilessly reaped the remaining vitality of those within the barrier. Could still barely hold on a little longer. However, those who planned to change class to Major Taoist had low constitution to begin with, without potions and unable to use skills. They were no different from sitting ducks waiting to die. They clustered tightly around the dragon group members, their eyes filled with deep fear and despair. Say something? What do we do now? Chief Hao, you promised the dragon group would ensure our safety. Hurry and think of something, Hao Wai Min. This is all your fault. Lone Wolf clearly warned you not to go. But you insisted on fighting for that BOSS. Theft. Then collapsed to the ground with his eyes wide open in death. With the first person falling, the fear in everyone's hearts spread like a tidal wave, plunging them into complete panic. After that, with every passing second, someone fell to the ground, then was drained of blood, their eyes bulging in terror. When several dragon group members took out small reed bottles to replenish their vitality, they were immediately mobbed by the surrounding crowd, throwing the scene into even greater chaos. Suyu had long since grown used to such scenes. In the apocalypse, at the critical moment between life and death, people's selfish nature was laid completely bare. However, protected by the shield of no light, Suyu remained completely unharmed. With the effect of corrosive skin, he continuously inflicted poison-type reflected damage on the Orchid Mantis King. Aside from Suyu, their third squad was the closest to the BOSS, and thus became the first wave of victims to suffer the damage from blood sacrifice. Boss, I am begging you, please make a move. The members of the third squad chimed in one after another, turning to denounce Hao Wai Min and Lone Wolf. Boss, we were wrong. It is not our fault, we rage just following orders if there is a debt. It has a debtor. It was Hao Wai Min who forced us to come. They all pointed toward Hao Wai Min in the distance. The others quickly realized as well that looking to Hao Wai Min would not solve the problem. Now only Lone Wolf taking action to eliminate the BOSS can cause the barrier to naturally disperse. They were incomparably anxious. Seeing that Suyu remained unmoved by Yumazi's threats, they began to frantically question him. Lone Wolf, you Ray the hero of Star City. Shouldn't you be protecting people like us who are helpless? Lone Wolf, stop drinking potions and make a move already. Can't you see we Ray about to die? Lone Wolf, don't you forget there are countless eyes watching from outside. If we die here and this gets out, your heroic image will be completely. However, the last person to speak did not die from the blood sacrifice, but had his mouth instantly pierced through by an arrow loosed with a casual raise of Suyu's hand. Hero. In the apocalypse, true experts never care about how others see them. And Suyu had never once thought about being some damn hero. All of a sudden, the previously clamorous crowd fell into dead silence. The legendary Lone Wolf turned out to be this cold and merciless. Suyu remained unmoved. Only a few dozen lonely figures were left on the field. Hao Wai Min finally summoned up his courage and stepped forward, and said in a deep voice, Lone Wolf, I was in the wrong first in this matter, and I've admitted my mistake. What more do you want? Just because I was wrong, you're not going to help us? Isn't helping others everyone's duty? Hao Wai Min was one of the superiors in the dragon group from his previous life that Suyu found most disgusting. That hypocritical look of his really hadn't changed one bit. Do you know what my name means? Lone Wolf, living only for myself. Anyone who dares provoke my bottom line has to die. A trace of a cold smile hung at the corner of Suyu's mouth as he stated this calmly. As for where exactly that bottom line was, a flexible bottom line final interpretation belonged to Suyu. The next second, the charged ballista launched an explosive arrow that streaked toward Hao Wai Min like lightning, and completely cleared out the 10-meter radius around Hao Wai Min. All right, your turn now. Suyu's gaze shifted toward the corner. To the Orchid Mantis King that had been coldly watching the drama from the sidelines the whole time. Affected by its corroded skin, the constantly rebounding poison damage meant its condition was far from good. As the blood supply was cut off, the cage formed by the blood sacrifice gradually shrank and eventually completely dissipated. With the barrier gone, the bearded man and the others finally saw clearly the tragic scene before them. Of the hundreds who had entered the barrier, not a single one remained. Every last one lay on the ground. Only Suyu was left standing. At this moment, he had the Huyi bow fully drawn. The ballista had crippled the Mantis King S for limbs, leaving it like meat laid out on a chopping board. A massive ultimate Grim Reaper arrow howled forth, striking the Mantis King S body and triggering a violent explosion. The Mantis King S body finally gave out, blown into countless pieces. Its life ended in that instant, and its sinful existence came to a full stop. With the battle over and the mists cleared to reveal the sky, time silently ticked over to 6 o'clock in the morning. On Suyu's wristband, long missed scrolling notifications began to flood and ding. Gain DXP 15,000, gold 1,500. Gain 10 free at rebuke points. Ding! Zhongbi you God class profession 5 strength. 5 agility. Ding! Max level agility, talent 5 agility. N. Talent plundering hand remaining uses 2. Ding! Successfully killed the final SSS of the Star City Zombie Tide. Gain points 10,000. Ding! Weekly event Star City Zombie Tide has been completed. For becoming the first survivor in the apocalypse to resist a zombie tide alone, you have obtained the unique achievement One Man Holds the Pass. World announcement incoming. Boom 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 boom. World announcement. The survivor Lone Wolf has, by his own strength alone, successfully halted the zombie assault amidst a surging zombie tide. He has obtained the World Death Soul achievement holding the pass alone, and simultaneously received massive rewards. You struggling, lingering people, are you surviving in the apocalypse for my sake? Aren't you doing it for yourselves? Those who aren't willing to keep living. Give up as soon as possible and stop affecting other survivors. Roger that. All the words that people around the world wanted to say condensed into this single sentence. This was NT Suyu showing off. People had already grown somewhat numb to these sudden global announcements. One could only say that sometimes the gap between people is even greater than the gap between a person and a dog. Across the land of Huaxia, Lone Wolf had long been revered by everyone as YYDS. His successes had become so common that no one was surprised anymore. But in those self-proclaimed democratic Western countries, there were two completely different voices. Some admired the power of the strong, took Lone Wolf as a role model, and continually pursued improvements in their personal strength. Some regarded Lone Wolf's power as a sign of Huaxia's rising threat. They were keen on spreading all kinds of conspiracy theories, trying to squeeze the greatest profit from ignorant people. However, were the survivors of Star City. At this moment, they had not only received the world announcement, but also a regional announcement. Congratulations to all survivors in Star City. The integrity of Star City's safe zone is 100%. Overall performance has been rated SSS. As commendation, every resident of Star City will receive one Apocalypse Survival Pack, plus an additional 10 points of credits. As this inspiring news spread, another Apocalypse Survival Pack appeared in everyone's backpack. For survivors still battling hunger and the extremes of cold and heat, this was not just material aid. It was also the courage and hope to break out of the dilemma and fight the zombies to the very end. After killing the Orchid Man as king, Shiyu finally let out a long breath of relief. Fortunately, the zombies in the tide did not drop any items or chests beyond the usual experience in gold. On the ground, only the hundreds of people personally killed by Suyu could be stripped of some equipment. Otherwise, just picking up the loot from those several thousand zombies would probably have cost Suyu several hours. At this moment, Suyu first claimed the achievement rewards from earlier successfully claimed holding the pass alone achievement reward reputation 1000. Gold 1000, wristband storage space expanded to 5.5 cubic meters. One man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot break through. One man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot break through. World unique title, permanent title, awarded to the first survivor in the apocalypse to single-handedly repel a zombie tide. All attributes permanently fifth. While this title is equipped, damage received is reduced by 20%. This minor increase was no longer enough to excite him. He decided to allocate all freely distributed attribute points into strength. Even though the Hunter's Bulgins had already broken and lost their original 6-piece set bonus, his strength still broke past the 160 point mark. Ding, your strength attribute has now reached 160 points. New skill unlocked. Ghost King SI. Ghost King SI fires an arrow imbued with the power of a hurricane, creating a massive Ghost King SI ahead that pulls enemies into it and continuously deals damage. 1 hour, not bad. It has actually a mob gathering skill, although the cooldown was as long as 1 hour. Ever since Suyu obtained the Rain Exquisite Heart 10, all his skill cooldowns have been reduced by half. This undoubtedly gave him more tactical options in battle. He definitely had to find a chance to test it out properly. However, the ones most shocked were actually Beard and the others who had kept retreating. They had escaped the range of the blood sacrifice and managed to save their lives, but their eyes stayed fixed on everything happening within the barrier. That scene was far too overwhelming for them, only they truly understood the weight of this battle for Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf was actually soloing a Lord-level zombie in the dead of night, something they had never even dared to imagine. Apart from Beer Death Squad, everyone still found it hard to believe that Lone Wolf would really take human lives. When the blood sacrifice finally dissipated, they were forced to face this brutal fact. Among the hundreds led by Hawaiian, not a single one had survived. Their deaths were utterly gruesome. After being drained of blood, their skin shriveled, eyeballs bulging, mouths gaping wide as if cursing the injustice of the world. From this battle onward, be forever branded in people's hearts, becoming an inescapable nightmare. Anyone who dared to challenge Tsuyu, anyone who set their sights on him, would have to weigh carefully whether they were qualified enough. Tsuyu ignored these people and walked straight in the direction of the Star City safe zone. The crowd finally began to stir, scrambling to snatch up the equipment Tsuyu had left behind. This road leading to the Star City safe zone had become completely unobstructed thanks to Hawaiian's prior clearing. Along the way, Indian the grand much effort before arriving at the Star City safe zone. To him, this area was already like a second home, so familiar it couldn't be more familiar. The Star City safe zone was located in what had once been an extremely prosperous commercial center, covering a vast area with all kinds of facilities. There were class change totems that allowed people to become warriors, mages, or Taoists. There was also a system-provided shop and street wineries, restaurants, clothing stores, weapon shops, specialty shops. Everything was available. There were even a large open space reserved for survivors to develop and utilize on their own. And synthesis platform, those had not yet been opened. It was called a safe zone because, for survivors, it was absolutely safe. If there were any personal grudges between survivors, they could choose to go to the training arena to settle things, life and death left to fate. However, the moment they made a move inside the safe zone, they would face the same severe consequences as in the mobile mall. Those max-level armored warriors scattered throughout the safe zone, blades in hand, were no joke. When Tsuyu and Lue arrived here, the surrounding people stared at them in terror. Instinctively making way and opening the path, news of Tsuyu's massacre within the barrier had already spread widely through the crowd. Since he had already killed, Tsuyu had no intention of hiding himself. Under everyone's gaze, the two of them finally stopped in front of a mysterious little house. The captain of Dragon Group First Squad, who had remained stationed in the Star City safe zone, rushed over upon hearing the news and called out to Tsuyu. Tsuyu's brows knit lightly as he watched it all. Powerfully built man with an air of righteous awe stride toward him. Chen Ha Aram LV-10, no class. Be ranked down in steel muscles and iron bones. The crowd automatically parted to make way for him, watching with a mindset as if they were here to see a show. Was someone really about to challenge Lone Wolf? Tsuyu said nothing, simply looking at the man with quiet, piqued interest. Say something. Will you? Beard stepped forward and reminded him carefully. Chen Ha shuddered, then spoke a bit clumsily. Mr. Lone Wolf. Hello, I am Chen Ha from Star City's Dragon Group. He tentatively reached out a hand for a shake, but seeing that Lone Wolf had no intention of responding, he pulled it back somewhat awkwardly. Thank you very much for everything you've done for the Star City safe zone. And thank you for helping us get rid of the scum within the Dragon Group. Those people who claim on the surface to be Star City's guardians, yet secretly line their own pockets and commit all kinds of evil. I'll record these scum's actions in detail and report them, so you won't suffer any unnecessary trouble. Chen Ha gaze was firm and sincere. It can only be said that this move of Chen Ha displayed extremely high intelligence. If on a moment's impulse he offended the hottest Lone Wolf in all of Wuxia, the consequences would be unimaginable. With Lone Wolf's strengths, he might even do things that the Dragon Group itself couldn't bear. That was undoubtedly an unknown variable. Nowadays, although the Dragon Group's influence in Star City was far weaker than before, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Chen Ha had only just risen to his new position and his seat was not yet warm. So of course he didn't need air and would not gamble. After asking his older brother, Beard, for help, he deliberately put on a naive and clumsy act. In reality, the crimes pinned on Hawaiian were half true and half false. Yet for Chen Ha, in order to seize a higher position, he chose to maliciously smear his predecessor. Hawaiian was already dead. Chen Ha's one-sided story could no longer be verified. Dumping everything on the dead is a common trick of those climbing to the top. Only by doing this could he get the answers everyone in power wanted in every respect. Even the surrounding onlookers began to come to their senses. They already viewed Lone Wolf with prejudice. As the hero of Wuxia and Star City, could he just kill people at will? Of course the ones he killed were all bad people, so they began to direct their accusations at Hawaiian, and a single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, but in Tsuyu's eye, this was nothing more than a clumsy performance. From the subtle expressions on Chen Ha's face, Tsuyu had long since seen through his true motive. Merely turned his head slightly to the side. After all the dragon group members' figures disappeared, under the Countess' astonished gazes, Shiyu pushed open the door and walked into that mysterious room. In just a few short minutes, Shiyu kept bringing surprise and shock to everyone. This little house hidden at the end of the shopping street was, for those familiar with online games, undoubtedly a holy land hiding in Easter egg. Countless curious players had tried to explore its interior, but they were always met with the system's cold reply, "You are currently not qualified to enter this room." Who was that big guy just now who said if anyone could get in, he'd stand on his head and eat shit on the spot? Come on, time for your performance. As how the originally serious scene suddenly turned into everyone being like turtles in a day school they just couldn't hold in their laugh class anymore. Little bit by now, the one who had bragged so loudly earlier had bolted the instant Suyu pushed the door open. At this moment, the crowd was boiling over as well. Once Suyu closed the door, they all began to chatter away. Although the final result had been good, this way of throwing punches at the slightest disagreement had shocked everyone. The number one on all three rankings, the strongest king, keep your voice down. Don't accidentally say something that offends him or he'll chop you up. Don't be stupid, Lone Wolf is a hero. How would he ever lay a hand on small fry like us? He really killed or level zombie of the night all by himself? I don't buy. Wow, who asked that short woman next to Big Brother Lone Wolf? She totally doesn't match him. If it were me standing next to him, that would be perfect. Blowing a little pinwheel and mimicking a younger, less stone. Fortunately, after Suyu entered the room, he was automatically teleported into a special space and toweled until he ran anything outside at all them. So he took the corrupt face as strong acid blood and rotten intestines strong acid blood out of his wristband, walked straight to the research desk in the corner of the room and set them directly on it. Justice or evil, completed, reward gold 1,000. Reputation 1,000, experience 1,000. Shadow Edge Blade appeared in Suyu's head. The little lily started jumping up and down. Although her body still bore the deep scars left by the Orchid Mantis King, none of it seemed enough to quell the joy in her heart. Bitter smile, then gently handed the sharp Shadow Edge Blade to Lu Wei. Lu Wei almost snatched it from him in her impatience in an instant. The black iron hand was discarded to the side. Her eyes sparkled with the pure, fervent excitement of a child, as if she had just received a beloved new toy. Legendary equipment. It is a weapon once wielded by an ancient demon god, its simple yet mysterious form seeming capable of devouring all surrounding light. Shimmering with a deep blue glow. Stat strength 15th, passive skill blood drint. Increases critical hit rate by 20% and grants 20% life steal. Quest skill imprisonment when using Shadow Edge Blade. Each zombie minion you kill will have its soul stolen, granting you additional damage. Soul cap 1000th ding. Lu Wei is detected to be wielding the weapon Shadow Edge Blade. Activate Quest Feast of 1,000 Souls, activate the quest. And to his surprise, the little lowly nodded along with him. The survivors have finally uncovered evidence of drive. Ishiya's crimes, proceed to drive. Ishiya's abandoned research facility and purge all malevolent spirits. Quest requirement while wearing Shadow Edge Blade. Eliminate 1,000 drive. Quest rewards gold 1,000, reputation 1,000, experience 1,000. Shadow Edge Blade tier to form. Ding, a player in the area has accepted the quest feast of 1,000 souls. A new team dungeon, the mysterious research facility, is now open. The next second, a new coordinate appeared on the map of every Xingqiang wristband. A team dungeon, I'll let those brats from the Black Death organization be my stepping stones. Suyu said calmly after hearing the area announcement. When Suyu walked out of the mysterious cabin with Lu Wei in tow, the surrounding clamor cut off abruptly as if sealed away by an invisible force. Suyu strode toward the nearby point shop, and the people who had been shopping inside upon seeing the lone wolf arrive immediately stood up and fled outside like a flock of frightened sheep. At this moment, whether they were customers inside the shop or onlookers outside, everyone's gaze converged on Suyu. However, Suyu didn't care in the slightest. He savored this rare moment of peace and quiet. Coins earned from resisting zombie tides were a precious resource as long as you had enough points. You could even buy an entire city. These points could be spent at points shops in the major safe zones. In the Points Mall, you could exchange points for all kinds of locally themed goods. So you opened the shopping list, and the first thing that appeared was the interface for Supply Capsule's classic black stinky tofu price. 2 points, stock 966th, Shayam 1 color tea milk tea. Price 5 points, stock 978. Spicy crayfish extra numbing, extra spicy price 10 points. Stock 999th. It had to be said, the items in this point shop were quite characteristic of Xingqiang. Many people short on supplies had already used their accumulated points to make exchanges. In the zombie tide that had just ended, Suyu had earned a total of 20,508 points. Compared to his previous life, when he, as one of the main defenders of the city, would already be content to receive 100 points per battle. This haul of points was equivalent to 4 or 5 years of hard work back then. The only pity was that this was still the early stage of the apocalypse, and the variety of goods in the Puismal was somewhat limited. All items will be restocked and refreshed after the next zombie tide. And as time goes on, the refreshed goods will get better and better. Obviously, those ordinary items didn't catch Su Usi at all. So Su directly shifted his gaze to the special items at the end of the list. Mirror Stone price 20,000 points, stock 5 while supplies last. Star City Warrior price 50,000 points, stock 3 while supplies last. Lord of Star City price 100,000 points, stock 1 while supplies last. These items were the bottom of the chest treasures of the Star City Puits Mall. That shining Star City Warrior badge was what Suyu had obtained earlier, wherein it granted a 20% discount on every single purchase within Star City. The Lord of Star City badge, on the other hand, was a symbol of power and glory, signifying the position of Star City's City Lord. From expanding the safe zone, managing entry and exit, to issuing missions and watered notices, you can do almost anything. Once a faction successfully seizes the position of City Lord, they will immediately use the city's safe zone as the core and expand their sphere of influence outward, while setting up an entirely new system of rule. So you didn't even need to think about it. Even with his 20% discount, it still required a sky-high 80,000 points to redeem. Even with Suyu's current formidable strength facing each zombie tide alone, it would still be quite difficult to accumulate enough points within a month. Suyu wisely chose to purchase the Mirror Stone. This was written in his little notebook and was part of his plan. Esteemed Lone Wolf, sir, do you confirm the purchase of Mirror Stone? Since you are wearing the Star City Warrior badge, you will enjoy a 20% discount and only need to pay 16,000 points. The system's mechanical prompt sounded. So you replied without hesitation, confirm purchase? Immediately the system spoke again. Mirror Stone purchased successfully. Actual payment 16,000 points. Remaining points 4,508. A strange stone about the size of a goose egg appeared in Suyu's hand. One could see it was by no means an ordinary item. Mirror Stone Mythic Grade Special Item. It is said that only those warriors who achieve greatness in the apocalypse are qualified to obtain it. Copy can perfectly duplicate one piece of equipment of mythic grade or below. The duplicated piece will inherit 100% of all attributes of the original, including enhancement level and every other property. The duplicated equipment cannot be traded and cannot be worn independently. Although the Mirror Stone is classified as a treasure in the city's Points Mall, compared to the other two items, it is not overly difficult to obtain. In the hands of most people, the Mirror Stone is used to duplicate equipment for 2 specific slots, rings and one-handed weapons. The reason it had only these 2 slots on the human body could equip 2 identical items at the same time. I am sure the clever ones among you have already guessed it. You would possess an additional exquisite ring. Wearing both at the same time would directly reduce skill cooldowns by 100%. If all skills had no cooldown, the thrill would far surpass any unlimited firepower mode. The only concern was that the exquisite ring had a unique equipment property. He was unsure whether the duplicated ring could be equipped simultaneously with the original. Indifferent voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding. Gentle reminder, since Ling Long Ring has a unique equipment attribute, you will be unable to wear both the original and the copy at the same time. Do you still wish to proceed with the duplication? Although he had already expected failure, this message was still hard for Su Yu to accept. Turning his back to the outside of the room, he roared furiously, "IFCK your immortal ancestors!" His sudden outburst teared the onlookers into scattering in all directions, and the scene descended into brief chaos. Fortunately, Ivy got a backup plan. Shiu's eyes shifted to Lu Wei beside him, and he showed a smile as gentle as a doting mother. "Give me Shadow Edge Blade." He stretched out his hand and yanked Lu Wei's Shadow Edge Blade away from her, as if silently pouring out her grievances. Ding. Gentle reminder, Shadow Edge Blade is a 2-handed weapon. After duplication, ordinary people will be unable to wield both at the same time. Do you still wish to proceed with the duplication? The system notification echoed in the air. It gave a gentle reminder every turn. This system was unexpectedly considerate. Confirmed duplication. Upon hearing this message, you actually couldn't help but laugh. After all, for an ordinary person, trying to swing 2 two-handed weapons at once was pure fantasy. Could she still be considered ordinary? This just showed how people's thinking limits their imagination. The Mirror Stone in Su Yu's hand gradually swelled, stretching out like a balloon and finally transformed into the shape of Shadow Edge Blade. However, before Su Yu could examine its attributes carefully, the excited Lu Wei snatched it away in one swift motion. Su Yu went to the regular shop and bought a batch of enhancement stones. He immediately used them to upgrade Lu Wei's Shadow Edge Blade all the way to max level. Shadow Edge Blade 10 attribute strength 15-15. Passive skill Blood Drinker increases critical hit chance by 20% and grants 20% life steal. Quest skill Imprison when wielding Shadow Edge Blade. Each zombie minion you kill allows you to steal its soul to gain extra damage, up to a maximum of 1,000 souls. Once the main hand weapon was fully enhanced, the offhand weapon duplicated by the Mirror Stone was simultaneously promoted to 10 as well. The crowd that had been watching had long since dispersed. They all left the shelter, forming parties and setting off on zombie hunting expeditions. Watching the show was only a momentary diversion. Killing zombies was their true way of life. After completing all the quests, Su Yu and Lu Wei enjoyed a lavish feast in a restaurant within the safe zone. The dazzling array of dishes made Lu Wei's eyes go blurry. She nearly fainted from happiness. But in the next second, Lu Wei demonstrated her unique technique for eating crayfish. She didn't even peel the shells, just stuffed each whole crayfish straight into her mouth, crunching loudly before swallowing it in one gulp. Even more astonishing, she polished off 8 gin in one go. Su Yu had tried to teach her the proper way to eat crayfish, but Lu Wei could never get the hang of it, and in the end he had no choice but to give up. With the rare relaxed atmosphere, Su Yu was thoroughly amused by the way she ate, laughing non-stop. In the end, he had some crayfish packed up for her, so she could enjoy them in peace inside her own cultivation space. Relying on his extremely high movement speed, Su Yu slipped away from Star City save zone after just a few quick turns. Because the Hunter's pauldrons had been damaged, Su Yu had no choice but to randomly pick a piece of gear to make do for the time being. Lu Wei, on the other hand, remained in a weakened state, and it was unclear when she would fully recover. Hua Chang Tower, as the command center of Black Death in Star City, had witnessed the shifts of power and the turbulent changes within Star City. The BA's High family was undoubtedly one of the city's top forces, with Dragon Group right behind them and Black Death ranked after that. The BA's High family had already collectively met their end before the first season even began. The small fry organizations that once clung to them were now no longer much of a threat. As for Dragon Group, due to the leader's selfish desires, they had lost over 70% of their combat strength in just a few minutes. Their position was already teetering on the brink. Replacing them would be an effortless task. Their 2 core members had both died at Su Yu's hands. One was the hospital director in Star City Hospital who had already turned into a zombie. Their strength had been relatively weak to begin with, and their members were scattered across every corner of Star City. Several high-ranking figures were still missing to this day. The only one left in charge was Chuan Jianwo. Chuan Jianwo had been dispatched from Black Death's headquarters in Lighthouse Nation. His ancestors were bona fide old Stars and Stripes Americans. Although he was still young, the fact that he could sit in such a high position was by no means a coincidence. He sat in the central main seat of the conference room with the flag of Lighthouse Nation hanging behind him. Now, their ranks had swelled to several hundred people. But the news that followed left Chuan Jianwo, who had been working hard outside to level up, utterly shocked. Relying on his own strength alone, had not only hunted down a Lord-tier zombie, but had also slaughtered the whole squads of Dragon Group. The biggest hypothetical enemy in Chuan Jianwo's mind had been her Wei Min. He thought day and night about how to put him to death, yet to his surprise, how Wei Min was actually dead, killed by Lone Wolf. His brows knitted tightly as he looked at the subordinates to his left and right who were enthusiastically discussing future strategy. One faction firmly advocated offense, believing that the power of the BA's High family and Dragon Group in Star City had already waned, and that they should seize the opportunity to replace them and take control. The other faction advocated caution, believing that the timing was not yet ideal, and that they should continue to lie low, then deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. However, as the discussion went deeper, the topic gradually drifted away from its original focus. Everyone's attention, without prior agreement, shifted toward the same person, Lone Wolf. After all, the news that had come early in the morning was simply too shocking. Chuan Jianwo suddenly slapped the table, instantly plunging the conference room into dead silence. Enough. With trash like you still dare talk big about making Black Death great again? Even if we replace Dragon Group right now. So what? Don't he forget about the ticking time bomb that is Lone Wolf? With his strength, can we possibly stand against him? No one understands better than I do that, in truth, the best option right now is to bring Lone Wolf under our banner. He paused, his gaze turning resolute. Tell every single member under no circumstances on they to offend Lone Wolf if he wants to hit you. You stick your face out and let him hit. We cannot allow our entire plan to be ruined because of him. Chuan Jianwo's words were filled with decisiveness and force. Someone has come to visit. All a subordinate outside the door knocks softly. Those present exchanged puzzled looks. They all knew there were very few strangers who could find this place. Who is it? Chuan Jianwo frowned slightly and asked in a steady voice. By I Jiaohu, my lord, the man with the 4 beautiful women, the subordinate. Just thinking of those women. Caldenti quite restrained himself, his mouth watered, and he could barely keep his gun in check. I Jiaohu. I recall I did give him an invitation. Chuan Jianwo searched his memory, then answered with certainty. Shall I let him through? The subordinate asked again. Kunid, when high-end talent like this is willing to join us, I of course have to greet him personally. Chuan Jianwo stood up and walked straight downstairs, very quickly, under the escort of the organization. Chuan Jianwo leads Su Yu into the study. Before coming, Su Yu had activated his C-level talent disguise mask, but also used the mask skill to transform him into the likeness of Short-Legged Tiger. Brother Short-Legged Tiger, have you come around? The world will be ours sooner or later, Chuan Jianwo said enthusiastically, spreading his hands, his body language vivid and expressive. Let us not talk about that for now, Mr. Chuan Jianwo. I actually have a proposal. Su Yu said calmly. Chuan Jianwo scrutinized Su Yu, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Brother Short-Legged Tiger, please, speak freely. If you can clear a new team dungeon, I might consider joining you. Without the slightest hesitation, Chuan Jianwo replied, "It's a deal. Clearing that dungeon was already in our plans. Tomorrow morning at 9, see you at the dungeon entrance." As Cu's figure receded into the distance, Chuan Jianwo's expression gradually darkened. He muttered to himself, "NDH. I may not know your true identity, but no one understands better than I do that you are definitely not the real Short-Legged Tiger." In fact, the reason Chuan Jianwo was able to sense that Su Yu was not Short-Legged Tiger was pure coincidence. He had no talent skill that could see through the essence of things, nor did he have any deep friendship with Short-Legged Tiger. The reason was actually very simple. Although Su Yu mimicked Short-Legged Tiger's movements and tone as best he could, Short-Legged Tiger himself was an extremely lecherous man who always had beauties accompanying him wherever he went. His desires were exceedingly strong, eating from his bowl while eyeing the pot, coveting the stove and peeking at the table next to him. Although the invitation letter in Su Yu's hand bore the organization's unique seal, ruling out any possibility of forgery, the fact that this man had come alone today was completely at odds with Short-Legged Tiger's usual style of doing things. The only reasonable explanation was that the man before him was actually capable of killing Short-Legged Tiger and his entire group, then disguising himself as Short-Legged Tiger solely in order to join their dungeon run. Chuan Jianwo had personally witnessed Short-Legged Tiger's strength not long ago. He had led that group of Amazon warriors to successfully defeat a boss-level zombie. Although the price they paid was heavy, the 4 main members had all survived. Could it be Lone Wolf? Chuan Jianwo swallowed hard, a name almost escaping his lips. The only reason he confirmed it right away was because, according to the intel he had, Lone Wolf had a female partner at his side when he arrived at the Star City safe zone. It was already too late. "Someone, recall everyone on surveillance immediately," Chuan Jianwo shouted urgently to his subordinates. But it all seemed to be far too late. Not far from the dungeon, in an abandoned building, several new cold corpses had appeared. Su Yu stood there, a faint cold smile on his face, though his heart was filled with helplessness. "Looks like he has seen through my identity," he murmured to himself. All of this could only be blamed on that system, which had actually designated this dungeon as a team dungeon. He had originally planned to enter the dungeon under the name of the Black Death organization to achieve his own goals. As for whether he would be exposed or whether it would spark conflict, Su Yu had never truly cared. The next morning, Su Yu arrived at the entrance to the dungeon. In the plaza, all sorts of people had gathered, numbering in the thousands, all crowded around the gate of Star City University. Ahead, the university campus was shrouded in a thick layer of black fog. Besides members of the organization, Su Yu also saw Dragon Group operatives, the coalition of Star City's major families, and even some scattered adventurers hoping to try their luck. Amid the crowd, Chuan Jianwo had already led several hundred subordinates to wait there early. The matter of being tailed last night was crystal clear to both Su Yu and Chuan Jianwo, yet they tacitly chose to remain silent. "Brother, Ivy finally waited for you," Chuan Jianwo said with utter respect on his face. He had figured everything out yesterday and realized this dungeon required a party to enter. While Lone Wolf had no party, if he hadn't agreed yesterday, their organization might well have been slaughtered by Lone Wolf. "Didn't you say 9 o'clock? There are still 5 minutes left," Su Yu said, once again disguised as Short-Legged Tiger. "Ding! Chuan Jianwo has sent you a party invitation. Join?" Su Yu nodded and replied. "Agree." Chuan Jianwo's thinking was wrong. Although Su Yu also preferred to act alone, this was ultimately a team dungeon. Players who didn't join a party didn't even qualify to enter, let alone the fact that the minimum party size requirement was actually as high as 300 people. Once all factions were ready, Chuan Jianwo of the Black Plague Organization, Chen Haran of Dragon Group, and Jia Peng Jun of the Small Family Alliance walked together toward the dungeon entrance registration point. At that very moment, the system prompt sounded in the minds of every player present. Ding, the total number of sign-ups for the Mysterious Research Institute dungeon has exceeded 1,000, reaching the opening condition. The dungeon is about to start. All participating survivors, please prepare yourself for the coming challenge. 3 to 1. As the words fell, everyone's vision shifted in an instant, and the sky turned gloomy. The black fog that had shrouded the campus gradually dissipated, and everyone was transported into a parallel world. Suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning tore across the sky, striking the tallest signal tower on campus with pinpoint accuracy. On the tower's body, a holographic projection appeared, clearly displaying a 48-hour countdown. The school's broadcast system began repeating a notice: "Womb puff 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 puff. Dungeon announcement. Survivors to the mysterious research institute, I, your lord and master, will now personally announce the rules of this dungeon. In this dungeon, you will be divided into 3 major camps to fight against each other, with each camp starting with 350 survivors. But remember, this is not fixed. Once the dungeon opens, you are free to leave your original camp at any time or create a new one. However, note that each time you leave a camp, there will be a 6-hour cooldown in this dungeon. All your previous equipment, talents, titles, skills, and items will lose their effect. Everything will start from 0. However, each survivor will receive 10 gold coins as starting funds, which can be spent at designated trading points. Any remaining coins will become your reward and be taken out of the dungeon after 48 hours. The camp with the highest number of people will win and receive a generous reward from Drive. As for the camps that fail to win, they will be directly erased with no mercy given. The mysterious Research Institute team dungeon is opened. Everyone has 5 minutes to prepare. May you live to see the end." When the chilling phrase "directly erased" sounded from the broadcast, more than 1,000 people present cowed and help but suck in a sharp breath. Their fearful reaction left the orderer completely indifferent. A hissing murmur rose from the crowd as everyone tried to decipher the true meaning behind this cruel rule, searching for possible ways to survive. Those spies, in particular the ones lurking inside hostile camps, were filled with inner conflict and turmoil at this moment. Only Suyu remained calm, taking out a material capsule from his wristband and gulping down energy. Seeing this, the others suddenly came to their senses and realized that once the dungeon began, they would no longer be able to obtain food. They began imitating Suyu's actions. In an instant, the square turned into the sight of thousands of people squatting on the ground at the same time, eating breakfast. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and everyone was randomly teleported to various corners of the campus at this moment. Everyone's wristband vibrated simultaneously. A detailed campus map sprang into view. In each person's vision, the map was centered on themselves, displaying a 100-meter radius area filled with colorful dots. Blue dots represented allies from one's own camp. Red dots represented enemies from hostile camps, and white dots stood for unaffiliated survivors. In the lower right corner of the map, a number 10,000 was quietly displayed. That was the current gold balance people had in the instance. So you quickly glanced at the map. Well, great, he was actually surrounded by a cluster of red dots. However, Suyu had long since grown used to this kind of disastrous opening. The next second, he left the team without the slightest hesitation. Then all your equipment, talents, titles, skills, and items will become invalid in 10 seconds. A cold system warning sounded in his ears. He swept his gaze over his current status. Lone Wolf, LV15. Zhang God, title invalidated, stats strength 60, spirit 55, constitution 10, agility 35th, although it looked like he had been brought back to the same starting line as everyone else. After changing class to Zombie God, he had gained an extra 25 points of strength and 25 points of agility. A supply box lay quietly at his feet. It contained a random piece of common grade armor and a weapon thrown in by the system. White suspenders, idol's choice. Wear suspenders to dance Dai Shan Kao and sing Ji Nida. May have you learned it yet? Tetanus blade, 1 slash for tetanus. 2 slashes to see your ancestors. 3 slashes make Yama laugh. Suyu's face twisted into an expression of pained disbelief. Despite his distaste, he still put on the gear, saying one thing with his mouth while his body was very honest. By this time, the red dots on the map had already started to stir restlessly. Suyu ignored these people and, holding the tetanus blade, walked toward the field shop behind him. This so-called shop was actually just a crude enclosed phone booth. She directly opened the product list. Supply capsule lay by price 10,000 gold. Stock 10 supply capsule price 10. 0 gold, stock 10 supply capsule Diamao liquor price 10,000 gold, stock 10. Al 0 gold, are these supply capsules made of gold or what? Suyu burped, speechless for a moment. Fortunately, he had eaten quite a bit just now, saving himself several diabu when Suyu flipped to the last page. A delighted smile appeared on his face. He discovered that his talents, equipment, and skills could all be bought back with gold, however. This joy only lasted a few seconds. He immediately felt that the tetanus blade in his hand was so bad after all. Looking more closely, he realized that only a few non-combat talents could be bought back with gold. At SU, Once I save up 100,000 gold, I can buy Rui back. Suyu said, "Damn, you have successfully spent 10,000 gold to buy back S-rank talent max level luck." With the transaction complete, Suyu shifted his gaze outside the phone booth. He saw a pair of zombie lovers clumsily blocking the doorway, clearly not knowing how to open the door. That's right. In this instance, aside from the three-camp conflict, there were also large numbers of zombies deployed. These ones had no level setting, and killing them did not grant any experience. Zombie minion common grade based at strength 40, spirit 10, constitution 50, agility 20th, not bad stats. If you'd run into ordinary people, you'd probably be cowering in the phone booth waiting for someone to rescue you. You ran into me, so you tightened his grip on Tetanus' blade and lashed out with a kick, blasting the phone booth door open. The tremendous force sent the zombie sprawled at the threshold flying. Its petite body traced an arc through the air and landed more than 10 meters away, skidding to a stop only thanks to its chest acting like a brake. However, was struck squarely in an indescribable spot by the door handle and collapsed to the ground. He aimed precisely at the male zombie S, the blade flashed and chopped down in an instant. He was a little worried about the weapon's durability, so he didn't dare use his full strength at first. The zombie's spine snapped directly, its head dangling limply. To dull, Suyu couldn't be helped feeling a little disappointed. He thought that with his power and momentum, a single blow would cleave straight through the zombie's body, but to his surprise, the blade stopped at the vertebrae. On the next strike, Suyu raised Tetanus' blade and this time put everything he had into it, hacking down at the zombie with full force. This thing should break, right? Yet the moment the blade met the spinal column at the zombie's neck, there was a sharp crack. Suyu's arm went numb. He had successfully severed the zombie's spine. The head came off in an instant. The zombie's head rolled half a circle across the ground before Suyu stopped it with a stomp, sending the head hurtling straight toward the female zombie rushing in for revenge. The female zombie was completely unprepared and ran headlong into the flying skull. Two craniums met in an intimate contact that transcended life and death. The muffled, grating sound of shattering bone echoed through the air. Nice, Igon head makes a good sound. As soon as his kicking foot touched down, Suyu's rear leg pushed off and drove him forward in a sprint. Tetanus' blade whirled in his hands once more. As the saying goes, brute force makes miracles. This was the embodiment of absolute strength. Even a dull blade could become a lethal weapon in Suyu's hands. The duller the knife, the more it hurts when it cuts. Like gutting a fish, Tetanus' blade traced a graceful yet deadly arc across the zombie's neck. In an instant, bone and flesh parted, blood gushed forth in an uncontrollable spray. Every motion finished in a heartbeat, without a hint of drag or hesitation. Ding! You have successfully slain zombie minion normal. Gained coins 1,000. With this crisp sequence of moves, he took down the zombies and cleared an profit of 2,000 coins. Earn dollars, spend dollars. It looked like a lot, but the prices here were honestly terrifying. Fortunately, with his luck maxed out, the moment the zombie hit the ground, the black hooded coat slid off its body. Cut of test subject 826. Excellent grade equipment. Though the surface looked ragged and worn as if it had been dug out of a trash heap, it had extraordinary power. Stats Constitution 5 passive when equipped effectively reduces a zombie's desire to attack you. Cut of test subject 826 equipped. Gotta admit, it looks pretty cool, but it covers up my overalls. Suyu said with a touch of self-mockery as he threw on the black cloak, pulled up the hood and prepared to leave. Little bro, you've got quite the sense of style there. Unlocking voice sounded from behind him, completely cutting off his escape route. The mottled bloodstains on their bodies belonged to both zombies and humans. At their head stood a man with bloodshot eyes and a face full of knife-chiseled muscle. As if even being hacked a few times would hardly pose a fatal threat to him, Suyu took a closer look and realized the fat man leading them was actually someone he knew, Kion Chiao. The very same fatty Tion who had contracted their school cafeteria back in the day. Although Kion Chiao had been just a minor character in Sile's memories, the impression he left was extremely deep. Kion Chiao always bought food ingredients that were about to expire in large quantities, and during cooking he employed certain unknown technology and ruthless tricks. The hygiene in his back kitchen had long been filthy and chaotic. He pushed profit-seeking to the extreme. It was common to find steel wool, hair, little bugs, and other unclean objects in the food. Such bad hygiene had already become a frequent occurrence. Due to inaction from the higher-ups in charge, Fatty Kion grew ever more arrogant and overbearing, eventually leading to a serious incident. One of Suyu's roommates actually found a rat's head in a braised duck dish. When confronted by the students, Fatty Kion insisted that it was not a rat's head but a duck neck. To cover up the truth, he even went so far as to bribe officials to issue an utterly ridiculous announcement after multiple comparisons. The foreign object was identified as a duck neck. However, as the incident quickly spread online, Fatty Keon fell into extreme trouble. The apocalypse descended and everything was reshuffled. As someone who loved watching post-apocalyptic movies, Fatty Keon quickly accepted reality. He understood that this was just like the legend-style games he used to be obsessed with. Only by growing bigger and stronger could he be admired by tens of thousands. In fact, people like him, these ruthless figures, often have a more advantageous start than others. Yet those used to being arrogant and domineering often struggled to survive for long in the apocalypse, because the number of people who wanted to kill them and dared to kill them was as countless as fish crossing the river. People's actions were constrained by laws and rules. Even acting in self-defense could land you in prison. You showed no need to fear. He casually probed Fatty Keon's information. LV-10, Class Warrior, Talent. Invalidated, Faction Star City Dragon Group. Hailed as the elite of Hoxia, this was undoubtedly the sorrow of this era. As soon as they landed, the desperados led by Fatty Keon had already slain 5 members of the Family Alliance faction. No faction individual posed no threat to them whatsoever. On the black coat that dropped from the zombie made them even more envious. His lone wolf identity naturally cowed and TB hidden. Boss, it's the lone wolf, according to the latest heaven rankings. Yes, already level 15. One shifty-eyed underling hurriedly crowded forward. Boss, how about we bail? Everyone's hearts clenched when they heard this, and they unconsciously stepped back to paces. Several of the underlings deeply regretted it at this moment. Then no matter how much courage they'd been given, they would never have dared to provoke him lightly. Only Fatty Keon had a meticulous mind and quick reactions. Not only did he not retreat, he even took the initiative to attack. Holding a Zooge repeating crossbow, he aimed at Suyu's head, a hint of cunning in his tone. DGG, Fatty Keon let out a classic villainous laugh. Lone wolf, I gon't know how you entered this dungeon. But today, you must die here. Boss, are you crazy? That's the lone wolf. He killed a Lord-level zombie all by himself and slaughtered hundreds of people to take first place on the heaven rankings. If you want to die, Dante dragged us down with you. In an instant, all the underlings' expressions changed, and they immediately drew a clear line between themselves and Fatty Keon, avoiding him like the plague, eager to distance themselves. It had to be said the name Lone Wolf was already thunderously famous in Star City, known to everyone. Feared by all. However, when Fatty Keon slowly revealed his plan, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Wanna die? Think it through. Do we fight Lone Wolf now or wait until he gets stronger and comes to slaughter us? Have you all forgotten the dungeon rules? After 48 hours, only the faction with the most people will survive. Right now, all gear and talents are disabled. Everyone is starting from the same line. There are 10 of us and one of him we have the advantage. He is just an archer, and now he only has a busted knife. What is there to be scared of? Kill him. Suyu did not sit and wait for death. While the others were talking, he had already carefully worked out a perfect attack sequence. Before Fatty Keon finished speaking, Suyu suddenly lunged forward, charging straight at him. But it was more than enough to deal with this group. Quick, do it now. Even though Fatty Keon had mentally prepared himself, when he saw Suyu closing in with a blank expression, he still cowed and helped panicking. Fatty Keon was wrong. The logic was indeed sound. You had to join the faction with the most people. Clearly, the lone wolf before them had joined any faction. Once everyone realized this, the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. The bolts in the quiver, however, were like they degrown eyes, precisely tracing the outline of Suyu's body, as if someone had drawn a circle along the edge of his silhouette. An astro of human body outlining? Boss Lao? Since when did your archery become so exquisite yet so ridiculous? His lackeys looked at Fatty Keon, their faces full of helplessness. A full volley of bolts and not a single one hit. That was impressive in its own way. Only Fatty Keon, who knew the truth, could taste the bitterness and frustration in it. It was that he was useless. It was that the enemy was too cunning. Just as Fatty Keon was busy reloading the crossbow, Suyu stepped forward, ready to take over this fight. What a coincidence. I feel like taking on 10 at once. Clad in black with a pair of suspenders, wielding the tetanus blade, Suyu silently appeared at Fatty Keon's side, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Suddenly, they all felt their hearts clench as if they were witnessing the most terrifying scenes in the world. Working overtime to revise a proposal, answering a late-night call from the boss, being pulled over for drunk driving, getting caught cheating on the spot. A web novelist tark with writer-esque block. When they finally snapped back to their senses, they heard a shrill scream from Fatty Keon. Following the sound, they saw Suyu swing his blade down, cutting off Fatty Keon's right hand, the one gripping the Zooge repeating crossbow in an instant. The human skeleton, compared to a zombie-s, was simply far too fragile. Before the severed arm even hit the ground, the Zooge repeating crossbow was already firmly in Suyu's grasp. In the blink of an eye, offense and defense had completely reversed. Unfortunately, even though Fatty Keon had had enough time to load all 10 bolts into the crossbow, he deep into nervous and in his panic had only loaded 5. Suyum had generously left him the time on purpose, so that when he took the weapon, he could immediately use a fully loaded crossbow to wipe everyone out in one go. Who would have thought after giving Fatty Keon such a chance, he'd still mess it up? What are you standing there for? Do something. The intense pain twisted Fatty Keon's face out of shape. Clutching his wounded arm, he rolled on the ground in agony, urging his companions to attack. The next moment, the full spectrum of human nature was on display. Some chose to bravely step forward and confront the US threat head-on. Some even froze on the spot at this moment, trapped in panic, not knowing what to do, since he had already decided to make a move. How could Siyu possibly let these people escape so easily? The 5 who were either running or standing there in a daze had their skulls pierced straight through by Suyu's bolts. The 5 of them collapsed to the ground, bodies twitching, their life or death uncertain. Although he now held the Zhuge repeating crossbow, its feel and power could not compare to Suyu's divine armbow, and it was somewhat strenuous to use it against zombies. But paired with Suyu's formidable 60-point strength at Rebuke, it was more than enough for killing people. As expected, the bow and arrow still suit me best, Siyu sighed. Whether in his previous life as a mage or now as an archer, Siyu was well versed in ranged combat and could hold his own even among experts. There was still a certain gap between him and those top-tier melee monsters at the pinnacle of the pyramid. However, to deal with this bunch of small fry in front of him, his current strength was more than sufficient. In the next instant, Siyu deftly put away the Zhuge repeating crossbow and switched back to the tetanus blade. Facing the last who were ferociously lunging at him, Siyu remained eerily calm. He kicked out at a severed arm lying on the ground, streaking toward the crowd with lightning speed. One of them didn't even have time to dodge and was smashed in the neck by the severed arm. Although thud sounded, followed by a shrill, miserable scream. For ordinary people, once someone shows fear, panic spreads among their companions like a wildfire. The 3 remaining men, confronted with death rushing toward them, were paralyzed by primal terror, leaving them unable to take even a single step. Hurry up and kill him, Fatty Keon shouted anxiously, sweat covering his face as he urged his companions. However, before he could finish speaking, Siyu had already taken a big step forward and viciously stomped on Fatty Keon's face. Though Fatty Keon's body was thick and his skin rough, he could not withstand the force of Suyu's kick. Teeth flew everywhere, blood gucked from his 7 orifices, and his vision went black as he collapsed unconscious to the ground. They stared at him in horror as he slowly closed in on them step by step. Though they tried to muster up their courage, their legs trembled uncontrollably, heavy as if filled with weight, leading them unable to advance or retreat. Their throats felt scorched dry, as if roasted by flames. They could not even squeeze out the most basic plea for mercy. Siyu continued to advance, his gaze like a pair of icy blades, stabbing straight into the 3 men, even without the buffs from his equipment and talent title. He was not someone this group of small fry could provoke at will. The blade rose and fell, heads rolled. After 10 years in the apocalypse, Siyu was never some kind of saint. Whether you called it trampling on human life or slaughtering the innocent, to provoke Siyu was in itself the original sin. In Suyu's eyes, he had long since seen too many examples of people who died miserably because of their overflowing saintly compassion. The rules of survival had long been overturned. Morality and justice no longer mattered. His only strength was the sole pass that allowed you to move freely. Ding, you have successfully eliminated gold medal chef Fatty Keon. You have obtained 32,000 coins from his wristband. Ding, you have successfully eliminated Farmer 3 Punches. You have obtained 21,000 coins from his wristband. By killing, he directly plundered their points. 10 messages popped up in quick succession, filling his vision. The number of coins in Suyu's wristband had already reached as high as 156,000. Looks like this group had already killed quite a few zombies and humans before they came looking for me. To avoid complications from dragging things out, Siyu quickly returned to the phone booth and went on a shopping spree. You have successfully spent 100,000 coins to redeem the S-rank talent Absolute Enslavement. Ding, you have successfully spent 15. Although using the Zhuge repeating crossbow to kill zombies has a certain chance of yielding arrows, the quiver was empty now. He talent exactly used the Zhuge repeating crossbow as a club. The price in a single arrow was as high as 500 gold coins of his daylight robbery. With the remaining 41,000 gold coins, Siyu decided to save them for now. A squad of well-trained soldiers suddenly appeared there. If a conflict really broke out, facing these people would be quite troublesome for Siyu. Fatty Keon is actually dead? Just now, he was the one who killed our people. But who on earth has the ability to kill him? Could it be the Black Organization made a move? Were my eyes playing tricks on me? I just saw a white dot appear on the map nearby. A white dot? Could someone have already broken away from their camp? Could it be that this very person killed Fatty Keon? Impossible, I don't believe it. I know Fatty Keon has strength. Unless that person, as everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with extreme shock and tension. The consequences would be unimaginable. Hurry and find our companions. Cannot act on your own under any circumstances. Report to the clan chief, follow the clan chief as orders in all things. They all rushed off, while Siyu finally found a bamboo grove where there were no traces of anyone nearby. Siyu directly summoned Lu Wian out. According to the rules of the instance, all talents, equipment, and skills should be completely invalidated. However, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. But her innate skills were also completely unrestricted. Could it be that there was some kind of bug? Or was Lu Wi's existence itself a special kind of talent? He would personally complete the Feast of 1,000 Souls quest of killing 1,000 zombie minions. However, the System S response was cold and resolute. Ding, this weapon cannot be reassigned to a different holder for the time being. Lu Wei, weakened from her injuries, had her stats reduced by 80%, making her even more fragile than an ordinary survivor. Looking at such a Lu Wei, Siyu sighed helplessly. Great, looks like I've picked up a dead weight. At that moment, Siyu suddenly felt the bamboo around him shaking violently at the same turn. A shrill air raid siren blared from the loudspeakers on the mountaintop, instantly shattering the surrounding silence. Everyone except the survivors, still locked in fierce combat, stopped in unison. Brows furrowed, they all turned their gazes to the mountaintop. A cold system prompt rang out through the speakers at the top of the mountain. Ding. The number of remaining people in the instance has dropped to 1,000. Each person will now be randomly assigned a number from 0 to 999. Everyone's number will be displayed on the map. Please prepare to receive the first wave of randomly dropped supply rates within the next 60 seconds. Having fun with us, are they? It has only been a few minutes, and over 100 people are already out. My number is 444. Is that some kind of omen? Supplies are dropping. Dante, fight our black group for them. I am number 777 and night. I am definitely getting chicken dinner. The final victory will belong to our black group. Forget everything else. Why was I the only one teleported onto the signal tower? And my number is 666? How am I supposed to get down? When they aired this instance, the total number across the three major factions was as high as 11 winning, and quite a few people died on landing. Everyone's bracelet started vibrating, and Suyu received his number as well, 13th at this moment. His name in the instance was also replaced by this number. This meant that as long as he didn't bring it up himself, no one would be able to detect the name Lone Wolf. Dozens of supply crates suddenly appeared in the sky and slowly descended. Within a radius of 100 meters, these supply crates would manifest as white treasure chests. Their markers would keep flashing on the map until they were completely looted. What these airdrop supply crates contained was far more than just resources, items, and equipment. There were also skill books and talents customized specifically for this dungeon. However, these things could only take effect inside the dungeon and could not be taken out. Even so, they undeniably gave once-weak players a chance. For then, if a supply crate happened to drop nearby, it was nothing short of fortune falling from the heavens. So you naturally knew these rules like the back of his hand. Right now, though, he had no attention to spare. The rustling in the surrounding bamboo forest grew louder and louder, accompanied by the sudden gleam of pairs of blood-red eyes. Unknown creatures stepped over dead leaves, each stride bringing them closer to Suyu. A huge zombie with a petite companion perched on its head walked out from the bamboo. More than a dozen other zombies followed closely behind from all directions. They held severed human limbs in their hands, tearing off chunks of flesh as if savoring a delicacy, chewing with relish. Unlike the zombies he had seen earlier, this group didn't seem in any hurry to attack. Suyu stood alert, shielding Lu Wei behind him. While Lu Wei herself was like a carefree little loli, still happily gnawing on her takeout spicy crayfish. Even if the Jade Emperor himself descended, he wouldn't be able to interrupt her culinary journey. Before long, the two of them were tightly surrounded by the horde of zombies. Suyu's vigilance spiked. This opponent was clearly no ordinary threat. He swept his gaze around. Most of the zombies were low-level common zombies, but the one sitting atop the big zombie-ass head was particularly eye-catching. Set in that head were a pair of enormous eyes with long willow leaf-shaped pupils completely different from a human's. Judging by its appearance, it was actually a zombie cat. Elite zombie minion, control type talent. Mental resonance, base attribute strength 10. Spirit 120, constitution 10. Agility 10th, good grief. This zombie cat had sacrificed every other stat and dumped everything into spirit. Control type zombies were a rare subspecies within the zombie race. Though their bodies were frail, they possessed extremely high spirit attributes. 10 could control other zombies. Some could manipulate objects, and some, most frightening of all, could even control human thoughts and actions. So when facing this kind of zombie, you had to be on full absolute alert. There was no choice. He had to take out this zombie cat first. Shoot the horse before the rider. Capture the king before the thieves. Let us knock over your cat tower first. Without hesitation, Siyu raised the Zooj repeating crossbow and aimed at the ordinary zombie under the elite zombie's feet, then fired decisively. Two bolts shot out like a gust of wind, targeting the zombie's eyes. The ordinary zombie actually raised its arm to block the killing bolts. Common zombies attack purely on instinct, only those that reach elite level know how to actively defend. At that moment, green light began to radiate from the zombie-cursed body. The arm that Suyu had injured earlier was now rapidly regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the zombie cat issued a command and quietly retreated, while the dozen or so other zombies surged towards Suyu like a tidal wave. The crushing momentum as if it meant to tear him to pieces. It seemed this zombie cat's mental resonance talent really was something. Though these ordinary zombies couldn't compared to true elite zombies in terms of raw stats under the influence of the zombie cat, the combat power they displayed was already enough to rival elites. A zombie squad like this is enough to go head-to-head with any 100-man party in the dungeon. From the two missed arrows just now, Siyu immediately understood how terrifying the zombie cat was and just as quickly formulated a response strategy. Even as he was about to be surrounded by the horde, he remained calm and steadily pulled the trigger. In an instant, arrows poured down like a torrential rain, all aimed straight at the zombie cat. As long as he could successfully kill it, he could break out of the current predicament. Under Suyu's fierce barrage, that steadily built zombie finally crashed to the ground. At the very moment the zombie cat fell, its tail was severed by Suyu's last arrow, and it let out a shrill, miserable screech. The next second, its fur suddenly bristled all over. Green light flickered continuously as it healed its own wounds. Good grief, it can play like that too. So unless all these zombie lackeys are wiped out, there's no way to deal with you, huh? Siyu took a deep breath, realizing the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. If he really couldn't win, he'd just have to temporarily avoid the edge, lie low, then come back to settle the score. In plain language, Siyu wanted to bolt. Right at that moment, Siyu had already smoothly switched to the blade of tetanus, preparing to retrieve Lu Wei into his wristband. However, he knew that if he wanted to run now, there was absolutely no way he could take Lu Wei with him. The little loli finally swallowed the last spicy crayfish, accompanied by satisfied smacking sounds and a long, contented burp. Her dining experience just now had reached its peak. Sure enough, food always tastes better when you don't have to think. Though, a crisp, pleasant system chime shattered the stillness. This system notification was like music from the heavens. He had never had such a beautiful opening before. Dang, under the effect of the talent life return, all of Lu Wei's attributes have been perfectly restored to 100%. Lu Wei is now in a full state. Under the effect of the talent Big Eater, she gains an additional 20% bonus to all attributes. Even more coincidentally, a supply grade happened to drop right in the center of the battlefield. If not for the system reminder, Siyu had almost forgotten the talent Lu Wei once awakened life return. She can rapidly digest food and draw energy from it, effectively healing wounds and restoring stamina. Based on Lu Wei's previous injuries, Siyu had originally estimated that even with her powerful regenerative ability, she would need at least 10 days to fully recover. Yet the sight before him left him utterly stunned. This talent was simply broken. Li Lufoi, whatever since Lu Wei could fight, Siyu was more than happy to make use of it. It's all yours. Follow my commands. Pay attention to how you attack. Siyu instructed. Dealing zombie minions in this dungeon wouldn't grant any experience points, so there was no need for Siyu to win the finishing blows. And the quest restriction for Feast of 1,000 Souls required that all kills be personally done by Lu Wei. So you decided to take this opportunity to teach Lu Wei a few more practical combat techniques. After all, raw strength alone isn't enough without some fighting skills. It's hard to gain the upper hand against opponents packed with experts. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wei launched her assault. She gripped the massive, dark gray-handed axes gleaming with the purple radiance of legendary weapons. Before it had been a lowly swinging a giant hammer now. It was a maiden brandishing huge axes, so you calmly directed. No need to rush. Aim for its waist and chop hard, make it crash into the zombies around it. He hadn't expected that this plain, straightforward swing would actually cleave the charging zombie minion at the front cleanly in half at the waist. A dim blue orb slowly rose from the minion's corpse, then shot straight into the blade of Shadow Edge. Successfully killed a zombie minion. Current progress of the Feast of 1,000 Souls quest 1/1000th th. Weapon damage bonus gained. 0.1%. Isn't this power a bit too much? So you stared in shock. Eyes wide. Come on, you soul-devouring hand, control those zombies. Take it slow, killing them too fast is no fun. The instant he finished speaking, Lu Wei gave a light wave of her hand and firmly seized control of all the zombies. Then she casually swung her axe once, and the remaining dozen or so zombies were instantly wiped out. The shockwave even ruthlessly flipped the zombie cat in its cat tower. Suyu was speechless. Watching the zombie cat being blasted into the air, Suyu shouted, Quick! Charge, then follow with basic attacks. Before they could hit the ground, Lu Wei charged forward. The zombie cat and its cat tower were sent off together. Looking at the zombie corpses scattered all over the ground, CUS mental defenses completely collapsed. How am I supposed to teach like this? After checking Lu Wei's stats, Shiyu could no longer keep it together. Lu Wei had been leveling up at night along with the zombies. She had already reached level 10, about average, but her strength stat was downright absurd. LV 10, no class stat, strength 202. Spirit 25, Constitution 60. Agility 35th, and this was without accounting for her fullness state. And wouldn't she just rampaged through this dungeon, so it seems I wronged you. Over 200 points in strength to fight these zombie minions with barely over 50 points in HP. This was just bullet. So you was overflowing with the feeling of a proud father looking at his daughter. Ivy raised you for so long and you were finally useful from that last battle. So you had earned a full 26,000 gold coins. At the same time, Shadow Edge Blade had also changed. The weapon panel now showed a new pair of parentheses with the number 17 inside, representing the number of zombies Lu Wei had successfully killed using Shadow Edge Blade. In addition, with max level luck at work, these zombie minions had also given Su a small reward. 10 material capsules and 30 bronze arrows. That saves Su you quiets you dab ulu. So you turned to look at the supply chest beside him. But it held very little: a tang blade, 1 item, and a talent orb. Ever since obtaining the Zooge repeating crossbow, so you no longer felt an urgent need for melee weapons. Lottery card, you will have a chance to randomly draw one piece of already sealed equipment. Talent, skill, or title. The probability of drawing each will be calculated based on its rarity. In racks, when you activate this talent, your marker will disappear from the map. Your whereabouts can still be discovered through other talents or skills, so you immediately picked up the lottery card. Was the list of everything that had been sealed from him, followed by the probability of drawing each. Hui's Sun Shot Bow 1%, Ultra Instinct 1%. Death Dance to percent with max level luck in my hand. How could I possibly fear a lottery? Right? So you waved his hand grandly and scratched off the prize area. This was a brand new skill he hadn't used yet. Ghost King SI. Fires an arrow imbued with the power of a gale, creating a massive Ghost King SI ahead that pulls enemies into it and continuously deals damage. Cooldown 1 hour. CUS evaluation was that the cooldown was way too long. In this kind of dungeon, its practicality ran not even be punishment hero or explosive spark. Suddenly, CU caught sight of a large cluster of conspicuous red dots appearing on the map, rapidly converging toward his position. Obviously, these guys had been attracted by the treasure chest here. A thought flashed through Su's mind, and he pretended to see through their intentions. Deliberately bolting off in the opposite direction, he sprinted away for over 100 meters. Immediately after, he swiftly activated his newly acquired Conceal Tracks talent, vanished from the markers on everyone's wristband map, then cautiously circled back to his original position. Did you see that just now? Some factionless idiot took one look at us and bolted in terror. There are more than 60 of us here. He wouldn't dare provoke us, I am telling you. We've slaughtered all the other factions in the complex block, and all the chests are ours. What has he got to fight us with? Captain, look, the treasure chest is right there. That idiot definitely hasn't had time to loot it yet. However, as they cautiously approached, one met with a horrifying sight. Scattered across the ground were zombie remains, a scene of utter devastation. Caught between advancing and retreating, after waiting a full 10 minutes, they finally inched toward that mysterious chest with extreme caution. A violent gale suddenly howled up from deep within the bamboo forest, a demonic wind raging. Siyu, hidden in the shadows, loosed an arrow at the completely unsuspecting group. In an instant, a gigantic eye of the storm appeared out of thin air above their heads. Bamboo was ripped from the earth. Zombie corpses and anyone weighing under 100 cat ties were all swept up into the air together, as if thrown into a meat grinder. The originally clear black Ghost King SI was gradually stained a shocking red by flesh and blood. Get close to the ground. Grab the bamboo, the squad leader shouted amid the crowd, his voice tight with urgency. The people seemed to wake from a nightmare and immediately obeyed, dropping flat to the ground, terrified of being sucked into that horrific eye of a storm. Those who had nearly been pulled into the storm center survived only by instinctively clinging tightly to the bamboo. The eye of the storm hurled down a rain of blood, mixed with human organs and tissue, splattering across everyone. Blood-soaked scene left those lying on the ground with deep psychological trauma. The eye of the storm raged in midair for 10 seconds. For them, every second was filled with endless fear and despair. When the eye of the storm finally dissipated, countless body parts and bones crashed down like a torrential downpour, or buried alive on the spot. I didn't expect this skill to be so overwhelmingly powerful. If Su's stats hadn't been nerfed, even the remaining survivors would likely not have escaped with their lives. Suyu drew in a deep breath of cold air, shock beyond words surging in his heart. With that single strike just now, he had effortlessly slain more than 30 people. The horror and brutality of this scene left the survivors utterly terrified. The power of that one blow far exceeded anything they had imagined. Nearly half their comrades had vanished in an instant, bodies ground to nothing. Who wouldn't he be afraid? Among them, only the squad leader barely managed to keep his composure. When nothing happened for a long while, he mustered his courage and shouted into the air, "We ray from the black group. May I ask which hero made that move? Could you show yourself so we can talk?" At the same time, he gestured to the subordinates behind him. Once the enemy revealed themselves, they were to launch a thunderous attack. This dungeon was a life-and-death struggle to begin with. Once the other side made a move that alone made their stance clear, they intended to kill to the bitter end. Yet they did not receive a response from Suyu. Instead, they saw a fully armed little lowly, wielding twin axes, strolling leisurely toward them. Using the pretender's mask, she concealed her true identity completely. The luxurious gear on her body formed a sharp contrast with the environment and the crowd around her. How is she decked out in such luxurious gear, and those are even legendary weapons? Incredible! Why doesn't her marker show up on the map? And all of her personal information is hidden too. The subordinates exchanged this baffling and shocking information with one another. The captain gave a decisive order, and they launched their attack on Lu Wei. But they were no match for her at all. After just a few exchanges, they were already suffering heavy casualties. Compared to Suyu's fight against Fatty Keon, this was downright easy, Captain. I remember now. This woman is the one who has always with Lone Wolf fought. After 2.5 minutes of slaughter, the entire group lay dead beneath Lu Wei's sharp axe. A Suyu who slipped through the cracks were mercilessly shot down by Suyu, hidden in the shadows of the bamboo forest. From the constant stream of clarifications, it was clear these people all had blood on their hands. The captain in the lead was carrying as much as 120,000 gold coins. His team of more than 60 people ended up contributing 900,000 gold coins to Suyu. Since the instance lasted a full 2 days, Q was in a hurry to go after the remaining group. Sheer combat strength was far from enough. If someone like Suyu had the concealed presence talent and hid in the dark, then no matter how powerful Suyu was, he'd still be in trouble. Ever since he wiped out this black group squad, there hadn't been a single living person in this area. So Suyu and Lu Wei methodically cleared all the zombies in the region. The kill count for Feast of 1,000 Souls had already 36 1,000th th. Suyu also looted Maxley grade set test subject 826 from the claws of the zombies, giving his combat power a modest boost. With 1.2 million gold coins in his pocket and an eye on the nearby field shop, Suyu walked straight in. He spent every last coin redeeming the talent's max level agility and corrosive skin, as well as 2 skills, explosive spark and silent as a shadow. It was as if he had been reborn. His whole body felt lighter and more fluid than ever before. The number displayed 857 represented the number of people currently alive in the instance. In stark contrast to the initial bloodbath, the 3 major factions had now each begun acting on their own. Aside from the occasional unlucky target lost Jews who never managed to find an organization, the overall situation had stabilized, and almost no large-scale conflicts had broken out. Only a few dozen people had died. This state of affairs clearly was not what the Orderer had hoped or planned for. "It is finally coming," Suyu murmured. The next second, the system broadcast tore through the silence, announcing a new challenge. Pop up UPU. Instance announcement. The instance currently has 42 hours remaining. Evacuate to the safe area immediately. The outer edge of the instance will be shrouded in a highly toxic mist. Inhaling it will inflict continuous damage. Look forward to the very first benefit personally bestowed upon you by this god. This lord shall randomly select 3 lucky ones, each of whom will receive a shop voucher worth 2,500. 0 gold coins. Note that the vouchers cannot be traded, but when the holder is eliminated, they will automatically transfer. After 3 hours, voucher holders may exchange them for gold coins at the shop. The only pity is that voucher holders will be completely exposed on the map. Lucky ones, sprint toward your fortune. The instance announcement played 3 times in a row. Professional analysts pulled out pen and paper, carefully noting every word spoken by the Orderer. When the crowd heard about the 2.5 million shop vouchers, an uproar broke out at once. 2.5 million gold coins, that's the massive reward for killing 150 people. If this huge sum of money could be taken out of the instance, then just by buying equipment, it would be enough to an elite battle squad of more than 300 people. Even if it had to be spent inside the instance, any faction that could get hold of these funds would be able to boost their chances in the final battle through frenzied spending. A faint smile curled at the corner of Suyu's lips. Who would be the unlucky person to become this roundest lucky winner, he wondered. On the spacious field in front of the complex building, The plague organization Wei Bai Chuanjianwo had gathered together. Among them, some had already begun to pray, and some were even fantasizing about what it would be like after winning. My number is 555th, that's a lucky number for winning. You guys can fight over the other 2 spots. 5 million commercial note ILL take it. 2.5 million in commercial notes. Although it sounds a bit like an insult if they pick me, 996, ILL reluctantly accept it. Pick me, 888, you get rich, I get rich. Once I win, I'll immediately buy a return to city scroll, go home, marry a rich beauty, and reach the pinnacle of life. Just thinking about it gets me a little excited. Waiting for the orderer to call out their number. The first lucky winner is 888. When the man heard his number, he was so excited he almost cowled in speak. Tears welled up in his eyes as he shouted, "Holy crap. It's me, I am really rich now." The second lucky winner is 996. Why yes, brothers, you never saw this coming. Did you? It's me too. The second person was also from their group. 555. This if I sent rigged, would you believe me? Everyone in the black group turned their heads in unison to look at 555, and, to their astonishment, it was actually another member of the black group. Under normal circumstances, these 3 lucky winners should have come from 3 different camps to maintain the delicate balance among the 3 major factions. Each would mind their own business and peacefully get through the next 3 hours. As everyone knows, when nothing unexpected is supposed to happen, that is usually when it does. All 3 commercial notes had fallen into the hands of the black group, which undoubtedly dropped a heavy bombshell on the situation to come. The plague organization had lost more than 60 people in Suyu's surprise ambush, and their strength was already somewhat weakened. If all 3 commercial notes belonged to the black group, it was absolutely impossible for the other forces not to be envious. The leader of the black group, Chuan Jianwo, looked incredibly grim. He knew that if someone else were holding those 3 commercial notes, he too would not hesitate to get involved. At that very moment, everyone's wristbands vibrated at the same time, breaking the heavy atmosphere. On the mountaintop, another 3-hour countdown appeared. 3 hours later would be nightfall. The 3 bright markers, 555, 888, and 996, flickered like lucky symbols. Their distances from each other were extremely close, clearly indicating they belonged to the same faction. At this time, the entire instance had fallen into a deathly silence. Inside the gymnasium, the dragon group controlled the situation. Chen Haren's face was tense as he spoke firmly. "These 3 lucky guys are all from the black group. Vice Captain, please get in touch with Clan Alliance Leader Ji on behalf of the dragon group." Meanwhile, in the Clan Alliance's territory outside the cafeteria, Jia Pengjun stared at the information on the map. Lost in thought, Chen Haren of the dragon group, "I am sure you want to sit this one out." The 2 teams quickly reached a consensus. Force Juan Jiangwa hand over 2 of the commercial notes. If he refused, they would join forces to eliminate the black group from the game. These 2 powerful teams moved out with overwhelming momentum, heading straight for the black group. Indeed, Hoseing the commercial notes were by no means limited to just these people. For Suyu, those 3 commercial drafts, 7.5 million gold coins in total, were enough to redeem most of his equipment talents and skills. So at the very instant the marker appeared, he swiftly stored Lu Wei into his bracelet and silently followed along. Thanks to his concealed tracks talent, Suyu was not discovered by the other side. They were in no hurry to move after all. Their side was carrying 3 walking targets, keeping them in the very center to ensure their safety. As for himself, he gathered with several loyal and reliable confidants to discuss countermeasures in depth. Chuan Jianmo had long since realized that the other 2 factions were very likely to join forces to put pressure on him. However, as an experienced businessman, he knew that every decision must pursue maximum profit. When Chen Haren and Jia Pengjun came before him, the 3 of them unexpectedly launched into a heated round of haggling. Relying on his agility, far surpassing that of his opponents, clad in the pitch-black test subject 826 combat suit, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning in the night. They were on an open sports field, with no cover in any direction. To complete the job quietly under so many watchful eyes was all but impossible. Only by pushing his speed to the extreme could he seize a sliver of opportunity right under everyone's noses and snatch the target. Who's that? Someone suddenly noticed CUS Black's silhouette. Enemy attack. The crowd panicked at once, hastily pulling out their weapons to counterattack. Suyu activated his silent skill, closed the final distance to his targets, and smoothly entered effective range. Sensing the threat, immediately raised their shields, clustering tightly around those 3 people. It was already far too late. At lightning speed, Suyu took aim at the 3 conspicuous packages and pulled the trigger without the slightest hesitation. 10 arrows shot out like meteors. The last arrow, imbued with explosive spark, detonated violently upon hitting the 3 of them. The shockwave even affected the shield bearers protecting them. Ding, you have successfully eliminated no 555 lottery winner who doesn't T-paid Rx's. You have obtained 16,000 gold coins in your bracelet. You have also obtained one commercial draft. Because you have obtained a commercial draft, your ID number and position can no longer be modified or hidden. The system will upload them to the instance map in real time. All of this was thanks to the wise decision of the Black Group. In order to avoid being ambushed, they had deliberately gathered the three together. The three commercial draft steadily fell into Su-Yu's hands, however. The sudden explosion immediately alerted Chuan Jianmo and the others. They lowered their heads to look at their bracelets, only to discover that there was just a single flashing white light on the map interface. A number 13 was clearly marked on that point of light. This number symbolizes auspiciousness and honor in Huaxia culture. Yet in the Western world it is an extremely taboo number, signifying misfortune and belonement. Everyone's hearts sank abruptly. Chuan Jianmo jerked around, eyes sharp as blades, his tone decisive and firm. Quick. Pursue him immediately. The other two glanced at each other, then instantly signaled their subordinates and sent out a squad to give chase as well. Chen Haran. Jia Pengjun, the negotiations aren't even over, and you dare to openly snatch them. Chuan Jianmo was so furious his neck flushed red. Jia Pengjun, however, showed no fear as he shot back. Don Teep lay dumb. You Ray obviously putting on a self-sacrificing act. You people from Lighthouse Country are the biggest bunch of bastards there is. Clenching his fists, Chuan Jianmo spoke firmly. In the name of the organization, I swear this matter has nothing to do with our Black Group. Black Group? Why don't you dare say the full name Black Death Organization? Others might not know, but do you really think I don't know about your organization's crimes? Jia Pengjun refused to back down. Their quarrel was confined to a war of words, verbal thrusts and parries. But as time went on, the argument gradually escalated into fierce personal attacks, and even faint signs that they might come to blows. If Chuan Jianmo was trying to pull a self-sacrifice ruse, he was making it a bit too convincing. As he watched the situation grow more serious, he finally cowed and couldn't help but shout sharply, "Give me, Chen Haran, some face, will you? You two, stop arguing." Though Jia Junpeng was in the thick of the dispute, his mind was growing clearer. He realized the root of this conflict was very likely unrelated to Chuan Jianmo. Jia Junpeng began to suspect the problem might lie with the Dragon Group. The more he thought about it, the more upset Jia Pengjun felt. Chen Haran always used insufficient seniority as an excuse, not only pushing Jia Pengjun into the line of fire, but even using him as a human shield. Once a seed of doubt is planted, it sprouts quickly in one's heart. Oh Chen Haran, I thought only a double-standard dog from the White House country like Chuan Jianmo would play dirty tricks, but I didn't expect you with those thick eyebrows and righteous looks to pull the same crap. Talk, are you the one pulling the strings behind this, Chen Haran? It is definitely Yue who sent people to snatch the commercial notes. At the same time, Chuan Jianmo harbored the same suspicion. Seeing the two of them red-faced and aggressive, Chen Haran hurriedly denied it. If this pot of shit were dumped on his head, even if he learned it from Lao Bie and ate it on the spot, it still wouldn't solve the problem. Facing their questioning, Chen Haran pondered briefly, then proposed, "Since we all insist we Ray innocent, and since each of us has moles in the other camps anyway, then how about this once someone is found cashing the commercial notes? The other two form an alliance and jointly move against that traitor? Fine, you'd better hope it's not you I find out about." The two men's expressions shifted, and neither of them denied the matter of planted spies at all. Each with his own calculations, the three finally returned to their respective tasks and went their separate ways. Su Li laid several dozen pursuers and headed west. Amusingly, this group followed Su's rhythm the whole way, like shadows trailing his every move. When Su sped up, they sped up. When he slowed down, they slowed down. They didn't dare get too close, for fear of angering this powerful opponent. Nor did they dare launch a covert attack, lest they accidentally kill Suyu. Those three commercial notes were like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, constantly threatening their own lives. Thus, Suyu led this group of anxious followers all the way to the edge of the map. A deadly wall of poison, formed from thick green fumes, was silently advancing inward from the perimeter. This was what the enforcers referred to as the shrinking circle phenomenon. The fumes were lethally toxic. Anyone who stepped into them by mistake would die within seconds, with no chance of survival. The true purpose in this dungeon was to deliberately create tension and conflict by continuously shrinking the player's safe area. You Ray now surrounded on all sides by our family alliance. Let us see where you think you can run. 13. The poison fog is right behind you. Don't be ignorant of what is good for you. On behalf of our Black Group, we advise you to abandon resistance and surrender at once. Move another inch and I won't show any mercy with my arrows. My archery is famous, absolutely famous throughout the entire Dragon Group. They all talked the toughest talk, yet acted with the weakest nerve. and for a moment the whole scene became painfully awkward. They were terrified that if Suyu was pushed too hard, he might dive headfirst into the poison fog. Then would that draft even belong to? Yet faced with the encirclement and the encroaching miasma, Suyu stood like a rock, utterly slowly motionless, letting the poison fog slowly close in. Suyu's entire body was completely swallowed by a massive poisonous mist. Warning, warning, you are currently inside poison fog and will continuously suffer poison eye damage. Please return to a safe zone immediately. The system's piercing alarm blared in his ears, reminding Suyu of the danger. But unexpectedly, Suyu did not start losing HP over time. Bathed in the poison fog, he instead felt an indescribable comfort, as if every single cell in his body were cheering in delight. As expected, the next second, system notifications kept chiming in Suyu's ears. Under the effect of S-level talent corrosive skin, you are immune to poison at reduced damage. As everyone knows, poison fog also counts as poison. So Suyu had bought back corrosive skin, which grants immunity to poison eye damage. As the poison fog continued to roll toward them, they retreated in a panic, replaying everything that had just happened in their minds. All their CPS were overheating, everyone's gaze locked onto the archer. You go in and take a look. Maybe this poison fog doesn't really hurt that much, someone said. Why me? Ivy got elderly parents and young kids to feed. The archer waved his hands frantically. Who the hell said 13 wasn't he allowed to move? And didn't he just say your whole family turned into zombies already? Archer, after a round of passionate, eloquent persuasion, the archer carefully reached out a hand to test the surrounding poison fog. However, the moment he inhaled the first breath of toxic air, a sudden wave of dizziness and violent discomfort hit him, and he blacked out on the spot. If his teammate behind him had been quick enough to drag him back out, he would likely have died then and there. Stunned speechless, the 13 had clearly already snatched the draft, so why would he suddenly throw himself into the poison fog without warning? He was after massacre, of course. The next instant, an arrow shot out of the poison fog like lightning. Wrapped in raging wind, the arrow split the surrounding mist in two, like a razor-sharp blade cleaving the chaotic miasma. Demon King S.I. High above their heads, a gigantic Demon King S.I. appeared in the sky, like heaven and earth roaring in fury, mercilessly dragging everyone into its grasp. As another arrow was loosed, the next shot burst into an explosive blaze. Those swept up into the storm were blown to pieces in that instant, their bodies shattered, flesh and blood flying. The eye of the storm, originally a clear blue, was dyed a blood red hue by the mingling of gore and fire. Only a few spectators who had stayed far from the battlefield managed to survive. Soon after, the spectators hurriedly reported everything they had seen to their respective clan heads. Jia Pengju's expression changed dramatically as he listened to his subordinate Tess' panicked voice at bad. Sir, the more than 40 warriors we just sent after him have been completely wiped out. At the same time, Chen Han received a report. Officer Chen, this is urgent. All of our men have gone dark. How should we respond? Elsewhere, Chuanjiangwo heard bad news as well. Lord Chuanjiangwo. The dozens we sent in pursuit have all vanished from the map. After receiving this string of grim reports, the three leaders' gazes instantly turned ice-cold. When they finished listening to their subordinates' accounts, they were so shocked their eyes nearly popped out of their heads, unable to find words. This felt like a play meticulously staged by the orderers. This 13 was absurdly strong, so strong it was doubtful whether that thing was even human at all. After all, this whole incident sounded far and bizarre to be believable. Yet only Chuanjiangwo felt a constant, gnawing unease and anxiety, as though sitting on pins and needles, whenever he thought of the number 13. An inexplicable pressure weighed down on his heart. For Westerners, especially for a devout believer like him, this number carried a kind of fear imprinted in their very blood. According to intelligence sent back by undercover agents planted in the major factions, this survivor number 13 seemed to belong to none of them. I am afraid no one really understands you better than I do. 13, you are the lone wolf. From the moments you slipped into the poison mist, he vanished from everyone's sight and disappeared from the map. The 1,000 Souls banquet mission was still incomplete, so there was no need to trigger a large-scale conflict yet. So you deliberately avoided everyone's encirclement and pursuit. He only released Lu Wei and let her complete the 1,000 Souls banquet on her own. In any case, this little lowly would not be shown on the map. And with Suyu's protection, her safety was naturally assured. 3 hours is neither long nor short. Suyu immediately recalled the Lu Wei back into the bracelet. By this time, the 1,000 Souls banquet progress had reached 435 1,000th DH, Wu MPH puff puff puff. Instance announcement, what a glorious moment. All 3 promissory notes have actually fallen into the hands of No. Limited to 5 minutes, seize the chance. They can be cashed at any shop, and will not be honored after expiry. Please look forward to the next round of instance challenges. More surprises await your discovery. At this point, the instance finally completed its first shrinking of a circle. and the campus area had been reduced by nearly 1/3. The number of surviving players was now only 702nd, Suyu had already removed his shown status and took advantage of the night to slip into the clock tower. This was also a shop. Suyu redeemed the promissory notes, and together with the rewards from killing enemies and defeating monsters earlier, he finally scraped together 10,000. 0 gold coins. However, Suyu did not redeem the Huyi-sun shooting bow, because this shop not only offered conventional, redeemable items, but also a series of highly specialized tools, skills, and talents to choose from. Work badge of test subject 826 price 1,000 gold, stock. 756 escape scroll price 1,000 gold, stock. 561 return scroll price 100,000 gold, stock. 97 skill book tracking price 200,000 gold. Stock 5 skill book disguise price 200. 0 gold stock 5 talent concealed tracks price 300,000 gold, stock 3 din. You have successfully spent 1,000 gold to purchase the item work badge of test subject 826. When you wear test subject 826's uniform in this work badge, you will take on the identity of test subject now. 826, this is a required item for the horror in Jack's quest. Unexpectedly, 240 for players also chose to buy it. Perhaps they did it just for fun after all. It's only a 1. You can't really lose and you certainly want to be scammed. There are actually people buying return scrolls. And not just one, there are 3 of them, so you snorted with laughter. Once you've entered this instance, how could the orderers possibly let you leave so easily? The moment you attempt to use a return scroll, it will send you straight back to the clock tower. How infuriating is that? So you flipped to the last page, went all in, and bought the final talent. You have successfully spent 10 million gold to purchase the temporary talent Omniscience and Omnipotence. Omniscience and Omnipotence. Unique temporary talent. After obtaining this talent, the marks of everyone within range will be displayed on the map and cannot be disguised or hidden by any means. His detection skills are greatly enhanced. So you open the map, and the entire campus came into view. No matter what kind of stealth or disguise talents or equipment the other side possessed, they could not escape his eyes. However, 10 million gold coins, the price he paid, was extremely steep. 3 teams were scattered in different corners of the campus. One was in the library, one in the gymnasium, and another was hiding in the comprehensive teaching building. Aside from Suyu fighting solo, he was also surprised to discover someone with the number 666 and weather this cold. You still dare stay over by the signal tower? That's real guts. After arranging for Lu Wei to stand guard, Suyu decided to take a short rest at midnight, as the clock as hands quietly slipped past 12. A solemn and resounding bugle suddenly blared from the broadcast system, shattering the stillness of the night. Woo-poo-poo-poo-koo, emergency notice. The survival game has begun. Within the vast sea of people, a few wolves will suddenly appear. They must eliminate other survivors. The more people they eliminate, the richer the rewards will be. Remember, this game will end at sunrise. At that time, every person still alive will receive an extra 10,000 gold coins. In the next at-in, those carefully selected by the Orderer all receive new missions. It had to be admitted that the Orderer's methods were vicious to the extreme. If the last mission was meant to fill the 3 major camps with suspicion and spark conflicts between them, then this time, his goal was to start from within each camp and gradually dismantle their strength. Among the 3 major camps, the 3 leaders Chuan Jianwo, Chen Haoran, and Jia Pengjun received the mission to become wolves at the same time. Survivor, you have been chosen for the role of wolf. You have the right to freely choose attributes, talents, and skills to assist you in completing your mission. You will gain an additional reward of 50,000 gold coins. Suyu yawned, stretched lazily, and said helplessly, I thought I could finally get a good night test sleep today. Sorry, the Orderer is the one making me do this. In terms of picking people, the Orderer was certainly precise. There were 4 wolves in total, the leaders of the 3 major camps, plus Suyu, the lone wolf, the Wolf King. Ding, congratulations. Lone wolf, you have been chosen for the role of Wolf King. As the Wolf King, you cannot freely choose attribute and talent bonuses. As compensation, you will receive the Wolf King's exclusive skill, Sinful Euphoria. Sinful Euphoria, when the Wolf King kills any survivor, he will gain Sinful Euphoria. 10% of his vitality will be restored and the Wolf King's attack power, movement speed, and attack speed will increase by 100%. After 10 seconds, these bonuses will gradually fade, but they can be stacked infinitely through continued killing. The zombies' claws grew ever more ferocious, and the world outside became riddled with danger. But Suyu had prepared in advance. He had equipped the full set of experimental subject 826. The powerful attributes of this 6-piece set could reduce the threat level of zombie claws by 80%. In theory, as long as he didn't record death, he could remain perfectly safe. Only Suyu, with his max-level luck and extremely high drop rate, could manage this. The other three major camps had struggled the entire day and each had only barely managed to cobble together a single set. Relying on his omnipotence talent, Suyu quickly arrived near the gymnasium. This area was the territory of the family Dewayans, and the zombies that had originally filled the gym had long since been completely cleared out by them. However, the situation inside the gym at this moment was rather intriguing. From the moment Jia Pengjun was named a wolf, his mind began racing. This faction, on the surface, had the largest numbers yet was the least united. Ever since the fall of the BA's high families, within Star City had sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. They had once been local tyrants dominating various regions or industries, none of them, good people, and the competition and conflicts between them naturally never ceased. That was until the rise of Jia Pengjun. Known as Third Master Jia, he went from selling aquatic products to contracting construction projects. As his wealth accumulated, he extended his reach into gambling. He then formed an organization with clear underworld characteristics, earning himself the title of Star City's crime boss. It was precisely through Jia Pengjun's thunderous methods that these Star City families were annexed one by one. At last, to possess the strength to stand on equal footing with the Dragon Group and the Black Group. Ruling people through overbearing means, though crude and brutal, was extremely efficient. So he generously exposed himself, openly admitting his identity as a werewolf, and, with the bearing of the strong, swung his blade toward the weakest. At the same time, he promised the other families that there would be a fair distribution early the next morning. When Suyu arrived at the gymnasium, he saw the map that everyone had encircled a small squad. A flashing signal representing a werewolf was launching ferocious attacks on the people clustered at the center. From the continually disappearing red dots, it was clear that Jia Pengjun, as a werewolf, was reveling in the ecstasy of slaughter. Seeing that only one person remained, they heard a roar filled with despair. "You despicable cur, Lord God clearly only asked for 10 kills, yet you're going to wipe out all 13 members of our key family. Do you still need a reason to kill? Call me daddy, and I might consider sparing your life," Jia Pengjun replied coldly. A wicked smile on his face. As he spoke, he pressed his two short swords tightly together, grating metallic screech as if playing accompaniment to the other's fury. If he traced things back to his previous life, the person Suyu felt most guilty toward was none other than Tyiqi. Suyu would likely have died in that dormitory building. Afterward, Tyiqi took Suyu along to level up and grow stronger, treating him both as kin and as a friend. Now, seeing his former friend in dire straits, how could Suyu sit idly by? He raised his hand and loosed arrows, precisely piercing the bodies of the men guarding the entrance and felling them on the spot. Ding! Successfully hunted a survivor. Gained sinful ecstasy for 10 seconds. System notifications sounded continuously, and Suyu's sinful ecstasy accumulated to 20 seconds. Dressed all in black, he slipped into the gymnasium like a bolt of lightning in the night. The crowd remained oblivious, but the guards at the door had already collapsed in silence. "Qi, the leaves of the 13 members of your key family have been contracted to me." Jia Pengjun growled in a low voice, his swords brimming with killing intent. Qi knew full well that his fate could no longer be changed. "Today, Jia Pengjun is killing me, Qi. The ones he'll kill will be all of you." Everyone instinctively avoided his gaze, yet a seed named suspicion quietly took root in their hearts. An arrow tore through the night, striking squarely against the crossguard of the sword. Jia Pengjun's arm went numb, and his blade slipped from his grasp. Who? All eyes turned toward the direction from which the arrow had come. There, at the wide entrance of the gymnasium, stood a man in a sharply tailored black outfit holding a Zooge repeating crossbow. Though this test subject Tainhumpetri 6 set came from a dungeon rock, the black attire on his body exuded a unique handsomeness and might. This man was the protagonist of our story, Suyu. In terms of looks, he was only a notch below our beloved readers. But then he thought it through. Since everyone in the gymnasium was destined to die anyway, why should he skulk around in fear, with sinful pleasure boosting him? Killing not only restored his HP but also enhanced his combat state. Anyone with half a brain could tell the advantage was his. It's him! No! 13. Someone in the crowd suddenly recognized Suyu and Caldenp helped shouting at the top of his lungs. In an instant, everyone's gaze snapped to this man. Weapons were raised one after another. Although Jia Pengjun's arm was numb from the shock, he still forced himself to steady it, squinting as he observed carefully. The Suyu in front of him looked somewhat different from the lone wolf image he'd seen back in the Star City safe zone. But that air of seeing through life and death, that domineering aura irradiating from him, left no doubt in Jia Pengjun's mind. In this entire Star City, there was only that one man who could pull this off, you Ray Lone Wolf. Even Jia Pengjun's voice was trembling now. If the person in front of him really was Lone Wolf, and his intentions couldn't be clearer. He was here to end the lives of everyone present. A suffocating silence spread. At the mention of the words, Lone Wolf seemed to be frozen over, plunging into deathly stillness, while everyone was stunned. QI seized the chance to slip away, vanishing without a trace. Suddenly loosed an arrow using the Eye of the Ghost King's skill to instantly sweep through more than 40 enemies. Immediately after, his next arrow carried explosive sparks as it shot into the crowd drawn into the Eye of the Storm. After a series of violent explosions, flesh and blood flew. Blood splattered across the gymnasium. Everyone snapped out of their daze, though their hearts were filled with terror. The instinct to survive drove them to counterattack, even leaving after images behind him. However, Suyu currently only had these two skills available. Once those two strikes were used, he was basically no different from a mobile arrow tower. It was just that this mobile arrow tower moved a tiny bit absurdly fast. All of their attacks landed behind Suyu. After successfully dodging this round of attacks, Suyu swiftly put on a textbook-level kiting performance. He fired 10 arrows in succession, each arrow taking down an enemy. Leveraging the movement speed bonus from Sinful Pleasure, he quickly opened up distance from his foes. As he ran, he rapidly no-ked new arrows, getting ready for the next wave of attacks. With Sinful Pleasure empowering him, Suyu moved like a fish in water, completely at ease. In a huge gymnasium, facing a group of several hundred people, they still couldn't do anything to him alone. Only eternal interests. This saying applied just as well to the apocalypse. The people who had once doubted and schemed against one another quickly set aside their differences under Suyu's relentless assault, merging into a single powerful force. "Everyone eyes on me, follow my command," Jia Peng Jun shouted. "Old ma, flank him on the left. Xiao Bai, hit him on the right. The rest of you with me, take him straight up the middle." Then one of Jia Peng Pun's subordinates, an analyst, quickly added, "Everyone keep a spread formation distance between people no less than 3 meters. Jia Peng Jun picked up the cue and issued the attack order. No matter how strong Lone Wolf is, he is still just one man. With that, the one scattered. The moralized crowd began forming up into orderly battle formations. Though people continued to fall one after another, their spread formation rendered Cus explosive sparks skill ineffective. And at the cost of more than a dozen companions, they finally managed to pin Suyu in a corner against the wall. Suyu was now tightly surrounded on all sides, making any attempt to break out extremely difficult. He had just finished shooting off a full burst and was now lazily loading more bolts. At 500 gold a shot, even if his family owned a mine, they'd go broke and die sooner or later. Wero Peng Jun felt an unprecedented pleasure. It was as if, with just one word from him, "Lone Wolf, you're already surrounded by us. Prepare to die," Jia Peng Jun barked coldly. With a wave of his hand, he signaled everyone to attack. Out of fear of death, no one dared to step past the line. Everyone was wondering whether Lone Wolf still had some hidden rump card in his hand. Would they suffer some fatal counterattack? So they only stood far away outside the safe line, looking at one another. It was as if they were all waiting for some fated fool who was afraid of death. "Third Master Jia, all this time, our forces have always been charging in front, while your men managed to stay intact. Shouldn't it be your turn this time?" A questioning voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. A vicious glint flashed in Jia Peng Jun's eyes. "Fine, all units, listen up, attack, whoever can kill Lone Wolf. Jia Peng Jun will reward him with 500,000 gold coins." His gaze locked openly onto the man who had just spoken. In his heart, he had already decided that once they left this instance, that man would die without a burial place. Ranged units, laydowns perceive as fire. Melee units find a way to get in close. Once you get the kill, withdraw immediately. Don't get greedy. Don't allow any mistakes, Jia Peng Jun ordered decisively. The death sworn under his command moved at once, charging at Suyu like wolves and tigers. "So I am being treated like the boss now." A mocking smile curled at Suyu's lips. Facing the hundreds of people before him, even with the Zunj repeating crossbow in his hands, he'd probably have to keep shooting until the end of time. Suyu's movements were agile, deftly dodging the ranged attacks. His fingers squeezed the trigger repeatedly, shooting down several melee fighters who tried to close in. It was time to put on a true performance of the art of slaughter. Suyu shouted loudly. Lu Wei, who had long been waiting at the entrance, rushed over the instant she heard the order. Gripping two enormous bardic HES, her little leather shoes struck the ground with firm, powerful steps, each one making a crisp sound that echoed through the empty gymnasium. People turned their heads, their eyes full of shock. They saw a fully on little girl charging at them aggressively. They couldn't see Lu Wei's detailed information, but they instantly recognized that this Lu Wei was the mysterious woman who had appeared with Suyu in a Star City safe zone. "Don't stop, his Zooj repeating crossbow only has 10 bolts left. This is our chance," Jia Peng Jun was just about to warn his teammates. However, before he could finish, A series of shrill screams rose from the back of the crowd. Accompanied by impacts, the sound of bones shattering, and bodies falling, they rang out one after another like a symphony from hell. Lu Wei carved through them as if walking through an empty field and soon arrived at Su Yu's side. You raised troops for 1,000 days to use them in a single moment. With Lu Wei joining in, Su Yu was more than happy to simply relax and enjoy watching her killing art. 30 minutes later, the gymnasium was a complete mess, littered with severed limbs and mangled flesh and blood everywhere. Su Yu opened the map. Omniscience really was impressive. Now there were only a dozen or so red dots left, just some fish that had slipped through the net. Quite a few survivors and disguised talents or skills had transformed themselves into all sorts of things, yet none could escape a detection of the omniscience talent. Bro, you read too many brainless power fantasy novels, huh? Lying here pretending to be a corpse. So you loosed an arrow, killing the analyst who had been playing dead. One of the three great factions had been virtually wiped out by Su Yu. Ding, successfully hunted a survivor. Current hunt count 248. 7th at S safe now. Su Yu opened a locker in the women's changing room and pulled QI out. Seeing Su Yu, QI was still in shock and said in a trembling voice, "Lone Wolf boss. Don't he kill me?" When he heard Su Yu call him old 7th, QI finally snapped out of it as if waking from a dream. He had ranked 7th and failed to make the cut, so his friends had given him this nickname. You raid the legendary Lone Wolf? The two of them found a quiet place, enjoying a late-night snack while reminiscing about the past bit by bit. It was hard to see that QI's attitude was unusually restrained. Faced with his childhood friend who had now become one of the top figures in Huaxia, he still seemed unable to digest this fact. Suddenly, he tentatively asked, "Right, how is your girlfriend Lin Rufai doing now?" Su Yu's face instantly darkened. The Zhuge repeating crossbow in his hand snapped up, aiming straight at QI's head, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. "You, what are you doing?" QI's expression changed drastically, his face full of disbelief. They had still been chatting and laughing. The next second, Su Yu had turned a cold weapon on him. I had long heard of Lone Wolf's fame. He had been repeatedly warned that Lone Wolf was cold by nature, ruthless in his methods. Although the two were childhood friends before the apocalypse descended, as a member of the powerful Qi family, QI harbored an undisguisable sense of disdain for Su Yu deep down. He cowed and he understand why Lone Wolf was showing such enthusiasm toward him now, which made him all the more uneasy. To restore the truth of the matter in the previous life, QI's enthusiasm toward Su Yu had only been part of his master's orders. So now, QI was a bit nunnily split. He even began to suspect that he had gotten a script of starting on the brink of death. The Chosen One swears brotherhood with me. This made him speak with extreme caution, only daring to pick things Su Yu would like to hear. QI began to suspect that mentioning Lin Rufai had triggered Su Yu's hostility toward him. Didn't he Su Yu like Lin Rufai the most? Why would he turn his weapon on him? After a round of soul-searching, the arrow from Su Yu had already grazed his scalp, scaring him into a cold sweat. Then from behind QI came a dull thudding sound. How could Su Yu shoot into thin air for no reason? What kind of Ganqiu operation was this? However, in the next second, at the spot where the arrowhead was lodged, bright red blood was seeping out of the wall. Had there really been someone behind him just now? Without the slightest hesitation, he kept pulling the trigger, arrows shooting out like meteors. The person finally cowed and he endure it anymore and let out a heart-rending scream. Right after, a pair of twin blades slid from that person's hands and clattered to the ground. QI recognized the pair of short blades at a glance. These cold weapons had once mercilessly slaughtered 13 innocent members of the Qi family. "How did you find me?" A horse suddenly ran out, shattering the surrounding silence. A figure slowly emerged from the air, his face full of disbelief. As a shadow assassin in a stealth state, how could he have been seen through at a glance? Su Yu stared at the blood-soaked man without speaking. Jia Pengjun's limbs were nailed firmly to the wall, blood constantly oozing out, making the scene especially horrific. "You've barely changed your gear and skills at all. Donnie, tell me you've got that 10 million value talent, omniscient, omnipotent?" Once Jia Pengjun figured it out, his face turned ashen with despair. Su Yu snorted coldly through his nose, checked the other stats, and cowled and helped being startled. 233 Jia Pengjun 1 Go Home Werewolf, LV12, Class Shadow Assassin. Talent test ranked temporary talent graceful release A rank talent. Assassin S heart, skills stealth, sacrificial strike, blade dance. Attribute strength 45, spirit 22, constitution 30, agility 45. Test subject 826 code. Test subject 826 trousers under the effect of the omniscient omnipotent talent. All of Jia Pengjun's information was laid bare before Su Yu's eyes. Attributes, talents, and equipment were all displayed clearly. So you could even pull up any single item of information at will and read its detailed description and explanation. Whether the opponent had hidden moves or backup methods, nothing could escape him. One can say that, aside from the color of Jia Pengjun's underwear, every last thing about him was exposed to Su Yu's fiery, discerning gaze. Su Yu's eyes widened as he secretly marveled in his heart. This investment of 10 million gold coins was truly worth every cent. With this talent, even if Teacher Luo were here in person, he'd have to ask, is there still any law? Is there still any justice? If this talent could be brought out of the dungeon, wouldn't that be a straight takeoff? However, judging from the temporary talent Jia Pengjun had just displayed, when he transformed into a werewolf, he chose graceful release, which fit perfectly with the assassin class. The only pity was that Su Yu's plundering hand had yet to be bought back, and whether temporary talents could even be plundered was still unknown. Otherwise, he would by all means have to get his hands on this one. Su Yu handed the tetanus blade to Qi. Watching the two of them with great interest. Jia Pengjun, didn't he expect this? Did you? You'd have such a day too. Qi's eyes were cold as he looked at Jia Pengjun, who was gasping heavily for breath, and drove the blade straight into his abdomen. Blood spurted out, and his internal organs could be faintly seen beneath his chalk-white skin. Seeing this, Su Yu could only shake his head. Methods like this had far too little technical content. When it came to tormenting people, it still had to be BA as high, out being from the Little Sun Nation. He was truly skilled at killing and torturing. On the surface, he was gentle and refined with the air of a scholar, but only those who truly knew him understood the cruel methods he hid behind that facade. Brat of the Qi family, put some strength into it. You rage is scratching third Master SSS here. Even though he knew his life was hanging by a thread, he still tried to provoke with his words. Jiju, and I'm going to use the methods I learned from young Master BA's high to slowly torture you. He viciously plunged the blade again, this time into Jia Pengjun's armpit. Brat of the Qi family, I admit defeat. BA is high, how was NT even killed by me? If you begot the guts, stab me to death with one strike. Jia Pengjun's screams were full of pain. The force behind the stab was clearly much greater than before. After Su Yu's bloody raid on the BA's high manor, the first to arrive at the scene was actually Jia Pengjun. Relying on his formidable strength and influence, Jia Pengjun successfully brought a massive amount of the BA's high family's resources under his own control. You think I believe that story? Then he tightened his grip on the hilt. Its rough blade was like a saw grinding against Jia Pengjun's ribs. Under the excruciating pain, beads of sweat as large as beans dripped from Jia Pengjun's forehead. He cursed furiously, his miserable screams echoing again and again through the empty gymnasium. Su Yu slowly walked up behind Qi and placed a large hand on his shoulder. Qi, were you close with BA's high how? Qi, didn't he look back? His gaze remained fixed on Jia Pengjun, his expression that of a crazed BA's high how fanboy, as he answered excitedly. Our Qi family and the BA's high family had some business dealings. It was this dog thief Jia Pengjun who killed young Master BA's high. But good men don't leave long, so Yu quietly closed his eyes, his heart full of emotion. He had still felt guilty toward Qi. The next moment, Su Yu's face turned incomparably dark. What on earth was I expecting? From just a few words out of Qi's mouth, it was hard to see it clearly now. In the previous life, Qi had been nothing more than another lapdog of BA's high how. All the help he had given him had been nothing but traps laid by BA's high how. What virtues or abilities had his past self possibly possessed to make BA's high how remember him so obsessively? Not only had his ancestral homestead been targeted, but even he himself had to endure BA's high how's endless torment. Brother Yu, I get it. Jia Pengjun is for you to blow up for coins, right? Qi turned around, cupping the ragged tetanus blade with both hands and respectfully offering it up. However, what met his eyes was a face as dark as a sky packed with storm clouds. Su Yu's gaze was icy, as though he were looking at a man already condemned to die. Lone wolf. So the real culprit who bathed BA's high manor in blood was you. Jia Pengjun seemed to suddenly see the light. All the doubts in his mind were resolved. He burst out laughing, his voice filled of mockery and scorn toward Qi. Horror written all over it. Su Yu, on the other hand, spoke slowly. His voice cold and resolutely, "We be destroyed." Marking the end of the werewolf kill challenge, all temporary talents obtained by the werewolves were reclaimed. Su Yu looked at the numbers at the top of the mountain. The number of people still inside the instance had sharply dropped to 233rd through the insight of omniscience and omnipotence. He noticed that only 5 people were left in the library team. 4 of them were tightly encircling Chen Har An, who was a werewolf. Their positioning looked more like they were protecting him than attacking. Right up until dawn, they had remained in that formation. Meanwhile, the other 200-plus players from the black group had gathered at the comprehensive teaching building. And of course, there was still that solitary No. 666 hanging alone from the signal tower in last night's fierce battle. Chiyu had gained a total of 11 million coins. The only regret was killing Jia Pengjun, who was a werewolf. Contrary to Kiyi's earlier speculation, Jia Pengjun had dropped any coins. At first light, with his heavy stash of coins, Suyu couldn't wait to step into the shop. He didn't choose to buy back the weapon he'd been longing for. Instead, he wisely redeemed the talent plundering hand along with 2 remaining plunder attempts. Adding in a few more skills and talents, he unhesitatingly spent every last coin. Then he took Lu Weihai and continued grinding out quests. Interestingly, Su Yu and Lu Weihai, Chen Har and S Squad, and Chuanjiangmo's Black Group had once again formed 3 independent camps. Every faction possessed some talent that allowed them to peek across the entire map. But compared to Su Yu's omniscience and omnipotence, they were clearly inferior. As if driven by some magic, the 3 sides simply kept circling around the campus. Each camp subtly maintained distance from the others, as though they were all preparing for the final confrontation to come. However, the Orderer was not satisfied with this stalemate. As expected, the Orderer had released the 3rd instance challenge. Woo poof 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 poof. Remaining time in the instance 21 hours. The instance will soon undergo its 2nd shrinking of the safe zone. Evacuate to safe areas immediately. The outer edges of the instance will be engulfed in a sea of blazing flames. Stepping into it will inflict continuous damage. Next, here comes the 3rd benefit personally prepared for you by Nisgriti. There are 2 statues set up on campus, and all teams are cordially invited to seize them. Aside from the captains, everyone will have 1 chance to ignore the cooldown and switch factions. Use it well. When night falls, the group or individual with the lowest total occupation time will be directly eliminated. Golden victory are the only faith here, for blood and glory. The impassioned speech of the Orderer failed to ignite the crowd's enthusiasm. This is just to Peach's kill 3 warriors. I assent to it. Damn, the poison fog turned into a volcano. Targeting me on purpose, huh? So you knew perfectly well that the Orderer's rigor would never allow him to easily evade the poison fog trap a 2nd time. Everyone's wristband vibrated again, and 2 flickering coordinates appeared before their eyes. Interestingly, 1 coordinate was right beside Siu, while the other was at the 5-man team's location. Siu looked up and saw a metallic statue full of abstract artistic flair come into view. Had such a bizarre shape that it was nearly impossible to discern any human features. Ironically, several raised spherical parts on its body had been polished to a shine by countless groping hands. It was said the school had spent as much as 15 million to build this statue. Even if they plated it with a layer of gold, it probably wouldn't justify such a staggering cost. The 20-odd zombie minions originally guarding the statue were swiftly wiped out by Lu Wei. Suddenly, the sound of a dungeon announcement broke the surrounding silence. Congratulations to Star City Dragon Group for successfully occupying the statue. Captain No One will receive a reward of 500 gold coins per second, yo. Chen Ha ran, huh? You ray actually faster than Lu Wei, since the quest belonged to Lu Wei anyway. So you hadn't lifted a finger to help during this time, instead focusing on observing the movements on the map. However, Chuanjiangmo's Black Group was already marching toward the Dragon Group's statue. Because Chuanjiangmo had known as CU's lone wolf identity, if it were anyone else, he would definitely have come in person to cause trouble for Suyu. So taking down the Dragon Group should have been a piece of cake for them. After clearing out the zombies, he stood quietly beside the statue. He finally received a system notification. As the leader of the team, as long as Suyu neither fell nor moved away from the statue, he would maintain control over it. Watching the gold balance in his wristband climb non-stop, he called me help, thinking if only I had this ability in real life. Half an hour later, Chuanjiang will lead a team of nearly 200 people to stand in front of Suyu. Friend, you ray a neutral with no faction anyway. We'll split the profits 50-50. How about it? In truth, not only had they gained nothing from their clash with the Dragon Group, they be left behind more than 30 cold corpses and even had several members defect. So Chuanjiang decided to turn his guns around and set his sights on Suyu. Suyu couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and directly issued a killing order to Lu Wei. As soon as he spoke, Lu Wei began walking toward the crowd step by step, waved the staff in his hand and retreated to the back of the group. LV12, Class Vampire Knight Talent Cess Rank Talent. Blood Fury Temporary Talent, cannot be plundered Des Rank Talent Bloodthirsty Craving. Absolute Servant Temporary Skill, Blood Conversion, Blood Burial, Blood Mist. Attributes Strength 6, Spirit. 70, Constitution 51, Agility. 7. Equipment. The originally clear eyes of the crowd suddenly all flashed red at the same time. These people were clearly under some kind of brainwashing effect like programmed mechanical dolls. They quickly formed an encirclement around Suyu and Lu Wei. We couldn't beat those 5 monsters, but these 2 kids we can't handle them, whoosh. Before his voice had even faded, an arrow streaked across the sky like a meteor. Shooting straight at Chuan Jiangmo's neck, the arrow struck dead on. Strangely, although Chuan Jiangmo's face turned pale, he did not fall. He swiftly grabbed a companion and bit into the man's neck. A moment later, he was brimming with life and vigor once more. However, relying on the omniscient and omnipotent insight of all-knowing and all-powerful, Siyu grasped all of Chuan Jiangmo's information. A vampire knight, interesting, the strength of this hidden class was above average. Despite the name knight, it completely abandoned strength and agility, instead pushing the spirit it rebuked to its limit. This kind of class did not originate from Huaxi, only someone like Chuan Jianwo, who possessed Western blood, could unlock his homeland's hidden class while in a foreign territory. Just as he had guessed, temporary talents obtained inside instances could not be plundered. Even so, the S-class talent Chuan Jianwo possessed, bloodthirsty desire, greatly intrigued Suyu. After carefully studying this skill, Siyu looked at Chuan Jianmo and gave a faint smile. Charge for me, feeling a numbness in his heart and not daring to meet Siyu's gaze any longer, Chuan Jianmo decisively gave the order. He displayed tremendous control within his camp. Yet in Chuan Jianmo's eyes, they were nothing more than puppets dancing on his strings, to be manipulated at will. He had easily used this skill to complete the werewolf mission. Those unlucky enough to lose their lives to him never understood the truth of what had happened to them, even at the very end. Ordinary people, in the eyes of the strong, were essentially nothing more than resources to be exploited. Just as Suyu was about to act, Lu Wei unexpectedly stepped in front of him. Her figure was petite, wielding two enormous axes like a stubborn little penguin. Hidden behind the disguise or mask, her eyes still shone with a firm light as she stared at the crowd before her. And speechless girl, Suyu caught a trace of an emotion called anger. He immediately understood Lu Wei's intent. These people were members of the Black Death organization in Star City, and it was from that very organization that Suyu had rescued Lu Wei. Clearly, that experience had left a deep mark on this little lowly. Aside from meat and equipment, there was actually something else that could stir this little lowly's emotions. Faced with the emotion she was showing, Siyu found himself torn between amusement and exasperation, and could only helplessly remind her, go ahead. But with that Dong Wang, you need to take it easy. Don T1 shot him right away. The moment she heard this, Lu Wei's spirits lifted and she dashed into the crowd. But surely he could beat a woman, right? So what if she was the woman beside the lone wolf? Lu Wei hadn't used a mask to conceal her presence, so Chuan Jianwo quickly probed out her information. Lu Wei, level 10, still a rookie who hadn't even changed class yet. Aside from that legendary axe in her hand, the one renowned on the divine ornament rankings, there didn't seem to be anything about her worth fearing. However, in Chuan Jianmo's hazy memory, apart from the system rankings, he seemed to have heard the name Lu Wei somewhere else before. Miss Lu Wei, I truly have no intention of being your enemy, but I'd still like to offer you a suggestion. Our black group would be more than happy to welcome you. You must have heard of the Black Death organization, right? ULL become a core member of our organization and enjoy supreme glory. While Chuan Jianwo was still intoxicated with his own passionate speech, a glint of coldness flashed through Lu Wei's eyes and a ghostly blue light gleamed along the edge of her axe. The Black Death organization was not just a name, it carried her most painful memories from as far back as she could remember. Even now that she had become a zombie, those few words still clung to her mind like a nightmare, impossible to dispel. In the next instant, Lu Wei, clad in a spotless white dress and gripping the shadow-edged blade, charged fearlessly into the crowd. During this period, under Suyu's constant tuning and training, Lu Wei's combat prowess had risen by yet another tier. Her movements were both elegant and ferocious. With a single fluid slash, she easily cleaved an enemy holding a shield clean in half. She pounced toward the densest part of the crowd like a tiger descending the mountain, unleashing a shock strike. Within its radius, nothing survived. Lu Wei's strength stat of over 200 was an all-round, naked, one-sided crush. For this group of people with an average level of 10, it was basically a higher-dimensional being beating on chickens. Every time she struck, someone was sent flying by overwhelming force or severed by her sharp axe blade, mercilessly reaping lives as effortlessly as cutting leeks. Even in such a disadvantageous situation, Chuan Jianwo was still manically barking out commands to the crowd. They threw themselves at Lu Wei. The entire battlefield was shrouded in a storm of blood and gore, the atmosphere unbearably tense. Has he gone insane? Suyu said calmly, loosing an arrow that pierced straight through an enemy attempting a sneak attack. Chuan Jianwo waved the staff in his hand and a red light burst from its tip, smooth and fluid like silk. Is it coming? From the name alone, one could tell that the vampire knight's innate skills were all closely tied to blood. In the next moment, the ground across the battlefield seemed to boil, blood beginning to surge and churn. Lu Wei was enveloped in a crimson blood mist, Blood mist baptize an area with holy blood. After 3 seconds, the blood mist is complete. All creatures within will continuously take damage and be unable to cast any skills. Your skills are all sealed. How are you going to fight now? Chuan Jian was spared no cost. Using his subordinate slims to form a wall of flesh, he pressed tightly in on Lu Wei, attempting to keep her trapped forever inside this prison of blood mist. No way. Chuan Jian was stared in shock at the woman before him, unable to believe his eyes. With just 2 swings of her axe, she had smashed through the carefully constructed human wall. This woman was already so powerful without even having changed class. What would happen if she did? Chuan Jianmo's behavior grew increasingly deranged. He ordered his men to launch a frenzied assault on Lu Wei. Numbering in the dozens, he finally completed his chant. At that moment, a barely perceptible smile appeared on his face. The blood-forged cross hanging above Lu Wei's head suddenly plunged down like a sword, stabbing into her body. It dissolved the mottled streaks of blood that seeped into every inch of her skin. Countless tiny wounds blossomed across her body. Each step she took was accompanied by an endless flow of fresh blood. Watching their duel with great interest, Siyu recognized the move at a glance. It was a skill known as blood burial. Blood burial, a cruel and powerful skill that forces a single enemy unit to struggle within a baptism of blood. A strange red light flickered in Chuan Jianmo's eyes, filled with unprecedented fervor and savagery. This move is called blood burial. Every step you take will subject you to tremendous damage. I can't wait to taste the meaty flavor of your fresh blood. I am going to chop off your fingers and skewer them. Hack off your arms and make tomahawk barbecue out of them. Every part of your body will be turned into gourmet food at this moment. He sent out the few dozen subordinates he had left, launching a final, dying strike at Lu Wei. However, Lu Wei seemed completely indifferent, walking toward Chuan Jianbo step by steady step. From and composed, Miss Lu Wei, do you not understand what I am saying, or are you choosing to throw your life away? Chuan Jianmo's voice was full of mockery. Under the blood burial, no one dares to take 10 steps, no matter how powerful you are. The damage here is real power that cannot be resisted. Chuan Jianmo cowed into help, feeling a trace of regret. His strongest killing move had originally been reserved for Lone Wolf. What he didn't expect was that Lu Wei, who had started out moving one solid step at a time, gradually sped up and finally broke into a run. The shadow-edge blades in Lu Wei's hands gleamed with a cold light. Every time she killed someone, the health she had lost rapidly recovered. A joke to shadow-edge blades, fully strengthened to max level, with a lifesteal effect as high as 80%. One strike and she was instantly back to full health. Chuan Jianmo's agility had never been high to begin with. Escaping was absolutely impossible. Her body splattered with blood, kept walking closer as if nothing were wrong. And the mocking tone in Chuan Jianmo's voice grew weaker and weaker as Lu Wei approached. Lu Wei was already standing before Chuan Jianmo, unleashing Soul Devour in hand. Chuan Jianmo only felt as if a giant hand formed from the void, clamped around his throat in an instant. Don't kill me. Lone Wolf, I want to negotiate with you. Chuan Jianmo felt as if his life were slashing before his eyes. Even on the brink of life and death, his tone still carried an inexplicable arrogance and unwillingness. Just as he hovered between life and death, Siyu struck without hesitation. Dang, you use his plundering hand on the survivor. Make black group great again. Current collapse level 55%, weakness level 70%. Current plunder success rate 125%. Talent plunder successful. Remaining uses is 1. Dang, you have obtained S rank talent bloodthirsty craving. Talent bloodthirsty craving S rank, talent rank S rank. Bloodthirsty maniac. All attacks inflict a bleed effect, subjecting enemies to continuous blood loss. You can also sense all living beings whose HP is below 40% and gain increased attack and movement speed. Not bad, so you now had an additional bleed debuff attached to his attacks. And the skill came with its own sensing effect, effectively making up for Suyu's lack of chase potential. You can do it now. A decisive glint flashed in Suyu's eyes as he gave the order to Lu Wei beside him. Lu Wei, so it's you. I finally remember. To die by your hand, I have no regrets. Chuan Jianwo burst into loud laughter. Stop, Siyu stopped Lu Wei's axe just in time, leaving only 0.1 millimeters between it and Chuan Jianwo's scalp. Although it hadn't caused any real damage, the axe grazed the very top of Chuan Jianwo's head. The sharp edge of the axe carved out a hairstyle unique to the strongest center part. I know what you want to ask me, but before I tell you, you must agree to one condition. Took a deep breath and continued, and that is join our black group. You know as well as I do, we are an organization capable of conquering Blue Star. No matter how strong you are, you are only one person. Our black group spans the entire globe, filled with experts. As your sponsor, I can guarantee that as long as you join and follow our rules, we can give you a far brighter future. At this point, Chuan Jianmo laid all his cards on the table, using Lu Wei's secret as leverage to force Su Yu and Lu Wei to join. The arrogance between his words was overflowing. Citizen of the Lighthouse Nation, you have no right to say in front of me that you have the strength to oppose me. Su Yu replied forcefully. The next second, the battle axe in Rovis' hand fell like lightning, cleaving Chuan Jianmo cleanly in two. Su Yu had never shown much curiosity about the secrets on Rovis' body. After all, this little girl had already turned into a zombie, and Su Yu preferred to let things take their course. His earlier intervention had merely been a whim. He had expected Chuan Jianmo to actually use her as a human shield and then turn around and threaten Su Yu with her. Even however, Su Yu was somewhat surprised based on the strength Chuan Jianmo had just displayed. He was weak at all. Someone as powerful as Chuan Jianmo had actually failed to gain the upper hand against the Dragon Squad. This completely exceeded Su Yu's expectations. It seemed that tomorrow's final battle against the Dragon Squad would be a truly tough fight. Perhaps because there were too few people left, the Orderer did not issue any new missions, and everyone passed the night with uneasy hearts. Su Yu got up. Relying on the gold coins he had earned from yesterday's activities, he successfully redeemed all his items, including that precious Hui-sun shooting bow. Woo poo poo poo. Instance announcement. From now on, the final shrinking of the instance circle begins, and will continue until the end. When the countdown ends, the faction with the most surviving members will become the final winner. Su Yu saw that the mountaintop was already close at hand. The last battle would be fought within this continuously shrinking area. The number of people on the mountaintop was fixed at 6. Excluding himself, the remaining 5 were undoubtedly the Dragon Squad. What about Batno? 666? It was said that a supply crate had appeared above 666's head with a return to city scroll inside, allowing him to escape in the end. He became the only survivor besides Su Yu. The two teams tacitly charged toward the midpoint between them, the basketball court. That would be the battlefield where they were about to fight their final battle. When Su Yu stepped into the basketball court, he found that the Dragon Squad seemed to have been ready for some time, standing there in neat formation. Only Chen Haran flashed a mouthful of teeth white as jade, his eyes glinting with a slightly mocking look. At this moment, the last shrinking circle was getting smaller and smaller. Which was the completion time of this instance. Whoever managed to survive to the end would be the winner. Under the effect of omniscience and omnipotence, Chen Haran's talent and skills were completely revealed before Su Yu's eyes. No one Haran righteousness LV11 class. Legion Commander. Talents SSS level talent Repressed Descent temporary talent. Cannot be plundered. A level talent Thorn Skin temporary talent. Cannot be plundered. B level talent Steel Bones. Skills Life and Death Battle temporary skill. Guardian Angel temporary skill Assault Suppression Attributes. Strength 10, Spirit 16. Constitution 100-300 Agility 12. Upon Su Yu drew in a sharp breath, he had to reassess the opponent in front of him. Repressed Descent SSS level temporary talent. When dealing damage to an enemy, it carries the power of the Reaper, with a 2% chance to directly erase the opponent, ignoring shields, ignoring defense, and impossible to dodge. Thorn Skin A level temporary talent. Reflecting 30% of the opponent's attack damage. These two talents together could only be described as a perfect combo. 80% chance on Repressed Descent, neither too high nor too low. Once combat begins, it is like the Repressed Sith hanging over your head, making it hard to breathe. No one knows whether the next strike will be when that Sith actually falls. And when it is paired with the A-ranked Allant Thorn Skin, its shameless nature becomes even more pronounced. Whether you take the initiative to attack or passively endure hits, you might end up as another soul claim beneath the Repressed blade. In fact, the 2% chance of Repressed Descent is far higher than the odds of pulling a gold item in a single draw in some mobile game. Yesterday, facing the crowd that surged forward under Chuan Jianmo's command, he neither dodged nor retreated, tanking every attack head-on. But when the power of Repressed Descent was triggered, those few people went out like fragile candle flames, snuffed out in an instant, their bodies turning into pools of black blood. That scene carved a deep brand of terror into Chuan Jianmo's mind. It was precisely because of this that Chuan Jianmo chose, without hesitation, to confront Su Yu. Chen Haran quietly observed Su Yu. A strangely innocent, unreadable expression surfaced on his face. His clumsy acting was like a tiger disguised as a lamb, ready at any moment to launch a lethal attack. Lone Wolf, I have a proposal. There is still half an hour before the dungeon ends. Whether an offense or defense has a chance to wipe you out completely. We have the numbers advantage. If you don't want to gamble, join our camp and clear the dungeon together. How about it? Compared to his cautious prudence back in the Xingcheng safe zone, Chen Haran now seemed like a completely different person. There was an unquestionable firmness in his words. Dragon Group had always styled itself as a force of justice, yet in this werewolf kill dungeon challenge, these 5 had, for some reason, eliminated over 200 people in their own camp. Even the few who had just defected to them yesterday vanished without a trace. The ones behind it all were, without question, these 5 standing in front of him. To secure victory in the dungeon, they would stop at nothing. The price, Su Yu asked slowly. As he spoke, a way to break the stalemate had already begun to form in his mind. In Su Yu's eyes, he was nothing more than a short-legged little hedgehog. So you might as well kill with a borrowed knife the gear on you Ling Long Ring with your abilities. Getting another one shouldn't be that hard. Right? Chen Haran finally laid his cards on the table, his eyes turning frenzied. That gaze was something no normal person should possess. A few days earlier, after the previous commander got himself killed, Chen Haran had temporarily taken charge of Xing Cheng's Dragon Group. He thought that by leading by example, he could implement his own brand of justice within the Dragon Group. With a B-rank talent in level 10, he might have stood out among ordinary people. An organization teeming with elites, that level of strength was just the tip of the iceberg, barely worth mentioning. Because he had no solid foundation within Dragon Group to begin with, he suffered a crushing defeat at the very first closed-door meeting. During the meeting, he was met with mockery and sarcasm and was ultimately sidelined by a coalition of his own subordinates, his authority stripped away. His so-called justice values collapsed completely in that moment. Deep inside, Chen Haran repeatedly reflected and brainwashed himself, gradually coming to understand one truth. In the apocalypse, the real way to survive is to become stronger. Thus, with a resolve to die if necessary, he set out alone to explore dungeons. From that moment on, the gears of fate began to turn for him. Chen Haran unexpectedly met his current Daredevil teammates and successfully changed class to Legion Commander. In the dungeon challenge, it was as if he had gained the favor of the Orderer, with opportunities coming one after another, forming a sharp contrast with Su Yu's situation of needing a massive amount of gold coins to buy his back. However, as his strength grew rapidly, Chen Haran gradually lost himself. In order to become stronger, he would stop at nothing, even personally taking the lives of others to obtain gold coins just so he could have a few more chips in the final battle. He let a whole more chips in that ultimate showdown, confidently believing that if he personally slew Lone Wolf, no one would dare question his authority. Though it sounded almost absurd, it was nothing more than a crude stage set by the Orderers for their enjoyment of the final duel. At this moment, Chen Haran was brimming with confidence. The number of talent skills he possessed was no less than Su Yu's. He had no doubt he would win this decisive battle. Of course, but did he dare gamble on that 2% chance of being instantly killed? Yet another person ruined by this world, yet another person ruined by the Orderers, yet another person ruined by himself. Well, Lone Wolf, have you made up your mind? Chen Haran's previously frenzied expression suddenly drew back, his tone filled with killing intent. Su Yu did not respond. He merely and silently transformed the bow and arrow in his hand into the Overlord bow, the bowstring drawn to its limit. Summon Overlord. In the next second, the Overlord charged straight forward, confronting Chen Haran head-on. The arrow of judgment in Su Yu's hand, accompanied by several normal attacks, shot toward the remaining 4 people. Faced with Su Yu's sudden assault, Chen Haran seemed to have anticipated it. The moment Su Yu made his move, he activated a skill called Guardian Angel. In an instant, the 5 of them were bathed in a golden holy light as if they were basking under the protection of a deity.